transcending into the world of Dragon Ball, one finds himself as a Saiyan infant with a mere combat power of 5 points. Although endowed with the infinite power system as a golden finger, activation necessitates a journey to Earth. An unforeseen interstellar odyssey ensnares him on a doomsday planet for 2 decades, confronting the wreckage of spaceship and the desolation of an ice age, compelling him to engage in relentless training for survival. When his combat power surpasses 15,000 points, the Frieza Force's spaceship finally descends. The saga of a cosmic counterattack is on the brink of unfolding. Chapter 1. Arrival on Earth, activation of the Infinite Power Enhancement System. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully arriving on Earth, meeting the activation conditions of the system. Activating Infinite Power Enhancement System 1-10-50-99 Ding. System successfully activated. Host, Lin Chuan age, 25 height, 185 centimeters weight, 75 kilograms combat power index, 15,000 points. Current system level, level 1. Automatic grinding initiated, power 1 second. 25 years. A full 25 years. Who could fathom how I have endured these 25 years? With the spaceship's landing, Lin Chuan, situated within the spacecraft, is overwhelmed with excitement, unable to contain his emotions. As a transmigrator, he has entered the world of Dragon Ball, becoming a Saiyan child dispatched for an extraterrestrial invasion at a tender age. Such a phenomenon is nothing short of astonishing. Yet it has come to pass. He recalls the moment of his transmigration, nestled within a nurturing pod, filled with exuberance. Convinced of his potential to evolve into a figure of immense power in this world, he believed that even with an initial combat power of merely 50 points, he was still superior to Kakarot by 48 points. After all, a capable farmer wielding a shotgun possesses only 5 points of combat power. With high hopes at the onset, Lin Chuan envisioned alternate possibilities even if he were to falter. Seeking refuge on a remote planet would render him an invincible entity. At that juncture, while he may not reach the heights of annihilating universes with mere 3 punches or contend with deities of destruction, possessing such strength would suffice for him to marry a multitude of beautiful wives on a lower-tier planet, thus leading a tranquil existence. The allure of such dreams is undeniable. Regardless of the scenario, it is what Lin Chuan yearns for. Moreover, the most crucial aspect is the inherent golden finger of transmigration. Regrettably, it cannot be activated directly. He must first fulfill the activation criteria by journeying to Earth. The name of the system is impressive, though its functionalities remain a mystery, igniting Lin Chuan's anticipation. After all, once he reaches the age of 2, with his power stabilizing and capabilities passing muster to receive the memory inheritance, he can depart planet Vegeta for an extraterrestrial invasion. At that point, a trip to Earth would be a trivial matter with the system in hand. The world would be his for the taking. At 2 years old, he absorbed the cultural memory transmission akin to the Saiyan heritage, thereafter dispatched to invade a previously surveyed low-tier planet. With a combat power of less than 100, he would solely be sent to planets categorized as extremely low risk. Thus, Lin Chuan bore no resistance nor thoughts of objection. Conversely, after leaving planet Vegeta, it was a realm of boundless freedom. Who could have predicted that in just a few years, planet Vegeta would face annihilation at the hands of Frieza due to a mere utterance from the god of destruction, Beerus? To survive, one must prioritize their own interests. Remaining inconspicuous is paramount. Ideally, he would be lost to the world, perhaps even presumed dead. Otherwise, Frieza's minions would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly. As for rescuing the parents of this life, Lin Chuan harbored no emotional ties, having never even glimpsed their appearances. The inherited information indicated his mother was Seraphai, and his father was Toma. Both were combat-type Saiyans, perpetually embroiled in battles, never once casting a glance his way. Perhaps due to his low combat power, being merely a lower-tier warrior, he was overlooked. Yet, Lin Chuan was indifferent to such matters. What truly mattered to him was whether he could reach Earth expeditiously, activate the system, and commence his ascent. Once his power eclipsed even that of deities, he would confidently declare, "At the pinnacle of immortality, I, Lin Chuan, am the embodiment of heaven." Perhaps it would seem out of place in this world, but the sentiment remains. Alas, before he could invade the planet, Lin Chuan found himself in the depths of despair. He had hoped for a chance to make a grand detour and alter his destination to Earth. However, The spaceship was bound by regulations requiring it to first reach the designated planet before returning or venturing elsewhere. With no alternative, Lin Xuan was compelled to allow the spacecraft to proceed while he entered stasis. Interstellar travel is monotonous and protracted, prompting living beings to choose hibernation to ensure bodily function stability and to expedite the passage of time. Upon awakening, he would arrive at his destination. Thus, 2 decades of suffering had culminated. Upon arriving at the planet designated for his invasion, he discovered it had long since deviated from the data recorded by his clan years prior. The entire planet had succumbed to a cataclysmic extinction event due to meteorite impacts, and the persistent haze of volcanic ash had ushered in a new ice age. His arrival thrust him into a hellish existence. Fortunately, as a Saiyan, he was not without strength, even as a child. With the basic food reserves compressed within the spaceship, he could barely sustain himself temporarily, gradually acclimating and seeking hope for survival. You might wonder, since he had reached his destination, could the spaceship not venture to other planets? Indeed. However, the vessel he was aboard was an outdated model manufactured by the early Frieza Force, possessing insufficient protective capabilities. Consequently, as the ship entered the atmosphere, it was engulfed by dense dust storms, ultimately landing in a cratered ice valley, rendering the spacecraft inoperable for further space travel. In simpler terms, he was trapped on this planet designated as V3114. Thus, the prospect of activating the system on Earth became a distant dream, as mere survival was a formidable challenge. For over 20 years, Lin Xuan endured the trials of that planet, battling daily for existence. Until 3 months ago, a Frieza military spaceship descended from the heavens, seemingly recalling this low-tier planet slated for conquest years prior, to assess its potential value. The opposing force boasted a formidable combat power of 5,000. Yet, Lin Xuan, concealed, struck with lethal precision, acquiring a trove of supplies and a new model microspaceship. This serendipitous event was akin to a windfall for Lin Xuan. Fortunately, his survival in this harsh environment over the years had honed his skills and understanding of cultivation. Otherwise, it would have been implausible for him to defeat a soldier of the Frieza Force. With an opportunity to escape the planet and having located a celestial body marked as Earth on the star map within the spaceship, Lin Xuan hesitated not for a moment, discarding all stored provisions on the planet and departing immediately. Ultimately, after 3 months, today marks his arrival at the Earth where the original narrative commenced. Moreover, he has finally completed the activation task of the system that had eluded him for 25 years. Chapter 2. Power increases by 1 every second. Elation, excitement, joy. Emotions surged within Lin Xuan as he reflected on the past 20 years, tears nearly spilling forth. Were he not a transmigrator, had he not steadfastly restrained himself, harboring hope that tomorrow might yield a miracle, he would never have awaited this day. A different individual might have succumbed to madness, regulating emotions. Lin Xuan finally managed to calm his mind, and only then did he fully concentrate on the system, the infinite power enhancement system. At this moment, he truly comprehended the function of this system. After a lengthy 25 years, today all his grievances and negative thoughts were finally expelled in one breath. Power 1. Power 1. Power 1. 1 power point per second. Observing the incessant notifications of 1 power point appearing on the automatic Gaji, Lin Xuan felt an immediate sense of clarity and refreshment. Although his power stood at a formidable 15,000 points, and even a 1-point increase per second did not evoke any extraordinary feelings, the accumulation promised rapid growth in his capabilities. An increase of 1 power point per second translates to 60 points per minute. Over the course of an hour, that amounts to 3,600 points. This implies that in just a little over 4 hours, his initial 15,000 points could double to 30,000. The thought is both exhilarating and terrifying. Fortunately, this golden opportunity belongs to him, not his adversaries. If it were in the hands of an enemy, how could he defend himself? By this calculation, in a single day, his power could rise by 86,400 points. The arduous training of 25 years had not even reached 1/6 of this figure. Considering a month of 30 days, this equates to a staggering 2,592,000 points. In a year, exceeding 30 million points in power enhancement. Lin Xuan could achieve this without lifting a finger in 3 years. He could ascend to the realm of a cosmic emperor with power exceeding 100 million. What was the ultimate power of the cosmic emperor Frieza? a mere 120 million points. By merely biding his time for 4 years, he could surpass that. The most crucial aspect is that this is merely the level 1 function of the system. The system can be upgraded, and after reaching level 2, the power increase per second will soar to 10 points. If level 2 is like this, what about level 3? Level 4? Or even higher? At this moment, what once seemed unattainable and beyond his reach now appeared to be within his grasp. Truly, with his system in hand, the world is his. Yet, how does one elevate their level? He pondered in confusion, as the system provided no hints or requirements. There was nothing to do but wait and see how to trigger the next phase. Enough thinking. The more I ponder, the more chaotic my thoughts become. I can't shake the feeling that I've missed something. Have I wasted all these years? No, absolutely not. If I had wasted them, how could I be who I am now? Lin Chuan felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Of course, he did not genuinely consider himself weak or inept. Over the years, he had not been idle, nor had he simply laid back. He had not been unwilling to leave that planet, rather. He had found himself without the means to do so. Even attempts at mastering instantaneous movement had proven fruitless. Understanding the cultivation of qi had taken him 2 or 3 years to succeed. On that planet, he was either fighting for survival or striving for strength. Otherwise, death would be his only reward. Thus, no matter what the future holds, the experiences of these 20-plus years, day and night, would remain etched in his memory. Ultimately, Lin Chuan believed that even if his innate talent was lacking and his starting power was weak, he had still managed to elevate his strength to 15,000 points, of which he was immensely proud. At the very least, without relying on anything external, he had grown through his own efforts within limited circumstances. Furthermore, in this era, Frieza was still alive, and Vegeta had likely not yet arrived on Earth. His power was far from comparable to that of the protagonist, Son Goku, at this stage. Drawing comparisons to the protagonist only served to reinforce that he had not wasted his time. However, some things cannot simply be attained through desire. Strength must be cultivated step by step, with meticulous training rather than reckless endeavors. Lin Chuan was a transmigrator, but he was not one to aim recklessly high. Naturally, it is easy to fantasize who wouldn't want power beyond 100 million, even trillions, or to casually transform into a Super Saiyan and then effortlessly into a Super Saiyan God. Yet, these aspirations remain unrealistic. In summary, the enhancement of one's power is directly linked to their experiences. The Z Warriors in the original narrative saw their strength skyrocket after the Grand Cosmic Era for a reason, not merely by chance. Although it may seem akin to having a cheat, there must be fortuitous encounters and supportive factors. 25 years, now in comparison to the power enhancement promised by the system, is undeniably incomparable. A thought took root in Lin Chuan's mind. He must maintain a steady mindset and not allow the constant increase in power to cloud his judgment. Of course, a degree of audacity is still necessary. In both his past and present lives, he had always been a free-spirited individual. Regaining his focus, Lin Chuan lifted his gaze and powered down the spacecraft system. Having arrived on Earth, there was no longer a need for this spaceship. After enduring hardships for so many years and finally activating the system upon reaching Earth, wouldn't it be a waste not to indulge a little? He owed it to himself to enjoy delicious food, refreshing drinks, and delightful experiences for at least 10 days or half a month after 25 years of struggle. In the next moment, a surge of audacious conviction welled up within him. Opening the spacecraft's hatch, he was met with silence. It seemed the hatch had jammed at some point, rendering it unresponsive to the ship's controls. After several unsuccessful attempts, Lin Chuan, in a fit of frustration, delivered a decisive kick to the spacecraft's door. Damn it, I've finally reached Earth, and this spacecraft still wants to play games with me. As the hatch swung open with a resounding thud, a rush of invigorating air greeted him. Though it did not possess the gentle caress of a spring breeze, the refreshing coolness invigorated Lin Chuan like nothing he had ever experienced. Standing up and stepping out of the cramped confines of the spaceship, Lin Chuan emerged into the crater left by the ship. He now truly stood upon this land. It was a valley, lush with grass and dotted with mountains. The air was vibrant with life, an intoxicating allure of existence. Despite the absence of any immediate energy signatures nearby, he could sense the presence of various animals a bit further away. Any being of a certain strength was detectable. This was the advantage of cultivating qi. For me, this marks a new beginning. From this moment onward, I am truly free to soar. Lin Chuan reflected, narrowing his eyes as he focused his thoughts and began to levitate into the air. Sky Dance Technique. Chapter 3. Pivotal Figures in the Dawn of a New Era. This is indeed Earth. Although it bears some differences, it remains Earth. As Lin Chuan murmured these words, he was filled with emotion. After all, he was a denizen of Earth in his past life, and now, having traversed into this realm as a Saiyan, he had spent 25 years on a doomed planet. Nonetheless, Earth remained an indelible homeland within the depths of his convictions. As the saying goes, first impressions are lasting. Despite the distinction between the two worlds, there exist, to varying degrees, similarities. With open arms, he welcomed this world and integrated himself into it. Earth, in essence, to him. The future appeared to be a path of promise. After inhaling a sufficient amount of fresh air, Lin Chuan soared between mountains, rivers, and seas. He beheld the landscapes of this world, as well as its myriad creatures, some familiar, others foreign, and even species long extinct in his previous life, such as various dinosaurs and saber-toothed tigers. It was not until he raced across the ocean for hundreds of miles, stirring up waves upon waves, that he abruptly halted this wild exuberance. The reason was a sudden alarm from the combat power detector affixed to his right eye. This device was a remnant from the spaceship he had seized 3 months prior from the Frieza Force's advanced troops. He was unafraid of detection. For despite possessing interstellar communication capabilities, the device had considerable flaws. Firstly, it lacked an identity authentication function, unless one logged into a personal registered account. One could not share channels. Therefore, even if he utilized another's combat power detector, as long as he refrained from logging in, he would not attract attention, nor would anyone discern his identity. Thus, anyone carrying it could make use of it without fear of exposure. Secondly, the vastness of the universe is staggering. A single galaxy is immensely expansive. As long as one maintained a sufficient distance, one would be overlooked entirely, with countless combat power detectors within range. How could one possibly notice such a trivial device? The same principle applied to spaceships. Although they bore serial numbers, unless marked for special attention, they would not be scrutinized closely. Lin Chuan had once conducted meticulous speculation and analysis on this matter. Unless one actively reached out, they would not be sought after. Upon arriving at Planet 3114, although his spaceship was damaged beyond interstellar travel, its internal communication function persisted for a decade before succumbing to wear. Additionally, he received news of the destruction of planet Vegeta. For a considerable time, he harbored concerns that the Frieza Force might come to eliminate him to prevent future troubles, which deterred him from making contact, fearing the exposure of his whereabouts. This apprehension lingered for an entire year before gradually dissipating. Thus, Lin Chuan came to understand that while the Frieza Force annihilated the Saiyan race, they would also dispatch elite troops to eliminate any surviving Saiyans. However, as long as one managed to endure, they could evade the cataclysm of extinction. Ultimately, how many Saiyan infants were dispatched into the cosmos in the original narrative? The number is unlikely to exceed 100,000, but it certainly surpasses 10,000. The surviving Saiyans, as far as is publicly known, are merely a handful. Perhaps there are more scattered throughout the cosmos, yet they will undoubtedly remain fewer than 10. It can be concluded that Saiyans like him will either perish in harsh environments, fall victim to hidden masters or devastating weapons on their planets, or conquer the planet only to be discovered and killed by the Frieza Force. The only Saiyans permitted to live by Frieza are, in fact, Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz. Moreover, Broly, Paragus, and Vegeta's brother Tarbell, who emerged later in the original storyline, are merely surviving discreetly, which has allowed them to remain undetected and unscathed. Otherwise, Broly would have graced the stage much earlier, and Tarbell would surely meet his demise. Lin Chuan cannot fathom that Frieza would genuinely show such kindness as to spare a Prince Vegeta to serve him, while also keeping an inconsequential little prince around for amusement. In the Southwest, there are individuals with combat powers exceeding 1,000 engaged in battle. Power levels of 416, 1330, 1307, and 1500, among others. How could the 1307 drop to 1 point, or the 1500 plummet to 1345? Lin Chuan stared in disbelief as familiar readings appeared on the power detector. In his earlier excitement, he had neglected to sense the overall situation of the Earth with his energy, which would have allowed him to gauge the stage of the unfolding narrative. However, Lin Chuan could surmise the timeline, as the destruction of planet Vegeta implies that the era of the Grand Cosmic Saga is about to commence. At 25 years of age, he is 2 years older than Son Goku, meaning Goku is now 23. This age marks a pivotal turning point in destiny, coupled with the unfolding plot. Lin Chuan immediately contemplated the identities of those engaged in battle: Son Goku, Piccolo, Son Gohan, and the crucial figure heralding a new era, Raditz. What a splendid opportunity to witness such a spectacle, and it seems to be nearing its conclusion. With widened eyes and a swift turn of thought, Lin Chuan could not let such a chance slip by. He had once contemplated what he would do upon arriving on Earth and how he would develop, and now, after 25 years, though those dreams had evaporated, an opportunity emerged for the warriors of Earth to acknowledge his existence. In a surge of excitement, Lin Chuan wasted no time, unleashing his energy and charging towards his destination. His speed reached nearly 30,000 meters per second, equivalent to 100 times the speed of sound. The sound barrier shattered repeatedly, as if threatening to tear the very fabric of reality. To him, Raditz represented the threshold to the warrior's realm. He could not let this chance escape. Even if he too is a Saiyan, he is distinctly himself. Seizing this opportunity to rescue Sun Wukong not only alters the narrative, but also allows for a seamless integration into it. Not to mention the importance of fostering relationships with the warriors, given that he has arrived on Earth in this era, where countless events and individuals can be intercepted. To intercept certain individuals, an impeccably perfect identity is required. Much like the protagonist Bulma, how could he possibly let such an opportunity slip away? Lin Chuan is a pragmatic individual. Even before his time travel, he had envisioned what it would be like afterward. Now that he truly finds himself in the Dragon Ball universe, with abundant opportunities at hand, acquiring strength is imperative and companionship is equally essential. Had it been 3 months prior, Lin Chuan would have harbored no hope for the future. Yet, fate has a penchant for humor. 3 months ago, the arrival of that Frieza soldier changed everything for him. As for Vegeta, he can only offer his sincerest apologies. No, in this tangible reality, since he has arrived, he cannot abide by the original storyline. This is his life. He must decide what he wishes to pursue, and why should he concern himself with the opinions of others? Chapter 4. Dazzling the audience. A shift in era with a speed exceeding 30,000 meters per second. Lin Chuan traversed thousands of kilometers in a mere minute and a half. At this moment, since his descent to Earth, his combat power has reached an astounding 16,680 points. From an initial 15,000 points, he has experienced a remarkable increase of 1,680 points over the span of 1,680 seconds, equivalent to a full 28 minutes. Such a brief period of gradual enhancement in strength has left Lin Chuan feeling immensely fulfilled. Initially, when activating the system, he lacked a concrete sensation, but now he has come to truly appreciate the rapid escalation of his power. Though it may seem like an increase of only 1,680 points, not even reaching 2,000, warriors of his caliber can easily discern differences in strength. At the very least, Lin Chuan is now certain that he could effortlessly defeat his former self, who had yet to arrive on Earth. Meanwhile, on the ground, the battlefield remains precarious. The hard-won advantage was first overturned due to Sun Wukong's inadvertent mercy. A second opportunity was squandered due to concerns for Son Gohan. Now a third chance arises. It is almost unimaginable that 4-year-old Son Gohan could unleash unparalleled combat prowess, delivering a devastating blow to Raditz. Now is the moment to reverse the tide once more. However, suddenly, another figure clad in attire identical to Raditz appears in the sky. This individual arrives with an overwhelming presence, moving with such speed that it shakes the very fabric of space, instilling fear. Now hovering in the void, he emanates a terrifying aura far more formidable than Raditz himself. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Kakarot, your time is up. It appears that I am not the only one who has come to Earth. This planet has evidently caught the attention of Frieza's army. Do not say I did not warn you. This individual's combat prowess should far exceed my own. And you are all doomed. Raditz found himself ensnared in Goku's embrace from behind, further hindered by the devastating blow he had received from Gohan, rendering him momentarily incapable of escape. Initially, he was filled with trepidation, especially as that individual named Piccolo was gathering the energy for a technique that could very well end his life. Should he succeed, he would meet his demise on this planet. Fortuitously, even though he remained oblivious to the identities and intentions of his adversaries. The presence of Frieza's battle attire indicated a shared allegiance. Raditz was unaware of the folly of his arrogance and the extent of his imagination. Even dressed in Frieza's military garb, who could assure him that only Frieza's forces would don such attire? At that moment, Goku could no longer maintain his composure. He cast aside all hesitation and shouted desperately to Piccolo, urging him to act swiftly. Hurry, Piccolo. I can't hold on much longer. Regardless of whether the newcomer was friend or foe, the immediate priority was to eliminate his elder brother before contemplating anything else. In uttering these words, Goku, weakened and bloodied from his injuries, demonstrated his simplicity and straightforwardness, yet he possessed the remarkable ability to make decisive choices in critical moments. Goku's fervent plea shattered Raditz's fleeting sense of hope, plunging him into a state of panic. Stop joking, Kakarot. Do you intend for us both to perish? How infuriating. Even if you seek death, do not drag me down with you. Can't you see the dire situation? Your planet is doomed. Huh, so you finally feel fear. Indeed. I intend to take us both down. There was no fraternal bond in Goku's heart. He was beyond concern for anything else. This determination solidified the moment Raditz threatened Gohan. Had Gohan not been involved, Goku might have attempted to reason with his so-called elder brother, persuading him to relent. What are you waiting for, Piccolo? Gritting his teeth. Goku felt Raditz's strength intensifying, pushing him beyond his limits. After all, his current power was vastly inferior to Raditz, even at his peak. Restraining Raditz would have been a formidable challenge. He was anxious and imploring. However, unbeknownst to him, Piccolo was experiencing his own struggles. Goku, in his naive simplicity, could not fathom the weight of the pressure that had suddenly descended upon Piccolo. The overwhelming force felt like a celestial body pressing down upon him, rendering him immobile. His own energy was inherently unstable. Even with the amplification from the special beam cannon, the situation had thrown his focus into disarray, though his technique remained intact. The level of his combat effectiveness had shattered its previous limits. Yet, he found himself paralyzed, drenched in cold sweat, gritting his teeth in frustration. Such a splendid opportunity. Yet it must be missed. He harbored immense resentment, for if Sun Wukong had not released his grip on Raditz's tail, Raditz would have perished. And the situation would not have unfolded in this manner. Meanwhile, the timid Gohan trembled in fear, tears streaming down his face. In such dire circumstances, Piccolo grew increasingly agitated. His breaths became heavier as he watched the figure descending from the sky until it finally reached the ground. The intensity of that gaze nearly caused him to lose his composure. How terrifying. The combat power had surpassed the previous threshold, reaching an astounding 1480 points. This remarkable technique not only maximized its inherent power, but also endowed its lethality with the capacity to defeat foes of superior strength. Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes, intrigued by the prospect of experiencing Piccolo's ultimate move. The special beam cannon, which had first dazzled the cosmos in its early days, had once left him utterly awestruck. It could be said that the intellect of early warriors was undeniably exceptional, with a plethora of diverse techniques emerging, only to be ultimately submerged in the tides of history. Early warriors, each with their distinctive styles and strategies, faced an unfortunate decline in strength, leading to a pathway dominated by sheer power. As long as one possessed sufficient strength, the intricacies of technique gradually faded away. Sun Wukong relied on the Kaioken or the Kamehameha wave. The Turtle School's combat methods, albeit effective, became monotonous. The same could be said for others, Vegeta, Gohan, and Piccolo, who seldom ventured to innovate until the saga of Majin Buu, when the two youngsters exhibited slight changes. With the advent of the Super Era, particularly led by Sun Wukong and Vegeta, there was a renewed emphasis on evolving techniques and embracing new concepts to transcend into new realms. Who are you? With great effort, Piccolo managed to utter this phrase. Drenched in sweat. Chapter 5. Piccolo, what have I been doing all these years? It must be said that in this era, Piccolo possesses a keen sense of awareness. He recognizes that he is not someone who can be easily manipulated, exhibiting a tenacious and domineering demeanor. However, should his opponent prove overwhelmingly powerful, he wisely chooses to retreat in order to advance. Before answering your question, how about I demonstrate your technique? Lin Chuan proposed. At this statement, the three individuals present, no, it should be four, were taken aback. Even Gohan comprehended the implication, his wide eyes reflecting a mix of surprise and innocence. After a moment of silence, before Piccolo or Sun Wukong could respond, Raditz, bound by Sun Wukong, seized the opportunity to break free from his restraints and reclaim control. Damn you, Kakarot. You have plotted against your own elder brother. Now, I shall make you aware of your folly. Raditz narrowly escaped and, in the next moment, did not linger in place but rushed to Lin Chuan's side as if grasping a lifeline. Instinctively, he regarded Lin Chuan as an ally. Having faced a series of unexpected life-threatening incidents, his vigilance had significantly heightened. Not launching a decisive counterattack against Sun Wukong, to be honest, seemed foolish in Lin Chuan's eyes. If it were him, he would have seized the opportunity for a swift retaliation. Having risked his life, why engage in such trivialities? With a battle power of 1500, he had only managed to exhibit a fraction of his potential. I am Raditz, a member of Frieza's First Army, Team 119, under the command of Vegeta. As Raditz announced his identity, Lin Chuan cast a sidelong glance at him. The look he received was imbued with an undeniable sense of intimidation, causing the previously eager Raditz to halt his words and stand obediently in place. For Raditz, he was merely a low-ranking warrior within Frieza's forces. The power and identity of the person before him were unknown, yet he sensed that this individual was undoubtedly superior. It was evident from Lin Chuan's battle attire that he was at least a tier above Raditz. Judging by the aura he emanated, his combat strength exceeded 2,000 points. Utilizing a power detector to gauge such a being would be a profound disrespect. Even Raditz, despite his naivety, understood that probing into another's capabilities under the current circumstances was exceedingly impolite. Should he provoke displeasure, he would become a mere outlet for the other's frustrations. In truth, as a Saiyan, it was pitiful that despite possessing a battle power of 1,500, he had been reduced to such a state by two opponents whose strengths were under 1,000. Without dwelling excessively on Raditz, Lin Chuan offered a critique of the present situation, underscoring Raditz's ineptitude. The evaluation flushed Raditz's face with embarrassment, igniting a surge of anger within him. Yet he refrained from expressing it directly, muttering defensively, "That is solely because these earthlings employ cunning tricks and possess methods to manipulate combat power. Were it not for that, I would not have been repeatedly taken advantage of, nor that little brat." Before he could finish, Lin Chuan silently turned to face Raditz, scrutinizing him intently. This gesture prompted Raditz to take a deep breath. As Lin Chuan released a hint of his aura, Raditz's power detector began to register a change in numbers. Initially silent, it now emitted an alarm, revealing a staggering rise in combat power, from 1,000 points to several thousand. Combat strength, 5,000 points. Raditz was taken aback, immediately becoming more obsequious. He recognized that this individual's status was far beyond his own, at least comparable to a high-ranking warrior. He had intended to retort further. But in the face of his own 1,500 points, what could he possibly say? Even the formidable Nappa, with a battle power of 4,000, pales in comparison to this individual. Unless we are speaking of the prince. All this talk merely serves to mask one's own inadequacies. With a narrowing of his eyes, the atmosphere grew heavy. Lin Chuan exerted pressure directly upon Raditz, reminiscent of a superior reprimanding a subordinate. In this tense situation, Son Goku, Piccolo, and even Gohan seemed to fade into the background. However, seasoned warriors such as Goku and Piccolo understood that this was their final opportunity, regardless of whether the opponent was friend or foe. Or if he and Raditz shared a common lineage, the imperative to protect Earth necessitated an unconventional victory. Through a silent exchange of glances, Goku and Piccolo appeared resolute. In that fleeting moment, they acted in unison. Piccolo unleashed his special beam cannon, targeting Lin Chuan's blind spot at his back. Son Goku, pouring all his energy into the attack, executed the ultimate Kamehameha wave. Faced with such a situation, Raditz, who had previously donned a fearful expression, was taken aback and instinctively reacted. "You truly do not know the meaning of danger." Without waiting for Lin Chuan to respond or utter a word, he countered with a devastating burst of energy that collided forcefully against Goku's Kamehameha wave. As for Lin Chuan, with a smile gracing his lips, he turned, effortlessly grasping Piccolo's special beam cannon in his palm. A sneak attack? Such a notion was absurd. The disparity in power was insurmountable. This ultimate technique, capable of cutting through all things, had the potential to obliterate Raditz, yet in Lin Chuan's hand, it was akin to a mere toy. Had it been several years prior, when his battle power had yet to exceed 10,000, he might not have been so direct. Yet now, with a staggering battle power nearing 17,000, even if he only exerted a fraction of 5,000, it would not be enough to inflict harm with such an attack. Moreover, his physical prowess was exceptional, surpassing that of warriors of the same caliber. The years spent training on that distant planet were not in vain, and his battle power was steadily increasing by the second. Battle power is a reflection of overall capability, encompassing all aspects of physical function. Thus, as his battle power ascended, Lin Chuan's body grew stronger with each passing moment. Albeit slowly, a benefit derived without the need for conscious training. Witnessing his ultimate technique being effortlessly thwarted with a single hand left Piccolo utterly astounded. It was inconceivable that such an attack, surpassing the limits of his understanding, could be met with such audacity. Is the gap truly this vast? How infuriating. What have I been doing all these years? Piccolo silently cursed. For so long, his narrow perspective had constrained his growth. He had believed himself invincible, thinking that defeating Son Goku would establish him as the world's strongest. He had never contemplated the vastness of the world beyond, where random invaders existed, forces they could not hope to repel, even at their fullest strength. If this was the case now, what would the future hold? Behind these individuals lies an immensely formidable force, known as the Frieza Force. Chapter 6 marks a sudden change in atmosphere. A seemingly unexpected ambush unfolds. The collision of energy and the ensuing explosion conjure a whirlwind of dust accompanied by searing heat and flames. For ordinary beings, survival from such an onslaught would be improbable. However, for those possessing considerable strength, it is merely a trifling matter. At this moment, Lin Chuan stands at the epicenter of the explosion, unable to suppress a fit of coughing. To quote a famous saying by Raditz, Useless attacks can only stir up some dust. Once the remnants of the explosion have dissipated and the smoke is carried away by the wind, the last flicker of hope within Piccolo and Sun Wukong is extinguished. Not only have they met with failure, but they have also inflicted no harm upon their adversary, particularly for Lin Chuan. He effortlessly absorbed the energy blast of the special beam cannon, ultimately crushing it, a testament to the vast disparity in strength. Even Raditz, who had previously sustained injuries, was able to secure his safety amidst the explosion. Defeat is evident. How infuriating. Sun Wukong gasped for breath, collapsing to the ground. His body sprawled out in a manner reminiscent of the character. He has exerted himself to the utmost. In a final desperate gamble, he has expended all his strength, leaving him unable to even stand. He yearns for another chance to fight, unwilling to concede defeat, yet the harsh reality remains unchanged. Similarly, Piccolo finds himself in a comparable predicament. Having already reached his limit, he had unleashed all his power in the previous attack. Now, faced with such a dire situation, he feels as though he is plummeting into an abyss. Action results in failure. Who would have thought that I, King Piccolo, would one day be reduced to the status of a frog at the bottom of a well? How utterly laughable. The earth is doomed. Possessing the courage to confront death. This mental breakthrough is, in fact, beneficial for both Piccolo and Sun Wukong. Before Lin Chuan could utter a word or take action, Raditz, elated by having thwarted the lethal attack, began to strut about with an air of arrogance. Clearly, his overwhelming advantage has inflated his ego. Humph. Kakarot, my foolish brother. I have long foretold your demise. You could have avoided death, for had you joined us, you would have been a member of the Frieza Force. Now, you have squandered this golden opportunity, bringing absolute calamity upon the earth. As Raditz spoke, he approached Sun Wukong, his overbearing demeanor evoking the ominous presence of death itself. Sun Wukong found himself incapable of retorting, while Piccolo felt powerless, and Gohan wept uncontrollably. Raditz truly embodies the archetype of a bully who preys on the weak. And it is precisely this cowardly disposition that has led to his own demise. Reflecting upon the scenes from the original work, it is evident that this character has concocted numerous pretentious sayings, yet it is this very trait that has ultimately cost him his life. Observing Raditz poised to torment Sun Wukong, Lin Chuan would certainly not turn a blind eye. As long as he truly intends to strike down Sun Wukong, he would undoubtedly intervene in an instant. The notion of being ambushed by Piccolo and Sun Wukong was of no concern to him. To speak candidly, launching an immediate offense in the face of uncertainty was a sagacious decision, seizing the opportunity for a decisive blow. Alas, the disparity in strength was insurmountable, and Lin Chuan possessed ample confidence, rendering him utterly unperturbed. To put it plainly, when an adult speaks, how could he be bothered by the antics of two mere children? Only someone like Raditz would harbor such a vengeful spirit. Furthermore, Lin Chuan had previously stated that he would allow Piccolo to launch an attack on him to gauge the might of the special beam cannon. What is the matter? Have you lost the strength to even rise? Truly an ineffectual wretch. Since you, as a father, lack understanding, then perish. I shall take your son and train him properly. Approaching Sun Wukong, Raditz exuded a domineering aura, seemingly fearful that others might overlook his triumph over his brother. The weak can only seek validation in moments like this. In the presence of the strong, a character like Raditz is utterly dispensable. Stop. Gohan, run. Faced with renewed threats to his son, Sun Wukong found an inexplicable surge of power within him. It was as if he had experienced a moment of revival. This scene once again astonished Raditz. After enduring multiple setbacks, he retreated several meters away at the moment Sun Wukong unleashed his fury. He had remained vigilant from the outset, wary of stumbling once more. What a pitiful fool. Even in such a state, he could still intimidate you. A battle power of 1,500 in your hands is hardly more valuable than that of a dog, Raditz. This statement effectively underscores Lin Chuan's utter disdain for Raditz. To speak plainly, Raditz's current battle power had likely dwindled to below 100. Even if he managed to muster a burst of energy, what level could he possibly reach? Although Raditz bore injuries, he could easily unleash a power exceeding 1,000. To be frightened by someone whose strength had plummeted to such depths is akin to living like a dog. It must be said, Raditz has truly become pathetic. Despite possessing overwhelming strength, beginning with an advantageous hand, he ultimately found himself utterly defeated, falling victim to the combined efforts of Sun Wukong and Piccolo. Upon hearing Lin Chuan's words, Raditz remained oblivious to their true meaning, interpreting them as disdain, which only heightened his displeasure. Although Lin Chuan's battle power indeed soared to 5,000, they were all serving under the tyrant Frieza, even if his rank may have been a notch beneath theirs, collectively. The trio of Saiyans ranked among the most capable teams beneath Frieza's command. Although I do not know who you are, or which faction you belong to. As fellow warriors in the Legion, is there truly any need for such derisive mockery? As we encounter each other repeatedly, perhaps there will come a time when you too will experience such moments. With this thought, Raditz suddenly paused, as if something had transpired that compelled him to cease his speech. After a brief interval, his expression shifted, and he continued, "Our meeting on Earth is indeed a serendipitous encounter, serving under the illustrious Frieza. I suspect your purpose in visiting Earth is to assess its potential for invasion, is it not? Coincidentally, you are alone, and your battle power is an impressive 5,000 points. Why not consider an alliance with us? Compared to Earth, our Saiyan team recently discovered a planet of immense value. My presence on Earth to solicit assistance from my rather ineffectual brother is to bolster our strength for a swift invasion. With your participation, I am confident we can achieve our objective expediently. At that juncture, the rewards can be shared equitably." After Raditz's lengthy discourse, Lin Xuan was taken aback by the sudden transformation in Raditz's demeanor. It is worth noting that he had been mercilessly berating Raditz, unafraid of retaliation, yet concerned that if Raditz did not strike back, he would be left without recourse. However, it was perplexing to witness Raditz undergo such a radical shift in character and articulate these words. Undoubtedly, he was attempting to recruit Lin Xuan. The contrast in his behavior was striking, and even his gaze had transformed. Confusion enveloped Lin Xuan. However, it soon became apparent to Lin Xuan when he observed a faint red light emitting from Raditz's battle power detector that someone was relaying information to him from behind the scenes. It likely wasn't Nappa, as the character described in the original text, though not lacking in intelligence, certainly did not possess the acumen to instruct Raditz to deliver such a speech. Therefore, if it was not Nappa, it must be Vegeta. Unexpectedly, they were monitoring the situation from the far reaches of another star system. Chapter 7. Vegeta and Nappa, the misfortunate Raditz in a far-flung, unknown galaxy. Light years away from the solar system, two men clad in Frieza's army uniforms were feasting on the biological inhabitants of a dark, lifeless planet. Of course, they were cooking their meals over a fire before consumption. Without a doubt, these men were Vegeta and Nappa. Initially, Vegeta and Nappa were utterly indifferent to Raditz's quest to find his brother Kakarot on Earth. After all, Kakarot was merely a lowly warrior with a battle power of 2 at birth. Even if he had managed to survive until now, how formidable could he possibly be? To them, he would be of no assistance in the aftermath of battle. Even Raditz, in Vegeta's eyes, was nothing more than a waste of space. His presence was neither an addition nor a subtraction. Were it not for the fact that only a handful of Saiyans remained, he would have long since discarded Raditz. Upon learning of Raditz's arrival on Earth, had it not been for him and Nappa already conquering this planet, Vegeta would not have bothered to pay any attention. The preceding transformations were indeed somewhat unexpected, as it is astonishing that there exists a method to control combat prowess on Earth. However, upon learning that Raditz had narrowly escaped demise on several occasions, his fury ignited. In his own words, he lamented the years spent nurturing a complete failure. One who pales in comparison to Kakarot, whose battle power was merely 2 at birth and now barely exceeds 1,000, an utter ineptitude in all endeavors. Yet he excels at consuming food. Nonetheless, for Raditz, there was a particularly significant revelation. Others were also en route to Earth. Although the identity of these individuals remained a mystery, their battle power was reported to be an astonishing 5,000 points, indicating that Earth had garnered the attention of Frieza's army. A planet so remote, with negligible value, would hardly attract anyone's interest unless something worthwhile was at stake. Vegeta pondered, was it truly wise for Raditz to convey such messages? The worth of that planet could easily rival that of 100 resource-rich planets teeming with life. As he swallowed the morsel of food in his mouth, he spoke. It is said that those with simple minds often have well-developed physiques, yet Nappa, though physically imposing, is not quite as dim-witted as the original narrative suggests. He possesses intellect, albeit rather one-track-minded. No matter, I am curious to witness their reaction. As a fellow member of the army, how dare they speak so scornfully upon learning that Raditz is my subordinate? Who is their commanding officer? My curiosity is piqued. A cold light gleamed in Vegeta's eyes as he continued. Even if Raditz is inept, he remains my subordinate. He is not someone to be trifled with casually. He has his own intentions, and there must be a purpose behind his actions. For him, the value of utility is paramount. If unwilling to cooperate, I will consider how to deal with the situation after understanding the specifics. Despite being relegated to the middle tier of Frieza's forces and not even qualifying as a top warrior, Vegeta, with a battle power of 18,000, fears no one aside from Frieza and the Ginyu Force. Even in the face of Dodoria and Zarbon, he maintains his pride. Such arrogance, however, was tempered by the harsh lessons learned during the infamous ordeal on Namek. Earth. Gazing at Raditz before him, Lin Chuan's expression fluctuated unpredictably. If such an offer had come from Frieza's reconnaissance personnel, they would likely have accepted it without hesitation. After all, who would refuse an opportunity presented on a silver platter? Alas, whether it was Vegeta's scheme or Raditz's design, they had miscalculated their choice of individual. Lin Chuan held no interest in such matters. Observing Raditz, his initial perception of him as a mere failure gradually transformed into a semblance of pity. To be frank, Raditz is indeed pitiable. Throughout his life, he not only lacked illustrious achievements, but ultimately met a tragic end on Earth at the hands of his own brother. You might label him as malevolent. Indeed, he possesses a certain wickedness. In an attempt to subdue Sun Wukong, he uttered the words that compelled Wukong to slay 100 Earthlings as a show of allegiance. He even resorted to abducting his own nephew as leverage. But is this truly wicked? Not at all. Ultimately, it is highly probable that Raditz sought to demonstrate his own power, coercing his brother Sun Wukong to heed his commands. From the moment he arrived on Earth until their mutual demise, it can be said that he only killed the farmer who attacked him with a gun. In other words, Raditz's death was rather unjust. As the inaugural character of the Grand Cosmic Saga, he opened a new era only to fade away. Reflecting on Raditz's life, the term tragic encapsulates his existence. In his early days, he dutifully followed King Vegeta, lingering in the shadows of Prince Vegeta, until planet Vegeta's obliteration relegated him to the status of a mere laborer. After struggling to regain a sense of significance, he was ultimately dragged down to oblivion by his brother. While he undeniably made his own choices, one cannot dismiss the possibility that this was a narrative contrivance. Had Raditz been truly irredeemable, he would not have demanded Wukong to kill 100 Earthlings as a token of loyalty, but would have annihilated Earth entirely. With Raditz's capabilities, such destruction would have been well within his reach. To put it plainly, Raditz exhibited a semblance of humanity. Consider the mindless brutality of Nappa, who tortures and kills at the slightest provocation, and Vegeta's ruthless demeanor, which spares not even his most loyal comrades like Nappa. In stark contrast, Raditz arrived on Earth without causing extensive destruction, and upon finding Wukong, he primarily resorted to persuasion. Even when met with rejection, he merely resorted to threats and temptations. Had it been Nappa or Vegeta, there would have been far fewer options. Yet, this is not the most pitiable aspect. Even as he faced death, Raditz clung to the belief that his loyalty could persuade Vegeta to come to Earth, seize the Dragon Balls, and summon Shenron to resurrect him. His existence was filled with frustration, his life suffocated by despair, and his death even more so. The most tragic part was that he remained oblivious to the extent of his own misfortune. From initially desiring to eliminate Raditz for a ticket into the warrior circle, a flicker of compassion now stirred within Lin Chuan. He is a living being in a tangible world, not a mere character in a game. His thoughts evolved with his experiences and encounters. As he gazed at Raditz, who still proudly negotiated terms, Lin Chuan felt compelled to convey a harsh truth. Despite his obedience, he was utterly disregarded by both Vegeta and Nappa. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chuan's gaze sharpened, and he began to articulate his thoughts. First and foremost, my assessment of you is not a mere jest. It stems from a profound disdain. For you, despite appearing to possess intellect, are fundamentally lacking in it. Secondly, considering we are both Saiyans, you boast a power level of 1500 yet can only manifest this meager prowess, resorting to the humiliation of your own brother for amusement. In my eyes, that is the most futile display. We Saiyans should be emboldened and strengthened through battle. Yet, before your brother, you exhibit such timidity and fear, even cowardice. Ultimately, you were sold and found yourself counting the money for others, a true folly. The words you uttered earlier were surely taught to you by Vegeta, who resides on another planet. Do you not realize that such a statement could invite peril upon yourself? This is Earth, a realm separated by endless galaxies. Should I choose to take your life in a moment of discord, who could possibly shield you from harm? With that, Lin Chuan revealed a mischievous glint in his eyes. He suddenly altered his initial intention, contemplating extending a hand to Raditz. Of course, it would require Raditz's willingness to grasp his hand and escape the abyss. Since Vegeta sought to use him as a means to probe and recruit, Lin Chuan resolved to refine Raditz so that he might confront Vegeta a year hence. The prospect of Raditz battling Vegeta is indeed intriguing. While one does not expect Raditz to triumph over Vegeta, it is entirely plausible that, under his tutelage, Raditz could easily defeat Nappa. Chapter 8. I too am a Saiyan. As a series of words echoed in the ears of all present, not only was Raditz astonished, but so too were Piccolo and Sun Wukong, rendered speechless. Even across the stars, Vegeta and Nappa found the revelation astounding, with Nappa rising in disbelief. He too is a Saiyan. Over the years, they had investigated the surviving Saiyans, who had nearly become extinct. The survival of Raditz's brother, Kakarot, was already a miracle. Now this individual, clad in Frieza's battle attire, boasts a power level of 5,000. What does this signify? The implications are staggering. You claim to be a Saiyan. Impossible. Aside from myself, Nappa, Vegeta, my foolish brother, and the offspring of my brother and a human, there should be no others. And you don the uniform of Frieza's army. Do you take us for fools? Are we unaware of the presence of other Saiyans within Frieza's ranks? Raditz asserted vehemently. Faced with such scrutiny, Lin Chuan recognized that his moment had arrived. After all, he had willingly exposed his identity for this very purpose. He was unafraid of tracing the roots of inquiry. What he feared was indifference and silence. He is a Saiyan, and it is imperative to declare this now to better integrate into this world. With a smile, Lin Chuan responded, life is not absolute. Many matters are not as one wishes them to be. Moreover, it is you who has perceived me as a soldier of Frieza's army. I never claimed to be a dog of Frieza. Look closely at our Saiyan tails. Surely, you recognize them, Raditz. I too am a Saiyan. With that, Lin Chuan released his tail from his waist. Previously, who would have noticed such a detail? All were astounded by Lin Chuan's sudden appearance and the formidable power he exhibited. At this moment, he had once again left everyone in shock. So you truly are one of us Saiyans. The most astonished of all was Raditz, whose tail served as irrefutable proof. He gazed intently at Lin Chuan, unhesitatingly demanding, "Tell me your name." A Saiyan name? After 2 decades, I would have almost forgotten it if you hadn't asked. As he spoke, Lin Chuan's lips curled into a slight smirk. He was aware that both Vegeta and Nappa, lurking in the shadows, were equally curious about his identity. Thus, he declared Tarlos. However, I prefer to be called Lin Chuan. Lin for the forest, Chuan for the river. As his words settled, Lin Chuan cast a glance towards Piccolo and Goku. Sensing their palpable anxiety, he reassured them, "You need not be so fearful. I come to Earth without malice. I trust you can sense that I harbor no intent to kill. Furthermore, you need not worry about Raditz taking any action, even if he wished to. He would not dare with my presence here." At this, both Piccolo and Goku were taken aback. Lin Chuan's bluntness was almost overwhelming, rendering them skeptical. In response, Raditz grew irate. "What exactly are you after? If you are not with Frieza's army, why are you clad in that battle garb? Moreover, are you claiming to protect Earth? To safeguard my foolish brother? Are you a traitor to the Saiyans?" Raditz unleashed a barrage of questions, clearly agitated and perplexed by Lin Chuan's intentions. A non-soldier of the army yet dressed for battle, arriving on Earth after him. Such coincidences were too uncanny. Moreover, it seemed apparent that Lin Chuan was intent on defending Kakarot and that Namekian. To Raditz, Kakarot was already a traitor to their kind. With his thoughts in disarray, Raditz could only await Lin Chuan's response. The tactics of intimidation and persuasion were typically reserved for those weaker than oneself. And Raditz lacked the courage to employ them against Lin Chuan, whose power level soared to 5,000. His earlier bravado had been bolstered by Vegeta's backing. Now, he could only confront Lin Chuan as a fellow Saiyan. "Your notion of traitors is merely your own opinion. I have my reasons for coming to Earth, though they surely differ from yours. As for your claims of protecting Earth, Kakarot, and that Namekian, you are correct. I do not intend to allow you to harm them." As he spoke, Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly. This expression sent a shiver down Raditz's spine. "What are you implying?" he asked, his voice trembling. "Is it not more prudent to concern yourself with your current predicament rather than obsess over my intentions or whether I will protect Earth and Kakarot?" Lin Chuan replied, his gaze piercing. He retorted, "According to your words, you came to Earth to locate your brother Kakarot to assist in your invasion of other planets. Yet now you find yourself in this predicament. Not only have you failed to gain your brother's recognition, but you also face this disgraceful fate. I fear that upon returning to Vegeta and Nappa, you shall no longer be held in esteem. In fact, given Vegeta's haughty nature, he may very well consider you a source of embarrassment and eliminate you as a worthless being." As Lin Chuan's critical remarks resonated, coupled with his previous statements, Raditz was left utterly astounded. Indeed, what value does he possess now? His determination to bring Kakarot, his brother, to Earth has ended in failure. And he was nearly slain by his weaker sibling. Even if he survived, returning now would yield him no advantages. Moreover, with a battle power of merely 1,500, he was, in essence, redundant within the ranks. His role had always been to clean up the battlefield. Raditz's expression darkened. He had always considered himself astute. He was painfully aware of the disdain he faced. Thus, he had endeavored to remain inconspicuous before Vegeta and Nappa, refraining from speaking. With limited strength, he possessed little voice in this world of the survival of the fittest. Lin Chuan, observing Raditz's solemn demeanor, was taken aback. Recognizing that Raditz was indeed aware of his dire situation, It is good that you grasp this truth. Ultimately, it is your own inadequacy that brings you to this point. With a battle power of only 1500, clearly, you have not trained. Instead, you have evaded danger, merely existing in a state of survival. Hence, you are now even inferior to your own brother Kakarot. Otherwise, even if opportunities to grow stronger elude you, our Saiyan trait of becoming stronger through battle should have elevated your power to at least 3,000 after all these years. As Lin Xuan spoke, he also contemplated how Raditz had managed to survive these years. Indeed, under the shadow of the genius Vegeta and the elite Nappa, he had suffered greatly. The adage that the strong grow stronger while the weak grow weaker is not without merit. Chapter 9. Change begins at this moment. Lin Xuan's criticism was brutally incisive. Raditz clenched his teeth, his eyes ablaze with fury. As Saiyans, our fates are predetermined from birth, dictating the heights of our achievements and the chasms between us and others. Yes, my battle power is indeed only 1,500, but it is not as pitiful as you claim. Do you think I do not wish to grow stronger? Do you think I am content with my current state? Even if your power reaches 5,000, do not dare to insult me so. This was the voice of Raditz. He had long struggled against fate, yet in his heart, he still believed that talent dictated everything, though he was a high-ranking warrior. He was merely among the lower tier of gifted individuals. The initial battle power may have reached an impressive 200 points. Yet Saiyans of such caliber are as numerous as the stars in the sky. His proximity to Prince Vegeta stems from the fact that his father, Bardock, is a paragon among low-ranking Saiyan warriors, a mere spectacle orchestrated by the king to curry favor with the lower ranks. Isn't that so? Yet, how is it that your brother Kakarot has achieved such heights? Moreover, I must regrettably inform you that my own battle power at birth was a mere 50 points. Raditz's fervor did not provoke any shift in Lin Xuan's demeanor. Instead, he responded with an unsettling calmness. Such a statement left Raditz in utter disbelief. A sentiment echoed by Nappa and Vegeta on the other side of the galaxy. A birth battle power of merely 50 points categorizes one as a low-ranking warrior. Yet the ability to elevate one's power to an astounding 5,000 points is remarkable. To put this in perspective, Raditz's own birth power was 200 points, and he has only reached 1,500 points thus far. Nappa, a scion of elite warriors, boasted a birth power of 800 points, but has only attained 4,000 points. Naturally, Vegeta refrains from comparisons, for he regards himself as a genius, believing no other scion, regardless of their cunning, could rival him. He was born with the highest recorded battle power in Saiyan history, a staggering 2,000 points, and has since accumulated a formidable 18,000 points. How then have you accomplished this? Pharaohs, no, Lin Xuan. Raditz inhaled deeply, eager to uncover the truth. Upon hearing this, both Son Goku and Piccolo perked up, equally curious about Lin Xuan's path to strength. They were not fools. They understood the significance of Lin Xuan's words. In response, Lin Xuan smiled once more. His lengthy discourse indicated that he had indeed made an impression on Raditz. The fact that Raditz posed this question suggested a shift in his previously held beliefs and a yearning for greater power. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xuan spoke. The battle power at birth is merely an innate advantage. It does not dictate the future limits of one's growth. So what if one is a low-ranking warrior, like Kakarot or myself, with initial powers of merely 2 and 50 points? Through relentless training and effort, we can continuously enhance our strength. A high starting point does not guarantee superiority, nor does a low one condemn one to weakness. Let me put it this way. You may believe you have exerted yourself to the utmost, yet you are likely unaware of what true effort entails. While you think you have reached your limits, others may be investing tenfold, 100-fold, or even 1,000-fold more than you. As Lin Xuan's words unfolded, Raditz stood in stunned silence, his mind racing. These sentiments resonated deeply, even stimulating Vegeta and Nappa, who were connected through the power detector's communication function. Everyone is wise in their own right, having traversed a path fraught with trials and tribulations. However, over the years, they have indeed grown complacent, allowing precious time to slip away. With their combat prowess having reached a certain zenith, further enhancement has become exceedingly arduous. The mere thought of actively training appears futile to them. What difference would it make? They eloquently argue. Even if one is a lower-tier warrior, what does it matter? Though I may have been born with a mere combat power of 2, I shall not yield easily. With sufficient effort, I can conquer all obstacles. Inspired by Lin Xuan's words, the voice of Sun Wukong resonated. Clearly, he wholeheartedly agreed with Lin Xuan, for he himself had traversed a similar journey. Piccolo nodded in silent accord, expressing his agreement without uttering a word. Humph. Kakarot, do you truly believe you can surpass me, your elder brother? Don't be ridiculous. Raditz seethed, gritting his teeth. Though he verbally dismissed the notion, deep down, he felt a tremor of uncertainty. Reflecting on their previous battle, he had indeed underestimated Kakarot significantly, even experiencing a flicker of fear in the end. Had Lin Chuan not intervened, he might have already met his demise, leaving him with none of the present circumstances. At this moment, Lin Chuan remained silent. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong had already seized the opportunity to regain his composure, protecting his son, and replied resolutely, "Although you are undoubtedly powerful, elder brother, I perceive you as not invincible. Over the years, while Piccolo and I have engaged in training, we have not exerted ourselves as diligently as in our earlier years. This time, having glimpsed a broader horizon, our strength will undoubtedly surge in the near future. Am I not correct, Piccolo?" With unwavering confidence, Sun Wukong, possessing a pure and unguarded nature, spoke nothing but the truth. "Humph. You need not include me in your assertions. While you Saiyans are indeed formidable, I, the great demon King Piccolo, shall one day surpass you. And as for your elder brother, is he truly so strong? He was nearly vanquished by my special beam cannon. Such arrogance, relying solely on innate talent for growth? Utterly foolish." With these cold words, Piccolo's gaze shifted back to Lin Chuan. He understood that his true target was Lin Chuan. After all, Lin Chuan had effortlessly captured his special beam cannon, which could annihilate Raditz. That feat, executed with such casual ease and without a scratch, speaks volumes. The chasm of power between them seemed as insurmountable as a vast chasm. Raditz, stung by Piccolo's scorn, felt veins throbbing on his forehead, yet he refrained from lashing out. Anger was inevitable, yet the reality was undeniable. He discerned Piccolo's critique of him, essentially stating that despite possessing great talent, he had failed to diligently cultivate it. Whose fault was that? Had Raditz truly committed himself to training over the years, perhaps he would not find himself in his current predicament. Upon witnessing Lin Chuan's combat power surge from a mere 50 points to an impressive 5,000 points, Raditz seemed to glimpse a glorious future beckoning to him. At this moment, all past thoughts faded into insignificance. In comparison to the enhancement of strength, what else could possibly matter? Chapter 10, Raditz Awakens, Piccolo's identity revealed through a series of exchanges. Guided by Lin Chuan's insightful words, the seemingly insurmountable deadlock was revitalized. This not only averted the impending crisis of a relentless brotherly conflict but also opened a new chapter in their saga. Lin Chuan altered the trajectory of the original narrative, thereby reshaping the destinies of all present. Neither Son Goku nor Raditz needed to perish, and Raditz would no longer face the combined onslaught of Goku and Piccolo. Of course, this was contingent upon Raditz refraining from any hostile actions against them, as long as Raditz abstained from jeopardizing the Earth or its inhabitants. Even if he chose to remain on the planet indefinitely, he would not face animosity. Truth be told, the evolution of events to this outcome was quite unexpected. Yet, in a certain sense, it could be regarded as a joyous resolution for all parties involved. Following his dialogue with Lin Chuan, Raditz, invigorated by newfound insights, cast aside all previous burdens. Discarding his past, he even defied the orders issued by Vegeta and Nappa from across the cosmos. He was no longer willing to be a mere pawn at their disposal. Thus, he resolved to grow stronger, as long as he could cultivate his powers. Doubling and redoubling his combat strength, not even Nappa or Prince Vegeta would be able to regard him as expendable. It was Lin Chuan and Kakarot's achievements that ignited a flicker of hope within Raditz. He believed that innate talent and diligent effort must coexist. Raditz was convinced that his own natural abilities surpassed those of others, thus allowing him to achieve greater heights through dedicated training. Kakarot, born with a combat power of only 2, had ascended to over 1,000 through sheer perseverance, even claiming he could surpass Raditz in a short span. Lin Chuan, starting with a mere 50 points, had now attained a formidable power of 5,000 points, outstripping Nappa. Raditz was neither foolish nor naive. He reasoned that if he too trained with the same fervor as Lin Chuan and Kakarot, given his starting point and innate talent, he could undoubtedly achieve a combat power exceeding 5,000 points, perhaps even surpassing 10,000. However, at this juncture, Raditz was only perceiving the bright side of the situation. He remained unaware that the paths to strength were manifold, and discovering the most effective and suitable method was paramount. Otherwise, reckless training would yield minimal gains. Otherwise, anyone could easily become powerful with a mere semblance of effort. Lin Chuan had devoted over 2 decades, utilizing limited resources to explore countless training methodologies, ultimately elevating his combat power to 15,000 points. This, however, was knowledge Lin Chuan chose not to disclose to others. Raditz believed his power level was merely 5,000. If he were to comprehend the extent of his current strength, he would undoubtedly be left astounded. Should he discover that Lin Chuan, through relentless training, has reached a formidable power level of 15,000 and now possesses the ability to augment his strength by 1 point per second, it would likely terrify him. As for Lin Xuan's current prowess, after more than 20 minutes of time, his power level has escalated from 16,680 to an impressive 18060, a remarkable increase of 1380 points. This level of strength has already surpassed that of Vegeta in this contemporary era. Furthermore, in approximately half an hour, his power is poised to breach the monumental threshold of 20,000 points. Undoubtedly, during the Great Universe era, exceeding 10,000 in power is merely foundational. Tens of thousands of points are but insignificant. However, possessing such power on any given planet would render one an undeniable force to be reckoned with. Unless one were on a super planet or a forbidden world. Lin Xuan has only recently begun to grasp the sensation of such incremental growth. Fortunately, as a traveler from another world, he has endured over 20 years of arduous trials and tribulations, otherwise, he might have lost his way. Reflecting on the legendary Super Saiyan Broly in this world, Lin Xuan suddenly felt a profound empathy. The existence of transcendent beings grows stronger by the moment. No wonder Broly succumbed to madness due to his inability to control his power, easily spiraling into chaos. A mere fluctuation in emotion can lead to a loss of control. It is imperative to cultivate one's mental fortitude alongside the enhancement of strength, while it does not currently affect him. If Lin Xuan's mental state does not evolve in tandem with his burgeoning power, he too may find himself teetering on the brink of insanity as his strength continues to amplify. As the situation stabilized, Piccolo utilized the Namekian self-healing ability to restore his severed arm. This extraordinary act astonished both Goku and Raditz. Even Goku, familiar with Piccolo's capabilities, found it astonishing upon witnessing it. Unfazed by their astonishment, Piccolo seized the moment to address Lin Xuan, inquiring, "You previously stated that I am a Namekian? What does this mean?" His question, laden with gravity, was prompted by the unresolved matter concerning Raditz. Failing to inquire now would render him foolish. With his intellect intact, and displaying both courage and strategy, Piccolo's inquiry captured the attention of Goku and Raditz, particularly for Goku, who, upon discovering his own extraterrestrial origins, found it challenging to accept. Hearing that Piccolo was also an alien filled him with anticipation. In truth, if one were to classify aliens, Piccolo would fit the description more accurately. It appears you remain unaware of your true identity. Speaking of which, the appearance of your kind, the Namekians, is indeed unique throughout the cosmos. And your race possesses remarkably peculiar powers, akin to your ability to regenerate lost limbs, Lin Xuan remarked with a cheerful smile while glancing at Piccolo. The reason for revealing Piccolo's identity earlier in the conversation was to prompt him to recognize his true nature, preventing him from discovering his lineage a year later through Vegeta and the others. Piccolo remained silent. Meanwhile, the elderly Kai, observing from the sacred realm, was also plunged into contemplation. It was only at this moment that they became aware of their true identities, their hearts filled with a sense of wonder and confusion. Imagine believing yourself to be a part of Earth's life, only to have an extraterrestrial arrive and inform you that you are of another world. How would you react? Ultimately, Piccolo's capacity for acceptance is quite substantial, and thus he did not display any reluctance to believe. Internally, he chuckled at the revelation of his extraterrestrial heritage, which surprisingly brought him a sense of relief. In the past, being confined to a single planet had severely limited his experiences and perceptions. Now, he had a new objective. "May I inquire if my home planet still exists?" Piccolo's eyes glimmered with a subtle light. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan nodded without hesitation. Fortunately, although Namek faced a great catastrophe many years ago, it was not annihilated. Unlike Earth, Namek orbits 3 stars, resulting in a sky that is not as azure, and the environment is less hospitable. Moreover, due to the presence of 3 suns, Namek experiences perpetual daylight without nightfall. As Lin Xuan shared the information about Namek from his memory, Piccolo etched these words into his heart, for it was, after all, his homeworld. Upon hearing this description, Sun Wukong was taken aback. If there's only daytime, then do the inhabitants not need to sleep? At this moment, his rather simplistic line of thought truly showcased the essence of Sun Wukong. Chapter 11. The full performance. All right. That is all I know about Namek. Perhaps in the near future, you might have the chance to return. Now, let me explain my purpose for coming to Earth, which I believe you're all quite curious about. I certainly did not arrive here without reason. As he spoke, Lin Xuan's gaze playfully roamed over the gathered individuals, finally settling on Raditz. At this point, Raditz had been successfully persuaded, but relying solely on him might not be enough to draw Vegeta and Nappa to Earth, as they considered Raditz somewhat expendable. Even with the recent events on Earth and his presence, it was insufficient to compel Vegeta and Nappa to set off immediately. It is essential to remember that they had another formidable planet to conquer. In the original tale, they abandoned that planet and turned their attention to Earth solely because of the Dragon Balls. It was the Dragon Balls that drew them in. Eventually, They learned that the Dragon Balls were created by the Namekians, which led to Frieza obtaining confirmation and launching an invasion of planet Namek to seize the Dragon Balls. Thus began the true saga of the Cosmic Emperor. Lin Chuan's sudden seriousness caused Raditz to furrow his brow. Curiosity inevitably peaked, even on the far side of the galaxy. Vegeta and Nappa, who were already filled with rage and prepared to cause trouble on Earth, perked up their ears. Raditz's defection and disobedience infuriated them, leading them to feel they had wasted years nurturing this useless being, easily swayed by mere words. For them, even if Lin Chuan's assertions held some truth, how could one person's power be enhanced so effortlessly? Moreover, what significance did a battle power of 5,000 truly hold? Not only did Vegeta dismiss it, but Nappa was merely astonished. Meanwhile, Goku, accompanied by Gohan and Piccolo, stood on high alert, fearing Lin Chuan might utter something intolerable. At that moment, it was undeniable that Lin Chuan represented the gravest threat. There's no need for such tension. Through some special information, I learned that on Earth exists an object capable of granting wishes. It is referred to as the Dragon Balls, I believe. I require the Earth's Dragon Balls to fulfill a wish. I wonder if you would permit me to make use of them? As Lin Chuan spoke, he carefully structured his words. On one hand, the power level detector on Vegeta's end was under strict surveillance by Frieza's army. If he were too explicit and directly implicated the Namekians, it might prevent Vegeta and Nappa from coming to Earth, instead leading them straight to planet Namek to wreak havoc. Thus, he merely mentioned that Earth possessed something called Dragon Balls that could grant wishes. This kept in line with the narrative of the original story, merely disclosing the existence of the wish-granting Dragon Balls. Consequently, even if Raditz's power level detector was also under Frieza's scrutiny, without concrete evidence to prove that the Dragon Balls could genuinely fulfill wishes, Frieza would be unlikely to take action. After all, he was a cosmic emperor, seasoned in the ways of the universe. Countless planets in the cosmos held myriad tales, the majority of which were mere fabrications to amuse children. If a single rumor could prompt a cosmic emperor to rush forth, then he would be perpetually occupied. In the original plot, Frieza should have learned of the Dragon Ball's existence on Earth through Raditz's power level detector. However, he awaited confirmation of this information until Vegeta arrived on Earth to validate its accuracy. It was only after utilizing Vegeta to ascertain that the Dragon Balls could indeed grant wishes that he chose to act. Yet, he did not head to Earth. Rather, he obtained intelligence from Vegeta revealing that the Dragon Balls were created by the Namekians, prompting him to set his course for planet Namek. Upon hearing Lin Chuan's words, Goku and Piccolo exchanged astonished glances. They were incredulous, unable to fathom that Lin Chuan, as an extraterrestrial Saiyan, was aware of the existence of Dragon Balls on Earth. Meanwhile, Raditz was utterly astonished. Granting wishes? Dragon Balls. His worldview was once again expanded. Is this truly real? Such a thing exists in this world? Raditz's eyes sparkled with fervor as he could not help but inquire further. If it is indeed true, he too wished to have a wish granted. Although he was unaware of how Lin Chuan had acquired this knowledge, since it had already been spoken, there was no way to keep it concealed. Sun Wukong replied calmly, asserting that they would not ignore the matter. The Dragon Balls could grant Lin Chuan a wish. But if Lin Chuan's desire posed a threat to this world or was self-serving, or if it were to wish for something like immortality, then no matter how powerful Lin Chuan was, he would surely intervene. Just as he was about to continue, Lin Chuan raised his hand to halt him. Please wait a moment. There is something I must attend to first. With that, he turned his gaze towards Raditz, glaring intently, and effortlessly destroyed the power level scouter Raditz was wearing with his energy. This sudden turn of events left everyone momentarily stunned. I was careless just now. I hope you did not overhear my previous words, nor were they caught by Vegeta and Nappa lurking behind you. Lin Chuan's statement sent shivers down Raditz, Sun Wukong, and Piccolo's spines. They finally understood the reasoning behind Lin Chuan's actions. Damn it. Although I had actively severed communication with Vegeta, the communication system remains under Vegeta's surveillance, capable of eavesdropping. Raditz felt a surge of panic. Nappa might not instill such fear in him, especially considering Lin Chuan's battle power of 5,000. Which rendered him unafraid of Nappa's mere 4,000. However, Raditz was acutely aware of Vegeta's terrifying prowess. The existence of Dragon Balls that could fulfill wishes was an irresistible temptation. Hey, what do you mean by that? Piccolo demanded, sensing the gravity of the situation. It was evident to any astute individual. There was no avoiding this. It was my candidness that led to this predicament. Earth would soon face the invasion of 2 more Saiyans. As Lin Chuan spoke, he glanced skyward. One must commit fully to a performance. To falter midway would mean utter failure. Those 2 Saiyans, are they Nappa and Vegeta, as you just mentioned? Are they stronger than you? Sun Wukong inquired, his excitement palpable. Completely oblivious to the severity of the situation. His son, Sun Wufan, still too young, felt secure merely with his father by his side, believing there was nothing to fear. TCH, Kakarot, you truly understand nothing. Nappa aside, Vegeta is the prince of our race. He is hailed as the most talented warrior in Saiyan history. His battle power reaches an astounding 18,000. Without waiting for Lin Chuan's response, Raditz eagerly provided the answer. 18,000. Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. Beside him, Piccolo's face turned an alarming shade of green. No, it was more accurately a deep purple. The sheer strength of Raditz at 1500 power level was already staggering. Yet Lin Chuan, with a power level of 5000, could effortlessly overpower them with a single hand. What, then, could one even fathom about a power level of 18,000? Piccolo found himself unable to comprehend it, his head spinning in disbelief. Chapter 12. The Emergence of Lord Beerus. The Cosmic Emperor Frieza at this very moment. On the planet where Vegeta and Nappa resided, all events transpiring on Earth, including the recent news about a means to grant wishes, were being eavesdropped through their power level detectors. Earth possessed something capable of making wishes come true. This revelation astonished them, leaving them in utter disbelief. How could such a trivial planet house such a miraculous entity? Lin Chuan's journey to Earth was solely to obtain this artifact, thereby fulfilling his own desires. Damn it. It appeared that the detestable low-class warrior, Tauros, had destroyed Raditz's detector. Not only Kakarot, but now even Raditz, that worthless fool, had turned traitor. Vegeta, what should our next course of action be? Should we go to Earth and eliminate them all at once? Nappa's ferocity resembled that of a crazed beast, exuding a menacing aura. To label him as foolish would be misleading. He was not simple-minded at all. His suggestion to eradicate the traitors on Earth was, in truth, a veiled pursuit of the Dragon Balls that could grant wishes. However, he could not express this openly and had to disguise his intentions under the pretext of eliminating traitors. Moreover, he could only proceed with Vegeta's consent. As for Vegeta at this moment, his expression was eerily calm, a tranquility that felt unnaturally unsettling. Familiar with Vegeta's demeanor, Nappa dared not speak further, choosing instead to stand obediently at his side. He understood that this version of Vegeta was the most terrifying. It seems he has realized that our conversation is being overheard. Tauros is becoming increasingly intriguing. Nappa, you need not conceal your thoughts any longer. Having spent so many years together, you know me as I know you. Although I remain uncertain of the authenticity of these wish-granting Dragon Balls. The fact that that insolent individual disregards this prince and has incited Raditz to rebel must invoke my wrath. It has been far too long since I exerted myself seriously, causing even a wretch like Raditz to forget the terror of this prince. With that, a cruel smile spread across Vegeta's face. Let us go. We shall pay a visit to this Earth. Vegeta had made his decision. In his mind, he envisioned the scenes that would unfold upon their arrival. He would make all those who defied him suffer to their demise. The so-called efforts brought forth by Tauros, which promised strength, would be utterly crushed by the true genius that he was upon reaching Earth. The ethereal hope he harbored piqued his curiosity regarding its potential. As for the wish-granting Dragon Balls, they were undoubtedly destined to be his. In eternal life, Vegeta's mind was already scheming. For far too long, he had languished beneath Frieza's thumb, existing in a liminal state within the ranks of his army, neither elevated nor diminished, as the prince of the Saiyans. And having long suspected that his race had been annihilated by Frieza, he had nurtured a rebellious spirit. Yet, the opportunity for revolt had eluded him, as had the requisite impetus. If, perchance, this journey to Earth could bestow upon him everlasting life, then Frieza would no longer loom as a formidable threat. If he could stand unafraid before Frieza, he could surely subdue the likes of Dodoria, Zarbon, and those despicable members of the Ginyu Force. Shall we set forth for Earth now? He pondered aloud. Did we not devise a plan? What if that planet is discovered by others? We might not even taste the soup. Nappa hesitated, suddenly recalling their original arrangement. Upon hearing this, Vegeta scoffed, in the face of something that can grant wishes. Do you truly believe that mere wealth holds any significance? Such planets are indeed rare, but they pale in comparison to the prospect of eternal life. Nappa, rising. Vegeta strolled towards the spaceship. Eternal life? Nappa was still grappling with the concept. Indeed, as Saiyans, if we can attain prolonged existence, we shall revel in the thrill of battle for eternity. With a cold smirk, Vegeta entered the spacecraft. As he outlined their objective, he was also testing Nappa's resolve. The gift of eternal life was something he intended to claim solely for himself. He wanted Nappa to be aware of this ambition, eager to act once they reached Earth. At that point, he would let Nappa lead the charge, gathering intelligence on Earth before he himself decisively intervened to eliminate any obstacles. Oh, I see. The allure of eternal life is indeed worth more than anything else. Nappa quickly comprehended, promptly seating himself within the spacecraft. Let those three traitors linger in their misery for a while longer. Vegeta narrowed his eyes, his words dripping with mockery. Ha ha ha. The journey from here to Earth will take less than a year. Although it seems lengthy, we shall arrive after just a single slumber. At that time, allow me the pleasure of crushing those 3 lowly warriors. Vegeta. A cruel smile spread across Nappa's face. We shall see how you perform then, Vegeta replied without objection, a cold chuckle escaping his lips. In the next moment, he activated the spaceship and closed his eyes. Space travel was monotonous, and for them, the swiftest way to endure this interim was through slumber. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Nappa had set their sights on Earth, piloting their spacecraft towards it. Concurrently, in a vast expanse of the South Galaxy, a colossal, disc-shaped spaceship traversed the cosmos at superluminal speeds. This vessel belonged to one of the flagship vessels of the Frieza Force. Within the heart of this spacecraft, the cosmic Emperor Frieza reclined with exquisite comfort in his levitating pod. During his recent expedition to the Southern Galaxy, he had triumphantly conquered 1,000 planets, further extending the influence of his second army. Despite his self-proclamation as the Cosmic Emperor, Frieza had long been confined to the Northern Galaxy due to the absence of the divine support he once enjoyed in his early years. Thus, this venture into the Southern Galaxy represented a significant expansion of his dominion, elevating his status to new heights. He had always schemed for a more extensive territory. The reason he had refrained from reaching into the Southern Galaxy for decades was twofold: the formidable power of the demon realm and the chaotic nature of the Southern Galaxy, rife with countless factions. Fortunately, the whereabouts of the demon Lord Depura had remained a mystery for years, resulting in internal strife and incessant conflict within the demon realm. This time, armed with precise intelligence about the ongoing turmoil in the Southern Galaxy, he recognized the opportune moment to assert dominance and led his second army of millions of warriors in a fierce onslaught. It was a decisive battle. From this point forward, Frieza's forces would advance deep into the Southern Galaxy, expanding his territory further. Elegantly savoring a glass of red wine, Frieza reminisced about the spoils of this grand conflict. Rarely had he experienced such exhilaration over the years. He indulged in fine wine while admiring the cosmic vista. Though the naked eye perceived only darkness interspersed with countless streaks of light, to him, all that lay before him was his domain. Chapter 13. Target Earth. Dodoria. How much longer until we return to our stronghold at the edge of the Northern Galaxy? Draining a glass of wine as crimson as blood, Frieza carelessly cast the cup aside, sending it crashing into the hands of a nearby subordinate tasked with his daily needs. Such a casual gesture sent a chill of dread through the crew operating the spaceship, rendering them speechless. Frieza was notoriously capricious. A response that failed to meet his satisfaction could spell doom for the responder. Thus, it was typically the duty of loyal lieutenants like Dodoria and Zarbin to address such queries. The Cosmic Emperor ruled with ruthless authority. Your Majesty Frieza, according to our original plan, we would require over 10 days to exit the Southern Galaxy and enter the Northern Galaxy. However, our skilled crew has expedited our journey, enabling us to arrive 10 days ahead of schedule. We anticipate reaching Planet 117 in less than 3 days. At Dodoria's explanation, Frieza's expression transformed into one of satisfaction, accompanied by an approving nod. Space travel can be exceedingly tedious, a sentiment even the cosmic sovereign Frieza, with his extensive and lengthy lifespan, finds irksome. The typical response from others might provoke Frieza's ire, for they often miss the crux of the matter in their discourse. Yet, the likes of Dodoria would not falter in such a way. Having followed Frieza for countless years, he surely comprehends the nuances of reporting his findings. Just as Frieza contemplated initiating a conversation, the door to the intelligence chamber swung open. A short soldier clad in research attire entered and approached Sabin, whispering a few words. Upon hearing the intelligence, Sabin, who had been quietly waiting, could not restrain a gasp. What? Are you certain your surveillance is accurate? Sabin queried with a grave expression. The soldier reporting the information turned pale with fright at his tone. Frieza, intrigued, inquired, What is it, Sabin? Your reaction is rather uncharacteristic of you. Your Majesty Frieza. I have just intercepted communications from the Saiyan team, Sabin replied, realizing he could not articulate the situation clearly in that moment. Thus, he commanded the soldier, You explain. Taking a deep breath, the soldier complied. Hail, King Frieza? The situation is as follows. I have been monitoring the Saiyan squad, and just now, I intercepted news indicating that they seem to have discovered something remarkable. On a planet called Earth, there exists a Dragon Ball that can grant wishes. Currently, Vegeta and Nappa are en route to Earth, and based on distance calculations, they will likely arrive in about a year. Moreover, 2 new Saiyans have emerged there. One is Raditz's brother, possessing a combat power of 1500, and the other, described as wearing our Legion's battle attire, boasts a power level of 5000. His name is Lin Xuan, and the Saiyan is called Talos. As the soldier recounted his findings in one breath, the entire central area fell silent, none daring to interject. For the master had not yet spoken, and his subordinates had no standing to voice their opinions first. Oh my, how fascinating. It has been less than a year since I departed, and our little Vegeta has brought me such intriguing news. 2 new Scions, one of whom is concealed within our ranks, possessing a power level of 5,000. A glint of brilliance flickered in Frieza's eyes. He then shifted his focus to the wish-granting Dragon Ball. Are you certain you heard correctly? This Dragon Ball on Earth can grant wishes? Yes, King Frieza. That is what was relayed from Vegeta. They intend to travel to Earth to acquire the Dragon Ball and attain eternal life, thereby allowing them to relish the joys of battle indefinitely, the soldier replied, careful not to underestimate the gravity of the situation. This proclamation elicited hearty laughter from Frieza. Beside him, Dodoria could no longer contain himself and questioned, is it true? Does something exist in the universe that can grant wishes and bestow eternal life? Regardless of its veracity, that scoundrel Vegeta is aware of this yet chooses not to report it. Does he intend to hoard it for himself? It seemed that Zarbin had unwittingly chimed in. They had never held Vegeta in high regard, considering him inferior in strength yet perpetually arrogant. Were it not for Frieza's patronage of Vegeta, they would have suppressed him long ago. Ha ha ha. No matter. Perhaps young Vegeta merely wishes to test the authenticity of this claim on my behalf, Frieza remarked with a sly grin. Moreover, the information has reached us, has it not? The Dragon Balls, capable of granting wishes, coincide perfectly with my conclusion of the first phase of the South Galaxy conquest. I have ample time, and I too possess wishes I would like fulfilled. I wonder if this artifact can assist me in achieving my desires? As Frieza's words echoed in the chamber, everyone inhaled sharply. Dodoria took a deep breath to compose himself, nearly speaking out of turn and jeopardizing his position. Where is that planet called Earth? Frieza directed his query towards Zarbin. With this inquiry, no one dared remain idle. However, the short and stout soldier, seemingly eager to take credit, promptly responded, Lord Frieza, I have thoroughly investigated the intelligence regarding Earth. This planet, known as Earth, lies at the end of the North Galaxy, specifically within a small star system called the Solar System in the Laniakea supercluster. If we were to travel directly at the speed of our flagship, we could arrive in approximately 1 year's time, perhaps not much later than Vegeta, and we might even catch up to him. With this declaration, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Yet, just as everyone anticipated the soldier's demise, Frieza regarded him with intrigue. You have done well. What is your name, soldier? Salb. At your service, the soldier replied respectfully. This individual, should Lin Xuan have been present, would have been instantly recognized as the leader of the Frieza army remnants introduced during the Dragon Ball Super era. It was he who resurrected Frieza with the Dragon Balls, setting into motion the subsequent events of the saga. At this moment, however, Salb was merely a lowly information gatherer within Frieza's ranks. Zarbin, if the opportunity arises, grant Salb more chances, Frieza instructed with a nod, leaving the matter at that. He then used his telekinetic abilities to glide towards the central command console, where the staff had already summoned the star map for his analysis. A year, is it? That is not an excessive wait. Since young Vegeta has already commenced his endeavor, let us alter our destination and proceed to Earth to investigate. I hope my little Vegeta will not disappoint me. Ha ha ha. Frieza squinted, a murderous intent surging within him. Chapter 14, 1 year. The protagonist radiates an aura upon the Earth. In this moment, the atmosphere is profoundly oppressive. Upon realizing the terrifying power of the 2 impending Scions, Sun Wukong and Piccolo find themselves utterly stunned. The silence is palpable, so intense that it becomes uncomfortable. Undoubtedly, with their combat power barely reaching a few hundred points, even at their utmost effort exceeding 1,000. The disparity of several hundred points renders them unable to easily bridge the gap. Compared to Lin Xuan's 5,000 points, the difference is staggering. Now, with a combat power of 18,000 points, they are acutely aware of how formidable their adversaries truly are. No matter how confident Sun Wukong and Piccolo may be, or how many trials they have triumphantly overcome in the past, this time is distinctly different. Standing quietly aside, Lin Xuan refrains from breaking the current atmosphere with words. It is not the right moment for him to intervene. They must awaken their fighting spirit on their own. Otherwise, even with his intervention, it could yield counterproductive results. After a prolonged silence, Sun Wukong takes a deep breath, returning to his senses. He reassures his anxious son beside him, then inquires, Brother, how long until that scion named Vegeta arrives on our planet? The question is a clear declaration of his intent to confront the challenge head-on. This situation has made him realize that he must face it directly, with no other option available. To stand idly by while the Earth is invaded is simply not in his nature. Beside him, Piccolo furrows his brow, listening intently, his gaze filled with seriousness. He is not the type to passively await his fate, so he understands Sun Wukong's resolve. Ultimately, despite the frightening statistics, he is not easily intimidated by mere numbers. While the enemy may indeed be powerful, he will not simply surrender and await death. Based on my calculations regarding the time it takes to reach Earth, it will take no more than a year for Vegeta and his companions from the Orta star cloud to arrive, Raditz states grimly. At this moment, he is evidently oblivious to the implications of his brother's words. A year? That's manageable. We still have time to train. With this information, Sun Wukong's expression relaxes slightly, a sigh of relief escaping him. Had they been informed that the arrival would be in a matter of days or weeks, he would have found himself at a loss. Even if they had sufficient time to train, surpassing his elder brother Raditz might be feasible. Yet they would undoubtedly fall short against Lin Xuan. If they cannot even achieve a combat power of 5,000, how could they possibly contend with an opponent boasting 18,000 points? To be unable to breach the threshold of 10,000 points means they would lack even the qualification to challenge their foe. The disparity in power is evident. However, with a full year at their disposal, they still possess the opportunity to train. Beside them, Piccolo, having overheard Goku's words, could not help but nod in agreement. Recognizing that their thoughts were aligned, it must be said that although Piccolo has yet to completely shed the persona of the Great Demon King, he is undoubtedly undergoing a transformation. The evolution of circumstances has compelled him to adapt to this entirely new era. Upon hearing Goku's words and witnessing his clenched fists, brimming with hopeful anticipation, Raditz was left utterly astonished. Hey, Kakarot, you cannot genuinely believe that with merely a year of training, you could alter the tide and defeat Vegeta and his ilk, can you? Raditz's lips twitched, struggling to accept the foolishness of his brother. Little did he know that, driven by fate, his brother would indeed achieve the extraordinary in the future. Yet, such an outrageous notion is often dismissed until it materializes. Well, it cannot be said that way. In my view, we cannot simply resign ourselves to defeat due to the overwhelming strength of our adversaries, can we? A year may not be an extensive period, yet it is not insignificant either. Even if I ultimately cannot reach such lofty heights, I shall not regret the effort I put forth, Goku replied with unwavering resolve, his words infused with an inspiring spirit. It is no wonder he is the protagonist, the backbone of the warrior collective. Even though he may sometimes appear naive or selfish, it is he who consistently forges ahead, braving all perils. Indeed, furthermore, just because others have failed does not imply we shall too. For years, our strength has been constrained by our limited perspective. Now, however, we have glimpsed a higher realm. Thus, a year is ample time for us to grow stronger. Piccolo interjected, standing resolutely beside Goku, leaving even Goku momentarily taken aback. Yet, Goku felt a surge of joy, for he had spared Piccolo's life in hopes that one day they could fight side by side. Admittedly, there had been a hint of selfishness in his desire to maintain a worthy rival, but Goku genuinely wished to forge a friendship with Piccolo. Listening to their exchange, Raditz erupted in laughter. I concede that hard work may indeed enhance our abilities. After all, the example of that fellow Taros is right before us. However, Kakarot, you are exceedingly naive, and you, Namekian, are far too self-assured. Before you speak such grandiose words, perhaps you should first elevate your combat power from below 1,000. You lack even the qualifications to face me one-on-one. Do not even mention Vegeta. Even that Nappa, with a mere power level of 4,000, could easily decimate you. Raditz had abandoned the argument, choosing instead to state the facts. He sought to convey through his words that while imagination is boundless, one should not indulge in overly optimistic fantasies. Elevating from 1,000 to 10,000 is but a fanciful notion. However, Raditz remains oblivious to the unwavering convictions held by Sun Wukong and Piccolo. Those who have yet to put forth any effort and instead lament the impossibilities should refrain from spreading dire warnings. If fear grips you, then hasten to flee with your tails between your legs. Alternatively, you could return in submission, and together we may invade Earth, testing whether we can vanquish you. Piccolo's retort brimmed with the resolve that he, the Great Demon King, would undoubtedly grow stronger. Upon hearing this, Raditz's fury erupted uncontrollably. He believed he was speaking in a calm and amiable manner, yet these Namekians were courting death. It is you who fail to grasp reality. How could you, who exist solely on Earth, comprehend the vast disparities in combat power? Enough of this, Talos. Your combat power is 5,000. Perhaps you should speak. With this statement, Raditz fell silent, pressing his hand to his forehead to signify the immense pressure he felt. Chapter 15. Lin Xuan. Is 18,000 points truly formidable? Having listened to Raditz's words and observed the entire debate among the three, Lin Xuan, a mere bystander, wore a smile. His objectives had been achieved, and there was no longer a need for concealment. Ultimately, The crux of their contention revolved solely around the 18,000 combat power. In the grand scheme of strength, 18,000 is relatively insignificant once one reaches the requisite level of power. Lin Xuan refrained from responding immediately, drawing the attention of all four, including the timid 4-year-old son Gohan. Observing Lin Xuan's composed demeanor, Raditz, who initially intended for Lin Xuan to elucidate, found himself momentarily at a loss. He began to doubt whether Lin Xuan harbored similar delusions as Kakarot. He deemed such thoughts utterly impractical. Hey, speak up. Do you not understand how terrifying a combat power of 18,000 is, even with your own 5,000? Raditz exclaimed. Despite your evident capabilities, surely you must also harbor some trepidation towards Vegeta? Otherwise, you would not have so readily destroyed the scouter. Raditz passionately articulated his thoughts, seemingly pleading for Lin Xuan to align with him. Clearly, he believed that Earth would inevitably face destruction within a year, and if they remained there, they would meet their doom. This was the source of Raditz's current distress. The spaceship was destroyed by Kakarot's son, which meant he could no longer leave Earth. Even if Lin Xuan's spaceship were intact, it was likely only a single-person vessel. Thoughts swirled in Lin Xuan's mind as he struggled to articulate his response. After observing Raditz, Lin Xuan turned his gaze towards Son Wukong, Piccolo, and Son Gohan. He then took a few steps to the side and began to speak. There is indeed some truth in what Raditz has said. A combat power of 18,000 is not as simple as you might think, nor is it easily surpassed. In fact, for you, it is unrealistic to expect to exceed a power level of 10,000 in the short term. Even that warrior, Nappa, with a mere 4,000 points, is not someone you can easily surpass. A year can be both a long and short time. You must find a way to elevate your strength to its highest potential within that time frame. However, based on my estimation, even with your utmost efforts and ordinary methods of enhancement, you will likely only be able to match Nappa unless you discover more remarkable cultivation techniques. At this point, Lin Xuan turned to face the four of them. Son Wukong and Piccolo contemplated his words. They were aware that achieving a combat power exceeding 10,000, let alone 18,000, was merely a fantasy. Yet, they refused to concede defeat. After all, without attempting, how could one know the outcome? Raditz, with an air of arrogance, lifted his chin, ready to berate Kakarot and Piccolo, but Lin Xuan did not afford him the opportunity. Of course, for you, even a combat power of 4,000, like that of Nappa, is a terrifying existence. However, for me, is a combat power of 18,000 truly formidable? Lin Xuan's teasing words were accompanied by a mysterious expression that left the others momentarily stunned. Raditz, in particular, was baffled by Lin Xuan's implications. Wait, do you mean your combat power exceeds 5,000? Can you actually control your own power? Raditz stammered, his face betraying a mix of fear and disbelief. Without hesitation, Lin Xuan removed the power scouter he had been wearing and tossed it to Raditz. This device can indeed measure a person's combat power. However, numbers are lifeless. While a person is alive, once one learns to control their own power and the fluctuations of their energy, this device becomes obsolete. From the very beginning, I only slightly adjusted my energy to present a combat power of 5,000 to you. With a devilish grin, Lin Xuan emanated an aura of confidence that left everyone in awe. Raditz stared wide-eyed at Lin Xuan, while Son Wukong and Piccolo drew in deep breaths, striving to suppress their inner astonishment. Is 5,000 points not even his full strength? Just how powerful is this guy? Piccolo pondered, sensing that Lin Xuan's true level of strength far exceeded their expectations. Even the so-called Vegeta pales in comparison to him. Otherwise, knowing that the opponent would invade a year later and being lacking in power, he would at least display a hint of anxiety. So, do you indeed possess the absolute strength to withstand that, Vegeta? Son Goku asked, his voice trembling with anticipation. If that were the case, then the crisis facing Earth could be averted. To be honest, today has truly opened my eyes. The emotions within him were so numerous that he could scarcely count them. It was a melange of feelings that defied expression. No, I refuse to believe it. No matter how formidable you may be, you cannot possibly rival Vegeta. If your confidence exceeds that of Vegeta, then why fear that he might learn of the Dragon Balls and destroy my power detector? At that moment, Raditz's gaze toward Lin Xuan shifted repeatedly. Unbeknownst to him, a peculiar dread surged within him. I did not claim to fear Vegeta and his comrades arriving on Earth after learning of this information. I merely stated that their arrival was inevitable. Raditz, you are an intelligent individual, so you should comprehend that if your power detector can be intercepted by Vegeta, then it is also conceivable that Frieza's forces could be eavesdropping on your devices. Unlike the power detector I provided, yours must be bound, correct? Having offered Raditz this caution, Lin Chuan ceased further discourse. You mean to say? In an instant, it felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, causing Raditz's body to tremble. If Lin Chuan's predictions were accurate, then their every move was being monitored. Should Frieza indeed learn of this information, the scenario would be utterly transformed. Even the Saiyans, with Vegeta's power level of 18,000, would find themselves groveling before Frieza. Raditz felt a sense of relief that Lin Chuan had reacted swiftly. Little did he know, nor did even Lin Chuan, that the information had already been transmitted. Frieza was already en route to Earth. However, according to the narrative's progression, Frieza would ultimately be unable to reach Earth unhindered. In the end, Frieza would discover from the intelligence Vegeta gathered on Earth that the Dragon Balls were created by the Namekians, and thus, he would redirect his target to the Namek planet. Chapter 16. As far as I know, the power level is 530,000. Lin Chuan and Raditz's veiled exchange was not entirely grasped by Son Goku and Piccolo. However, neither Piccolo nor Son Goku were fools. They quickly realized that beyond Vegeta, there were other entities that might also have their sights set on Earth. That entity, it seemed, was the Frieza they had heard mentioned several times, a name both peculiar and difficult to fathom. The precise intel gleaned from what was spoken revealed that Raditz and his companions were part of the so-called Frieza Force, with this Frieza presumably being the leader. Brother. And as for Totaro, I suppose I shall continue to call you Lin Chuan, as it rolls off the tongue more easily. What you mentioned, who is that Frieza? Judging by your serious expressions, could it be that his combat power exceeds 18,000? Sun Wukong could not help but inquire. Only someone as straightforward as he was would be eager to uncover the truth. Were it anyone else, they would refrain from asking directly and wait for Lin Chuan and Raditz to disclose the information, much like Piccolo. Piccolo, being more composed than Sun Wukong, understood that given the current circumstances, they could not fully grasp the gravity of the situation. Delving into broader realms at this moment could easily lead to confusion. However, upon Sun Wukong's inquiry, Piccolo could not simply ignore it. 18,000, huh? Kakarot. You must understand that while we Saiyans pride ourselves on being a warrior race and consider ourselves a superior species in the presence of truly terrifying cosmic overlords, we are no more significant than ants. The universe is vast. Even our strength pales in comparison. The so-called most talented warrior in Saiyan history, our Prince Vegeta, possesses a combat power of 18,000. Yet before King Frieza, he is merely an inconsequential minion, not even worthy of being considered elite. You, residing on Earth, are akin to frogs at the bottom of a well, incapable of comprehending this. Raditz's candid response left Sun Wukong and Piccolo reeling. A cosmic overlord is 18,000 combat power merely that of a small minion. Sun Wukong and Piccolo struggled to fathom this revelation. It utterly shattered their previously established worldview. They had thought that Vegeta, with his 18,000 power, was an unparalleled powerhouse. Now, it seemed that this so-called powerhouse was but a trivial figure in the face of a cosmic ruler. Could they even begin to imagine the terror? Humph. It seems you have some awareness of your limitations, but you may as well amplify the terror you can conceive by 100-fold, 1,000-fold, or even 10,000-fold. Raditz cast a scornful glance at Sun Wukong and Piccolo. At this moment, he could only assert his presence by leveraging his greater knowledge. Lin Chuan interjected, actually, there's no need to frighten them so much. Frieza is indeed formidable, but not to the extent you claim. Upon hearing this, Raditz felt a wave of dizziness. He was nearly beside himself. If Lin Chuan had previously concealed his true combat power, he could still accept that. However, to downplay Frieza's threat in such a manner was beyond his comprehension. Are you out of your mind? Do you even realize what you're saying? That's Frieza. Raditz glared at Lin Chuan, seeking a response. Sun Wukong and Piccolo turned to Lin Chuan once more. At that moment, they resembled two bottles adrift at sea, helplessly at the mercy of the tides. From your position, you naturally possess considerable knowledge. Yet, your limited perspective also confines you. Indeed, Frieza, as a cosmic overlord, is powerful. But you only understand that he is powerful without grasping the true extent of his strength. Thus, you perceive him as an insurmountable existence. Now I can reveal to you Frieza's combat index. Lin Chuan paused momentarily. To discuss Frieza's intelligence at this juncture may be somewhat premature. However, now that the topic has been broached, it is unavoidable. After all, whether or not Frieza can transform and the extent of his ultimate battle power should suffice. This might even allow the contemporary Goku and Piccolo, as well as other warriors, to envision greater possibilities, enhancing their strength at a faster pace. Imagine, a year from now, when Vegeta and Nappa arrive on Earth, witnessing that the warriors' power levels have universally surpassed 10,000, and in some cases, even reached several tens of thousands. What expression might adorn their faces? Lin Chuan eagerly anticipates the moment when Vegeta and Nappa's composure shatters. You claim to know Frieza's power level? Such confidential information, not even Vegeta has been privy to. How did you come by it? Raditz inquired, suspicion etched across his face. No, he believed Lin Chuan would not deceive him. Otherwise, this conversation would not be unfolding as it is. Does it matter how I know? What I can tell you is that Frieza's combat power should be 530,000. Upon saying this, the mockery in Lin Chuan's gaze intensified. 530,000. For any being of this era, this number is astronomical. Whether it be the warriors of Earth or Vegeta, whose power level stands at 18,000. Such a figure is beyond imagination. Raditz's mind went blank, while Goku and Piccolo gaped in astonishment. This is the Cosmic Emperor. Lin Chuan was thoroughly pleased with their reaction. After all, even thousands of combat power are unattainable for them at present, let alone 530,000. From 500 points to the 5,000 points Lin Chuan previously exhibited, then to 18,000 points, and finally to 530,000 points. This cycle of collapsing and reconstructing their worldview has occurred 3 or 4 times. Were it not for the fact that all present were warriors, adept at absorbing such revelations, they might have been rendered utterly speechless. To be candid, were Lin Chuan not a traveler from another world, familiar with the original storyline, even he would be astounded by such a figure, regardless of his relentless training and formidable strength. After all, after decades of fierce effort, one might only attain power levels in the tens of thousands. How could they compare with the hundreds of thousands? It is akin to a fragile egg colliding with a stone, shattering upon impact. Of course, even the current Lin Chuan would harbor trepidation should he face Frieza. He must remain cautious, concealing his true abilities, regardless of the circumstances. His current combat power barely approaches 20,000. Even Frieza's subordinates, Dodoria and Zarbon, could easily overwhelm him. Fortunately, he possesses ample time to train and grow stronger. Alongside an infinite power enhancement system, presently, he may not be able to confront Frieza, but a year from now, Lin Chuan harbors absolute confidence in his ability to dominate Frieza. Meanwhile, at the Heavenly Temple, the Supreme Kai, who had been monitoring the situation, appeared visibly perturbed, his breath heavy with anxiety. In this brief span of time, an overwhelming array of unimaginable events has unfolded, leading the celestial being to realize that he has been entirely rendered obsolete by the passage of time. Initially, the deity, Piccolo, believed that even if a mightier Saiyan were to arrive on Earth, perhaps, after a year of arduous training under his guidance, Goku and the others might stand a chance in battle. Even if they were to falter, he had a final resort, the voluntary assimilation with Piccolo to enhance his strength. However, with the emergence of cosmic sovereigns, could any of their hidden trump cards compare? Their combat prowess barely amounted to a few hundred points. Thousands were unfathomable, and 10,000 was an extravagant wish. The notion of hundreds of thousands in battle power was simply beyond description. Chapter 17, as the saying goes, Krillin offers his prayers to the heavens. His magical powers are boundless. Boom. Just as the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Save for the whisper of the winds, a sudden sonic wave erupted from the horizon, capturing everyone's attention and redirecting their gazes. They found themselves yearning for a reprieve from the stifling ambience, and the entrance of an outsider provided a temporary diversion from the pressing topic at hand. In the distant sky, a swiftly moving beige jet sliced through the clouds, hurtling toward them. This aircraft bore a distinctive emblem, one that was universally recognized on Earth, for it was the exclusive insignia of the Capsule Corporation. Ugh, the bothersome Earthlings have arrived. We cannot linger here any longer. Talos, my spacecraft has been destroyed. Yours is still operational, I presume? Raditz, of course, remained oblivious to the identity of the newcomer. His mind was in disarray, seeking a quiet space for introspection. Additionally, he needed to ascertain whether the Dragon Balls, capable of granting wishes, could indeed fulfill any desire, and whether their authenticity was genuine. If true, he would certainly wish to pursue this, for who among us is devoid of aspirations? Regrettably, I must inform you that while my spacecraft is not entirely incapacitated, it has sustained damage during this cosmic voyage. If you intend to escape Earth aboard my vessel, you may as well relinquish that thought, providing Raditz with a precise answer. Lin Chuan's gaze remained fixated on the approaching jet. It was Bulma, Krillin, and Master Roshi. Through his keen perception, Goku quickly discerned the identity of the arrivals and spoke up. Of course, even without his words, Lin Chuan could surmise that the 3 presences within the jet belonged to Bulma, the Turtle Hermit, and Krillin. According to the original narrative, they were concerned about the situation and had come to offer assistance. Under the original timeline, at this moment, Goku should have been on the brink of death, and Raditz would have already perished. Now, however, the circumstances diverged sharply from the source material. Upon realizing that the arrival was heralded by an acquaintance of his brother, Raditz chose to remain silent and concoct new schemes while observing Lin Xuan's lack of action. In this unfamiliar realm of Earth, his acquaintances were limited to Kakarot's son, Lin Xuan, and Piccolo. Naturally, he disregarded Piccolo, as he was not of Saiyan descent. If he were to reside on Earth in the future, he would need to rely heavily on Lin Xuan and Kakarot, for he was at a loss regarding how to enhance his own prowess. The only one capable of aiding him in strengthening his abilities was Lin Xuan. With a thunderous roar, the jet descended, stirring up a cloud of dust. Krillin and Master Roshi disembarked first, their faces etched with concern. Lastly came Bulma, who cowered behind them, anxiously surveying the current situation. The trio immediately took note of Lin Xuan, as he was an unfamiliar figure adorned in battle attire reminiscent of Raditz, leading them to conclude that he was yet another Saiyan affiliated with Raditz. This Scion's aura appears calm and unremarkable, yet it emanates an unfathomable terror. Is it possible that he is far more formidable than Raditz? What exactly is transpiring? Has the battle concluded, or is it still ongoing? The perceptive Master Roshi pondered endlessly, unable to ascertain the circumstances, and thus refrained from drawing any conclusions or relaxing his guard. Goku, Gohan, and Piccolo, it is a relief to see you unharmed. Has the enemy multiplied from 1 to 2? My teacher and I are here to lend your support. Krillin, mistakenly believing the conflict was not yet resolved, boldly positioned himself beside Son Goku, exuding a demeanor suggestive of a resolute willingness to fight to the death. Having resolved beforehand that they would unhesitatingly sacrifice themselves to save Earth if necessary, both Krillin and Master Roshi were prepared for any eventuality. Observing this scene, Raditz first let out a derisive laugh, confirming that the three were indeed familiar Earthlings. Upon hearing Krillin's words, he couldn't resist mocking. Such ignorant Earthlings. That tale of mine should have left you in shambles, yet here you are, brazenly facing me. Allow me to see. Humph. A combat power of 206. How dare you boast with such a paltry power level? Krillin's indignation surged, his teeth clenched in fury. Yet, despite his anger, he felt too intimidated to make a move. As Raditz had stated, his combat power was drastically inadequate, unable to hold his own even against Goku and Piccolo, let alone stand as a competitor. Raditz reveled in Krillin's frustration, his expression becoming increasingly sadistic, instilling a profound sense of pressure upon Krillin, causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. Enough, brother. Do not terrorize Krillin any further. Though his strength may not match yours, he is far from the weakling you claim him to be. Son Goku stepped forward to defend Krillin. Having grown up side by side as brothers in arms, Krillin was undeniably one of Goku's most treasured allies. Even before the era of the vast universe, Krillin could be regarded as the person he cherished most. As the saying goes, Krillin sacrifices himself, and his power knows no bounds. Had Raditz eliminated Krillin, it is conceivable that Goku might have truly unleashed his fury upon Raditz. In the original tale, the most iconic sacrifice occurs when Krillin is slain by Frieza, prompting Goku to transform into a Super Saiyan in a fit of rage. TCH. Raditz disdainfully spat and turned away, opting not to utter another word. He had no desire to entangle himself further with the insignificant beings of Earth. At that moment, Krillin was utterly bewildered. Not just him, but Master Roshi and Bulma were equally astonished. The dialogue between the two parties and the current situation left them incredulous. Wasn't this supposed to be a fight to the death? Wasn't he at a battle for the defense of Earth? How had it morphed into calling someone Big Brother? Raditz appeared to have listened intently. Moreover, what kind of look was that from Piccolo? Krillin was filled with questions, his gaze fixed on Goku, seeking answers. Master Roshi and Bulma shared the same sentiment. A few minutes later, through the joint explanations of Goku and Piccolo, the three finally grasped the situation. To summarize, firstly, Raditz was no longer their enemy, having turned to the light, and another Saiyan named Lin Xuan, Tarlos, was now considered an ally. Secondly, in a year's time, two Saiyans far more powerful than Raditz would arrive on Earth, their strength potentially tenfold or even 20-fold greater. If Goku's words held true, those two Saiyans were indeed coming for the Dragon Balls, and they would undoubtedly be adversaries. With a mere description of combat power, Krillin was left speechless, terrified by the mention of an 18,000 power level. Raditz S1,500 was already formidable. Was this not a harbinger of Earth's doom? Fear not, Krillin. Goku reassured him, we still have a year to train. By that time, I will be much stronger, and even if I cannot defeat them, Lin Xuan's strength will surely be enough to conquer that Vegeta. As Goku spoke, his gaze shifted. Once again, everyone's attention fell upon Lin Xuan. Their eyes filled with urgency, as if yearning for his affirmative response. Only Bulma's expression diverged from the rest, carrying a different implication. Chapter 18. Piccolo is leaving? What will happen to Gohan? Noticing that all eyes were once again centered on him, this time including Bulma, Krillin, and Master Roshi, Lin Chuan could not help but let out a light chuckle. The focus had shifted back to him. To be honest, Goku had completely regarded him as a pillar of support, a notion Lin Chuan had not anticipated. After all, despite having exhibited his strength and goodwill, as well as relaying so much information, he had only just arrived on Earth. How should one describe it? Although this was the scenario he had hoped for, Lin Chuan undeniably felt a tinge of reluctance, a reluctance stemming from the feeling of being used. The actions of Sun Wukong stem not from genuine trust, but rather from the current absence of enmity. He perceives an opportunity to stabilize the situation through collaboration. To suggest that the early Sun Wukong possessed only average intelligence and lacked cunning is utterly absurd. That seemingly innocent smile, coupled with his clear gaze, belies a mind that is anything but transparent. You have articulated your stance, and in return, I can assure you that I will not passively witness the destruction of Earth. After all, this planet harbors elements I cherish, and its environment is quite suitable for habitation. However, do not presume that I will directly intervene against Vegeta and his cohorts. Should you find yourselves genuinely overmatched a year hence, I will ensure the protection of Earth from devastation, which I consider a reasonable condition for my utilization of the Earth's Dragon Balls and my temporary residence here. With these words, Lin Chuan circled back to the matter of the Dragon Balls. Since this is a matter of leveraging resources, I must unequivocally state my position. This affirmation essentially agrees with Sun Wukong's proposition. Your statement suffices. The Dragon Balls may be at your disposal, but you cannot wish for immortality or any desires that could jeopardize the world. Otherwise, regardless of the circumstances, we shall not assist you in locating the Dragon Balls. Sun Wukong made his intentions clear from the outset. He had anticipated Lin Chuan would broach this topic, but previously diverted the conversation due to the discussion surrounding Vegeta and Frieza. Returning to this point was unavoidable. If one were to deem him intelligent, it is true. Yet, there exists a certain folly in his clarity. Should Lin Chuan choose to play act, what recourse would Sun Wukong have if he were to retract his wish at the moment of truth? He ought to be grateful that he is not an adversary and that he shall not entertain such wishes. Rest assured, such desires hold no allure for me. Moreover, I presume the Dragon Balls of Earth must have their limitations as well. Once exceeded, they become ineffectual. Nodding in agreement, Lin Chuan then turned his attention to Piccolo, inquiring, I was quite curious about the origins of the Dragon Balls that grant wishes on Earth. Now that I see you, a Namekian, I believe I have my answer. The Dragon Balls must surely be a creation of yours. It is rumored that Namekians possess many extraordinary abilities. Your regenerative powers are one, and the creation of Dragon Balls is likely another. Upon uttering these words, Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes, intentionally placing the Namekian in the spotlight, while simultaneously making it known to those present that Namek also possesses Dragon Balls. Your assertions hold some truth, yet they are also flawed. The Dragon Balls were not my creation. My expertise lies in combat. Piccolo replied, his gaze fixed on Lin Chuan. His response both forthright and defiant. Though his power may be lacking, the pride of the Demon King Piccolo remains undiminished. Is that so? It appears you are indeed a combat-oriented Namekian. However, your strength is somewhat lacking, as the typical battle-ready Namekian possesses a combat power exceeding 2,000. Lin Chuan remarked. The precise value had slipped from his memory, yet according to the unfolding narrative, the combat-oriented Namekians possess the power to eliminate high-ranking soldiers of Frieza's army and could also unleash their strength instantaneously. Among the memories, one Namekian named Nail left a profound impression, as he was the first to confront Frieza directly on their home planet. His combat power soared to an astounding 42,000. Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan and the others grew increasingly agitated, especially Krillin, Master Roshi, and Bulma, who had only recently arrived and grasped a portion of the circumstances. They could hardly fathom that Piccolo was also an extraterrestrial being. Given that the combat-oriented Namekians generally possessed combat powers exceeding 2,000, this implied that the great Demon King Piccolo could only wreak havoc on Earth. Upon returning to Namek, he would be reduced to insignificance. Clenching his fists, it was inevitable that feelings of resentment and discontent surged within him. Reflecting on the fact that his unacquainted kin boasted combat powers above 2,000, what of him? Even with the Demon Flash Cannon pushing his limits, he barely approached 1,500. In hindsight, it was indeed mentioned by the Supreme Kai during his training that Piccolo, before his separation from the Supreme Kai, was a being of considerable strength. He had suggested that if they were to merge again, their power could skyrocket, potentially surpassing several thousand points. Suddenly, Sun Wukong interjected, revealing this secret. Aside from the Supreme Kai, there were only a few on Earth who knew of Piccolo's existence. Bobo, Sun Wukong, and Piccolo himself. Humph. Don't think you can play tricks on me. Do you believe I am one to take shortcuts? Sun Wukong, just because we fought side by side once does not mean we are friends. I remain the great demon King Piccolo, and once I defeat those two Saiyans, it will be your turn, Piccolo declared fiercely. With that, he resolved to leave and, after casting a glance at everyone present, soared into the sky. Piccolo had departed. No one attempted to stop him. Lin Xuan was left in a state of shock. Had Piccolo forgotten someone? His gaze unintentionally lingered on Son Gohan. Without Piccolo's guidance, could Son Gohan still evolve as he did in the original story? This was quite the conundrum. It seemed the most pivotal part of the plot had been skewed. Without Son Gohan, could Piccolo still undergo such rapid transformation? Just as he was about to speak again, Sun Wukong suddenly looked up at the distant sky, exclaiming, Supreme Kai. It turns out you have been watching over this situation all along. Sun Wukong's unexpected words startled everyone present, including Lin Xuan. Although they understood the progression of the story and recognized the Supreme Kai's capabilities, they had not anticipated his intervention at this moment. No one interrupted the exchange between Sun Wukong and the celestial being. After a considerable time, Sun Wukong's face lit up with astonishment as he spoke. Just now, the celestial being communicated with me through thought transmission, expressing a desire for us to accompany him to the celestial palace, where he has significant matters to discuss with us face to face. He also extended the same invitation to you, dear brother, and Lin Xuan. He mentioned that although you hail from the extraterrestrial Saiyan race, now that we have transformed enmity into friendship, and since you will be residing on Earth in the future, he hopes you can join us in visiting the Celestial Palace, primarily for the purpose of cultivation and to unite against the enemies that will arrive in a year's time. Chapter 19, The Celestial Being's Intention. Bulma and Yamcha as Sun Wukong conveyed the celestial being's words. The atmosphere shifted once more. It was no longer as solemn or heavy as before. Perhaps now that everything had been clarified, everyone understood the current situation. With their perspectives broadened, even though the celestial being had emerged, it no longer shocked those present. However, one individual remained utterly perplexed, Raditz. The title of celestial being left him utterly dumbfounded. The concept of a god is far-reaching. Kakarot, are you serious? A god? Does this planet truly harbor such legendary beings? Raditz questioned eagerly. Reflecting on the prior conversation between Kakarot and Piccolo, his mind began to race, ultimately leading him to a startling conclusion, that Namekian and the so-called celestial being were originally one entity, merely separated due to certain circumstances. In other words, the celestial being is also a Namekian? Raditz felt somewhat numb, realizing that everything he had witnessed today shattered his preconceived notions. Now, yet another Namekian god had appeared? What does this signify? Ultimately, this concept exists uniformly across this world. A celestial being is, in essence, the deity of a planet. Moreover, not every planet possesses a celestial being. Only those exceptional planets give birth to such deities. Otherwise, in the vast cosmos of Dragon Ball, countless planets would be home to innumerable gods. It can be said that the emergence of a celestial being on a planet is contingent upon its historical development and the vitality of its life forms, and, of course, whether there exists a legacy of divinity. From the perspective of extraterrestrial forces, Earth is relatively small. Yet, despite its modest size, it encompasses a multitude of domains, not only possessing connections to the underworld, but also housing individuals who serve in the afterlife. Furthermore, Earth is intertwined with many unique planes, even bordering realms like the demon world. Indeed, there exists a celestial being on our Earth. However, I wonder how different this being is from the god you envision? Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. Without regard to Raditz's astonishment, he turned to Krillin, Master Roshi, and Bulma. At this moment, Krillin and Master Roshi began to express their feelings without waiting for him to speak. Unexpectedly, even the divine being is already aware of the present circumstances. Could it be that we are to receive guidance in our training? Krillin spoke with a hint of excitement. In earlier years, under the divine being's tutelage, Goku's strength had surged immensely. Although times have changed, in his eyes, the divine being remains exalted, a figure of unparalleled stature. Since the divine being has devised a plan, let us embark together. Alas, it is regrettable that Yamcha and Tien are nowhere to be found. If only they were here. Master Roshi sighed, unable to suppress his feelings. As fellow martial artists and guardians of the earth, he believed that Yamcha and Tien were more than capable of handling such responsibilities, certainly more so than he. An old man. The vessel of time continues to sail forward, yet he is acutely aware that he has long disembarked. Even if he were to board again now, it would be too late. Speaking of which, I had intended to inquire earlier, but my brother's sudden arrival disrupted my thoughts. Tien, given his disposition, should be journeying around the world in pursuit of training, correct? And what of Yamcha? Does Bulma know? Is there any way to contact them? Goku murmured, suddenly turning his gaze towards Bulma. This group had always seen Bulma and Yamcha together, and he had anticipated encountering Yamcha at Master Roshi's, only to find Bulma alone. Don't mention it. Whether that guy is alive or dead, I have no idea. Upon hearing Goku's inquiries, Bulma huffed lightly and turned her head away. The young lady's temper flared, exuding an air of indifference. Given the situation's progression, she could have easily set aside past grievances. Perhaps it is due to the narrative being altered by Lin Chuan. With Goku's survival, the current predicament is not particularly dire. Which is why Bulma refrains from casting aside her emotions to inform Yamcha, unlike in the original story. In Lin Chuan's perspective, this scenario represents an opportunity. In the early arcs of Dragon Ball, Bulma and Yamcha had a relationship that resembled love, yet was devoid of its essence. Various factors contributed to their bond, which was marked by a peculiar blend of first love and something else entirely, rendering their emotional connection unlike that of typical couples. Ultimately, they were two individuals ill-suited for one another, yet fate brought them together. This relationship endured for over a decade. Others may be unaware, but Lin Chuan, as a time traveler, certainly grasps the underlying truths. It is, in fact, Bulma's own heart that has caused her to be reluctant to let go, continuously offering Yamcha opportunities for redemption, awaiting his return. After all, the early Bulma was so innocent that she merely sought a powerful Prince Charming who was handsome and caring. Yamcha, being the first capable and attractive male to appear in her life, became her boyfriend, and she came to believe he was destined to accompany her through life. Thus, despite enduring betrayal from Yamcha on several occasions, she ultimately chose to give him another chance. Yet, the outcome was that Yamcha repeatedly indulged in his frivolities, ultimately transforming into a notorious playboy. Reflecting upon Yamcha's life, he not only failed to marry or have children by the end, but also led an exceedingly dismal existence. Regarding relationships, Yamcha was the first warrior to be dismissed, fading into obscurity after the Super Era. Even Goku opted to enlist Master Roshi for the Tournament of Power rather than consider Yamcha as a contestant. In truth, had Yamcha possessed a modicum of wisdom or exhibited a touch of maturity, perhaps he could have restrained his capriciousness and applied himself more diligently, thus preventing Bulma from being swept away by Vegeta. For Bulma, once she has chosen someone, her affections are not easily swayed. After enduring over a decade of emotional turmoil, she ultimately lost all hope in Yamcha. Subsequently, fate introduced Vegeta into her life. At this juncture, it is evident that Bulma and Yamcha's relationship had irrevocably soured. Had it not been for Goku's demise, Yamcha might never have had the opportunity to seek Bulma's forgiveness. It was at this time that their paths diverged. And even if Bulma were to forgive Yamcha later, the events surrounding the Saiyan invasion and Yamcha's death would lead to nearly 2 years of separation. Reflecting critically, Lin Chuan pondered the narrative of the original work. Was Yamcha's fate truly tragic? Indeed, it was tragic, yet it was largely of his own making. His lack of strength coupled with an eagerness to prove himself often left him as the first to falter. Chapter 20 reveals that the protagonist's aura shone too brightly. Given the circumstances, they had no choice but to proceed, while they would devise a means to contact Tien and Yamcha after meeting with the Supreme Kai, as Goku stated. With no feasible way to gather past companions in a short span, this was the only viable course. Once the future direction was determined, they would find a way to notify others. In Goku's view, both Tien and Yamcha remained dependable allies at that moment. Unlike the post-universe era, where the age of artificial beings on Earth emerged, all but the Saiyans, including Piccolo, were gradually phased out. Even Goku, despite his desire for reliance, found it increasingly difficult to do so. This marked a significant turning point, ushering in an era dominated solely by the Saiyans. In reality, is it truly the case that Earthlings or other warriors cannot measure up to the Saiyans? In terms of transformations, that is certainly the case. However, had they been afforded similar opportunities and training methods, devoid of the advantages provided by transformations, other warriors would not fare poorly. For instance, when Goku first trained under King Kai, the Earth warriors, relying solely on the training Goku had previously undergone, achieved power levels exceeding 1,000, nearing 2,000. Piccolo, through his own training, surpassed even 3,000 in combat strength. Under the guidance of the North Kai, Sun Wukong mastered the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb, training in 10 times the normal gravity, thereby elevating his combat power to an impressive 8,000 points. Subsequently, Tien Shinhan, Kaiatsu, Yamcha, and Piccolo, regardless of who it was, managed to achieve a combat power exceeding 10,000 in a remarkably short span, some even reaching several tens of thousands. Even the members of the Jinyu Force, who had perished, were soundly defeated by them. In summary, it was not a lack of experience, but rather a scarcity of opportunities, the protagonist's aura shone too brightly. Reflecting on the later era, once the Saiyans emerged as the primary force, the continuous advancements and transformations rendered the non-Saiyan warriors obsolete. Even Piccolo, who had assimilated with the Supreme Kai, was completely overshadowed. As a traveler from another world, Lin Chuan deeply understood the intricacies of this situation, yet he could only lament. After all, in this life, he was a Saiyan, with his foremost goal being to transform into a Super Saiyan. Kakarot, don't you want to ask for my opinion? Are you willing to go? Raditz suddenly interjected, disrupting Sun Wukong's thoughts and causing him a moment of embarrassment. He had indeed neglected to inquire about others' opinions. Lost in his own musings about everyone going together, the others regarded Raditz with caution, wary of any mischief he might conjure. To Krillin, Master Roshi, and Bulma, Raditz was an invader. Even in their current alliance, they instinctively resisted him, much like they did with Piccolo. Despite Piccolo's collaboration with Sun Wukong, the fear he once instilled was not easily forgotten. The original narrative indicates it took an entire year before this tension dissipated entirely. Ultimately, it was essential to stand on the same battlefield, to cooperate and understand one another to resolve past grievances. Brother, do you not wish to grow stronger as well? If we go, we could receive guidance from the Supreme Kai. Sun Wukong remarked, his intelligence surprisingly sharp at this moment, knowing how to entice his newly acknowledged elder brother with the prospect of training. Are you implying that this so-called Namekian Supreme Kai could help me grow stronger? Spare me the jest. With your combat power barely reaching 1,000 points, what is there to boast about? Raditz retorted defiantly. Yet inwardly he had begun to accept the notion. Not allowing Sun Wukong a chance to counter, he shifted his attention to Lin Chuan and inquired, Taros, what is your stance? All gazes once again focused on Lin Chuan. I'm indifferent, but having heard so much, I find myself quite intrigued. What harm could come from a visit? It might even yield benefits, Lin Chuan replied with a smile. With this affirmation, Raditz hesitated no longer. It was as if he had found a way out, promptly declaring, then let us embark on this journey. Upon hearing these words, Sun Wukong and his companions exchanged knowing nods. Both Raditz and Lin Chuan expressed their agreement, alleviating any concerns. Bulma, I entrust Gohan to you. Your flying vehicle will provide him a proper respite. The child is weary, Sun Wukong stated as he handed Gohan over to Bulma. With the ability to ride the Nimbus and perform the instant transmission technique, he could fly independently, while he could carry his son with him. The injury sustained during their previous battle, coupled with the child's tender age, warranted a more secure option. At this juncture, it became evident that Sun Wukong was not solely focused on himself. His considerations were remarkably comprehensive. Rest assured, I shall take good care of him. Moreover, if we all travel together, I would need to escort Krillin and Master Roshi as well. However, my vehicle may not be capable of reaching the deity's residence. At most, it can take us to Korin Tower. Bulma gently grasped Gohan's small hand as she spoke. Gohan did not resist Bulma, thus remaining calm. Krillin and Master Roshi exchanged awkward chuckles, one being a martial arts master who lacked the ability to fly, and the other possessing the skill, yet lacking proficiency due to years of neglecting flight training. Upon arriving at Korin Tower, the deity would arrange for Mr. Popo to come down and receive them. After uttering this, Sun Wukong summoned his Nimbus cloud. It is worth noting that during this era, the warriors were only just beginning to realize their potential. Even Sun Wukong had yet to grasp the significance of flight techniques. It was only after the Saiyan invasion that individuals began to earnestly train in this discipline. Thus, under the guidance of Sun Wukong and Bulma's flying vehicle, Lin Chuan and Raditz followed closely as they made their way to the deity's location on Earth. Along the journey, Raditz could not help but voice his complaints about the slow speed. This was inevitable. It was not that Sun Wukong was incapable of moving faster, but Bulma's earthly flying apparatus was rather rudimentary, resulting in a moderate pace. In fact, for Earthlings, the ability of civilian aircraft to surpass the speed of sound was already quite remarkable. However, in comparison to the formidable beings who could traverse thousands of meters per second, it naturally felt sluggish. By the way, just how formidable is your fighting power? You speak with such authority and possess a wealth of information. Yet your true strength remains concealed, Raditz inquired, suddenly curious. During their flight, the proximity allowed Lin Chuan to hear him clearly. You wish to know my combat power? Lin Chuan smiled. You shall find out in due time. At the very least, I am significantly stronger than that Vegeta fellow. He refrained from elaborating further. At this moment, he began to comprehend the extent of his battle power, prompting him to access his system interface panel. Host, Lin Chuan, age, 25, height, 185 centimeters, weight, 75 kilograms, battle power index, 19, for 150 points. The system is currently at level 1 and is automatically engaged in combat with a power of 1 per second. I recall that I merely surpassed 18,000 points not long ago, and now, with the passage of time, I am a mere 550 points away from breaking through the 20,000 point combat power threshold. Just 550 points, which means that in just 9 more minutes, I can ascend to a higher level. Chapter 21. Breaking through 20,000 points. With a combat power of 1,030, time slips away gradually. For Raditz, impatience grows. The pace is agonizingly slow, and he remains oblivious to how far they must travel. Apart from following, he is rendered powerless. His lack of patience and eagerness for quick results stem from the pressures of life he has endured over the years. Yet, with Lin Chuan by his side, Raditz has no choice but to endure, even if he feels disgruntled. What can he do when Lin Chuan remains silent? Setting aside other matters, he now regards Lin Chuan as his sole pathway to becoming stronger. Any celestial being capable of guiding him in his training seems utterly implausible. What can a deity from Earth do, even if they are truly divine? If they were genuinely formidable, Kakarot would not be in his current state. Lacking even 1,000 in combat power. Lin Chuan, however, is different. He has openly acknowledged being stronger than Vegeta, eliminating any doubts regarding his strength. With his assistance, Raditz harbors hopes of doubling his combat power in a short time, perhaps increasing it by 3,000 to 5,000 points within a year. Having traversed plains and crossed vast seas, they eventually entered a lush and verdant primeval forest. Since their departure, over half an hour had elapsed. Lin Chuan's calm demeanor is partly due to his utilization of this time to fully appreciate the surge in power granted by the infinite combat power enhancement system. With a rate of 1 power point per second, the sights have become almost surreal, leaving his eyes somewhat dazed. Yet, the growth in his strength is immensely gratifying. With his power level rising every few minutes, currently Lin Chuan's combat power index has reached an impressive 21,675 points, representing an increase of 225 points over just 37 minutes. It can be said that surpassing 20,000 points has opened up a broader realm for him. Previously, he lingered around the 15,000 point mark, unable to make any progress. In comparison, that was akin to comparing heaven and earth. No wonder, in the original narrative, Dororia's 22,000 points were sufficient to overwhelm Vegeta and Chiu-E, who boasted only 18,000 points. Now, Lin Chuan feels that he could easily overpower his former self, who possessed only 18,000 points, let alone his past strength of 15,000 points. Brother, and Lin Chuan, we have arrived, echoed Son Goku's voice. The previously swift flight came to a sudden halt. Gazing into the depths of the boundless forest, a towering stone pillar looms, reaching towards the heavens. Undoubtedly, this is the legendary Korin Tower of Earth. When it first graced the storyline of Dragon Ball, it was nothing short of astonishing and shrouded in mystery. However, as time passed, it faded from the screen, leaving many to forget its significance. The collective memory of Korin Tower is predominantly anchored in the image of the cat sage at its summit, dispensing his magical beans. To speak candidly, the original purpose of Korin Tower was to serve as a sanctuary for martial artists to hone their skills and cultivate their strength. As they descended from the heavens, Lin Chuan remained silent, while Raditz could hardly contain his excitement, exclaiming, "Have we finally arrived? Is this the so-called deity? Don't jest, Kakarot. Isn't it the Namekians we're talking about? This earthling's battle power is barely 50. Not quite, my friend," countered another. "The deity resides in a temple upon the clouds. This is a warrior tasked with safeguarding the sacred Korin Tower, known as Bra." Goku stepped forward to elucidate. "Ah, what a nostalgic feeling. It has been many years since my last visit." He then exchanged greetings with Bra and the other guardians of the sacred site. Upon revealing his identity and circumstances, Bra and her companions visibly relaxed their guard. After all, in their eyes, Goku was the valiant hero who triumphed over Korin Tower and had once been summoned by the gods to become their emissary. Revisiting this cherished locale stirred profound emotions not only in Goku, but also in Krillin and Master Roshi. Particularly for Master Roshi. The memories of his youthful escapades at the tower brought an involuntary flush to his cheeks, leaving him feeling quite embarrassed. He could only hope that their encounter with the deity would not resurrect those awkward tales. "Are we merely waiting here for Mr. Bobo to come down and greet us?" Krillin inquired, standing beside Goku. His concern was palpable, as his gaze flitted nervously between Lin Chuan and Raditz. Goku, understanding his friend's anxious nature, reassured him. "There's no need for worry, Krillin. Moreover, The deity has sensed our arrival, so Mr. Bobo will be descending shortly. By the way, speaking of which, during the last martial arts tournament, didn't you mention that you challenged Korin Tower and succeeded? Goku's sudden question took Krillin aback, igniting a flicker of frustration within him. What the heck? You really don't listen. You answered me seriously back then. Not just me, Tien, Chaozu, and Yamcha all succeeded in their challenges as well. And we all met the cat sage at the tower, Krillin replied, rolling his eyes. Goku's response was an awkward chuckle as he scratched his head, feeling somewhat sheepish. His thought process was that if he misremembered and Krillin hadn't challenged Korin Tower, it would be worth trying, as it would be a splendid training opportunity. Yet, since Krillin had indeed succeeded, the situation was quite different. In truth, given Krillin's current strength, challenging the tower posed no difficulty at all. After all, he boasted a battle power exceeding 200, and that was not even his full potential. It wasn't too long before the wait came to an end. In less than 2 minutes, a shadow appeared in the sky, revealing Bobo skillfully maneuvering a magic carpet, which swiftly descended to the ground. Battle power, 1,030 points. The first to speak was Raditz. The moment Bobo arrived before him, the battle power detector on his head announced Bobo's astonishing battle power, utterly shattering Raditz's understanding. To think that on this lowly planet Earth, there existed beings with battle powers exceeding 1,000 points. Instantly, he began to harbor doubts about the gods above. It seemed he had previously underestimated his opponent. As soon as he voiced this thought, everyone except Lin Xuan was left astonished. Bobo's battle power reached an impressive 1030 points. What does this signify? Son Goku's battle power was merely a few hundred points. Even when fully unleashed, it barely touched 1,000. And that was only for a fleeting moment. Is this truly real? Mr. Bobo, you possess such formidable battle power. Son Goku exclaimed in disbelief. In response, Bobo remained unfazed. He was unaware that his battle power exceeded 1,000 points. This reaction was indeed in line with Bobo's character. Lin Xuan observed with narrowed eyes. He distinctly remembered Bobo's iconic moments in the future, particularly during the Majin Buu saga, when Bobo effortlessly withstood the combined efforts of the Super Saiyans, Goten, and Trunks. Although the two youngsters were not serious and had no intention of causing harm, it was still evident how formidable Bobo's abilities were. Chapter 22, Lin Xuan, if you wish to go, I shall carry you. Due to Bobo's battle power surpassing 1,000 points, everyone except Lin Xuan expressed their astonishment. After a moment of reflection, Son Goku, Krillin, and even Master Roshi held Bobo in high esteem. Such respect had been inconceivable before. It had merely stemmed from Bobo's status as a servant to the gods, coupled with some degree of strength, resulting in superficial civility. Even Bulma set aside her previous reservations regarding Bobo's appearance, feeling a flicker of admiration for him. This sentiment was not one of dislike, but rather a contemplation of maintaining a relationship with this individual, hoping he might become her ally. One must commend Bulma's intelligence. She had always possessed keen insight. In the original tale, she encountered Bobo while searching for the god Piccolo's spacecraft, initially resistant to his presence. However, upon realizing Bobo's immense utility, she began to cultivate a rapport with him. Had it not been for Bobo's role as a servant to the gods, which prevented him from leaving Earth, she would undoubtedly have sought to accompany him to Namek. Furthermore, Bulma's knack for discerning character was even more remarkably showcased during the events of Dragon Ball Super. With her intelligence and social skills, she quickly established a rapport with the Angel Whis, even managing to win over the god of destruction, Beerus, with her culinary delights, effectively transforming him into a pampered house cat. Now that everyone is prepared, let us hasten to meet Lord Kaioshin. Buu's flying carpet can accommodate 2 people, and there are 5 of us in total. As Buu spoke, he began to take stock. He completely overlooked that Goku, Raditz, and Lin Xuan could all fly independently and did not require his assistance. No worries, Mr. Buu only needs to take Krillin and Master Roshi, Goku declared. Although my flight technique is not yet perfect, I can certainly manage to fly Gohan to the sacred temple, and as for my brother and Lin Xuan, their flying abilities are unquestionable. Upon hearing this, Buu nodded with a smile, saying that as splendid. Buu will take Krillin and Master Roshi, saving us quite a bit of time. After their brief exchange, the group began to take action. Master Roshi and Krillin boarded the flying carpet, while Goku exchanged a glance with Raditz and Lin Xuan, clearly indicating that he would lead the way. In terms of speed, they would undoubtedly be faster given their mastery of flight. Although Buu could maneuver the carpet swiftly, he had to be mindful of Krillin and Master Roshi. As he descended to escort them, the previously silent Bulma, simmering with frustration, could no longer contain herself and exclaimed, "What is this? Are you really leaving me behind? I brought you all here, and now you want to take me with you?" Her anger was entirely justified. Being cherished when needed and cast aside when not is intolerable for anyone. Bulma's temperament could be considered relatively mild in the original narrative. She would scold but never truly harbor resentment. I'm really sorry, but I must take Gohan with me, and I can only accommodate 2 on BUS carpet. Goku replied awkwardly, feeling guilty yet helpless. His single-mindedness prevented him from considering returning to fetch her. However, Krillin and Master Roshi had a different idea and suggested, "Why don't Mr. Bu take Bulma and Master Roshi up first, and I'll wait here?" Bu promptly rejected the idea, stating, Lord Kaioshin said to take everyone up. But he did not mention this woman, so Bu must ascend to consult Lord Kaioshin. It was clear that Bulma had been excluded from the divine audience. Lin Chuan could not help but feel discontented. Reflecting on the original portrayal of the god of destruction, Piccolo, it was evident he was initially quite conceited and exuded an air of cunning. To disregard Bulma so casually? What a mistake. At this moment, her worth may be overlooked. But in the future, she could prove to be invaluable. So, that old Kaioshin never intended to allow me into the divine temple? Humph. Very well. Do not let me ascend. I shall rely on my own strength from now on. Upon my return, I will construct advanced jet aircraft. Is it not akin to the divine sanctuary? I could even fabricate a spacecraft. In a fit of exasperation, Bulma disregarded everything else, her words leaving those present utterly bewildered. Lin Chuan could comprehend Bulma's frustration. Raditz, standing nearby, was taken aback by Bulma's final declaration, to build a spacecraft. If it were indeed feasible, he could depart from Earth and liberate himself from constraints. Having roamed the cosmos for many years, Raditz was not lacking in intellect. Had he been truly dim-witted, he would have perished long ago. Raditz was merely ensuring his own safety. Should he find himself unable to enhance his strength within a year, he could escape Earth utilizing the spacecraft. Once free from surveillance, he could seek refuge on a more suitable planet, certainly preferable to his existence on Earth. If you wish to go, I shall carry you. Suddenly, Lin Chuan spoke. At the sound of his voice, everyone was startled, and Bulma gazed at him in disbelief. With a smile adorning his face, Lin Chuan stood there, gazing at Bulma. Krillin and Master Roshi exchanged glances filled with a subtle glimmer, while Raditz looked at Lin Chuan in astonishment, incredulous that he would harbor feelings for an Earth woman. Goku, however, appeared relieved, casting Lin Chuan an approving look. Bobo had nothing to say. One was not of Earth and could not be constrained by him, while the other's ascent had no bearing on him. Silence enveloped the group as Bulma glanced around, making a decision in her heart. A surge of impulse lingered in her mind. After years of friendship and shared experiences, it seemed that a newly arrived Saiyan was more considerate of her feelings than those she had known for so long. They forbade her from going. Yet she was determined to see for herself. Humph. Now I understand. You all fear him, yet he is not as malevolent as you imagine. In fact, I find him entirely unthreatening, while it is you who treat him differently. Bulma swiftly approached Lin Chuan. Her audacity having long eclipsed the initial apprehension she felt towards the unknown Saiyan. Perhaps it was Lin Chuan's display of kindness and his striking appearance that captivated her. At that moment, no one could fathom that Bulma was quite astute. Intelligent as she was, she recognized Lin Chuan's formidable strength and his ability to withstand future invaders. Thus, she would not squander this opportunity to draw near to him. Moreover, with his handsome features and well-proportioned physique, tall yet not imposing, robust without being overly muscular, she felt that even a brief embrace would not be to her detriment. In summary, Bulma found herself somewhat infatuated. She compared the men within her perception and immediately realized that none could rival Lin Chuan. Chapter 23, Direct Engagement. The Hall of the Gods. I must trouble you, Lin Chuan, Bulma remarked. Before Goku could finish his sentence, he was met with Bulma's piercing gaze, which silenced him instantly. Cold sweat trickled down Goku's forehead, prompting him to change the subject. Since everyone is ready, let us depart. I will lead the way. With that, he scooped up Gohan, offering him a few comforting words before soaring into the sky. Goku's mastery of the flight technique was far from proficient. His skills in this regard were truly mediocre at this moment. TCH, he hasn't even mastered the most fundamental method of flying? That cockroach is utterly useless, Raditz scoffed, leaping alongside Goku. As they moved, Bobo signaled to Krillin and Master Roshi, then guided the flying carpet to follow suit. Uncertain if it was due to weight limits or other factors, Bobo's ascent was sluggish, lagging far behind Goku's clumsy flying technique. Watching them ascend, Lin Chuan's expression sharpened as he turned to Bulma. Are you prepared? Upon hearing Lin Chuan's inquiry, Bulma felt a slight flush on her cheeks. Despite her earlier boldness and carefree demeanor, the prospect of being held made her shy, especially since they were not well acquainted. She merely responded with a soft and Lin Chuan promptly lifted her in a princess carry. The soft warmth of her body against him elicited an exquisite sensation, one he had never experienced before. causing Lin Chuan's heart to tremble. In this lifetime, it was only today that he truly encountered a woman like Bulma. In his past life, even having seen the world, he had merely held hands or embraced shoulders. Now, with Bulma cradled in his arms, he was struck by the realization of her curvaceous form. Not only was her figure stunning, but she also emanated an irresistibly alluring fragrance that lingered in the air, captivating him completely. It was hard to fathom why Yamcha, who had the privilege of being with such a remarkable woman, did not cherish her more. If it were him, he would protect her with utmost care. Terrified of losing her to another, Lin Chuan stood in a daze. Bulma found herself in a similar predicament. She had not anticipated Lin Chuan's decisive action in lifting her, and now felt somewhat dizzy, overwhelmed by an unusual sensation that clouded her thoughts. The masculine aura enveloped her, the heat radiating from his body, igniting a warmth within her as if she were feverish. After standing there in a stupor for over 10 seconds, Lin Chuan was fortunate to be roused back to reality by Bulma and the others. In the first moment, Bulma's gaze met Lin Chuan's, and her face flushed even deeper. Lin Chuan, slightly embarrassed, offered a shy smile as an apology for his momentary distraction. "Remember not to move around. I will rush up and take you to the sacred temple first," he said, and with that, he slowly rose to his feet, utilizing his flight technique. Within mere seconds, both Lin Chuan and Bulma vanished from the ground below. In less than a minute, at the sacred temple, a swift shadow soared upward from beneath the temple, ultimately landing steadily at the central platform. It was none other than Lin Chuan, descending with Bulma cradled in his arms. His speed surpassed everyone else, a mere display of his casual prowess. The vast and magnificent sacred temple exuded an aura of the divine and the majestic, an invisible pressure that enveloped all who entered. Of course, those of significant strength could easily disregard such oppression. "This place is just as I remembered. The residence of the deity resembles an oversized bowl suspended in the sky, steeped in a rather peculiar charm," Lin Chuan mused as he surveyed his surroundings, his memories aligning with reality. As he sensed the atmosphere, his gaze drifted forward, where he first spotted a figure standing immobile. That person, too, was observing him. It was none other than the rotund figure known for his wild hairstyle, Yachirobe, famously dubbed the meat-clad Yasu. True to the original tale, he had been summoned by the deity Piccolo to train. Their eyes locked. Lin Chuan offered a slight smile, not particularly concerned, and turned his attention to what lay behind Yachirobe. The deity Piccolo was indeed present within the temple. Lin Chuan's focus remained solely on the deity, and in that moment, he had yet to realize that he was still holding Bulma. Bulma, still caught in the exhilaration of their flight, had not yet regained her composure. Upon finally taking in the sight of the sacred temple, she was oblivious to the fact that she was still in Lin Chuan's embrace. A thought crossed her mind. Is this really the sacred temple? It feels entirely different from what I imagined. With curiosity sparkling in her eyes, Bulma gazed around, her expression one of disbelief. She had long yearned to explore the existence of the sacred temple, but opportunities had always eluded her, until now, her wish had finally come true. As she contemplated this, Bulma instinctively shifted her body, only to feel Lin Chuan's grip tighten around her. Suddenly, it dawned on her, wait, I'm still in Lin Chuan's arms. Startled, she lifted her gaze and found herself once again locking eyes with him. "Why you? Quickly, put me down," Bulma exclaimed, her face aflame with embarrassment, her hands instinctively covering her cheeks, terrified of being seen in such an awkward predicament. In this moment, as she reminisced about their earlier flight, she had clung to Lin Chuan for protection due to the overwhelming speed. Lin Chuan seized the opportunity to tease her, remarking on how someone had gripped him tightly and shouted for him not to let go. The implications of his jest were unmistakable, causing Bulma's cheeks to flush a deeper shade of crimson. Observing her embarrassment, Lin Chuan decided to cease his playful banter and reluctantly set her down, acknowledging that there would be ample time ahead. Excessive teasing could lead to unfavorable consequences. Once free from Lin Chuan's embrace, Bulma took a moment to catch her breath, casting a playful glance at him with her bright, expressive eyes. It was evident that her earlier anxiety and fear stemmed from Lin Chuan's swift maneuvers. In response, Lin Chuan's smile grew even more radiant, unable to hide his amusement at Bulma's adorableness. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the sacred temple, Yachirobe was drenched in sweat, feeling an overwhelming sense of trepidation. Is he truly that Saiyan? His aura is utterly terrifying. Even from this distance, I can sense the danger he exudes. As if he could devour me whole, Yachirobe thought, instinctively wary of Lin Chuan. He found it peculiar that Bulma, a woman of such stature, showed no fear in the presence of such a formidable being. Chapter 24. The schemes of Kami Piccolo. Yachirobe was indeed intimidated by the aura emanating from Lin Chuan. Paralyzed by fear, he dared not approach, even as he observed Bulma and Lin Chuan standing together. Just then, sensing their arrival, A figure emerged slowly from the depths of the sacred temple. Undoubtedly, it was Kami Piccolo. His appearance prompted Yachirobe to take action. Positioning himself beside the deity as if seeking refuge, or perhaps acting as a bodyguard. In the expansive plaza, Lin Xuan and Bulma turned their gazes toward him. As a time traveler, Lin Xuan certainly recognized him, while Bulma had encountered Kami Piccolo years prior during the World Martial Arts Tournament, so she too was unfazed. In fact, her feelings toward Kami Piccolo had dwindled to zero, once revered as a god in her eyes. His blatant disregard for her existence had ignited a smoldering anger within her that would not easily dissipate. Stepping forward, Kami stood at the center of the vast square and introduced himself. "Welcome to our planet, Scion from another world. I am the Kami of this earth." Upon finishing his greeting, Kami Piccolo fixed his gaze upon Lin Xuan, attempting to gauge the extent of his power. As he scrutinized Lin Xuan, the latter returned the scrutiny with a wry smile, completely unperturbed by Kami Piccolo's examination. To Kami Piccolo, Lin Xuan's gaze, imbued with a predatory instinct, felt as though he were being regarded as prey, an unsettling sensation indeed. As a deity of Earth, he had always been an unparalleled existence. Yet now, he found himself regarded as nothing more than an ant by others. Were his adversaries feeble, he would undoubtedly impose his own form of retribution, for it would be a desecration of his divinity. However, he recognized the terrifying might of Lin Xuan, a force he could not withstand. The progression of time, from several years ago to the present, had rendered this celestial being incapable of commanding the grand scheme of affairs, at most. He could rely on his years of strategic acumen to see if he might alter the tide. The fact that an Namekian had ascended to the status of Earth's deity was indeed remarkable. Alas, as I have stated, both you and the previous Piccolo are far too weak. If you were unified, your strength might surpass 10,000, perhaps even higher, Lin Xuan remarked. Not pausing for a response from the deity Piccolo. Suddenly, beneath the celestial palace, another shadow surged upward, swiftly descending onto the divine edifice. The newcomer was undoubtedly Raditz. Lin Xuan charged forward, unable to contain his impatience at the turtle-like pace of the situation, and pursued with fervor. "Ah, is this what they call the celestial palace? The abode of deities? A Namekian becoming the deity of Earth is truly laughable. Indeed, Earth remains a lowly planet, where a mere Namekian suffices to be called a god." Raditz surveyed his surroundings, muttering under his breath, showing no respect to the deity Piccolo. In response, Piccolo dared not voice his anger, choosing instead to remain composed, concealing his displeasure deep within. For him, it was a revelation that he was a Namekian, and now that the strength of others was formidable, he could only swallow his pride. Piccolo was a remarkably astute being. Although his power was inadequate, he possessed great foresight. He had meticulously devised a plan, awaiting the arrival of Goku and the others to set it into motion. For the sake of Earth, he resolved to make the greatest sacrifice, even at the cost of his own dignity. To protect Earth, he was willing to risk everything, hoping to sway the recalcitrant Raditz and Lin Xuan. In doing so, at least the immediate peril facing Earth could be alleviated. Before long, Goku, cradling Gohan, ascended to the Celestial Palace. Following him, the flying carpet, piloted by Bobo, arrived with Krillin and Master Roshi. "You finally arrived, Goku, along with that bald-headed Krillin and Master Roshi. At last, I see those I can rely upon," Yachirobe exclaimed. He had been intimidated by Lin Xuan and further unsettled by Raditz's bloodthirsty demeanor, rendering him almost speechless. "It has been quite some time since we last met, Yachirobe. Were you summoned by the great deity?" Goku inquired with a beaming smile. Meanwhile, Krillin chastised from the side, "Do you have no manners? Though I am bald. Please address me by my name." All right, Krillin." Yachirobe's actions were likely unintentional. Moreover, with the divine being present, we should first maintain a sense of decorum. The turtle sage hastily reminded Krillin to regulate his emotions and refrain from excessive agitation. As a master of martial arts, although it was not his first encounter with a deity, now that they stood before the divine being in the sacred temple, it was imperative to uphold a fundamental respect. "Humph. I have no intention of losing my temper with him," Krillin retorted with a hint of irritation. Indeed, every individual possesses their own limits, and once crossed, emotional turmoil is inevitable. I am not being deliberately insolent. Honestly, what a miserly disposition. Yachirobe, oblivious to such nuances, had grown accustomed to his languid demeanor, often speaking in a manner that lacked formality. This behavior aligned with his character. He was a wandering rogue, perhaps even akin to a wild man. Simply put, Yachirobe's presence here today was entirely due to his connection with Sun Wukong. It was through Wukong that he gained access to the Korin Tower, thereby becoming reliant on it for the rest of his life. The depletion of the magical beans in the original narrative was a consequence of his actions. Setting aside the matters between Krillin and Yachirobe, Sun Wukong approached the divine being, Piccolo, with his son in tow. Allow me to introduce you. This is my son, Gohan. Gohan, this is Lord Piccolo, whom I have spoken of before. Initially timid, Gohan, under his father's guidance, shed some of his shyness. Perhaps he possessed an innate affinity for Namekians. Upon seeing Lord Piccolo, he boldly declared, I am Gohan, 4 years old. Greetings, Lord Piccolo. This simple address brought a joyful smile to Piccolo's face. However, this was not the moment for childish play. He nodded with a smile and remarked, It seems that after a few years, you have a son now. I can see he possesses extraordinary potential. His future achievements are boundless. Hee. I shall take your words as a good omen, Lord Piccolo. By the way, now that we are all here, do you have any plans to share? Sun Wukong replied with a cheerful demeanor. With that, Piccolo seized the opportunity, took a deep breath to compose himself, and began to articulate his thoughts. Chapter 25, The Underworld. The King of Worlds. Adding fuel to the fire. Though Tien, Kairatsu, and Yamcha were absent, it could be said that everyone else had gathered. Thus, I will not beat around the bush. I shall speak plainly. In preparation for the impending crisis that will arise in a year, potentially involving the cosmic tyrant Frieza, I am acutely aware that you must all strive to strengthen yourselves with utmost urgency. As the divine being of Earth, I am aware of a special location where a great master resides. With my abilities, I can recommend you to him for training. I believe that under his guidance, anyone will experience a significant enhancement in strength within a short period. As the words of the divine being Piccolo resonated, both Sun Wukong and Krillin were immediately filled with exhilaration. The affirmation from such a celestial being suggested that the information was undoubtedly genuine. This meant that even if those two malevolent Saiyans arrived on Earth, they would possess the capability to handle the situation independently, without relying on Lin Chuan's strength. Excuse me, esteemed deity, who is this esteemed elder you speak of? Where can he be found? Are there still such remarkable beings on our Earth? Sun Wukong inquired eagerly. Having never heard of or encountered such a figure, the news was electrifying for him, a recognized master on Earth. At that moment, he was unaware that the existence Piccolo referred to was not of Earth. This statement piqued the interest not only of Sun Wukong and Krillin, but also of Yachirobe and Master Roshi, who were all attentively listening. Raditz, too, was taken aback. His brow furrowed in disbelief. The audacity of this divine being was astonishing. While the notion of preparing for the invasion by Babidi and Vegeta was somewhat acceptable, the involvement of Frieza was an entirely different matter. Lin Chuan was equally surprised that Piccolo would reveal such information at this juncture, effectively exposing the King of Worlds. Wukong, you must temper your demeanor. If you encounter this being in your current state and commit a faux pas, you may forfeit the opportunity to receive his guidance. He is also a deity, one whose divine rank far surpasses that of our Earth's god. As for his location, revealing it might shock you. For this deity resides in the underworld, a superlative existence, the supreme king of worlds from the North Galaxy. As Piccolo spoke, his expression grew increasingly grave. The King of Worlds? The underworld? Sun Wukong gazed at Piccolo in disbelief, overwhelmed by the enormity of the revelation. While his curiosity about the nature of this king was piqued, the thought of the underworld left him perplexed. Wasn't that the realm of the deceased? Are you implying, esteemed deity, that you intend to send us to the afterlife? Or must we perish first to seek the king in the underworld for training? Krillin's face drained of color, his bewilderment palpable. Having experienced death firsthand and visited the underworld, he was particularly unnerved, especially since he had been revived by the dragon. Nearby, Yachirobe appeared equally dazed, terrified of the prospect of death. The notion of the afterlife, the underworld, and the exalted King of Worlds was utterly bewildering. Raditz, listening to Piccolo's account, felt dizzy, almost convinced he was ensnared in a dream. He was wholly unaware of any of this. Upon arriving on Earth, my worldview has been continually reshaped. Now even the afterlife has manifested. Alongside the emergence of a supreme being known as the King of the Universe, who has waged battles across the cosmos for countless years. Feeling as though his existence has been in vain, I have indeed heard of the King of the Universe. Is it true that the celestial deity of Earth summoned us with this intention? Lin Chuan's sudden interjection caught everyone off guard. In that moment, Lin Chuan evoked a sense of omniscience, particularly in the celestial deity Piccolo, who struggled to fathom the nature of Lin Chuan, a Saiyan, possessing knowledge of the king's existence. Lin Chuan, do you know Lord King? Goku inquired with palpable urgency. He yearned to glean information about the king from Lin Chuan. If Lin Chuan deemed this king formidable, it must surely hold merit. As far as I am aware, our universe is divided into 4 major galaxies, each governed by a respective king, the Eastern, Southern, Western, and Northern kings, overseeing the 4 great galaxies. We currently reside in the Northern Galaxy, thus the celestial deity you mentioned must be referring to the Northern King. Among the kings, the Northern King is indeed esteemed for his capabilities and possesses a certain finesse. Lin Chuan's explanation, though straightforward and seemingly lacking in depth, left those present in a state of astonishment. It can be said that Lin Chuan was embellishing the narrative. Otherwise, the plot would not progress smoothly. It is imperative for Goku and the others to train under the king. However, he himself has no intention of doing so. Is this truly the case? Talos. Does this king govern our universes for major galaxies? Raditz questioned incredulously. Upon seeing Lin Chuan nod, Raditz inhaled deeply. Having spent his existence battling across the universe and invading various planets, and being part of Frieza's army, he understood the vastness of the cosmos. The northern galaxy alone was unfathomably expansive. The 4 major galaxies of the universe are no ordinary realms. To speak solely of the northern galaxy, it is known to contain countless vast star domains, each harboring billions of star systems, and within each star system, numerous galaxies abound. In comparison, he suddenly felt profoundly foolish. Akin to a frog at the bottom of a well. A new concept emerged, prompting him to juxtapose the Northern King with Frieza. He began to perceive that the king might indeed surpass Frieza in power. However, Raditz remained unaware that he was overthinking the matter. Commanding does not necessarily equate to possessing overwhelming strength. So, this king is truly formidable? Goku pondered, his blood surging with excitement at the thought of someone who governs a quarter of the universe. It was nothing short of astonishing. To be able to apprentice under such an extraordinary being is undoubtedly a tremendous opportunity. As Sun Wukong's consciousness awakened, Krillin beside him also became animated. His intellect surpassed even that of Sun Wukong, and if he were to remain oblivious at this moment, it would be sheer folly. He, too, was a martial artist yearning to enhance his strength. How could he possibly accept the status quo? The atmosphere began to shift. Chapter 26, Raditz, my goodness. As more and more astonishing information surfaced, the excitement grew palpable. Undoubtedly, the existence of King Kai is regarded as one of the paramount entities in this era. However, in the grand scheme of things, such beings like King Kai are merely at the foundational level. When the narrative progresses to the Majin Buu saga, even the Kaioshin will be rendered insignificant. Only the gods of destruction can truly be considered the supreme deities of the universe. Even if the Kaioshin and the gods of destruction are on par in terms of divine status, how does the strength of the Kaioshin compare to that of the gods of destruction? Lin Chuan found himself bemused by his own words. He could not afford to disparage King Kai too much. Otherwise, who would be willing to seek guidance in their training? Thus, it was essential to embellish his praise for King Kai. While everyone else was filled with joy and lofty aspirations, the Supreme Kai, Piccolo, gazed at Lin Chuan with a look of bewilderment. I never imagined he would be so well informed about the matters concerning Lord King Kai. How could he know such intricate details? Could it be that other Kais from different planets have informed him? The Supreme Kai pondered quietly. There seemed to be no other possibility. After all, aside from the Kais, ordinary individuals, no matter how formidable, could never grasp or access such knowledge, unless one were deceased. Having heard of these matters in the afterlife, as his thoughts deepened, Sun Wukong suddenly spoke, pulling him back from his reverie. Lord Supreme Kai, how do we reach the underworld and find Lord King Kai? Sun Wukong inquired. Is it truly as Krillin suggested, that we must perish to seek him out? I wouldn't mind. After all, even if I die once, the Dragon Balls can revive me. But Krillin and Master Roshi cannot. They have already passed away once. If they die again, the dragon cannot bring them back, can it? His nonchalance towards death revealed the simplicity of Sun Wukong's mind. His words captured the attention of everyone present, especially Raditz, who widened his eyes in disbelief, astonished that the Dragon Balls could indeed revive individuals. You need not worry about that. The Supreme Kai interjected. Although my combat abilities may not match yours, as a Supreme Kai, I possess divine authority. I can guide you across the realms of life and death, directly to the underworld. The Supreme Kai concluded, his expression turning serious. Before Sun Wukong, Krillin, and Master Roshi could express their excitement, Yachirobe continued without pause. The journey to the underworld is quite straightforward. And training under King Kai is currently the only method I can conceive to expedite your strength. However, not all of you can venture to the underworld. Even as a deity, I can only escort 2 living souls there, which is already pushing the limits of Lord Yama's tolerance. Therefore, among you, only 2 may journey to the underworld to seek King Kai's teachings. Wukong is one of them, and I trust you will have no objections. As for the other individual, the words of the deity fell like a bucket of cold water upon everyone present, implying that there was only 1 slot left for training under King Kai. Who among them could accompany Sun Wukong on this quest for mastery? Although only Krillin, Yachirobe, and Master Roshi were present, there were also mentions of Tien, Yamcha, and Kairatsu. Surely, they could not be kept in the dark about this opportunity. Silence enveloped the room, until Master Roshi discreetly signaled Krillin, urging him to seize this coveted opportunity. As Krillin's master, Roshi had always cherished Krillin's companionship. While Wukong was his most celebrated disciple, Krillin had always held a special place in his heart. He recognized that this was one of the rare chances for Krillin to grow stronger, and it was imperative to grasp it. If successful, both of his disciples would soar to great heights in the future. I understand, Master Mateto, Krillin replied immediately. However, just as he was about to inform the deity of his decision, others interjected. If there's another slot, then let me go, Raditz declared boldly. Do you truly believe that Earthlings can become formidable enough to contend with the Scions? The only ones capable of standing against us are our own kind. As for Frieza, Raditz's voice was filled with an overwhelming authority. His declaration astonished even Lin Chuan. What a surprise! Raditz had voluntarily stepped forward, which was entirely contrary to Lin Chuan's expectations. He had initially contemplated facilitating a collaboration for Raditz and son Wukong to seek training under King Kai. This could gradually reshape Raditz's mentality and character. What strength might he acquire under King Kai's guidance? Brother, are you going? Son Wukong paused slightly at Raditz's initiative. His mind flooded with scenarios he had never considered. Meanwhile, Krillin and Master Roshi, stifling their anger at Raditz's audacity, could only begrudgingly acknowledge his power. However, they believed the deity would never permit Raditz to join, given that he had only recently arrived on Earth with intentions of invasion. Hey, old deity. I'm saying I want to accompany Kakarot to seek training from that King Kai. You have no objections, right? Raditz's demeanor was unmistakably intimidating. This has been his habit for many years. As a Saiyan, he has invaded countless planets alongside Vegeta and Nappa, cultivating an air of superiority that is not easily altered. If Raditz were to undergo a sudden transformation, even Lin Chuan would have to question whether he, too, was a reincarnator like himself. The Supreme Kai, Piccolo, found himself in deep contemplation. To be frank, he would not wish to grant such an opportunity to someone like Raditz, a notorious invader of planets, unless there were no other options. Yet, he understood the truth in Raditz's words. Only a Saiyan could contend with another Saiyan. No matter how powerful the Earthlings might become, they would inevitably reach their limits. Even if they could grow stronger, it would take considerable time, as evidenced by the disparity between son Wukong and other martial artists. He could only hope that as this individual trains with Wukong under King Kai's guidance, he might be influenced by Wukong and thus experience a change. Once the bond between the brothers is nurtured, it would undoubtedly bode well for the future of Earth. This was the Supreme Kai's initial thought. As for Lin Chuan, this Saiyan was shrouded in mystery, exuding an uncontrollable aura. Given this, he would allow Raditz to train alongside Wukong. After all, they were brothers. Raditz, having turned from darkness to light, might indeed surpass the ordinary when united with his brother, potentially growing even stronger. The Supreme Kai, Piccolo, nodded solemnly. Chapter 27. The Fastest Path to Strength. The hyperbolic time chamber. Piccolo's words left Master Roshi and Krillin utterly speechless. Yajirobe trembled in fear. Lord Supreme Kai, how could you agree to this? He nearly killed Wukong and intended to capture Wukong's son, Gohan. If he goes with Wukong, who knows what might happen? Krillin thought to intervene, but as the conversation unfolded, he found himself at a loss for words. Not only did the Supreme Kai's gaze silence him, but Raditz also cast a scornful look his way. What do you know, little bald head? Do you realize that the old me would have killed you without hesitation? Raditz turned, his expression menacing. The mere threat in his words left Krillin paralyzed with fear. I warn you, this is the Supreme Kai's palace, and everyone is here. Do not act recklessly. Krillin forced himself to suppress his terror, gritting his teeth as he spoke. In response, Raditz burst into laughter. This little bald head has learned to threaten me. It's all right, Krillin. I don't know about the past, but the current version of my brother has changed. Previously, he attacked me merely to take me away from Earth to invade other planets. I believe those two Scions played a role in that. My brother, in the past, lacked the power to defy fate, but now that he has the opportunity, he will not revert to his former self. Since I have chosen to believe, I shall believe wholeheartedly. Moreover, I eagerly anticipate the opportunity to train alongside my elder brother at King Kai's domain. What results shall ensue? Son Wukong took the initiative to place his hand upon Krillin's shoulder. This act served as a means of absolving Raditz, while also alleviating the tension among them. It must be said that even Lin Chuan occasionally finds himself perplexed by son Wukong's intentions. The transformation is astonishing, but a moment ago, he sought to vanquish his brother. And now he is granted forgiveness. Ah well. Observing son Wukong's demeanor, Krillin wished to voice his thoughts, yet upon noticing Master Roshi shaking his head in disapproval, he resigned himself to silence. He too yearned to train, but this opportunity had been seized by Raditz. No one comprehended his plight. Nevertheless, he had not entirely relinquished hope. Aware of what the future might hold, even if he could not journey to train under King Kai, he would not remain idle. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan, witnessing the unfolding events, felt a profound sense of reflection. It appears that the alterations I have made are gradually causing the original trajectory to deviate, although the main storyline remains unchanged. Seeds have been sown. This world is beginning to transform. Krillin, you need not feel regret or injustice, though I cannot escort you to train under King Kai. You may remain at the Heavenly Temple to hone your skills for the coming year, alongside Tien Shinhan, Kaiatsu, and Yamcha. They are among the finest martial artists on Earth, and I will arrange for Bubbles to seek them out shortly. Observing Krillin's despondence and dissatisfaction, King Kai began to elaborate on his other plans. He too aims to cultivate warriors on Earth, enhancing their prowess. Only in this way can the impending crisis be addressed more effectively in a year's time. At the very least, this is another pathway to ensure the safety of Earth. Is this truly feasible? Upon hearing King Kai's words, a glimmer of hope sparked in Krillin's eyes. For him, training at the Heavenly Temple is indeed a splendid opportunity, far superior to solitary practice. Thus, under King Kai's narration, and with Lin Chuan embellishing the tale, both Lin Chuan and Raditz found themselves irrevocably entwined in the subsequent narrative of the original work. However, unlike Raditz, Lin Chuan is not bound to train as dictated by King Kai. No one can impose their will upon him. It is worth noting that King Kai, in his haste, spoke of the urgency of the matter and promptly set forth with Sun Wukong and Raditz on their journey to the afterlife. It appeared he feared that Sun Wukong and Raditz might reconsider or entertain doubts, rendering all plans futile, while others remain oblivious to King Kai's intentions. Lin Chuan is far from ignorant. Now, approximately 20 minutes have elapsed. With the absence of King Kai and Raditz, Lin Chuan felt no inclination to speak further. He withdrew to contemplate his forthcoming strategies. Upon arriving on Earth and until now, I have been utilizing the knowledge I possess to effect change. Now that the overarching situation has been established, it is time for me to take my turn. Due to the distance, Lin Chuan has not concerned himself with the circumstances on the other side. After all, the others are acquaintances, even though Bobo has only met them a couple of times. He is familiar with Bulma, Master Roshi, Krillin, and Gohan, all of whom share common ground. Naturally, even if the conversation is not entirely clear, Lin Chuan can surmise that they must think that the decision made by the God of Destruction to send Raditz to train under King Kai is rather reckless. Furthermore, they are likely contemplating how to explain this to Chi-Chi, especially since Goku has departed, and this departure will last for at least a year. Positioned at the edge of the sacred world of the Kais, Lin Chuan inhaled the fresh air deeply. This sensation of looking down from a height indeed evokes the feeling of surveying all living beings. It is no wonder that the original Piccolo, even after separating from himself, aspired to become this god of destruction, to govern a planet and become the ruler of countless lives. What an exhilarating and prideful endeavor! If the Dragon Ball series lacked subsequent storylines, I would still yearn to experience being this god of destruction, exalted and supreme. However, this world is vast, and Earth is but a small speck. Lin Chuan cannot allow himself to be constrained by the vision of a mere god of destruction. His future is destined to be extraordinarily brilliant. What he must do is continuously grow stronger and forge ahead. Speaking of which, if I wish to rise rapidly in a short time, there exists a swift method. A thought arose in his mind as Lin Chuan turned to gaze at the Temple of the Gods. As a traveler from another world, how could he be unaware of the existence of the hyperbolic time chamber? Spending a year within equates to merely a day outside. With his infinite power enhancement system, even if his power level is only 1 point per second, once he enters, he can amass a year's worth of combat power in just one day. One day comprises 86 for 100 seconds. A month of 30 days amounts to 592,000 seconds. A year of 12 months totals 31,536,000 seconds. Given that initially, each individual may only enter for 2 days, equating to 2 years of training, his combat power could surpass 60 million points. This means that without any effort, he could attain such strength. Moreover, when combined with an additional year in the outside world, by the time he faces Frieza on Namek, even if he has not yet mastered Super Saiyan transformation, his power level exceeding 100 million would be sufficient to contend with Frieza then. Chapter 28, Lin Chuan's Plans. Gohan's arrangements. A power level exceeding 100 million. It would be enough to withstand Frieza's onslaught. This is merely the foundation. After all, only by meeting the combat power threshold can one stand on equal footing and face each other directly. Of course, he will not rely solely on the system. Although his power level can continually increase through the system, other aspects cannot. He must also take action to cultivate himself, mastering techniques, skills, combat methods, and battle experience. Only through such efforts can his true combat strength align with the power he possesses. Despite the system being impressive, Lin Chuan always harbors a sense of untapped potential within his current capabilities. Imagine possessing a combat power exceeding 100 million yet only being able to manifest a mere 10 million. What does that signify? In other words, relying solely on the system could indeed enable him to crush Frieza in the near future, but if he merely holds combat strength equivalent to Frieza's final form, he would still be overwhelmed by him. Should such a scenario unfold, he would truly be rendered useless. Frankly speaking, Lin Chuan is brimming with confidence now. Reflecting on his time on planet 3114, he was constrained by limited resources and conditions, which only allowed him to elevate his strength to 15,000 points, let alone explore the transformation methods of a Super Saiyan. Simply put, the activated cells within him were insufficient for transformation. The methods for achieving Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan God exist. After a period of futile research, Lin Chuan identified this limitation. Now on Earth, myriad possibilities abound, and many of the cultivation methods provided in the original text are applicable to him. For instance, gravity training stands as the most formidable cultivation technique of this era. In the original narrative, Sun Wukong trained on King Kai's planet, benefiting not only from King Kai's guidance, but also from the critical factor of 10 times Earth's gravity. Furthermore, after Sun Wukong was healed from severe injuries, he activated his Saiyan traits and grew stronger, achieving a staggering 90,000 points of combat power under 100 times gravity, all within a mere 6 days. Regaining his focus, Lin Chuan's gaze shifted towards the Divine Palace. At this moment, entering the room of spirit and time feels premature. It is not that he desires to strengthen himself expeditiously. Rather, two concerns linger. First, whether the room is recognized by the system and whether it can enhance his combat power remains uncertain. He has attempted to make contact but received no response, leaving him with the impression that the system is incomplete, lacking even knowledge on how to level up. Second, even if the system acknowledges it, his current level allows for a combat power increase of merely 1 per second. If he were to enter with his present strength, spending 2 years would yield only a little over 60 million in combat power. However, should the system's level rise in the future, allowing for increases of 10, 100, or even 1,000 per second, entering them would be the optimal choice. Patience is essential. Lin Chuan arrived at this decision after much contemplation. For now, he can fully rely on himself to grow stronger, viewing the system's power enhancement merely as an auxiliary tool. Taking a deep breath and shifting his thoughts, Lin Chuan noticed Gohan nearby. Recalling the words of Sun Wukong before his departure, it was indeed a moment that caused Lin Chuan's lips to twitch involuntarily. Sun Wukong intended for him to guide Son Gohan, which was a clever ploy. He sought to influence his elder brother while utilizing his son to foster a harmonious relationship. Lin Chuan initially contemplated a refusal, yet upon observing Son Gohan's eager compliance and initiative, he found it difficult to outright decline. Consequently, he merely consented to oversee the boy, though he firmly believed that taking on a disciple was out of the question. Even though Son Gohan possessed extraordinary potential and was destined to become the most formidable individual warrior, Lin Chuan pondered the fate of Piccolo should he take Gohan under his wing. Currently, Piccolo remained the Demon King, and it was only through Son Gohan's companionship that he underwent a complete transformation. Ultimately, Lin Chuan resolved to first accompany Son Gohan and later seek an opportunity to entrust him to Piccolo. Moreover, given Lin Chuan's teaching methods and habits, he genuinely feared that rigorous training might adversely affect Son Gohan, who was still but 4 years old. As he stepped away from the precipice of the sacred temple, Lin Chuan prepared to converse with Bulma, but her voice had already reached his ears. How vexing it was to remain in one place for so long. The wait was exceedingly dull. Initially brimming with curiosity about the sacred temple, the 20 minutes spent exploring its every corner had yielded nothing remarkable, transforming her intrigue into disappointment. Beside her, Krillin and Master Roshi exhibited much more patience, as they understood the necessity of biding their time in the current situation. All right, Bulma. Now is not the time for impatience. Was it not you who insisted on coming up here? Krillin couldn't help but interject, just as he was about to say more. He noticed his master's expression shift, prompting him to follow his gaze. Lin Chuan approached briskly, causing Krillin to become alert, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Throughout, Lin Chuan had remained enigmatic and formidable. Noticing their anxious demeanor, Lin Chuan dismissed their tension and directly addressed Bulma. In a moment, you shall find your wait less tedious. As for Kakarot, let us stick with Sun Wukong, as you are more familiar with that name. He should have informed you to assist me in locating the Dragon Balls on Earth. With this, Lin Chuan awaited Bulma's response. After parting with the sacred guardian Piccolo, Sun Wukong, and Raditz, he had refrained from further conversation. Now, he merely sought to confirm their subsequent search. Certain desires weighed heavily on Lin Chuan, and while some moments could be squandered, there were others he was unwilling to waste. Since it is Wukong's request, I shall certainly aid you in your quest. However, I must admit, I am quite curious, despite your remarkable abilities. What wishes do you seek to fulfill with the Dragon Balls? Is it for immortality? Or perhaps world domination? Wukong has mentioned that if it's such a wish, I must stop you, Bulma said, a peculiar smile gracing her face, hinting at her whimsical nature. If I truly wished for such a thing, how would you prevent me? Lin Chuan replied, a conspiratorial glint in his eyes. This expression unnerved Krillin, Master Roshi, and Yachirobe, yet Bulma remained entirely unfazed. She seemed to understand that Lin Chuan was not the kind of unreasonable and malevolent scion. That's why I call him a big fool, Bulma asserted. What do you mean? Lin Chuan retorted, surprised. Chapter 29. A kind heart? Don't be ridiculous. What I mean is, he has already agreed to help you find the Dragon Balls to make a wish. Therefore, whatever wish he chooses will be a foregone conclusion. Who could possibly stop him? Not him, and certainly not I, a mere woman. Bulma rolled her eyes, then swiftly changed the topic. However, I am not at all concerned that you would wish for such a thing, because if you truly intended to make such a wish, you would simply state it. No one on Earth could stop you. Upon hearing that, Lin Chuan couldn't help but admire her even more. Bulma truly was exceptionally clever. She was absolutely right. From the very beginning, no one could influence what wish he might make. Unless, of course, the existence of the Dragon Balls was obliterated. Hey, Bulma. Are you so certain? I can't shake the feeling that he is indeed planning something, Krillin interjected anxiously. His words elicited a sigh of exasperation from Bulma. It was evident that Krillin's foolishness had irritated her. In Bulma's mind, Krillin was usually quite astute, so why could he not grasp her clear implications? The power disparity was evident. What was the point in fretting over trivial matters? Bulma was right, and I too believe that this scion, Lin Chuan, would not wish for anything excessively outrageous. So, Krillin, there is no need for your worries, especially since Wukong has gone to train with Lord Kai. You are now the face of Earth. Do not be so petty. Master Roshi spoke up, urging Krillin to be more magnanimous. He was concerned that if his student spoke too candidly, it might provoke an unfavorable reaction from Lin Chuan. After all, he was a scion, newly arrived on Earth, and possessed formidable strength. Although he appeared benevolent, his true nature would require time to reveal itself. Master Roshi also understood Bulma's underlying message, with Lin Chuan's immense strength. They could only align themselves with him, not oppose him. At least, not for now. Lord Kami. Suddenly, just as Lin Chuan was about to commend Bulma, he heard Popo calling out. In the next moment, all eyes turned in that direction. Lord Piccolo had reappeared in the very spot he had vanished from. The only difference being that he was drenched in sweat and panting heavily. It was evident that traversing between the realms had taken an extraordinarily taxing toll. I fear this may be the reason why the deity Piccolo stated that he could only take 2 individuals. Naturally, the king of hell, Yama, may turn a blind eye. But he would certainly not permit the same incident to occur twice. Thus, the quota is fixed at 2. This is fate. Welcome back, Lord Deity. Have Goku and his elder brother Raditz already arrived at Lord North Kai's realm? The turtle hermit stepped forward and inquired, his concern for his disciples' circumstances evident, as it was crucial for Sun Wukong to attain the North Kai's legacy. Rest assured, I have already sent them to the underworld, however. Whether they can meet Lord North Kai remains contingent upon their successful passage through a trial. Only by traversing the serpent road of the underworld can they reach the planet of Lord North Kai for training, the deity Piccolo replied after a prolonged pause. His voice weary. I see. Indeed, to encounter a higher deity, one must undergo trials. Nevertheless, I am confident that with Wukong's innate talent and his brother's prowess, they will surely succeed, the turtle hermit mused. Piccolo nodded, and then turned his gaze towards Krillin and Yamcha. Now that Wukong and Raditz have ventured into the underworld for their trials, it is your turn. Upon hearing Piccolo's words, Krillin's expression turned grave, while Yamcha appeared somewhat hesitant. Please, Lord Deity, provide us with your guidance, Krillin respectfully requested, holding the deity in the highest regard. Pleased by the inquiry, Piccolo nodded in satisfaction. And after a moment of contemplation, he stated, it is imperative that I instruct you in your training. However, as I mentioned earlier, we must first locate Ting, Kut, and Yamcha. In fact, Bobo has a general idea of their whereabouts, but we need to pinpoint their exact locations, as they have been moving about. I hope you can accompany Bobo and clarify matters, ultimately bringing them here to me. Although my guidance cannot compare to that of Lord North Kai, it is certainly preferable to your aimless practice. With that, the deity Piccolo fell silent. Very well, I shall accompany Mr. Bobo to find Tien and the others. With their presence, I shall feel more invigorated, Krillin declared, raising his wrist in a gesture of readiness. To Lin Chuan, this scene appeared genuinely innocent. It seemed that this era had just embarked upon the cosmic age, with everyone undergoing transformations and an intense desire for strength. Krillin was like this now. But in the future, such fervor may be difficult to witness. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Lin Chuan. He recalled that in the original narrative, they had swiftly located Tien and the others by utilizing Raditz's power scouter. Thus, he feigned nonchalance and remarked, although I am unaware of whom you seek. They must surely be formidable fighters of notable strength on Earth, correct? Judging by your expressions, it seems you lack specific locations, making it difficult to find them in a short time. Perhaps I could assist you in this matter. With that, Lin Chuan's lips curled into a knowing smile. Upon hearing Lin Chuan's voice, the others were taken aback. They were uncertain of Lin Chuan's intentions or what he planned to do next. Bulma, however, exhibited neither concern nor apprehension. Instead, she proactively remarked, I never anticipated that you possessed such a generous side. Do not misunderstand me. I merely hope you can expedite the arrangements, as I still require your assistance in locating the Dragon Balls. Furthermore, this is quite a trivial matter for me and does not necessitate my help. I simply need to retrieve the battle power detector from my spaceship. As long as the combat power meets the required standards, it can effortlessly pinpoint the locations of formidable beings within the confines of Earth. Lin Chuan, unfazed by Bulma's commendation, responded methodically, generous? Do not jest. My only desire is to leave this place swiftly. Moreover, he hoped to leverage alien technology to persuade Bulma to assist him in constructing the spaceship and gravity training chamber he needed. Battle power detector? Are you referring to that device worn by Raditz? Krillin suddenly recalled the moment when his own battle power was announced, along with Raditz's swift and decisive actions on Earth. It became clear to him that Raditz's ability to locate Kame House with such alacrity was indeed due to the battle power detector. This device not only measures combat power levels to indicate an individual's strength but also locks onto targets, providing directional guidance. If we had such assistance, it would indeed simplify matters considerably. Bulma exclaimed, her curiosity piqued about the advanced technology of extraterrestrial origin. I am eager to witness the battle power detector. Not to mention the spaceship. Truly, a testament to your genius as a scientist. Your intellect is unparalleled. With just a nudge, you can create anything. Even a time machine in the future. Chapter 30. Is Son Gohan going on a space journey? The battle power detector can indeed be lent to you. However, I am unsure if you will comprehend the inscriptions upon it. Observing Bulma's reaction, Lin Chuan recognized that his bait had successfully ensnared her interest. And he felt compelled to add, this battle power detector is specifically designed for the Frieza Force, and the text and numerical information it displays differ from those on Earth. Lin Chuan could decipher it, as this knowledge was embedded in the cultural memory passed down from the Saiyans. Although he had never encountered the written language of this world, the original work had mentioned this aspect. Thus, it could be said that in the original narrative, Raditz's detector would present as mere gibberish to Earthlings. Eventually, Bulma modified the detector, inputting the information to render it comprehensible. If it's merely a minor issue, leave it to me. As long as the equipment is not overly complex, grant me a moment, and I shall transform the language module in accordance with our terrestrial methods. Bulma's words were spoken with such lightness and decisiveness, revealing the immense confidence she possessed. Are you certain? Lin Chuan inquired, narrowing his eyes slightly. What? Do you doubt my capabilities? I am the foremost genius beauty of Earth. Bulma, ever competitive, would not allow herself to be questioned in her domain of expertise. Thus, she resolutely determined that she must accomplish this task, lest she be underestimated. So what you mentioned earlier about creating a spaceship is indeed true? Lin Chuan continued, following Bulma's lead. If that is the case, then it could not be more fortuitous. Accompany me for a while and assist me in repairing the damaged spaceship. The topic shifted to repairs, and Bulma paused momentarily, only for others to catch on. Were it not for the imminent invasion and the approaching Saiyan threat, aiding an interstellar friend in mending a spaceship would have been unremarkable. However, these were extraordinary times. I am willing to assist you, but I can only provide a definitive answer regarding the repairs once I have seen the spaceship, Bulma replied, not entirely acquiescing. By the way, you are not planning to have me fix the spaceship only to make a wish and vanish, are you? She could not help but admire the shrewdness of such a notion. Indeed, she was quite astute to consider this angle. Rest assured, even though I have just arrived on Earth, I harbor no disdain for this planet. Thus, I shall reside here for a while. Repairing the spaceship is merely to facilitate my future interstellar travels. As I cannot remain on Earth indefinitely, I have my own endeavors to pursue. By the way, I have a proposal. since you are such a prodigy, if you could create an even more advanced multi-passenger spaceship, I would be delighted to take you along for interstellar journeys. With you as my technician, I need not worry about the ship breaking down without anyone to repair it. Lin Chuan responded to Bulma's skepticism, subtly hinting at his desire for her assistance in crafting certain items. Interstellar travel, you say? Upon reflection. If only I had made the same choice as my sister back in the day. Bulma's expression momentarily clouded with a hint of melancholy. She recalled her childhood, when her sister Ties had run away with a galactic patrolman named Jack, embarking on a journey through the cosmos. The last time they had communicated felt like an eternity ago. Now, she had grown into adulthood, never imagining that one day she would have the opportunity for interstellar travel herself. If I were to travel through the universe, could I also join? A timid and delicate voice suddenly broke the tension in the air, as the crowd turned their gaze towards the source of the voice. It was none other than Son Gohan speaking. This little fellow had the audacity to embark on a journey through the cosmos. If one were to label him timid, it would indeed be accurate. Yet, to call him bold would also hold true, for he was unafraid of the possibility of not returning. Gohan, you are still quite young. This notion is perilously reckless. Beside him, Krillin seemed concerned that Goku's child might be led astray. Thus he interjected with a note of caution, laced with an undertone of teaching. His mindset was conservative and stubborn. Having never experienced space travel, he remained rather antiquated in his views, reflecting on the original narrative. It was indeed he who boarded the spaceship destined for Namek, which expanded his worldview. Meanwhile, Master Roshi observed Gohan in silence, his eyes hidden behind sunglasses, betraying a hint of intrigue. With his seasoned perception, he had discerned that as long as someone guided him, Goku's son had boundless potential for the future. If one is fearful, they ought not to instill fear in children. Bulma stepped forward, interrupting Krillin's intimidating form of education, and boldly stated, "What is wrong with wanting to travel through space? Isn't it merely leaving Earth?" Gohan's desire to explore is commendable. It signifies his yearning to witness a broader expanse of the universe. Moreover, our little Gohan aspires to become a scholar in the future. Let us not confine his thoughts. As Bulma's words resonated, her gaze towards Gohan brimmed with admiration. At merely 4 years of age, he exhibited far greater courage and maturity than she had at that age. Though she was a girl, Krillin felt quite awkward under Bulma's admonition. At that moment, Gohan spoke again. "Aunt Bulma, I was just thinking that if there were a spaceship, I would love to see what Earth looks like from space. And I also want to see Jupiter, Mars, the Sun, and many other celestial bodies." His innocent voice was filled with a wondrous anticipation of the cosmos, devoid of any fear. It was evident that those of the new era possessed a fundamentally different essence from those of the old. If your Aunt Bulma could indeed construct a multi-passenger spaceship, then your dream may not be unattainable, Lin Chuan chimed in. This lad, acting as an unintentional ally, seamlessly contributed to a perfect collaborative effort. This also implied that without Lin Chuan needing to say anything, Bulma had already taken note of it all. Given Bulma's perspective, she must have realized that if Earth lacked spaceships, humanity would remain unable to traverse the cosmos, thus perpetually lagging behind extraterrestrial beings. "Thank you, Uncle Lin Chuan." Gohan graciously bowed in appreciation. His gesture rendered Lin Chuan somewhat bashful. This child was indeed wonderfully kind and innocent. "Without further ado, we truly appreciate your assistance." Lord Lin Chuan, the Supreme Kai of Earth, Dend, spoke up, urging him on. His current state of mind was quite tumultuous and filled with urgency. Thus, even if Sun Wukong's son Gohan, harbored such audacious thoughts, he chose to disregard them. After all, they would not materialize in the short term. Little did he know that this very dismissal would lead to the emergence of the strongest individual in the future. I have previously stated that my motivations are solely for my own benefit. Regarding the overtures made by the Supreme Kai, Lin Chuan did not take them to heart. Chapter 31. The chasm between genius and ordinary individuals. As the group reached a consensus, each commenced their respective endeavors. Lin Chuan accompanied Bulma to locate his spacecraft, while Krillin and Master Roshi, with the assistance of Bobo, returned to Kame House. Firstly, Master Roshi intended to return, as his prowess among Earth's inhabitants was considerable, making him a figure of great respect. However, given his advanced age, even the Supreme Kai would hesitate to impose further labor upon him. Considering his years, Master Roshi is well over 300, making him one of the oldest living beings on Earth. Secondly, Krillin sought to explain the situation to Chi-Chi during this return. After all, Goku had ventured to the afterlife to train under King Kai, and he would not return for at least a year. Gohan, too, could not return home, fearing that Chi-Chi would outright prevent Lin Chuan from taking him away. Thus, he remained in the Supreme Kai's temple, awaiting Lin Chuan's subsequent arrangements. Goku had entrusted Gohan to Lin Chuan before his departure, which underscored the situation. Krillin found it perplexing why Goku had made such a decision. Yet since Goku had spoken thus, and Gohan did not object, he felt powerless to intervene. The burden of such decisions weighed heavily upon him. As he was an intelligent man who understood that Chi-Chi would surely struggle to accept the news that both her husband and son would be leaving her for a year. Time swiftly passed, and over half an hour elapsed. Due to Bulma's slow-flying device, Lin Xuan carried her as they made their way to the location where the spacecraft had descended. Initially, Lin Xuan considered seeking out Master Roshi to procure a Nimbus cloud and some senza beans. However, after some contemplation, he set aside that thought for the time being. The Nimbus cloud seemed feasible since he had encountered it before, but the senza beans? He had never seen them and had no idea where to acquire them. Ultimately, having only recently arrived on Earth, he would need to wait for the right opportunity or gradually involve himself in the unfolding narrative before devising a plan. One thing he must address is dealing with that troublesome character, Yajirobe. The reason the original story later lacked senza beans was due to that rascal's interference. Previously, Lin Xuan had disregarded him, but now that he was considering the senza beans, he thought he might intimidate him in the future. Alternatively, he could seek out Master Roshi to learn the cultivation methods for senza beans. Given Bulma's intelligence and resourcefulness, the mass production of senzu beans might not be an impossible feat with a plan in mind. He would have to wait for the appropriate moment to execute it. Cradling Bulma, Lin Xuan returned to the lush forest where the spacecraft had landed. It must be said that he exerted considerable effort. His original power detector had been given to Raditz, rendering him unable to pinpoint their location accurately. Thus, he had to rely solely on his memory to retrace their steps. Fortunately, he did not falter, a testament to his more than 20 years of survival experience on Planet 3114. He was not directionally challenged. Otherwise, carrying Bulma, an ordinary person, with a limited speed of flight, would have made the search far more complicated than a mere hour or two. However, there was one aspect that Lin Xuan overlooked: the abundance of wildlife in such a primitive forest. Although the initial commotion from the spacecraft's descent startled the creatures, it took only half an hour to an hour for them to ascertain that no danger lingered before they resumed their activities. With no perceived threat, the spacecraft became a mere plaything for these animals. Lin Xuan had naively assumed that upon arriving on Earth, the spacecraft would no longer be of use and thus abandoned it, unaware that he would later need it for Bulma's research to develop an even better vessel. Once the various wild animals were driven away, Bulma eagerly extricated herself from Lin Xuan's embrace. As time passed, she no longer felt discomfort at being held, and upon touching down, she began to examine the alien spacecraft she found so uniquely fascinating. Is this really a spacecraft? It's so small, yet capable of interstellar travel. The technology of extraterrestrial beings is truly astonishing, she mused aloud, her curiosity piqued as she explored and engaged with the vessel. Despite its seemingly modest size, the spacecraft encapsulated the essence of advanced technology. If she could thoroughly understand its mechanics, her knowledge in the field of science would undoubtedly flourish. Filled with wonder and driven by an insatiable desire to dismantle the spacecraft and fully comprehend its internal structure, she was visibly ecstatic. Observing her excitement, Lin Xuan merely smiled and said nothing as he hastened to the side of the spacecraft. After a brief search inside, he retrieved 2 spare power detectors, devoid of any bound identity information or prior activation. Here you go. To operate it, simply press the button on the side. The intelligent system can even analyze your brainwaves for corresponding feedback, he explained, handing one detector to Bulma while donning the other himself. As he demonstrated its use, it was evident that the brilliant Bulma had no resistance to such novel contraptions. After following Lin Xuan's guidance for a while, she gained a basic understanding of the detector's functions and operations. Yet, as Lin Xuan had previously mentioned, the alien script was not easily decipherable, leaving her utterly bewildered. Indeed, the intricacies of the textual data are quite complex. However, the internal structure remains a mystery. Bulma retrieved her trusty universal key and deftly employed the finest screwdriver to touch the base of the device, thereby unveiling the outer shell of the combat power detector. Upon glimpsing the internal motherboard and various components, Bulma's eyes widened in astonishment. She could hardly believe that such a compact detector could exhibit such remarkable craftsmanship. The sophistication of the intelligent chip was evident, clearly surpassing Earth's technology by a decade or two. Fortunately, with the presence of the smart chip, modifying the detector became a feasible task, as I possess several methods to expedite its enhancement. Thankfully, I always carry portable work tools with me. Just as Bulma finished her remarks, she removed the pouch from her waist and extracted a universal capsule from her capsule box. After releasing a puff of white smoke, what emerged was not quite a room, yet it resembled a workshop, albeit without walls. The integrated workspace comprised 3 tables arranged together, long and wide. accompanied by a wheeled chair in the center. Upon examining the tables, one would find an array of equipment that Lin Xuan had never encountered nor understood. Without further ado, Bulma swiftly seated herself in the chair and began her industrious tasks, evoking a sense of awe in Lin Xuan. This starkly illustrates the chasm between a genius and an ordinary person. Despite being a transmigrator with comprehensive knowledge of the original narrative and a broad perspective, Lin Xuan felt utterly dwarfed in intellect compared to Bulma. Chapter 32. Want to know my combat power? Just ask. Lin Xuan stood quietly to the side, observing Bulma's actions without uttering a sound, fearful of disturbing her and jeopardizing her modifications. Though he lacked expertise in this area, he was acutely aware of the challenges involved. A glance at Bulma's meticulous maneuvers revealed the precision required during the enhancement process, where even the slightest oversight could render the combat power detector useless. It must be acknowledged that Bulma possessed both intellect and practical skills. Within a mere 20 minutes, she completed the final steps and prepared to reboot the device. The triumphant smile on Bulma's face indicated that her achievements extended far beyond mere textual modifications. Hooray! Finally succeeded, Bulma exclaimed excitedly, and in the next moment, she donned the combat power detector over her left eye. Upon reactivating the device, the alien text had transformed into recognizable Earth language. I never anticipated you would complete the modifications so swiftly. While I expected it, witnessing it firsthand truly exemplifies genius, Lin Xuan remarked in admiration. His praise was evident, providing Bulma with a moment to indulge her vanity. Humph. Now you see, my abilities are far more extensive than you initially perceived. With an air of triumph, Bulma declared, her face lighting up with a hint of pride as she turned to Lin Xuan and remarked, I have not merely altered the textual information of this detector. I have, to a certain extent, enhanced its detection capabilities, allowing it to compute combat power units that can reach a significantly higher peak. Intrigued by her words, Lin Xuan inquired, are you suggesting that you have elevated the detector's upper limit? What is its current maximum index? Although it was a makeshift prototype, if we consider that the detector could barely register values around 20,000 initially, it should now be capable of reaching around 40 to 50,000. I have integrated my own developed chip into it. Though it does not compare to the main chip of the detector, it serves as an auxiliary for calculations. Bulma replied after a moment of contemplation. It was evident that, despite Earth's intelligent chips being unable to rival extraterrestrial high-tech counterparts in the past, they were advancing rapidly, especially under Bulma's craftsmanship, which had become quite formidable. In fact, certain technological fields on Earth had reached levels that even the Frieza Force's technology could not match, such as Dr. Gero's advancements in artificial beings and cutting-edge biotechnology. 40 to 50,000, that could rival the advanced combat power detectors recently developed by the Frieza Force, Lin Xuan muttered. The combat power detectors possessed by them were outdated models that had been in use for decades. The individual Lin Xuan had plundered from was merely a more advanced reconnaissance warrior, and thus the detector was of a standard model, with a detection ceiling of only around 20,000 combat power. According to Lin Xuan's knowledge and the information provided in the original work, at this stage, only the high-ranking personnel of the Frieza Force would be equipped with the new advanced combat power detectors, capable of detecting combat power ranges from 50,000 to over 100,000. For instance, in the original narrative, Zebon was equipped with a new model combat power detector, and the Jinyu Force's detectors were also of a high caliber. Calculating the timeline, it seemed that the advanced combat power detectors were still in the developmental phase. Even if they had been created, they would likely be in a trial stage. Therefore, in the storyline a year later, the vast majority of Frieza soldiers would still be equipped with detectors that had upper limits not exceeding 20 to 30,000 combat power. Upon hearing Lin Xuan's words, Bulma realized that there were indeed varying grades of such detectors. However, the mere thought of having achieved a high standard through her casual modifications filled her with pride. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck her. Driven by curiosity, she pressed the button on the detector. Beep, beep, beep. As the combat power detector emitted its detection sound, Lin Xuan was momentarily taken aback, unprepared for what was to come. Bulma, on the other hand, was confronted with a shocking data readout. Combat power value, 100 points. No. This can't be right. Have I failed? Your combat power is only 100 points? Bulma, skeptical and resolute, pressed the button of the power detector once more, only to be met with perplexity. Errors of such nature ought to be non-existent in her lexicon. Logically, if a failure were to occur, the device would scarcely even initiate. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan realized Bulma was eager to ascertain his combat power, and a subtle tension graced his lips. Her modifications to the detector had not failed, rather, he had intentionally restrained his power to a mere 100 units, rendering the detector incapable of detecting anything beyond that threshold. The reasons for this were twofold. Firstly, his mastery over ki had reached a certain caliber, allowing him to control it at will. Secondly, as his power escalated each second, constantly presenting his utmost strength would cause his aura to soar unceasingly. Who could endure such a relentless surge? Your modifications have not failed. I merely concealed my aura, and the power detector is incapable of sensing it. If you wish to see my combat power, you should have expressed your desire sooner. Since you are curious, I shall reveal it to you, while simultaneously testing the capabilities of your enhanced detector. With a faint smile, Lin Chuan responded to Bulma, then immediately summoned his inner strength. As his energy surged forth, his aura rapidly intensified, and the detector Bulma wore began to scan frantically. Combat power, 1,000. Combat power, 5,000. Combat power, 10,000. Combat power, 20,000, and it continued to rise. Astounded by the numbers reflected on the lens, Bulma's complexion turned pale. Drawing upon her research of the power detector, she was aware that the designated figures were not arbitrary. Each numerical threshold bore specific definitions. For instance, a combat power of 1,000 could effortlessly obliterate a modest satellite, akin to a moon. Once combat power reached several thousand, approximately 10,000, it could potentially annihilate a planet the size of Earth. A combat power exceeding 20,000, while still categorized as planet-destroying, was beyond Bulma's imagination. Lin Chuan's power continued to ascend, though the figures she observed no longer exhibited the previous rapid escalation. Instead, they increased steadily. Chapter 33, Combat Power Exceeds 30,000, came house. As Lin Chuan demonstrated his prowess while evaluating the success of Bulma's modifications, he also seized this opportunity to gauge the extent of his current strength. Having arrived beneath Korin Tower a little over 2 hours ago, his power had reached 21,675. With a steady increment of 1 power per second, his current strength had surged to an impressive 30,375. This marked an enhancement of 8,700 power. Calculating the precise duration, it had been 145 minutes. The breakthrough of 30,000 power was a realization Lin Chuan had only just comprehended during Bulma's modification of the detector. The gradual increase of 1 per second, though seemingly insignificant, became second nature with time. Yet, the substantial leap was an entirely different sensation. This is the extent of my current prowess. Although not fully unleashed, I can effortlessly surpass the 10 versions of myself from the past, even without a genuine battle surge. Lin Chuan is certain of his enhanced strength in the transformation of his body. For a fleeting moment, he is overwhelmed with elation. It is astonishing to consider that each increment of 10,000 battle power creates such a vast disparity. One can hardly fathom the strength at 100,000 battle power, or how terrifying 1 million would be. Only by attaining such levels can one truly comprehend their significance. Your combat power has surpassed 30,000 points and continues to rise. But wait, why has it declined? Bulma's voice echoed incessantly. Until the data from the detector plummeted once again, she began to suspect a malfunction in her modifications. It was only after Lin Chuan clarified that she understood he had consciously retracted the power capable of annihilating planets. It is truly unfathomable how you have cultivated such formidable strength. Goku has been training since childhood, yet his battle power seems only to be in the hundreds, and his older brother barely reaches 1,500 points. Bulma's astonishment is evident in her words. In truth, her capacity for acceptance is quite formidable. Had it been anyone else, they would have been paralyzed with fear. Of course, Bulma felt no trepidation because she regarded Lin Chuan as a friend, not an adversary, and thus had no reason to be afraid. Before long, their strength would skyrocket. Now is not the time for such considerations. Perhaps we should organize ourselves and head to the Turtle Hermit's Island to deliver the battle detector, Lin Chuan remarked dismissively. With the modifications to the detector complete, there was no reason to linger. As for the spaceship, there would be ample opportunities in the future. Indeed, Bulma nodded in agreement. She promptly began to act, retracting the portable workbench into a capsule and retrieving another capsule from the storage. Time swiftly passed, and over an hour had gone by. At this moment, on Turtle Hermit Island, the Turtle Hermit and Krillin had already returned, escorted by Bobo, and were awaiting Lin Chuan and Bulma's arrival. As time progressed, the initially calm emotions began to stir with unease, leading to a torrent of anxious thoughts and significant psychological pressure. This was particularly evident in Krillin, whose overly sentimental nature and excessive worry were characteristic of his personality. In contrast, the Turtle Hermit maintained a remarkably relaxed demeanor. Upon returning to Turtle Hermit Island, he reclined on his sun chair, enjoying the caress of the sea breeze while perusing his endlessly fascinating magazines featuring beautiful women. What about Bobo? His demeanor was akin to that of the Turtle Hermit, perhaps even more composed. As a divine attendant who had lived for over a millennium, he was undoubtedly the true hidden powerhouse on Earth. Has he not arrived yet? Could something have gone awry? Krillin stood at the seaside, gazing into the distance, his mood heavy with despair. It was a sight that was truly stifling. Ultimately, he bore the burden of all that would follow. There was no need for tension, nor for haste. Krillin, you must maintain your equanimity, rather than dwell on worries. It would be more prudent to contemplate how to face the guidance of the Supreme Deity and how to grow stronger. The Turtle Hermit, glancing at Krillin from the corner of his eye, imparted this wisdom. Upon hearing these words, Krillin could only manage a bitter smile and replied, "Yes, master." Though he had acquiesced, how could his heart find tranquility so easily? This was something he could only fully master after arriving in the future era of Super, genuinely comprehending the state of egolessness. What could that Saiyan named Lin Chuan possibly be planning? Once he collects the Dragon Balls, what wish will he make? If it is to dominate the entire Earth, he need not the Dragon Balls. He could achieve that alone. What could he desire beyond immortality? Krillin incessantly speculated on Lin Chuan's wish for the Dragon Balls, yet he could never truly fathom it. His conjectures were rooted in the belief that Lin Chuan would bring them harm, potentially jeopardizing the Earth. It could only be said that the disparity in strength was insurmountable. The opponent was beyond their comprehension. Additionally, the intimidation wrought by Raditz's arrival was profound, as it was their first encounter with extraterrestrial beings. As he pondered, a dark speck suddenly appeared in the sky he was gazing at, causing his nerves to jolt. They have arrived. That's Bulma's jet, Krillin exclaimed. Before long, the distant speck magnified, ultimately revealing itself as a jet aircraft. However, it was not the initial spacecraft. It was a large jet. The main party had arrived. And the Turtle Hermit, shedding his previous demeanor, set down the magazine and rose to his feet while Bubbles approached. The sea turtle had remained at home. And even with knowledge of the circumstances, he felt an overwhelming fear at the thought of facing yet another unfamiliar and powerful Saiyan. Inside the jet, Lin Chuan sat in the co-pilot's seat, arms crossed, staring straight ahead. At that moment, his battle power had surged from 375 points to 695 points. After over an hour of flight, had it not been for the constant increase in his power, he would not have exhibited such patience. He had initially intended to leave the spacecraft unattended. However, Bulma insisted on transporting it, fearing that leaving it there would lead to its destruction. She treated the spacecraft as if it were her own possession, leaving Lin Chuan utterly speechless. Throughout the journey, Lin Chuan remained silent, merely listening to Bulma's incessant chatter. "We've arrived." At Bulma's prompting, Lin Chuan finally caught sight of the solitary island amidst the vast ocean. Even from a distance, it was unmistakably the fabled Kame House. Chapter 34. The search for Dragon Balls. As Bulma expertly docked the large jet at Kame House, Lin Chuan gracefully disembarked. Unlike Bulma, this was Lin Chuan's first visit to Kame House, stirring a wealth of memories from his past life. To borrow a phrase from the online discourse of his previous existence, it was indeed here that the true narrative of Dragon Ball commenced. Had he just traversed into this realm, Lin Chuan would have felt a surge of excitement. For arriving here in his weaker state would signify a fortuitous opportunity for growth. Yet now, his arrival bore a different flavor. The only constant remained his perception of Kame House as a serene, idyllic sanctuary, detached from the chaos of the world. Truthfully, Lin Chuan often yearned for such a tranquil and comfortable existence, free from worldly disturbances, especially after enduring so many hardships. However, having entered a world governed by the law of the jungle, becoming a Saiyan, and activating an infinite power enhancement system, it seemed improbable that he could lead such a life, at least for the foreseeable future. Wandering alone around Kame House, Lin Chuan sought to fully immerse himself in the beauty it offered. After all, where could one find such a haven in the desolate apocalypse he had previously known? After some time, Lin Chuan returned to the sandy beach before the main house. At this moment, it was evident that Bulma had explained everything. As she was instructing Krillin on the use of the Power Scouter, did they not find it cumbersome to wear such contraptions before their eyes? It certainly impeded their vision. Krillin, donning the Scouter, could not help but grumble in mild exasperation, offering a moment of levity. Under Bulma's guidance, he pressed the buttons on the Scouter, which promptly reacted. Initially, it detected Bobo's power level at an impressive 1030 points, followed by his master, Kame Sennin, with a power level of 139 points. Having previously discovered his own power level exceeded 200 points, Krillin felt a surge of exhilaration at having surpassed his master. In this era, transcending one's mentor was indeed a momentous achievement, particularly given Kame Sennin's esteemed status. "Looks like you've got the hang of it," Bulma remarked. "Next, you'll learn how to use brainwaves for basic operations of the Scouter. Of course, you can also locate individuals with higher power levels by holding down the button." or you can use voice commands. Bulma had swiftly mastered the scouter, even incorporating her own modifications. I understand now. Let me give it a try. Krillin declared as he prepared to test the device. In the next moment, he began to press the button on the detector firmly, activating the function to locate formidable combat powers. Beep, 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 beep. The combat power detector emitted a continuous sound. Within a mere 20 seconds, it identified a force approximately 3,000 kilometers to the southwest, boasting a combat power of around 250 points. Accompanying this formidable power was another with a strength of 150 points. If one individual's combat power was 250 points and another's was 150 points, it could only be Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi. Apart from these two on Earth, no one else could possess such values. Krillin immediately thought of Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi. As for Yajirobe, the possibility was virtually nil. Yajirobe's strength had been slightly inferior to his for several years, and furthermore, from Bulma. He learned that Yajirobe had been indulging in a life of revelry over the years. After all, Krillin had been diligently training. So there was no way Yajirobe could surpass his combat power of 206 points. Now that they had pinpointed their exact location, it was time to set off. The Supreme Kai awaited their return to the Kai's palace. Bubbles took the initiative to step forward. This was both a prompt and an urge to avoid wasting any more time. As a Kai attendant, he could not be away from the Kai's palace for long. With the combat power detector now in hand, locating Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi and subsequently finding Yajirobe should be a simple task. Krillin hesitated for a moment, concerned about Lin Chuan and Bulma, but after receiving the nod of approval from Master Roshi, he felt compelled to put aside his worries and board Bubbles' flying carpet. Thus, the two departed from Kame House. Throughout the entire time, Lin Chuan had remained silent. After their departure, he approached Bulma for a brief conversation, of course, not forgetting to acknowledge Master Roshi with a nod. The martial arts master was truly deserving of respect, for otherwise he would not have performed so brilliantly at the upcoming tournament. In the blink of an eye, 5 hours had passed. After bidding farewell to Krillin and Bubbles, Lin Chuan and Bulma concluded their discussions and, with the aid of the Dragon Radar, commenced their quest for the Dragon Balls. In what felt like a lengthy yet brief span of time, they managed to collect 5 Dragon Balls, including the 4-star Dragon Ball retrieved from Son Gohan's hat. They now possessed 6 Dragon Balls. Only one remained, and they could summon the Eternal Dragon to make a wish. The location of this final Dragon Ball was already marked on the radar, situated in the coldest region of the Earth, the North Pole. As the North Pole, temperatures there consistently plummet below -30 degrees Celsius. To prepare for the harsh environment, Bulma had specially arranged several sets of thermal suits. However, Lin Chuan chose not to have Bulma prepare a thermal suit for him, as he found such adverse weather conditions to be of little concern. The planet he once inhabited, a harbinger of doom, exhibited ecological conditions and climatic shifts far more severe than the frigid extremes of the polar regions. Lin Chuan had endured temperatures plunging below zero. As he ventured northward guided by the Dragon Ball radar, he not only relied on his own vitality to sustain his body heat, but also crafted a protective sphere to ensure that Bulma, cradled in his arms, remained comfortable. In a short span, an extraordinary iceberg, towering nearly 1,000 meters, came into view. It was there, as indicated by the Dragon Ball radar, that the final Dragon Ball lay hidden within the icy edifice. To retrieve the Dragon Ball, it seemed they would need to breach this formidable glacier. After confirming the location of the Dragon Ball, Bulma pointed ahead and addressed Lin Chuan. I understand. It's a minor obstacle. Without hesitation, Lin Chuan raised his hand and concentrated to form a golden energy sphere the size of a ping-pong ball. The sphere detached from his palm and collided with the iceberg. Boom. The explosion unleashed a terrifying shockwave, flames soaring into the heavens, instantly stirring a tempest of snow and ice. Chapter 35, Shenron. No wishes beyond my power to fulfill under the forceful detonations of Lin Chuan's energy blast. The entire iceberg was obliterated. The ensuing storm roared forth like a primordial beast awakened, capable of consuming everything in its path. Naturally, Lin Chuan remained unaffected. His strength rendered such residual effects inconsequential. Bulma, too, was safe, as Lin Chuan had enveloped her in an energy shield, ensuring her protection from harm. Hey, that was a bit excessive, don't you think? I merely asked you to create a small explosion, not obliterate the entire iceberg. What if the Dragon Ball gets destroyed? Although startled by the sudden disappearance of the iceberg, Bulma's immediate concern was whether the Dragon Ball had been obliterated by the explosion. Having spent considerable time with Lin Chuan, her boldness had grown, allowing her to voice her thoughts freely. Searching under that entire iceberg would take an eternity. You mentioned the radar's precision has an error margin of nearly 50 meters. Rather than searching painstakingly, it's far more efficient to blast it apart. As for the Dragon Ball being destroyed, that's simply not a concern. The strength of the Earth's Dragon Balls is more than sufficient to withstand such an explosion. With her words lingering in the air, Lin Chuan continued to observe the Dragon Ball radar in Bulma's hand. Although the indicated location had shifted, the seventh Dragon Ball had indeed remained intact, having been displaced by the explosion to the expanse of ice ahead. Before Bulma could counter his action, Lin Chuan summoned his energy and soared forward. After traversing several kilometers, he gently descended upon the snowy expanse. This vast, white wasteland, devoid of life or any other presence, was merely a canvas of ice and snow. If one must speak of existence, it would pertain to the fragments scattered across the plains following the explosion of the iceberg. Setting aside Bulma, Lin Chuan took the Dragon Ball radar from her grasp. Remain still for the time being, beneath the snow. There may lie crevices that could pose a lethal threat should you fall, he cautioned Bulma before extending his senses and embarking on a search. Bulma, though audacious, remained rooted in place, valuing her life. Minutes passed, and then, with a sudden glint in his eyes, Lin Chuan unearthed the shimmering orange-yellow 7-star Dragon Ball from a snowy hollow. At last, he had gathered them all. After expending over 5 hours locating the scattered Dragon Balls from across the globe, he turned to Bulma, displaying the 7-star Dragon Ball in his hand. Upon witnessing the final Dragon Ball's recovery, Bulma was elated, momentarily forgetting Lin Chuan's warning as she dashed forward. However, her joy was abruptly interrupted. Her foot slipped, and in an instant, her mind went blank, plunging her into despair. Observing her plight, Lin Chuan could easily deduce what had transpired, internally cursing, foolish woman. In the next heartbeat, he reacted swiftly, grasping Bulma just before she fell into the icy abyss and utilizing his flight technique to lift them both from danger. Didn't I tell you to remain still? He chastised, adjusting his hold to cradle her securely. Had he not responded in time, Bulma would indeed have faced peril. I thought that finding this Dragon Ball meant we could finally leave this dreadful place, Bulma pouted, her expression one of discontent. The brush with death had left her feeling even colder. Instinctively, she huddled closer, prompting Lin Chuan to shake his head in resignation before conjuring a protective shield, subsequently departing from the frigid northern expanse. In the northern plains, at the edge of a relatively verdant forest, Lin Chuan descended with Bulma. Here, the cold was no longer biting. The temperature had risen to around 15 degrees above zero. Although still brisk, it was a paradise compared to the frigid depths of minus 40 to 50 degrees. Are you certain you wish to summon the eternal dragon to make your wish here? Bulma inquired as she began to shed her heavy winter attire. Of course, had you not been unable to endure the cold, we could have made your wish back there. Lin Chuan replied. Bulma rolled her eyes at his remark, then retrieved the Dragon Balls from her spatial pouch. The 7 perfectly round Dragon Balls congregated, resonating in harmony, radiating a dazzling golden light. Let us begin. Arise, eternal dragon. With Bulma's spirited call, the Dragon Balls burst forth in an extraordinary display of brilliance. Meanwhile, the sky above was enveloped in a rolling shroud of black mist, stretching across the entire expanse of Earth's atmosphere, plunging the world into darkness in mere moments. This scene, where shadows cloaked the earth, instantly captured the attention of the warriors. As light succumbed to darkness, in the next instant, golden beams erupted from the 7 Dragon Balls, soaring towards the heavens. The resplendent radiance coalesced into the form of a divine dragon, suspended in midair, exuding an aura of majesty and dominion. The Earth's dragon hovered above Lin Chuan, emanating a palpable sense of pressure, not born from sheer strength, but rather from the inherent might of the dragon itself, a phenomenon aptly termed dragon might. Gatherer of the 7 Dragon Balls, voice your wish, whatever it may be. This dragon shall fulfill it. The familiar opening lines evoked memories for Lin Chuan, reminiscent of the time he witnessed the dragon's emergence on a grand screen. Alas, despite its imposing presence and grand rhetoric, the current Earth's dragon was none other than the diminutive Kami. In comparison to the dragon Purunga from Namek, it was a far cry from greatness. Only the dragon, enhanced by Dandy's future upgrades, could elevate its status by granting 3 wishes instead of 1. Yet, even then, it remained inferior to Purunga. One could recall that during the Super Era, the Earth Dragon almost quaked in fear before the god of destruction, Beerus. All right, Lin Chuan. The dragon has been summoned. Now you may state your wish, Bulma remarked, her gaze fixed intently on him. Upon hearing Bulma's words, Lin Chuan's lips curled into a mischievous grin. I have an idea, though I wonder if it can be realized. Bulma, observing his playful expression, sensed something amiss. Are you the wish granter? Speak your desire. Whatever it is, this dragon can fulfill it. The dragon, seemingly attuned to Lin Chuan's skepticism, resonated with a deep voice that carried an immense impact, as if to assert, no wish is beyond my capability. Chapter 36, Divine Dragon. This dragon cannot fulfill that. Huh? Are you certain that every wish can truly be granted? What if it cannot? Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly, contemplating a playful debate with the dragon in hopes of gaining an advantage, though he was indifferent to the outcome. Upon hearing such challenging words, the dragon became noticeably displeased. As long as the wish does not contravene the rules set by the creator regarding non-repetitive wishes, any desire can be fulfilled. Your confidence is commendable. Therefore, my wish is for 3 additional wishes, Lin Chuan declared loudly. In the next moment, both the dragon and Bulma were rendered speechless, their minds swirling with a multitude of questions. Can wishes truly be made in such a manner? What do you take me for? As a divine dragon, he possesses infinite knowledge and unparalleled power. However, in this moment, he found himself in a predicament of inadequacy. A wish had been granted, yet he was utterly incapable of fulfilling such an outrageous desire. Reflecting on his earlier boastful claims, an immediate silence enveloped him. From the moment of his creation until now, he had never encountered a being so shameless. What of Bulma? At this juncture, upon observing the dragon's silence, her face betrayed a glimmer of anticipation. If this were indeed possible, then all their previous summons to the dragon for wishes would have been in vain. After so many wishes over the years, how could she, a genius, have overlooked such a glaring loophole? After a prolonged silence, the dragon sighed and responded, I sincerely apologize, but this wish is beyond my capabilities. I must admit, I had indeed overstated my powers. Upon hearing this, Bulma's face could not conceal her disappointment. Lin Chuan, however, had anticipated this outcome. If such a wish were feasible, it would defy the very laws of nature. It seemed the dragon was not omnipotent after all. Could you enlighten me as to the reason? He inquired, a smile gracing his lips as he continued to jest. After all, since you cannot fulfill the wish, you must provide an accurate rationale for its impossibility. At this, the dragon's expression turned serious, abruptly realizing that he might have been ensnared in a trap, yet he could not backtrack. He spoke, my ability to grant a wish is predicated on fundamental rules. To transform one wish into multiple wishes necessitates the breaking of those rules and the establishment of entirely new ones, something I am incapable of achieving. With that, the dragon shifted his tone. Greedy humans, is one wish not sufficient for you? Beware the cycle of cause and effect. Excessive greed will ultimately lead you to ruin. Is that so? I thought you claimed that any wish could be fulfilled, which is why I made that request. Now you accuse me of greed? Lin Chuan retorted, unwilling to let the dragon regain his dignity at his expense. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, with Lin Chuan and the dragon locked in a standoff. Lin Chuan, perhaps you should make your wish quickly, Bulma interjected to alleviate the awkwardness. While the dragon may be omnipotent, your previous wish was indeed rather far-fetched. If we continue to waste time and inadvertently anger the dragon, it would be a grave miscalculation. I was merely jesting, since the previous wish cannot be fulfilled. Grant me the ability to instantaneously traverse any planet at will, Lin Chuan declared. Upon hearing this, Bulma regarded him with astonishment. Is such a power even achievable? Certainly. It was far more reasonable than the prior request. Both awaited the dragon's response. After a brief moment, the dragon, visibly vexed, spoke once more. Such an ability surpasses the realm of my influence. Please, present another wish. The response of the dragon once again left Bulma astonished and rendered Lin Chuan speechless. If the previous wish could be deemed a jest, then this one was not entirely absurd. It was unexpected that the dragon of Earth possessed such limited capabilities. Pray tell, what is the reason this time for the impossibility of fulfillment? Bulma inquired. Your wish has ventured into the realm of the divine, thus, I am unable to respond. The dragon replied. Having faced 2 setbacks in succession, the dragon's pride was at stake, and it contemplated retreating. It feared that another failure would tarnish its reputation as an omnipotent dragon, making it impossible to claim that any wish could be realized. The realm of the divine. Does this imply that there are indeed many wishes you are incapable of granting? Bulma pondered, her worldview expanding. To this inquiry, the dragon remained silent. For it was not a wish, and therefore, it was under no obligation to answer. It continued to fix its gaze upon Lin Chuan, urging him, very well. Articulate your other wishes. If you have yet to formulate them, I shall take my leave. To desire to depart before wishes were fulfilled seemed to trivialize the arduous effort others had exerted to locate the Dragon Balls. As for Lin Chuan, dissatisfaction flickered in his eyes, though he refrained from voicing it. Truth be told, his earlier wish had been to acquire the instantaneous movement ability akin to that of the King Kai. Even if it fell short, it should have been translatable into the instantaneous movement of the Yardrat people. However, the dragon's silence confirmed that the capabilities of the Earth Dragon were indeed lacking. Otherwise, it would have provided further clarification rather than simply stating that it could not fulfill a wish related to the divine realm. If such a wish could not be granted, what other wishes could he possibly have? To wish for a direct journey to Namek? To ask for a wish from the Namekian dragon Purunga? This notion was swiftly extinguished by Lin Chuan. Utilizing such a wish for a direct trip to Namek would be an egregious waste. Setting aside whether the Earth Dragon could fulfill it, he knew that once the spaceship was repaired, he could travel to Namek. Moreover, should Bulma create a new type of spaceship, a journey to Namek would take merely 6 days. Thus, with alternate means available, why squander a wish? Do you have no wishes left? The dragon repeatedly confirmed, observing Lin Chuan's silence. Just as the dragon prepared to take its leave, Lin Chuan suddenly lifted his gaze and declared, "My wish is to be endowed with the ability to survive in all adverse environments, particularly in the vacuum of space." With righteous conviction, he asserted, "While you may have been unable to fulfill the previous 2 wishes, this one you should be able to grant, correct? This time." The dragon promptly responded, "As you wish. I grant you the ability to survive in any environment, with particular emphasis on your capacity to endure in the vacuum of space." As the dragon spoke, a haunting glimmer flickered in his crimson eyes. A magnificent and unique power emanated from him, centered around the dragon itself. Chapter 37. Tien, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu. With the conclusion of his wish, Lin Chuan acquired the extraordinary ability to survive in any harsh environment. Most significantly, this included the capacity to endure the vastness of space. To ascertain the authenticity of his wish, Lin Chuan conducted an experiment, venturing directly into the cosmos to determine if he would face any threat of death. It must be said that the dragon's power imbued his body with an astonishing capability. Adrift in the universe, he felt no different than when he stood upon the earth. Previously, Lin Chuan could only remain in the cosmic expanse for brief moments, a feat that drained his energy immensely. Now, this newfound existence seemed as innate as breathing. Suspended in the void, Lin Chuan gazed down upon the earth. At that moment, he experienced an entirely different sensation. Though once powerful, he had been unable to truly liberate himself from the confines of a planet. Now, he could disregard those previous limitations, altering his state of mind entirely. It was time to proceed. He needed to take Bulma with him to the sacred world of the Kais. Following the direction of the energy signatures, they drew closer to the sacred world. Speaking to himself, Lin Chuan swiftly descended, breaking through the atmosphere and entering the Earth's interior. His purpose for visiting the sacred world was clear: to retrieve Gohan. After all, Goku had entrusted his son to him, and he was obliged to fulfill that responsibility before sending him to train with Piccolo. Time swiftly passed, and nearly half an hour had elapsed. The sacred world of the Kais was now fully assembled, with all the warriors of the current era present, save for Goku. Earlier, when Krillin had located Tien, Kaiatsu, and Yamcha, he had thoroughly briefed them on the day's events. To them, it sounded like an incredible tale. Not only had their strongest ally, Goku, been defeated, but even the once invincible Demon King Piccolo had succumbed. What did this signify? It implied that their years of training amounted to little against extraterrestrial foes. Their worldview had expanded, and their discontent was palpable. Most crucially, in a year's time, Earth would face an even more formidable Saiyan invasion. They must elevate their powers to the utmost within that year. Otherwise, they would become mere ants, subject to the whims of their invaders. Who would have thought Goku was an alien? A warrior race like the Saiyans surely explains his immense strength. With only a year to grow stronger. I may not be able to train with you at King Kai's, but I will not concede defeat. When we meet again in a year, I will undoubtedly astonish you, Goku. Tianjin Fan reflected deeply, unaware that he was not an Earthling, but rather a being from the three-eyed planet. As one of the foremost martial artists on Earth, second only to Sun Wukong and Piccolo, his prowess had consistently ranked among the elite. Had it not been for a lack of opportunities and the constraints of his earlier perceptions, his capabilities would undoubtedly rival those of Sun Wukong and Piccolo. After a moment of contemplation, Tianjin Fan's gaze shifted to the figure of Son Gohan, who was obediently standing beside the Supreme Kai not far away. Is he truly the son of Wukong? In just 5 short years, he has grown so much. Tianjin Fan instinctively inquired, and an odd thought suddenly crossed his mind. He realized he had indeed had opportunities. After all, Lan Chi had always been pursuing him. Yet, in his relentless quest for martial mastery, he had overlooked her presence. Indeed, he is Wukong's son, known as Son Gohan, and he is 4 years old this year. Speaking of which, there is something I have yet to mention. Wukong, for reasons unknown, entrusted Gohan to his scion named Lin Chuan just before his departure. Krillin nodded in agreement and seized the opportunity to voice his greatest concern. Gohan has been entrusted to Lin Chuan, a scion who has only recently arrived on Earth and is nearly a stranger. This is utterly outrageous. Wukong is still so naive and trusting others. Who knows whether this Lin Chuan is a good person or a villain? Yamcha couldn't help but criticize the decision. Logically, if someone were to be entrusted with Gohan, it should have been them. Is it truly wise to hand him over to a mere acquaintance? In any case, Yamcha was skeptical. After years of peace on Earth, everything has suddenly been thrown into chaos with the arrival of the Saiyans. In a year, they are set to face an invasion. What does it mean for Gohan to be placed in the hands of another Saiyan? This matter indeed warrants careful deliberation. Just as the group was engaged in discussion, a figure swiftly soared upwards, descending onto the platform of the Supreme Kai's temple. So rapid was the motion that even the 4 warriors present, with their exceptional perception, could not capture it in the first instance. The visitor was undoubtedly Lin Chuan, who had returned after making his wish, accompanied by Bulma. "We've arrived, let us disembark," Lin Chuan said, gently placing Bulma down from his arms. "Ugh." Bulma grumbled as her feet touched the ground. "Could you at least consider my feelings? Next time, fly a bit slower. I'm just an ordinary person and cannot endure your speed." Bulma complained incessantly, still thinking of the next occasion, oblivious to the fact that today was the first time she had met Lin Chuan. Due to a series of coincidences and the quest for the Dragon Balls, Lin Chuan had carried her along. The scene resembled playful banter between lovers, and for a moment, this image caught Yamcha's eye from a short distance away. In that moment, Yamcha was utterly stunned, as if something within him had shattered, causing his breath to quicken and become labored. "Bulma, why are you with him? What is going on? Why is this guy holding you?" Yamcha's eyes glimmered with anger. He was so infuriated that his words became jumbled. His expression contorted, directed with hostility towards Lin Chuan. Bulma had always been the woman he cherished, and he would never allow another man to encroach upon what he deemed his. Not even a companion was permitted. Yet, now such an occurrence had transpired. His girlfriend, in his eyes, could only be embraced by him. Even as her boyfriend, their relationship had barely advanced beyond hugs. Now, a stranger, an outsider, had taken liberties, leaving him feeling as though his years had been in vain. At that moment, Yamcha was entirely oblivious to the fact that his breakup with Bulma had occurred a long time ago. It was due to his indulgence in the baseball team, flirting with others, whether watching movies or dining with different women, that Bulma had decisively placed him on her blacklist. Yamcha, Tianjin fan, and Dumpling. Upon hearing Yamcha's accusations, Bulma turned to him. When she noticed the fury etched upon his face, a feeling of vindication welled up within her. In the past, it was she who felt jealousy. She who had been betrayed by Yamcha. Now, his reaction was undoubtedly desperate. Chapter 38. Acting? Why not make it real? A smile crept upon her lips as a brilliant idea sparked in Bulma's mind. What she desired was for Yamcha to experience the sensation of losing her. So much time had passed, it was clearly his fault, yet he would not take the initiative to apologize. Although she had spoken harshly back then, the situation was instigated by Yamcha. Had he declined the advances of those alluring women, they would not have arrived at this juncture. Having been apart for so long, Bulma had forgotten the last time she spoke or met with Yamcha. At that moment, all she wished was for him to regret his actions, to understand that her patience had its limits. "What does it matter to you? We are no longer connected. I will embrace whomever I please, and you have no say in it." As she spoke, Bulma provocatively linked her arm with Lin Chuan's. The mischievous smile on her face left Lin Chuan feeling overwhelmed. While he did not mind Bulma's boldness, using him as a means to provoke Yamcha caught him off guard. Aware that Bulma was deliberately trying to irritate Yamcha, Lin Chuan felt uneasy. In this era, Bulma and Yamcha's relationship had not truly reached the point of indifference. Just as he intended to say something, Lin Chuan caught Bulma's gaze. Though there was no verbal communication, he understood that she was silently pleading for his assistance, wishing for him to join her in this charade. This woman truly thrives on drama. Since that is the case, I shall not hold back. Lin Chuan was not the type to be easily manipulated. He had already set his sights on Bulma, and thus felt no hesitation. On the contrary, Bulma's proactive approach, using him as a shield, was advantageous for him. It is well understood that when a woman employs you as an excuse in front of another man, your opportunities multiply beyond measure. Simply put, why engage in pretense when authenticity beckons? With a swift motion, Lin Chuan pulled Bulma into his embrace, taking the liberty to wrap his arms around her waist. This intimate gesture brought their bodies into a striking proximity that was undeniably eye-catching. Bulma was taken aback by Lin Chuan's sudden advance, yet she dared not resist. Any sign of disdain would signify her failure to play her part in the charade. Casting a glance at Lin Chuan and catching his mischievous smile, she felt her cheeks flush. She was acutely aware of his wandering hand. What did this imply? Did he perceive her as a mere casual encounter? At that moment, Yamcha's eyes widened in disbelief. He was consumed by frustration, his anger simmering just beneath the surface. If looks could kill, Lin Chuan would have been slain 1,000 times over. His own woman was being touched by another man. And to make matters worse, Bulma showed no signs of resistance. Rather, she appeared to welcome the advances. After a decade of romance with her, he had never witnessed Bulma behave in such a manner. Were those intentions of murder directed at him? Lin Xuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and in an instant, an overwhelming aura emanated from him. An invisible force enveloped the divine hall, radiating a regal presence akin to that of a sovereign. This mere flicker of Lin Xuan's latent power was sufficient to render Yamcha, Tien, Krillin, and Doria immobile. Along with the likes of the divine beings Piccolo, Bubbles, and Yajirobe, had Lin Xuan unleashed his full might, they would have surely succumbed to unconsciousness. Since embarking on the quest for the Dragon Balls, nearly 6 hours had elapsed, 20,700 seconds, during which his combat power had soared beyond 50,000 points, reaching a staggering 55,395 points. Such strength was insurmountable on Earth at this juncture. Under the weight of Lin Xuan's intimidation, Yamcha fell silent. He recognized the terrifying potential of this unknown scion, as his own timid nature surfaced. "Well, Yamcha, it's not what you think. We're merely friends," Krillin interjected, attempting to mediate. Though he too felt crushed under Lin Xuan's overwhelming presence, his words fragmented and labored. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan simply chuckled. "Regardless of the past, what matters is the present. Did you truly believe I misread that intent? You think I would be mistaken, Krillin? Moreover, you, the Earthling known as Yamcha. Although I am unaware of the intricate details, I am certainly not a fool, since Bulma has declared that you are no longer relevant. What authority do you possess to criticize others? Or do you perceive yourself as exceptionally remarkable?" After replying to Krillin, Lin Xuan addressed Yamcha in an imperious tone. Krillin dared not utter another word, while Yamcha clenched his fists in silent turmoil, his heart awash with conflicting emotions. He gritted his teeth, his sorrowful gaze shifting incessantly between Lin Xuan and Bulma. Aware of Yamcha's contempt yet unable to respond, Lin Xuan smirked with disdain, continuing to embrace Bulma. Heedless of her attempts to break free, he declared, "As a man, if you truly care for this woman, you would not cower under my mere threat." He continued, "In all honesty, you are unworthy of Bulma." With that, Lin Xuan intensified his oppressive aura, subjecting Yamcha to even greater pressure. Initially, the group could withstand the force, but now they were utterly subdued. Is this the power of a scion? Tianjin Fan was unconcerned with anything else. He only cared about his own feelings. At this moment, he gritted his teeth, exerting every ounce of strength to withstand Lin Xuan's released pressure. The disparity was so vast that even when he unleashed his full potential, momentarily elevating his combat power to 400 or 500, it proved futile. No wonder the Lord of the Gods was so eager to summon us to the divine realm to train for the impending arrival of Scions. Could they all be of such caliber? What a joke! The might of a single individual could reach such heights. Tianjin Fan fully comprehended how insignificant he truly was. Tian Tiao, standing beside Tianjin Fan, was so frightened that he could only rely on Tianjin Fan for a sense of security. Having achieved his desired effect, Lin Xuan retracted his aura and turned his gaze away from Yamcha entirely. His attention shifted to Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi, and indeed, Tianjin Fan was deserving of a second glance. Remarkably, he maintained his composure under Lin Xuan's oppressive presence. Little did he expect that Earth was not solely inhabited by Scions and Namekians, but also by beings from the Three-Eyed Clan. With a glimmer of intrigue, Lin Xuan smiled. The Three-Eyed Clan. This was something even Tianjin Fan himself was unaware of in the original story. Tianjin Fan is a descendant of the Three-Eyed Clan, much like a hybrid of Scions and Earthlings. Chapter 39. Seizing the Opportunity. What? Tianjin Fan is also an extraterrestrial being? Bulma, nestled in Lin Xuan's arms, was the first to exclaim in astonishment, momentarily forgetting her struggle to free herself from his grasp. First Goku, then Piccolo and the Lord of the Gods, and now Tianjin Fan. Krillin was utterly dumbfounded. He began to question whether he himself was a being from a no-nose planet. Compared to Earthlings, he lacked a nose yet appeared indistinguishable from normal individuals. And what of Jiaozi? Was he also an extraterrestrial? Although his appearance bears a resemblance, his skin is distinctly different. Frankly speaking, he would hardly believe such words if they came from another's lips. However, when spoken by Lin Xuan, one cannot help but accept them as truth. After all, this individual possesses immense strength and a wealth of extraterrestrial knowledge far surpassing their own understanding. Not only Klin, but everyone gazed in astonishment at Tianjin Fan. Who could have imagined that Tianjin Fan, who is most similar in appearance to Earthlings, save for an additional eye, would share the same extraterrestrial origins as Goku? I should have realized this sooner. Indeed, Tianjin Fan is unlike the average Earthling. Logically, a human could not possibly develop a third eye. Even if there existed a minuscule chance of mutation, 3 eyes could not be honed to the level of Tianjin Fan. The divine being Piccolo, though he spoke little, merely uttered what he believed to be clever. If he had ever harbored doubts, that would indeed be peculiar. A three-eyed being, unexpectedly discovering his own extraterrestrial identity. Tianjin Fan's worldview has been shaken. He had never questioned his identity as an Earthling, yet today, he was enlightened by the Scion before him regarding his true nature. Regardless of whether Tianjin is an alien, in the heart of Jiaozi, Tianjin Fan is simply Tianjin Fan. Jiaozi stood by, soothing Tianjin Fan's tumultuous emotions. Upon hearing the words from the most significant person in his life, Tianjin Fan took a deep breath and quickly regained his composure. He found peace, with remarkable speed. He accepted this truth and smiled at Jiaozi. Just as Jiaozi stated, so what if he is a three-eyed being? He loves Earth. Earth is his home. He is an Earthling. In truth, Tianjin Fan's thoughts are not unfounded. He is of mixed heritage, possessing half Earthling blood. It seems I have inadvertently uncovered another's identity. However, this three-eyed being is not purely so. He must be a hybrid born of a union between a three-eyed being and an Earthling, or else his essence would not resemble that of an Earthling. Lin Chuan remarked, glancing at son Gohan, just like this young lad. The reason Gohan's essence carries that of an Earthling is due to his Earthling ancestry. Thus, the situation of Tianjin Fan is elucidated in the simplest terms. I see now. Thank you for this information. Tianjin Fan expressed his gratitude towards Lin Chuan. He suddenly felt that the Scion before him was not evil or fearsome. Although he had just unleashed a powerful aura to suppress them, he had not resorted to violence. It must be said that circumstances often dictate actions. Were an extraterrestrial to exhibit murderous intent toward him, if he were in a position of sufficient strength, he too would not readily approach. Tianjin Fan turned his gaze to Yamcha, aware that this brother had revealed his intent towards Lin Chuan due to his connection with Bulma. However, he is not one to discern right from wrong. According to Bulma's earlier words, she and Yamcha should have already parted ways. After the breakup, Yamcha confronted Lin Chuan, who was holding Bulma, with a hint of murderous intent, which indeed seemed somewhat inappropriate. Having never encountered such a situation, Tianjin Fan found it difficult to interject, for he had always been oblivious to matters of romantic relationships. The focus shifted back to Yamcha. Bulma suddenly realized that she was still in Lin Chuan's embrace, and she immediately extricated herself from his hold, though the blush on her cheeks lingered. Lin Chuan, however, remained indifferent, having achieved his objective. Whether it pertained to him or Bulma, there was no need for things to escalate to such a level. Observing Yamcha's evident distress under Lin Chuan's pressure, Bulma felt an unexpected pang of sympathy. After all, she had spent many years alongside Yamcha. Despite his promiscuous ways, the bond they shared over the years transcended mere romantic feelings. She had indeed sought to express her frustrations, yet it had unexpectedly developed to this point. Moving forward, she pondered whether she and Yamcha were truly compatible. Yamcha's behavior had, as Lin Chuan indicated, left her disappointed. Had Yamcha been willing to confront Lin Chuan for her sake, even if he had merely taken a step forward or uttered a single word, she would have forgiven him once more. Yet, as Lin Chuan noted, Yamcha had not prioritized her. Just as you wish, she thought, but some things must be said up front. If you dare to unleash your murderous intent towards me again, I shall not ignore it. Lin Chuan's gaze hardened. He too had his limits. This time, he would treat it as if he had harbored impure thoughts, having been rather brazen in his pursuit. However, since they had already parted ways, regardless of the truth, they had been separated for quite some time. In light of this, he could not be deemed a true usurper. He merely seized the opportunity. Under Lin Chuan's penetrating gaze, Yamcha trembled, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He had briefly mustered the courage to reclaim Bulma's affection, yet when faced with Lin Chuan's stare, he faltered. Reflecting on his past actions, he began to regret his choices. Had he anticipated this day, he would not have merely passed by Bulma's doorstep. He should have cast aside his foolish pride, entered her home, and explained himself, vowing never to stray again. But now, it was too late. It was precisely because he felt unfulfilled in that aspect that he had sought solace elsewhere. As their eyes met, Bulma turned away, refusing to look at Yamcha any longer. With no other option, Yamcha averted his gaze, attempting to redirect his focus. He could neither display his displeasure nor reveal his animosity towards Lin Chuan. With a mind full of cunning, he began to scheme. Thinking that time was on his side, and that there would eventually be an opportunity for Bulma to reconsider her feelings. Little did he know, he would never have that chance again. Navigating past Yamcha and everyone else, Lin Chuan approached Sun Wukong, returning to the Temple of the Gods. While the intention to meet Tianjin Shan, Jiaozi, and Yamcha was one aspect, the true objective was to take Son Gohan with him. Thus, Lin Chuan was not inclined to squander any more time. After a brief exchange, Son Gohan showed no resistance. On the contrary, He cleverly referred to him as Uncle Lin Chuan, which left Lin Chuan feeling somewhat bashful in the presence of this little fellow. With Son Gohan's willingness, how could the others object? Even though Son Gohan was still young, his father had entrusted him to Lin Chuan, coupled with Lin Chuan's formidable strength. Any attempt to intervene was futile. Chapter 40. Beyond imagination, they could only watch helplessly as Lin Chuan took Son Gohan away, along with Bulma. Not a single word of protest was uttered. It was only after the trio vanished from sight that they managed to regain their senses, yet silence reigned. Eventually, it was the god Piccolo who stepped forward, using his perspective to provoke the group of warriors with his words. Do you now understand the disparity in power? The Saiyan invaders who will arrive on Earth in a year are likely to possess strength comparable to Lin Chuan's just now. Although Lin Chuan had previously dismissed the two Saiyans, the actual circumstances remained uncertain. 1 year. A mere year. I do not wish to place all my hopes on Goku. Nor do I want to entrust the future of Earth into the hands of that Saiyan Lin Chuan. Therefore, you must prepare yourselves adequately. Brace for the most grueling training. The seriousness in Piccolo's tone carried an overwhelming sense of urgency. Undoubtedly, his earlier decision to have Son Gohan remain behind, while sending Lin Chuan and Bulma to seek the Dragon Balls, was aimed at utilizing Lin Chuan's strength to instill a sense of urgency among these promising warriors he had gathered. If it could serve as motivation and provide them with a clear goal for the future, they would undoubtedly become stronger. The group understood Piccolo's intent, nodding in agreement and expressing their thoughts. In summary, they earnestly requested Piccolo to guide them rigorously. In the original narrative, they indeed relied on Piccolo to enhance their abilities. As night fell over the largest and most prosperous city on Earth, West City, Lin Chuan, accompanied by Son Gohan, accepted Bulma's invitation to board the large transport jet she had stationed on Kame House, returning to their home. You may wonder, why couldn't this jet be stored in a capsule? The reason was simple. The jet was towing Lin Chuan's spaceship. Thus, it could not be stored in a capsule and had to be manually flown back to West City. This was why they had initially traveled to Kame House. Subsequently, Lin Chuan found the jet speed too slow and opted to carry Bulma directly in search of the Dragon Balls. Now that the important matters had been accomplished and his primary objective fulfilled, there was no need for haste. It requires a certain amount of time to contemplate and devise meticulous plans for the future. Firstly, one must consider how to proceed with personal cultivation and how to alter the narrative ahead. Secondly, there lies the question of how Son Wukong will guide the journey. After all, some semblance of action is required on his part. Arriving at Bulma's residence, the private estate of the Capsule Corporation, the first impression can only be encapsulated in one word: vast. It is astonishingly immense, beyond imagination. Lin Chuan is not a naive country bumpkin. As a time traveler, he has encountered his fair share of opulent mansions. Even in his previous life, he had perused countless photos and videos online. Yet, he could not escape the shock of the sheer scale. The estate's size is largely attributed to its location adjacent to the vast expanse of the West Capital Plain, rendering any precise measurement nearly impossible. At the very least, the area is measured in square kilometers. To put it simply, the front yard, backyard, and garden alone constitute a normal living space of several tens of thousands of square meters. This is merely the tip of the iceberg. The expansive ecological park could sustain massive creatures such as dinosaurs. The colossal warehouse complex is as large as a port, accompanied by numerous uniquely shaped buildings and research areas. Anyone would find it hard to believe. It is no wonder that the Capsule Corporation is heralded as the foremost enterprise on Earth. Even in this era, when Bulma was just beginning to manage her family's business, it was already formidable. In a different context, this private territory could easily be regarded as a sizable town. As the jet landed, Bulma leapt out, followed closely by Lin Chuan and Son Wukong. Before Lin Chuan could utter a word, he heard Son Wukong's astonished exclamation, "Is this really Aunt Bulma's home? It's truly enormous." Son Wukong, like an inquisitive child, gazed around in wonder. Everything he beheld shattered his previous worldview. Until now, he had lived in the remote Baozi Mountain. Although he was well informed about the outside world through books, he had never ventured out, let alone stepped into a modern metropolis. To him, this felt akin to entering a new realm. "Little Wukong, what you see now is just a small part of my home. After dinner, I will take you on a proper tour," Bulma said, while remotely deploying the spacecraft from the jet. Son Wukong simply nodded, his eyes wide with awe. Under Bulma's deft control, the spacecraft landed swiftly, and several robots approached to assist. This scene left Lin Chuan momentarily astounded, as such imagery was never depicted in the original narrative. Even though the original story features Bulma's family with a few intelligent robots, their presence is quite limited. Bulma found joy in the astonished expressions of Lin Chuan and Son Gohan. With a slight upward curve of her lips, she handed the remote control to the robot to continue its tasks. For now, let the robot take care of this. It's already past 6. Let us go have dinner first. Upon our return, I will instruct the home robot to begin preparations, harboring the intention to surprise Lin Xuan. Bulma drove the sightseeing car with Lin Xuan and Son Gohan aboard, guiding them toward the distant, massive circular building while providing an introduction. She not only explained the division of various areas but also elucidated the significance of each distinct structure. 10 minutes later, the trio arrived at the main house of the estate, which was the same imposing circular building mentioned in the original work. For Lin Xuan, this iconic structure was now rather familiar. Previously, he had thought that even if Bulma's home was vast, it merely consisted of several large gardens. Little did he know, it was truly awe-inspiring. Upon entering the main house, Lin Xuan encountered Bulma's parents, the Briefs. They were utterly astonished by the identities of Lin Xuan and Son Gohan. This was the third male Bulma had brought home, and considering that Goku, who was younger than Bulma, already had children, their shock was understandable. Moreover, witnessing their daughter, a woman, they worried that if she continued on this path, she might become a spinster. Naturally, Bulma would not heed her parents' subtle hints in this regard. In the original story, she was resolute in her decisions. It was better to kill her than to compromise. Her parents were well aware of their daughter's temperament. And realizing that addressing her directly was futile, the Briefs shifted their focus to Lin Xuan. Particularly, Bulma's mother approached him with a tentative friendliness that left Lin Xuan somewhat flabbergasted. Chapter 41. The next day, after several exchanges, it was only under Bulma's insistence that Lin Xuan awkwardly extricated himself from her mother's grasp. Her tendency to be overly familiar was indeed a bit overwhelming. Had he not known her character, he might have mistaken her for a seductress. It must be said, Bulma's mother appeared remarkably youthful, seemingly in her 30s. While the original text provided some commentary, witnessing it firsthand was hard to reconcile with the notion that she was the mother of two daughters nearing 50 or 60 years of age. In contrast, Bulma's father had the appearance of an elderly man. After bidding farewell to the Briefs, Bulma led Lin Xuan and Son Gohan to the dining room. The sight of the delectable dishes, coupled with the enticing aromas wafting through the air, instantly stimulated Lin Xuan's appetite and caused Son Gohan to swallow involuntarily. For Lin Xuan, considering the 3 months spent traversing the cosmos, not to mention the commotion since arriving on Earth, he was utterly famished. Feeling hunger pangs as if his stomach were pressing against his back, his body now yearned desperately for sustenance. As his stomach began to grumble in protest against the mistreatment it had endured, a sumptuous dinner seemed to have completely captivated Lin Xuan. Reflecting on the arduous, apocalyptic existence of over 20 years, tears threatened to overflow from his eyes. He resolutely suppressed this emotion, for how unbecoming it would be for a grown man to weep. In the presence of such delectable food, any semblance of restraint was cast aside. Without a second thought, Lin Xuan seated himself at the dining table, seizing a roasted chicken and devouring it hungrily. Observing this scene, Sun Wukong, at Bulma's behest, also abandoned his reservations and joined in the feast. Although still young, Sun Wukong possessed an impressive appetite, having inherited the Saiyan trait of voraciousness. Watching them eat as if they had never experienced exquisite cuisine before, Bulma couldn't help but smile. It reminded her of the time when Goku feasted before her. It appeared that it was not only Goku who could eat. All Saiyans seemed to share this capacity. Eat slowly, there's plenty more. If you need more, I can have the robot prepare additional dishes. Bulma's words acted like a stimulant for Lin Xuan and Sun Wukong. The two, one large and one small, deemed chewing a waste of time, resorting to gulping down their food. Delicious. This is entirely different from what Mom makes. I've never tasted anything like this before. Under Lin Xuan's influence, Sun Wukong began to mimic his hearty eating style, savoring the beverages as well. This experience unveiled a novel sensation for him, free from pretense. The dinner lasted nearly an hour. It was only when the plates on either side of Lin Xuan and Sun Wukong resembled small mountains that they concluded their culinary battle. Bulma, witnessing this, couldn't help but marvel at how an ordinary family would manage such consumption. Suddenly, she felt a pang of sympathy for Chi-Chi, who not only had to care for Goku, but also for the insatiable Sun Wukong. After the meal, barely 10 minutes of respite passed before Bulma had prepared a resting room and fresh clothing for Lin Xuan and Sun Wukong. Having endured considerable hardship, Lin Xuan felt as though he had arrived in paradise. The past would no longer haunt him. His future promised to be extraordinarily bright. Upon entering the room, he indulged in the long-awaited pleasure of a bath, something he had not experienced in over 20 years. For him, soaking in hot water felt like a dream, especially with the luxury of a bathtub. After another half-hour passed, Lin Xuan lay comfortably on the large bed. The warmth and comfort enveloped him like a gentle embrace. A wave of drowsiness washed over him, and he drifted into slumber. Such boldness and lack of vigilance. Naturally, Lin Chuan was aware of the safety surrounding him. Bulma would not pose any threat, and no one on Earth would come seeking him out for trouble. However, Lin Chuan had not anticipated that shortly after he fell asleep, Bulma would come knocking at his door. Upon discovering him sleeping like a log, she quietly observed him for a while before exiting the room. The following day, as a beam of sunlight penetrated through the window, Lin Chuan awoke abruptly, drenched in cold sweat. It was only when he discerned his surroundings that he exhaled in relief. His dreams had oscillated between his past life and this one, with the last dream leading him to believe that he had activated the system on Earth. All of it merely a figment of his imagination. The line between dreams and reality blurred. One moment, he opened his eyes, convinced that the other was a dream. Gradually rising, he made his way to the bathroom for a refreshing shower, allowing himself to fully relax as the tension dissipated. Were it not for the overwhelming power coursing through him, he might have genuinely doubted whether he resided in a dream or in reality. He opened the system panel. Host, Lin Chuan. Age, 25. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 75 kilograms. Combat Power Index, 117. 775. Current system level, Level 1. Auto Mode. Combat Power per second. After merely a night's rest, his combat power had surged past 100,000, reaching an astonishing 117,000. Such a figure had once seemed utterly unattainable. After over 20 years of arduous cultivation, he had barely achieved a combat power of 15,000. It was not that he disparaged his diligent training, but rather that the limitations of his circumstances had made the prospect of ever attaining 100,000 seem impossible. With his current prowess, even the formidable Jinyu Force would pose no threat to him. Lin Chuan murmured softly. Jinyu, the true elite under Frieza in the original narrative, boasted a combat power of 120,000. Remarkably, within a single day, Lin Chuan had reached a comparable level. If this progression continued, within 5 days, his combat power would rival that of Frieza in his base form. Clenching his fists, the surging power within him felt as though he could obliterate a mountain with a single strike. It was time to train. He had no desire to become a slave to his own strength. Unable to contain his excitement, Lin Chuan donned a fresh set of loose-fitting clothes. Bulma had indeed demonstrated a keen eye. The garments fit him perfectly and suited his style splendidly. Exiting his room, Lin Chuan descended the stairs, initially intending to practice outdoors. He was suddenly drawn by an enticing aroma that brightened his eyes, prompting him to dash towards the dining area. It was not merely a lack of self-control. After enduring hardships for so many years, he was determined to indulge himself fully. Bulma and Gohan, who were enjoying breakfast, looked on in surprise at Lin Chuan's unexpected entrance. Upon casually observing, Lin Chuan wasted no time and began to eat, prompting Bulma to roll her eyes in response. She remarked on his rudeness for not even greeting her. Yet despite her words, she instructed the intelligent home robot to prepare additional breakfast, aware of Lin Chuan's hearty appetite. She knew that the modest spread before them would be insufficient. Chapter 42, Son Gohan, could you teach me to fly? Through this meal, Lin Chuan experienced once more what it truly meant to live. Had he still been on planet 3114, while satiating his hunger would not have posed a challenge. The quality of food available would pale in comparison to what was offered here. The freshness and variety of the sustenance were unmatched. Reflecting on his past, Lin Chuan recalled the harrowing period following his arrival on planet 3114. Were it not for the months of compressed food supplies aboard the spaceship and his own expertise as a traveler adept at survival in desperate circumstances, he would have perished long ago. It can be said he was exceedingly fortunate, as despite the planet's civilization not having reached the space age, it had nevertheless developed to a level akin to that of Earth, particularly in the domain of food preservation. The fact that their food could be engineered to last for decades without spoiling was a testament to their expertise. However, this remarkable advancement in food storage was overshadowed by their shortcomings in other scientific fields. Lin Chuan later learned through various recordings and information remnants that the scientists of Planet 3114 had focused solely on food preservation due to the planet's frequent calamities. In essence, the celestial movements led to minor disasters every decade and major catastrophes every century. Over time, the indigenous inhabitants recognized that food was their most critical means of survival, which resulted in their formidable food reserves and sophisticated preservation methods. Even after over 20 years of consumption, Lin Chuan had only managed to consume a mere fraction of the existing food stockpiles, which had been preserved after meteorite impacts. To summarize, this civilization faced a tragic fate. They believed that their food reserves would enable them to withstand repeated disasters while completely disregarding the external threats. Without the protection of advanced technological forces, the fragility of life became painfully evident. A colossal meteorite striking the planet could obliterate an entire civilization in an instant, leaving no survivors. Not even those who sought refuge underground. Emerging from his reverie, Lin Chuan refocused his thoughts. After exchanging a few words with Bulma and Son Gohan, they made their way to the nearby open space in the backyard. The expansive courtyard, which connected to a garden, provided an excellent environment for training. However, Lin Chuan intended only to engage in some warm-up exercises, mindful not to unleash his power recklessly, lest the beauty of this place be marred. Bulma did not linger here for long. After offering a few words of advice, she busied herself with other matters. The spaceship required both research and repairs. In addition, Bulma needed to familiarize herself with alien technology. Furthermore, a multitude of affairs at Capsule Corporation had begun to fall under her purview. Her preoccupation with these tasks was beneficial for Lin Chuan, as he also needed time to reflect on future plans. Ideally, these arrangements should have been finalized last night, but he had succumbed to slumber. Nevertheless, Lin Chuan had already conceived some preliminary ideas. In essence, residing in Bulma's home afforded him the luxury of not worrying about trivial matters. He had informed Bulma about the necessity of repairing and constructing the spaceship yesterday. Although she did not guarantee success, Lin Chuan was confident in her ability to accomplish it, and within the shortest possible time frame. Additionally, he had mentioned the gravity training room during breakfast. This was an aspect Bulma had never contemplated or studied before. However, upon its introduction, her interest was piqued. While she did not assert that she could create it, Lin Chuan knew it would be a mere trifle for her. It is worth noting that, although the original narrative depicted Brief as the one who first established the hundredfold gravity environment and integrated it with the spaceship, Bulma surpassed Brief in capability. Even if she encountered obstacles, Brief would not stand idly by. To put it simply, Lin Chuan understood the importance of gradual progress. After all, breakthroughs in scientific research, much like the enhancement of one's abilities, necessitate time for thorough maturation. In the courtyard, only Lin Chuan and Son Gohan remained. Aware that Gohan had not even undertaken basic training at that moment, Lin Chuan refrained from instructing him directly. Instead, he allowed Gohan to observe while he engaged in simple physical activities, performing warm-up exercises to fully acclimate to his current level of power. His routine consisted merely of basic techniques, punches and kicks, along with a series of foundational training. As for advanced techniques, he only demonstrated them briefly. Frankly speaking, despite Lin Chuan's considerable self-directed practice in martial arts and various hand-to-hand combat techniques, he felt he had yet to master them, considering his skills mediocre at best. After all, on Planet 3114, although Lin Chuan had been training consistently, he lacked opponents, resulting in a significant deficiency in combat experience. The absence of sufficient experience severely restricted his ability to enhance his skills. This aspect would undoubtedly be a focal point for Lin Chuan's future development, as it was something the system could not provide. Suspended in the void, Lin Chuan gradually exhaled, having engaged in physical activity for a good 20 minutes. He now possessed a clearer sense of his capabilities. His strength, bolstered by the system, had reached over 110,000, yet he felt no semblance of loss of control. On the contrary, the enhancement of his power felt as if it were a natural result of his own training. For the time being, the burdens of concern have been alleviated, allowing Lin Chuan to devote less energy to the mastery of control in his cultivation. Murmuring to himself, Lin Chuan continually devised plans for his own advancement. If power remains uncontrollable, it inevitably demands a considerable investment of time. However, proficiency is imperative. Regardless of how formidable the system may be, one must cultivate muscle memory. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Chuan gradually descended, ultimately landing steadily on the ground. Before he could utter a word, Sun Wukong approached eagerly, his small eyes brimming with anticipation. "Uncle Lin Chuan, can you teach me how to fly?" Sun Wukong's inquiry took Lin Chuan by surprise. The boy's eagerness was entirely unexpected. In the original narrative, at this juncture, Sun Wukong was depicted as timid and reluctant to embrace new experiences. His initiative to seek knowledge of flight, though not directly related to combat or strength enhancement, represents a significant breakthrough. Indeed, how could I have overlooked this? In the original storyline during the Majin Buu saga, Sun Wukong instructs Biddy in the mastery of energy concentration, enabling her to learn the art of flight. I can certainly adopt that approach. This epiphany momentarily resolved Sun Wukong's dilemma. After all, merely guiding his own energy and learning to control it for the purpose of flight would occupy him for quite some time. During this period, Lin Chuan could continue his own training while awaiting Bulma's completion of the spaceship and gravity training chamber. With this decision made, Lin Chuan smiled gently. "Your willingness to seek my guidance is quite surprising, Wukong. I can sense a formidable potential within you, one that remains unchanneled. Although you are still quite young, merely 4 years old, it is essential to recognize that we Scions are distinct from Earthlings. In the forthcoming period, I shall guide you in your training. To learn how to fly, you must first master the control of your energy. Chapter 43. Enhanced Power, Unveiling Potential, Energy. Upon hearing Lin Chuan's words, Sun Wukong grasped the crux of the matter. One must commend his intelligence. It is no wonder he could become a scholar through sheer effort in the future. Frankly speaking, the majority of Scions are inherently combat-oriented. While there exist support roles among non-combatants, individuals like Sun Wukong, who are exceptionally intelligent and possess boundless potential as warriors, are virtually non-existent. To encapsulate it in a phrase, he embodies both literary and martial prowess. Observing Sun Wukong, Lin Chuan could not help but reflect on the character's original narrative. Regardless, he was meant to replace Sun Wukong as the protagonist, only to later become a mere side character. With this thought in mind, Lin Chuan prepared his remarks. It seems that Sun Wukong truly has not imparted any knowledge to you, Lin Chuan quipped. The father is the foremost martial artist on earth. Yet his son has been nurtured in such a manner. In truth, I have desired to train alongside my father. However, my mother has consistently denied my request out of fear for my safety. Sun Wukong's son, Sun Gohan, responded with a hint of grievance. Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan silently acknowledged the truth in his words, though he did not dwell on it. Many matters inherently possess a significant degree of controversy. Is Chi-Chi at fault? Not at all. It can only be said that the perspectives considered differ. To be candid, Lin Chuan could indeed empathize. He remarked that Sun Wukong's failure to teach Sun Gohan anything about Chi implied that he had not even informed him of its existence. Well, let's set aside your family's past for now. Allow me to elucidate what Chi is. Chi is the fundamental energy within living beings, the essence of life that resides within each individual. This latent power can be manipulated freely through cultivation or training, much like this. As he spoke, Lin Chuan raised his hand, conjuring a radiant golden sphere. For a novice, manifesting such a substantial amount of Chi instantaneously is implausible. However, with enough practice and understanding, one can wield it effortlessly. Is this what Chi is, Uncle Lin Chuan? Sun Gohan inquired with wide, curious eyes, feigning ignorance. Having encountered cultivation for the first time and directly engaging with Chi, he was naturally stepping into a new realm of understanding. Nodding slightly, Lin Chuan retracted the sphere and continued. Chi comes in many forms, with even broader applications. For instance, we can harness Chi for energy attacks, as you witnessed not long ago. We can manipulate Chi during close combat to inflict greater devastation, among other things. Of course, flight is also one of its capabilities. Thus, if you wish to learn how to fly, mastering Chi is the first step. Only by learning to cultivate and control Chi can you hope to take to the skies. With that, Lin Chuan levitated slightly above the ground. Sun Gohan stood in awe, realizing that he must learn to wield Chi to achieve various feats, such as flying. Once Lin Chuan descended, he smiled at Sun Gohan. Uncle Lin Chuan, please teach me. Sun Gohan implored, exhibiting the earnestness of a devoted pupil. With such words, there was no room for hesitation. Lin Chuan promptly guided him to a grassy area where they sat cross-legged. He instructed Sun Gohan to begin channeling his Chi to sense its presence. This method, in essence, relied upon one's own comprehension. Lin Chuan had spent 2 to 3 years honing his Chi to reach a certain level of mastery. Simply guiding the Chi within to perceive its existence had taken him several days to accomplish. Even with the aid of inherited Saiyan memories and innate abilities for energy-based attacks, the absence of training methods for harnessing Ki presents a formidable challenge. To express it simply, at merely 2 or 3 years of age, he had not mastered the art of walking before he was already running. By the time he sought to walk properly, he found himself utterly incapable of doing so. Only through the gradual accumulation of practice over time can one truly master their own power. In the original narrative, Vegeta recognized this truth and, through his battles with Goku, after recovering from severe injuries, he gained profound insights that enabled him to swiftly cultivate a series of applications for Ki. At that time, he had only just begun to perceive and control his own Ki. It was upon arriving on Earth that Vegeta's true transformation commenced. Vegeta is indeed a genius. This is beyond dispute. However, his rapid surge in strength, coupled with his ability to refine his Ki to a certain level, stemmed from his inherent power, making the foundational aspects of Ki training remarkably effortless. Just as Lin Chuan found that when his strength reached thousands or even surpassed 10,000, the basic applications and cultivation of Ki became exceedingly simple. Remember, guiding one's own Ki is not about exerting force or compelling the body to push itself. It requires a heartfelt sensation and gentle direction. Rising to his feet, Lin Chuan did not forget to impart a final piece of wisdom to Gohan before departing, allowing him to focus on his training. The issue of Gohan's cultivation was temporarily resolved, and Lin Chuan needed to contemplate other matters. Little did he realize that by altering Gohan's training methods and teaching him to perceive and guide the ki within himself, he would enable Gohan to attain the strength of a warrior from that era in a remarkably short span of time. Gohan harbored limitless potential with just a slight nudge. That potential could erupt, amplifying his combat abilities exponentially. Of course, these were discussions for another time. For Lin Chuan, the immediate need was to dedicate some time to solidifying his own strength and realm. Even if the power granted by the system felt akin to his own training, he ventured alone to another open space, slowly seated himself with arms crossed, his eyes glimmering with insight. During his earlier warm-up exercises, he had sensed a peculiar anomaly. With the enhancement of his strength, there was an underlying feeling of dissatisfaction within his body, as if it were conveying that he could unleash even greater power, suggesting that with minimal training, his capabilities could surge even further. As my combat power increases by 1 per second, is my potential also expanding? Is my body instinctively communicating this to me? Lin Chuan pondered. This aspect could be verified in the coming days. Closing his eyes, Lin Chuan entered a meditative state, a cultivation method he had adapted from the original works of Piccolo and Krillin. In the past, there were no rivals, nor were there particularly effective training methods. Meditation and simulating battles with opponents in the realm of the subconscious were among the few techniques available to Lin Chuan. Chapter 44. In the blink of an eye. 10 days had elapsed. Time flew by like a white steed galloping past. Within the ecological garden of the Universal Capsule Private Estate, in a certain wild area, 2 figures, one large and one small, were engaged in foundational combat training. Who else could they be but Lin Chuan and Sun Wukong? In recent days, Sun Wukong had been like a shadow, closely following Lin Chuan on his journey to become a stronger practitioner. You might wonder, had Lin Chuan not taught Sun Wukong to sense and guide his energy? Indeed, Lin Chuan initially believed that merely sensing and guiding energy would require considerable time for Sun Wukong to master, as it necessitated personal comprehension of the subtleties involved. Moreover, Sun Wukong had never previously ventured into the realm of cultivation. However, to Lin Chuan's astonishment, Sun Wukong managed to sense his energy in less than a day and even successfully guided it forth in one breath. Although he achieved this only once, it was enough to astonish Lin Chuan, initially thinking it a mere fluke. He was taken aback the following day when Sun Wukong could effortlessly release his energy with remarkable ease. At this point, Lin Chuan felt an overwhelming urge to vent his frustrations. Truly, the disparity in talent was astonishing. He recalled that when he first engaged with the original storyline and attempted to master the cultivation methods, he had spent several days before achieving success. Nearly 10 days to become fully proficient, although he was only 2 or 3 years old at the time, younger than Sun Wukong now. This could not serve as an excuse for his inadequacies. Such innate talent and potential were utterly extraordinary, particularly after guiding his energy. Lin Chuan could distinctly perceive an enhancement in Sun Wukong's surface strength. The system also indicated that his combat power had reached a remarkable score of 100 points. Through the capabilities of the system, he was able to discern the combat power values of others. This hidden feature was discovered after a long period of exploration and a sudden flash of inspiration. By earnestly focusing on a target, he could see the combat index they possessed. Not only had Sun Wukong's combat power improved, but his youthful physique also became exceptionally resilient due to the augmentation of his own strength. In just 2 days, he had completed all the training steps assigned by Lin Chuan. Astonishingly, by the 3rd day, Sun Wukong had even innovated a method to independently condense energy orbs. He was undoubtedly activating the protagonist module. Is this absurd? Indeed it is. Yet, his potential was already the highest in the original narrative. Following 3 days of accumulation, on the 4th day, Lin Chuan found himself compelled to earnestly impart the method of practicing the void dance technique to Sun Wukong. In fact, compared to sensing, guiding, and controlling energy, mastering the void dance technique was considerably simpler. As long as one can guide their internal energy, it proves that they can initially control their own essence. Thus, using this energy to elevate one's body and achieve flight should pose no challenge. Sun Wukong's astonishing talent has once again revealed to Lin Chuan that instructing him does not require excessive words. The technique of aerial movement was imparted casually, and Sun Wukong grasped it effortlessly, enabling him to perform levitation and similar feats. Although flight remains somewhat tentative, with increased mastery over his energy and its growth in magnitude and strength, soaring through the skies would soon become a trivial endeavor. On the 5th day, as was customary, Sun Wukong astonished Lin Chuan yet again. Firstly, he had completely mastered the aerial technique, allowing him to soar freely through the heavens. Secondly, Sun Wukong informed Lin Chuan that due to his mastery of the technique, he often felt an overwhelming urge to control the power within him during his energy cultivation. This piqued Lin Chuan's curiosity, and when he witnessed the energy Sun Wukong unleashed, he was taken aback. At the tender age of 4, having trained for less than 5 days, his combat power had inexplicably exceeded 500 points. What was particularly remarkable was that this power was under Sun Wukong's own control. It seemed that Lin Chuan's teachings on energy cultivation had inadvertently unlocked a portion of the great lock that confined Sun Wukong's potential, resulting in a rapid enhancement of his abilities. The results achieved in such a short span of time surpassed even the effectiveness of Sun Wukong's year-long wilderness training in the original narrative. One could only imagine that if he had surpassed 500 points in less than 5 days, it would not be an exaggeration to predict that exceeding 1,000 points in the coming days would be entirely feasible. Understanding Sun Wukong's current state, Lin Chuan decided to abandon his previous nonchalance and cease to simply let him be. Particularly on this day, following Bulma's information, Chi-Chi arrived here, leading to various developments. Lin Chuan observed a different side of Sun Wukong and recognized his fervent desire to grow stronger. He yearned for increased power to protect all that he cherished. A child's grand aspirations, marked by a newfound desire for independence, led Sun Wukong to reject his mother's well-meaning intentions for the first time in his life. He did not wish to flourish within the confines of a sheltered existence, and with a resolute attitude, he compelled Chi-Chi to relent and subsequently sought out Lin Chuan to make his request. Thus, beginning on the 6th day, Lin Chuan commenced the foundational training of Sun Wukong, dedicating 2 hours each day to practice with him, honing his combat skills. Without elaborating further, it is evident that Sun Wukong held Lin Chuan in great esteem, treating him as a revered mentor and a familial elder, obeying his guidance without complaint. Such character could not have been divorced from Chi-Chi's teachings, thus marking her success as well. As the last hues of the sunset faded from the evening sky, Sun Wukong let out a final shout, leaping into the air and delivering a powerful punch. Naturally, Lin Chuan deftly caught it in his hand, effortlessly resolving the situation and allowing it to stand firmly on the ground. The power exhibited was commendable, showing improvement compared to yesterday. However, there remained an excess of unnecessary movements. It is essential to remember that in battle, any flamboyance is of no use. Facing Sun Wukong, Lin Chuan spoke to him. "Yes, Uncle Lin Chuan," replied Sun Wukong. Though weary and gasping for breath, he responded promptly and obediently. Lin Chuan was thoroughly pleased with this. In truth, were it not for his status as a transmigrator and his knowledge of future events, accepting Sun Wukong as a disciple would undoubtedly be the right choice. After sufficient rest, Lin Chuan did not procrastinate. He addressed Sun Wukong, saying, "Today's training concludes here. We should return." With that, Lin Chuan executed the sky dance technique and soared toward Bulma's roundhouse. Sun Wukong was already proficient in the sky dance technique. While his speed had yet to reach the standard, he could still achieve velocities of several tens to over 100 meters per second. Do not underestimate this speed. After several days of rigorous training, Sun Wukong's combat power had begun to rival that of the original story, where he trained under Piccolo for a year. A combat power of 950 points. This figure far surpassed the level achieved by Raditz upon his arrival on Earth, which was a full-powered burst from his father, Sun Wukong. Moreover, if he utilized energy attacks, Sun Wukong's maximum combat power could reach 1,200 points. This was a measurement Lin Chuan had personally tested. However, after unleashing such an energy burst, his stamina would quickly deplete, causing his combat power to plummet to around 600 or 700 points. Returning to the subject of flight speed, under this level of combat power, it could easily exceed the speed of sound, even reaching several times that speed. If one cannot achieve this, it simply indicates insufficient training. Chapter 45, Combat Power of 1,000,000. Bulma's news upon returning to the roundhouse. Lin Chuan and Sun Wukong first took a hot bath with the assistance of Chi-Chi. Of course, Lin Chuan had never requested this, and he had declined her assistance on multiple occasions. However, since Sun Wukong resided here and trained under Lin Chuan, Chi-Chi took it upon herself to ensure Sun Wukong was well cared for, hoping Lin Chuan would impart his knowledge generously. Thus, she would help prepare hot water and tidy up clothes. One must say, Sun Wukong is indeed a fortunate individual. While many label Chi-Chi as harsh, strict, and self-absorbed, in reality, she is truly dedicated to caring for others. Though she may occasionally utter uncomfortable remarks, her heart is kind. After their bath, Lin Chuan changed into clean, loose-fitting clothes and exited the room. At that moment, an enticing aroma wafted from the dining area. This was a daily occurrence since Chi-Chi had come, as she would prepare in advance. One could say she had brought all the pots and pans from home, ready to engage in a prolonged battle at Bulma's residence. As a mother, she tirelessly ensured her son was well-fed, well-dressed, and well-housed. Indeed, Son Gohan is truly deserving of her unwavering dedication. While she supports her son Gohan has consistently refrained from disappointing her. During the day, he engages in rigorous training, seizing moments of leisure to delve into books and study, and in the evenings, he diligently completes his homework. This lad is nothing short of extraordinary. Lin Chuan, unable to voice his concerns directly, can only remind Son Gohan in private to take care to rest and avoid exhausting both his physical and mental faculties. In response, Son Gohan assured him, "I'm not tired at all." From that moment forth, Lin Chuan vowed never to broach this subject with him again. In truth, Son Gohan possesses a cleverness beyond Lin Chuan's expectations, adept at managing his time without requiring his intervention. After dinner, as Son Gohan prepared to study, Lin Chuan welcomed the most tranquil moment of his day. Each day, he engaged in visible training while also providing guidance to Son Gohan. Every evening, he indulged in a degree of meditation. Naturally, the moments preceding meditation were the most comfortable, embodying the essence of balancing work and rest. Having spent 10 days here, his routine remained unchanged. Alongside his rising strength, his weight was also increasing, and his physique became increasingly robust. This transformation was inextricably linked to his daily sustenance, particularly in terms of nourishment. After over 2 decades on a desolate planet, even if he had never starved, the food available was merely sufficient to sustain his existence. No matter how full he felt, it only provided basic nutrition to prevent weakness, not to cultivate a formidable physique. Opening the system panel, Lin Chuan gazed with a smile at his attributes displayed therein. Host: Lin Chuan. Age: 25. Height: 185 centimeters. Weight: 85 kilograms. Combat Power Index: 981. 780 points. Current system level: Level 1. Auto Mode. Combat Power 1 second. He was ever closer to achieving a combat power of 1 million. In slightly more than 9 days, with the system's assistance, Lin Chuan's combat power had surged by 800,000 points. One might argue that considering his initial combat power of 110,000 points, he had only reached 910,000 points. However, this was undeniably linked to Lin Chuan's own training efforts. While the system augmented his power, he was also diligently practicing. Although his personal progress may not have been as dramatically impressive, it was certainly commendable. It must be noted that upon arriving on Earth, Lin Chuan's thought processes and memories from his previous life surged forth, inspiring a plethora of innovative ideas. To achieve an increase of several tens of thousands in combat power in less than 10 days is indeed remarkable. This night would mark the moment he surpassed 1 million in combat power. In just over 3 hours, even if he did nothing, his combat power would exceed 1 million. Standing atop the rooftop, Lin Chuan gazed at the cosmic sea of stars. The weather was splendid, the night sky exceptionally bright, and the stars shone with unparalleled brilliance. And that moon, thankfully, it was not yet full. As the full moon approached, it reminded me of the original narrative where Son Gohan transformed into a mighty gorilla upon witnessing the full moon while under the tutelage of Piccolo. To prevent such occurrences, Piccolo decisively obliterated the moon. This act garnered a secret commendation from King Kai during the invasion of Earth by Vegeta. After a prolonged moment of reflection, Lin Chuan returned to the nearby sofa, initiating his meditation training. Within the realm of his contemplation, he conjured warriors from his memories to engage in practice battles. These adversaries were not limited to the Dragon Ball universe. They included characters from various realms. Although this method of mental training differed from real combat, its efficacy was remarkable, enhancing his battle experience and preparing him for myriad possibilities. Lin Chuan could distinctly perceive incremental improvements in his strength following each meditation session. Warriors are inherently gifted. Early figures like Krillin and Piccolo were exceptional talents, and such training methods were later undervalued. Lin Chuan, however, found them to be exceedingly beneficial. Time passed gradually, and after defeating several formidable foes through meditation, Lin Chuan sensed an approaching presence. A tall maid, exuding an air of maturity, appeared before him on the rooftop just as he concluded his meditative combat. Upon abruptly opening his eyes, he locked gazes with the maid. His eyes surveyed her. He recognized her as an attractive woman, though they had never interacted or exchanged words. "Good day, Mr. Lin Chuan," she addressed him. "Miss Bulma has asked me to inform you that there has been preliminary progress in the research, and your assistance is required in the laboratory." After delivering her message, she retreated upon Lin Chuan's nod. He was astonished that the research had yielded significant breakthroughs in such a brief span of time, particularly requiring his involvement. Was there a breakthrough concerning the spaceship, needing his input to procure something? Or perhaps the gravity training chamber had shown promising results. He pondered what remarkable advancements Bulma had achieved. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Chuan resolved to investigate further, realizing that speculating was futile. Witnessing the situation firsthand would unveil the truth. Departing from the rooftop, Lin Xuan leaped into the air, soaring toward the distant horizon. Bulma's energy emanated from the laboratory to the south, and it was certain that Brief was there as well. Over the past few days, Lin Xuan had occasionally cast his gaze toward the expansive research facility from the skies, observing the construction of a special metallic framework, seemingly preparing for the creation of something significant. Chapter 46, Not My Boyfriend, Why So Concerned? Descending from the heavens, Lin Xuan alighted before the research institute, scrutinizing the towering 20-meter metallic framework before him. Presumably, this structure was erected for the purpose of constructing a spacecraft. For Lin Xuan could scarcely fathom any other colossal creation necessitating such a formidable metal support. Bulma, it seemed, was not merely dabbling once she embarked on a project. It was destined to be a grand spacecraft. In the realm of monotonous interstellar travel, indeed, the larger the vessel, the more it could alleviate the tedium through diverse activities, offering countless opportunities for engagement. Unlike smaller spacecraft, which were confined to fixed locations, making even the simplest stretch of one's limbs a challenge. Much like the solitary ships of the Frieza Force, where one could only sit in stasis, enduring the interminable passage of time. Lin Xuan eagerly anticipated the true form this spacecraft would take upon its eventual completion. Turning, he entered the institute. Having visited several times before, he was well acquainted with the premises. The sentry robots, upon confirming his identity, did not impede his progress. Upon entering, he was greeted by an immensely vast interior space. At a glance, countless mechanical devices were in operation, evoking a profound sense of awe. It resembled a super-advanced factory, with many machines aided by intelligent robotic assistants. Directing his gaze to a corner of the institute, Lin Xuan spotted Bulma diligently at work. She was operating a computer, assisted by Brief, who held a tablet, seemingly verifying data. As Bulma input information into the computer, the large square metallic block at the forefront emitted a series of thunderous roars. An intricate network of circuits, coupled with information transmission and sufficient energy supply, thoroughly activated this colossal enigma. Strolling over to Bulma and Brief, Lin Xuan chose not to interrupt, but rather speculated on their endeavors based on his understanding. Undoubtedly, this enormous metallic block was the culmination of Bulma and Brief's research. If they sought his assistance, it was likely intertwined with this very project, for he could conceive of no other rationale, especially as he observed no other novel inventions within. Could this possibly be? A thought crossed his mind, and upon closer inspection, he noticed a metallic door at the front of the block ajar, revealing an empty interior. A gravity training room. Beyond this interpretation, no other possibilities existed. What purpose would there be in constructing such a metal chamber otherwise? Oh, you arrived without a word? Having completed the final crucial step, Bulma wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead, exhaling in relief. It was only then that she shifted her focus to Lin Xuan, rising to greet him. It was not that she was oblivious. Rather, her mind had been wholly absorbed in her research, leaving her no time to contemplate Lin Xuan's swift arrival. Brief also relaxed, setting aside his tablet to light a cigarette for himself. Fortunately, the final step had not failed, or else it would have been a fruitless endeavor. However, the true measure of success still depended on your experimental validation. With that, Brief took a deep drag, easing his taut nerves. Those of us engaged in scientific research often require certain substances to stimulate our minds during critical moments. Cigarettes serve as one of the most effective means, providing both invigoration and relaxation. In the original narrative, Bulma also developed a smoking habit due to her scientific pursuits. She attempted to quit twice. The first was during her pregnancy with Trunks, though she did not completely succeed, and it was only after conceiving Bra that she finally eradicated the habit. Of course, whether her success was aided by Whis remains uncertain. In the age of transformation, the relationship between Bulma and the angel Whis suggests that something as trivial as quitting smoking should pose no challenge for an almost omnipotent being. As Bulma's actions drew Lin Xuan's gaze, he was slightly taken aback to see her reach for the pack of lady cigarettes on the table, realizing that she had become quite attached to smoking. Observing the overflowing ashtray, he confirmed Bulma's considerable addiction. While he did not harbor disdain for her choice, it was evident that smoking was not beneficial for her. Despite its temporary uplifting and calming effects, excessive addiction brings forth more disadvantages. Instinctively, Lin Xuan snatched the pack of cigarettes, crushing it into a crumpled ball, which earned him an incredulous glare from Bulma. After finally completing the last step, she longed for a cigarette to alleviate her tension. What was this all about? It did not suit a stunning woman like her to smoke like a seasoned addict. She ought to refrain from such habits. There are myriad ways to invigorate and relax, and smoking is the least advisable. A mind as brilliant as yours should comprehend this principle. With that, Lin Chuan tossed the crumpled cigarettes into the trash bin. Bulma nearly gasped at his words and actions. You are not my boyfriend, so why concern yourself? Her expression could be summarized in 4 glaring characters, none of your business. Just as she was about to erupt, Briv interjected with a few words that quelled her ire. Essentially, he conveyed that as his daughter, Bulma's intellect and beauty were exceptional. Yet, at her age, rather than cultivating good habits, she was adopting detrimental ones, accumulating more bad traits. He concluded with a poignant remark, implying that over the years, Bulma had squandered her youth on Yamcha, achieving little of merit, and resorting to smoking and drinking to cope with her sorrows, only to find her addiction worsening instead. In the past, Briv had turned a blind eye to Bulma's actions, recognizing that she was now an adult and no longer required his constant oversight. The arrival of Lin Chuan has undeniably instigated significant changes, prompting Brief to assist his daughter in making some transformations. The past has been laid to rest. What was once will no longer be, and a new future is on the horizon. Lin Chuan has evidently proven to be exceptionally remarkable. Brief believes that his daughter harbors a certain fondness for Lin Chuan. Otherwise, why would she invite him to reside in their home, where they would inevitably cross paths? The crux of the matter lies in the fact that his daughter has agreed to help repair and construct a spacecraft, along with undertaking the creation of a gravity training chamber. Even though he is aware of her aspirations to achieve greater heights in the field of scientific research, it is clear that her motivation is to assist Lin Chuan. Bulma remains blissfully unaware of her father's misinterpretation of her intentions. Despite her approval of Lin Chuan's appearance and physique, as well as his formidable strength, she is not the type to easily shift her affections, particularly given the abrupt conclusion of her previous relationship, where she and Yamcha did not fully resolve their issues. No matter how much she admires Lin Chuan, she would not approach him proactively. Chapter 47. Gravity Training Chamber 10 Test Version. The awkward atmosphere lingered for quite some time. Brief recognized that he had unintentionally touched upon Bulma's sore spot, so he discreetly withdrew to the sidelines, refraining from further conversation. Ultimately, it was Lin Chuan who took the initiative to change the subject. Upon realizing that this was the gravity training chamber Bulma had created, he inquired, "So, this is the gravity training chamber you constructed?" "Of course. What else would I have you here for?" "It is precisely for your needs that my father and I have dedicated some of our spare time daily to research this aspect after working on the spacecraft," Bulma replied, crossing her arms beneath her chest, her expression radiating pride. Her gaze was fixed intently on Lin Chuan, as if urging him to commend her. Her attitude shifted rather swiftly. Perhaps as time passed, Bulma began to release the emotional burdens of her past. However, while she may appear composed on the surface, Lin Chuan could not discern the true state of her inner feelings. Brief, observing this, visibly sighed in relief. He genuinely feared Bulma's potential outbursts. He was fully aware of his daughter's temperament. As her father, he felt utterly incapable of managing her moods. He had often discussed with his wife that had Bulma's demeanor been a touch gentler, they might have already welcomed a grandchild. Were there many suitors for Bulma? Undoubtedly. They could form a line around West City. Yet, due to her association with Yamcha, Bulma had been held back until now. The more Brief and his wife observed Lin Chuan, the more they appreciated him. With Lin Chuan's presence, the complications stemming from Yamcha had dissipated, allowing their daughter to interact with other males. In fact, during the past 10 days, Bulma had ceased to mention Yamcha, focusing instead on her research. With Lin Chuan's name frequently on her lips, "Your intelligence has indeed surpassed my expectations. In just a few days, not only have you successfully conducted your research, but you have also created a tangible entity. However, I am curious about the efficacy of the gravity training chamber you constructed. Specifically, how many times the gravity of Earth can it achieve?" Lin Chuan inquired. Upon receiving the compliment, Bulma's proud demeanor became even more pronounced. Yet as Lin Chuan posed the pivotal question, her expression quickly became serious. After all, matters of importance must be addressed. She began to explain, "As of now, we have only made some preliminary breakthroughs in gravity research. Due to limited materials, this gravity training chamber is merely in its 10th prototype phase, and you will need to conduct tests to ascertain how many times Earth's gravity it can reach." With this, Lin Chuan began to grasp Bulma's implication. It appeared to be merely a test product, and the potential gravity multiplier would likely not be substantial. Understanding this, he realized that this was the reason for being summoned at this moment to assist. "In that case, I shall personally enter to conduct the test," Lin Chuan affirmed, nodding resolutely as he approached the entrance of the gravity chamber. Observing his directness, Bulma and Brief did not hesitate. After a thorough introduction and explanation, Lin Chuan became familiar with the internal structure and operational methods. Subsequently, he closed the door to the gravity training chamber. "Lin Chuan, you must remember to inform me immediately should any unforeseen circumstances arise." I will promptly cut off the energy supply from outside, Bulma cautioned. Additionally, the internal space is entirely isolated from the external environment, so there may be issues with oxygen supply. You might experience difficulty in breathing. Oh, and I almost forgot. You acquired the ability to survive in any harsh environment, particularly in the vacuum of space. Although I am unsure of the extent of this power, being able to survive in outer space should render a brief absence of oxygen inconsequential for you. As Bulma's voice echoed within the confined space, Lin Chuan lifted his gaze toward the speaker in the corner. Rest assured, while the abilities granted by the Earth Dragon may not be overwhelmingly extraordinary, they do allow for survival in reasonably harsh environments. Therefore, the lack of oxygen will not affect me, Lin Chuan replied. With that said, he stepped forward to the central control panel. Without further ado, he pressed the switch. Buzzing. As the gravity activation commenced, even at a mere double the Earth's gravity, the once bright space began to dim. The overwhelming pressure and increased gravity inevitably altered the environment. Lin Chuan could distinctly feel his body growing heavier, not to mention the pressure he was now enduring had multiplied several times. We are now increasing the gravity. Be sure to document everything, Bulma. He glanced at the camera and pressed the gravity increase button. With a single press, the gravity was raised by 1-fold. From double to quintuple, from quintuple to decuple, and then beyond decuple. It must be said that despite the passage of over 2 decades, Lin Chuan still vividly recalls the sensation of the 10-fold gravity on planet Vegeta. Subsequently, on planet 3114, the gravity significantly decreased, allowing him to adapt swiftly. However, while planet 3114 may not compare to planet Vegeta, its gravity remains approximately 2 to 3 times that of Earth. Indeed, for me, gravity levels of a dozen or 20 times do not yield substantial effects. While there is pressure, it is absorbed rapidly, rendering it imperceptible. Naturally, prolonged exposure to such gravitational stress, compared to training under Earth's gravity, would yield superior results. Yet, this modest gravity does not significantly enhance Lin Chuan's capabilities. After all, with his strength established, boasting a combat power nearing 1,000,000, even in a 100-fold gravity environment, Lin Chuan could confidently adapt swiftly. At the very least, a 100-fold gravity would facilitate a slight increase in his prowess during regular training. I recall from the original text that following the battle with Vegeta, a severely injured Sun Wukon's combat power was said to have surged to 20 or 30,000 points. En route to planet Namek, he utilized gravity training to exert pressure on his body, enhancing his strength, and then employed senzu beans for recovery to repeat this process several times, thereby amplifying his strength significantly after enduring severe injuries as a Saiyan. Within 6 days, he not only acclimated to a 100-fold gravity, but also elevated his combat power to 90,000 points. In other words, achieving around 100,000 combat power allows for adaptation to a 100-fold gravity. If 100,000 combat power suffices, then adapting to a 100-fold gravity with 1,000,000 combat power is indeed trivial. Furthermore, according to subsequent plot developments, Vegeta's combat power exceeded several million points while training under 300-fold gravity on Earth. Lin Chuan's memories of that situation remain fresh, indicating that with 1,000,000 combat power, one can train effectively under 200 to 300 times Earth's gravity, yielding commendable results. Chapter 48, 50-fold gravity. This is merely the beginning. Can it continue to rise beyond 20-fold? All data and equipment are operating normally. Curiously, based on my original calculations, this gravity training chamber, version 10, should only be capable of producing around 20-fold Earth's gravity at most. Observing the surveillance footage, Lin Chuan has already elevated the gravity to 25 times and continues to increase it exponentially every 10 seconds, causing Bulma to furrow her brow. Given the current situation, we have clearly underestimated the limits of the equipment. The processor, operational capacity, and device power have only reached approximately 65% of their full load. And considering the amount of stored energy, the gravity multiplier could potentially reach even higher levels. On Brief's tablet, all data regarding the gravity device is displayed. Based on his expertise, he confidently asserts that the limit of gravity is not 20-fold, nor 30-fold, but could very well have reached 40-fold. Let us hope no unforeseen circumstances arise, Bulma remarked. They all underestimated the rudimentary assembly of this 10th beta gravity chamber. When the gravity exceeded 30 times, the fervor in their eyes became increasingly evident. Particularly, Brief was deep in contemplation, daring to make bold conjectures based on the existing data. Meanwhile, Bulma, after a moment of excitement, began to worry about Lin Chuan. It is essential to recognize that gravitational pressure is fundamentally different from weighted pressure. While martial artists may engage in unimaginably arduous weighted training, it remains merely external pressure. Gravity, however, exerts a direct force from all directions, subjecting every cell in the body to oppression. For instance, if Lin Chuan's weight reaches 85 kilograms, under 30 times gravity, he would experience a sensation exceeding 550 kilograms. This merely accounts for surface pressure. The internal ramifications are even more daunting. Even if the muscles and bones can endure, what about the internal organs and sinews? Of course, Bulma was unaware that at a certain level of power, the body undergoes continuous metamorphosis and enhancement. The internal organs also strengthen under the baptism of energy. Just like the rest of the body. Was there truly no reaction? Could gravity exceeding 30 times be further increased? Initially, she contemplated restraining Lin Chuan from continuing his operations. Yet upon viewing his calm demeanor through the monitors, a wry smile crept onto her lips. Her concerns were indeed unfounded. His strength once again surpassed her expectations. After all, it was merely 30 times gravity, which posed no challenge to him. There are certain things I may not have disclosed, hence your ignorance. To put it simply, with my current capabilities, adapting to 100 times gravity for a brief period poses no issues. It would only be gravity in the hundreds that would warrant my serious attention. To be honest, while it may sound exaggerated and overly confident, Lin Chuan could indeed achieve this. You Saiyans are all freaks, Bulma remarked, rolling her eyes in exasperation. What kind of talk is that? Adapting to 100 times gravity with ease, only hundreds of times would make him take it seriously. One must understand that even a few times Earth's gravity would incapacitate an ordinary person within mere seconds, leading to a rapid breakdown of bodily functions. Should she find herself in such an environment, she would barely manage 2 or 3 times gravity before feeling uncomfortable. Time passed, second by second. When Lin Chuan adjusted the gravity to 50 times, the chamber began to exhibit anomalies. After sustaining this level for merely a few seconds, alarms sounded, and the gravity started to plummet, ultimately reverting to Earth's gravitational levels. 50 times was the limit. Beyond this threshold, it could not rise any further, and the duration was too brief, indicating an overload. It was as if 49 times could be maintained for a while, but once a certain limit was reached, the circuitry would burn out from overexertion, ceasing all operations. Indeed, even if it may be flawed, the gravity training chamber can still be deemed a success. It is essential to recognize that this is a product of humanity's own scientific endeavors, with the establishment of a gravity training chamber that exerts 50 times the Earth's gravity. How far off can 100-fold be? 1,000-fold is merely a matter of time. Although Lin Chuan has only briefly experienced the effects of gravity, he has already discerned the myriad benefits that such training can bestow upon him. Truly, even under 50 times the gravity, the weight is but a slight burden. However, should the multiplier increase to 100-fold, it would undoubtedly represent the pinnacle of training methods available at present. For today, this shall suffice. Tomorrow, the various materials I ordered will arrive in succession. I am confident that in a few days, we will be able to construct a chamber capable of maintaining 100-fold Earth gravity for extended periods. After concluding a day's worth of research and securely saving all data, Bulma spoke. If possible, it would be prudent to expand the internal space. Otherwise, it would be too cramped to utilize effectively. Furthermore, we must address the issue of oxygen supply. Without a solution, the gravity training chamber would serve only me, Lin Chuan suggested. The prototype is indeed too small, measuring merely 5 meters in length and width, with a height of barely 2 or 3 meters. Numerous other minor issues abound. However, Lin Chuan remains confident that Bulma can resolve them. Upon hearing this, Bulma nodded, her mind racing with possibilities. Meanwhile, Brief suddenly had a flash of inspiration and proposed, we could apply the internal structure of the spacecraft to the gravity training chamber. Or perhaps construct a large spacecraft that can regulate internal gravity. Wouldn't that suffice? At once, not only did Bulma display a look of delight, but Lin Chuan also felt a surge of excitement. Truly, Brief is remarkable. In the original tale, it was Goku who requested a gravity control device aboard the spacecraft. Now, without Goku's prompting, Brief has arrived at the same conclusion. Father, you are indeed a genius. Starting tomorrow, while constructing the spacecraft, let us also devise a method to install the gravity device within it. The design for the spacecraft's exterior and internal structure is already well defined. The assembly of the fuselage and internal refinement shall be entrusted to you, Father. As for the main engine, thrusters, gravity device, and oxygen generation system, I can handle those myself. Bulma's plans were clear and concise. The father and daughter reached a consensus, exiting the research facility while conversing in a language understood only by them. At that moment, Lin Chuan felt like a mere specter, as he was, in truth, quite uninformed. Upon returning to their abode, a large circular room, Lin Chuan was lost in thought, contemplating the journey to Namek once the spacecraft was completed, when suddenly, an unusual sensation coursed through his body, leaving him momentarily stunned. Chapter 49. Above the Moon, A New Realm. Host: Lin Chuan. Age: 25. Height: 185 centimeters. Weight: 85 kilograms. Combat Power Index: 1,000,025. Current system level: Level 1, Auto Idle. Combat Power 1 second. Gazing at his combat attributes, Lin Chuan could hardly contain his exhilaration. Is this the realm of power that surpasses 1 million? The disparity between his previous strength and his current prowess. Even a mere difference of 10,000 felt like an insurmountable chasm. In that moment, buoyed by the overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him, Lin Chuan could not resist the urge to execute the sky dance technique, propelling himself skyward. Breaking through the atmosphere and leaving Earth behind, he soared directly toward the moon. Lin Chuan's velocity had already reached several hundred times the speed of sound, effortlessly achieving speeds of 100 kilometers per second. As he traversed the cosmos, even the obstacles posed by meteors were obliterated by his formidable might, instilling a sense of invincibility. Within a mere half hour, he spanned the distance to the moon, arriving in its orbit. Such speed was astounding. It was nearly impossible for the naked eye, or even one's senses, to keep pace with him. Although the distance between the Earth and Moon in the Dragon Ball universe was not as great as the 384,403 kilometers of his previous world, it still measured a substantial 200,000 kilometers. Standing atop the cratered surface of the moon, Lin Chuan found the experience utterly surreal. Never had he imagined that he would one day stand upon the moon. Previously, he had considered the moon to be a site of misfortune, having been shattered by Master Roshi, only to be painstakingly restored by the god of Earth, and subsequently obliterated by Piccolo. There was one lingering curiosity that had always intrigued Lin Chuan. Why, after the moon's destruction in the Dragon Ball world, did Earth seem to be unaffected? After all, as Earth's sole satellite, the moon's gravitational pull significantly influences the tides. Even in a world as fantastical as Dragon Ball, one would expect similar effects. The absence of the moon would undoubtedly lead to dramatic changes in Earth's tidal phenomena. Otherwise, the god of Earth would not have exerted his authority to restore it. It was conceivable that natural disasters would be inevitable. Without the moon's pull, tectonic movements on Earth would alter, disrupting the entire ecological balance. In essence, the destruction of the moon equated to the annihilation of the world, not through immediate obliteration, but by triggering a slow, self-destructive process. To assert that the moon in the Dragon Ball universe had no impact on Earth seemed implausible. Lin Chuan preferred to believe that the presence of the god of Earth, Piccolo, was the reason Earth had not suffered significantly. As for why Piccolo no longer sought to restore the moon, it was likely because he understood that the transformation of the Saiyans was intrinsically linked to it. But then again, why dwell on such matters? To me, nothing holds any significance. Here, I can finally unleash my pent-up energy. It has been far too long since I could fully exert myself, Lin Chuan murmured to himself. Thanks to the powers bestowed upon him by the divine dragon, he was able to speak quite naturally in this place. Arriving on the moon was meant for him to unleash his full potential in one breath, to genuinely experience just how formidable he had become. Ever since he activated the system upon arriving on Earth, his strength had been incrementally increasing every moment. Though he could feel the growth distinctly, he had never truly released it. Now, with his combat power reaching a staggering 1 million points, the leap into an entirely new realm of strength made him exceedingly curious about just how powerful he had become. Although he was still inferior to Frieza post-transformation, surpassing 1 million points truly marked his entry into an unprecedented domain. Lin Chuan could finally comprehend why Frieza in the original narrative asserted that once he transformed, warriors would face an utterly terrifying version of himself. The disparity between a combat power of several 100,000 and one exceeding 1 million could not be compared on the same plane. Gazing at the Earth, which radiated a brilliant azure light, he concentrated all his energy. A deep roar erupted from Lin Chuan. In an instant, an invisible pressure rapidly expanded, enveloping the entire moon in a fleeting moment. The energy surged and escalated. The sheer force of his presence caused the moon to tremble, even drawing countless fragments of meteors and lunar rocks into motion. Those closest to him were lifted off the moon's surface due to the pressure, with the majority exploding into mere dust. The more distant pieces began to orbit, colliding with one another in the chaotic energy field. Lin Chuan, however, paid no mind to such occurrences, grounding himself firmly in a stance as he continuously channeled the energy within him, spreading it throughout his entire being. Gradually, a radiant white aura emanated from his body. 1/10 of his strength, 3/10, 7/10, and finally, he reached an astounding 99%. A long, resonant scream erupted from him as if releasing all his pent-up emotions. In the next moment, his aura exploded into a cyclone enveloping him, appearing like white flames burning fiercely. Remarkably striking. Simultaneously, as the energy surge stabilized completely, the moon ceased its trembling, and the suspended rock fragments began to fall. Lin Chuan squinted slightly as his body slowly levitated off the lunar surface, seeking out an enormous meteorite within close proximity. With a thunderous boom, the space reverberated, not a sound transmitted, but rather a disturbance of spatial waves. With a single, effortless punch from a distance of 100 meters, an invisible energy fist struck the colossal meteorite, measuring several kilometers in diameter, with the force of a shockwave. In an instant, the meteorite shattered into countless fragments, scattering in all directions. Yet, even so, it remains challenging to distinctly define the current realm of strength. For Lin Chuan, the primary issue lies in the absence of worthy opponents. Without adversaries, even if he acknowledges his own prowess, he remains unaware of the true heights he has attained. It can be said that Lin Chuan is engulfed by an overwhelming desire for combat. He yearns for the narrative to progress swiftly, anticipating the day he confronts Frieza. After all, in this era, Frieza stands as his foremost and essential target to surpass in the near term. Ultimately, he resorts to employing a clone as his opponent. Speaking to himself, Lin Chuan conjured his technique. Clone. This skill, naturally, was developed on planet 3114, learned from the warriors in the original narrative. While the warriors refer to it as the four-way fist, for Lin Chuan, it is simply a technique of duplication. Comparatively, it is quite similar to Piccolo's demon cloning technique. For many years, in order to alleviate his restlessness and solitude, this has been Lin Chuan's sole method. Additionally, it serves as one of the means to enhance his combat experience. In Chapter 50, The Clone Battle, The Underworld, the technique of duplication was initiated. In mere moments, a figure separated from Lin Chuan's body. In appearance, attire, and strength, it was nearly indistinguishable. Quite commendable, with the enhancement of his abilities. The mere creation of a clone did not significantly diminish his own power. Moreover, the clone possesses the capacity to unleash 1,000,000 points of battle power for a brief duration. After evaluating the clone, Lin Chuan meticulously sensed the diminishment of his strength. Negligible. Previously, when his battle power was merely 15,000 points, the activation of the cloning technique would result in a reduction of around 20% in his own strength, allowing him to create at most 4 clones. Now, however, should he produce 4 clones, the decrease in his power would not be as severe as before. Is this not evident? The cloning technique does not distribute power equally, and furthermore, he has not allocated much strength to the clone. With the power he currently possesses, a full-fledged battle can only be sustained for 1 or 2 minutes at most, the clone of Lin Chuan remarked. Hearing this, Lin Chuan smiled, noting that with the enhancement of his strength, his mastery of skills has also reached a more refined level. This intangible improvement is truly exhilarating. Let us first test the intensity of our power. Here I come. With a resounding shout, the clone of Lin Chuan launched an attack. Indeed, there is no need for further lamentation, for they are, in essence, one and the same. As the clone advanced, a smile graced Lin Chuan's lips. What he sought was a brief yet intense eruption, a full-scale battle. Lin Chuan swung his fist, and in an instant, it collided with the clone's fist. A tremendous shockwave erupted. In the next moment, the fierce confrontation was set to commence. With 1,000,000 points of battle power unleashed, the battlefield was the vastness of space. And one could only imagine the ferocity of the clash. 2 figures raced through the vast expanse of the cosmos, glimmering and engaging in fierce combat with each other. Their speed was so extraordinary that it was imperceptible to the naked eye, and their strength was formidable enough that a mere flailing of fists and feet could shatter the surrounding meteors. Such power, if unleashed on Earth, would undoubtedly overturn everything within 1,000 miles. In the midst of battle, one became acutely aware of their own strength, embracing the pressure exerted by their clone in the most positive manner. This, in turn, honed their abilities and deepened their understanding of the art of combat. They were in a constant state of metamorphosis, growing stronger through their clone, and when the battle concluded, the clone returned to their body, imparting further insights. Boom, bang, crash. The cosmos reverberated with continuous explosions. Beyond the close-quarters brawl, energy attacks were also unleashed. After over a minute of fierce confrontation, the clone distinctly sensed the depletion of energy and finally spread its arms wide, the final blow. Energy surged and concentrated, gathering all remaining strength into a singular, devastating technique, thunder-shattering cannon. A blue and gold shockwave surged forth, embodying the might of thunder, resembling an immense thunder dragon roaring with ferocity. The sheer power of this strike obliterated countless stars in its path. Should it strike Earth, it would undoubtedly bring about total annihilation. Anticipating the clone's ultimate move, Lin Xuan was prepared, having already coalesced a terrifying crimson glow in his hands. Crimson penetrating wave. With a glint of determination in his eyes, Lin Xuan seized the opportune moment to unleash the energy. This technique, a culmination of inspiration drawn from the magic penetrating light cannon and Frieza's death beam, was one Lin Xuan had researched for a long time and ranked among his top 3 powerful techniques. Boom! A colossal explosion erupted in the cosmic void. Regardless of its magnitude, the blinding radiance could rival that of the brightest celestial body. At that moment, the strength test between Lin Xuan and his clone reached its pinnacle. Meanwhile, in the underworld, on the serpentine path stretching over millions of kilometers, Sun Wukong and Raditz were racing along. For them, the 10 days since their arrival in the underworld had been marked by ceaseless movement, save for the necessary sleep and sustenance. While their speed was not particularly slow, it was by no means fast. One could understand Sun Wukong's reluctance to fly, as he was not well versed in the art of flight. However, why did Raditz not take to the skies? Prolonged flight not only consumed more energy than running but also did not significantly surpass the speed of a full sprint. Kakarot. Your speed is woefully inadequate. At this rate, it may take you a year just to reach Lord Kai. With a foolish younger brother like you dragging me down. My progress as the elder sibling has been decelerated by at least half. As Raditz quickened his pace, he couldn't help but taunt the relentless Son Goku, who followed closely behind. Their relentless competition had fostered a significant emotional bond, and their communication had seen commendable progress. Nonetheless, Raditz, being stubbornly proud, clung to this behavior to rediscover that peculiar sense of superiority from the past. Thanks to Raditz's exertion, Son Goku was momentarily left far behind. Naturally, Goku was not one to concede easily. Despite his elder brother's sharp words, the very comparison ignited his motivation. Raditz provided Goku with the greatest impetus, awakening his latent potential and propelling him to rapid advancements in strength. Though he had not surpassed his elder brother, he had exceeded 1,000 power points just days prior. Raditz, equipped with a power detector, was aware of this. Don't underestimate me. This is merely the beginning. Gritting his teeth, Goku felt as though he had achieved yet another breakthrough. The sudden surge of speed allowed him to catch up to Raditz, and he even sensed the possibility of overtaking him. Humph, you possess some spirit. Managing to keep pace with me reminds me of our father, Raditz remarked, a smirk twisting into a more sinister expression. However, I do not intend to grant you another chance. This time, I will leave you far behind. In the next moment, Raditz accelerated once more, widening the gap between them. Though Goku was furious, he did not relent. As long as he pursued, the distance would not grow excessively. At least not to the extent that Raditz's figure would vanish from view. Yet, if he truly slowed down, he would fall behind. The word give up held no place in Goku's vocabulary, embodying the unwavering belief that had propelled his continuous growth and strength. The serpentine path had perfectly transformed into a battleground for the two brothers, each chasing the other. Unexpectedly, calamity often strikes in moments of relaxation. Just as Raditz glanced back at the lagging Goku, preparing to provoke him further, he suddenly felt the ground beneath him vanish. Upon regaining his senses, he realized that the serpentine path had abruptly taken a sharp turn, and his speed had propelled him forward uncontrollably. Not to worry, I can fly, but stop right now. Kakarot, he shouted, though it was already too late. In their full-speed sprint, both Son Goku and Raditz surged off the serpentine path, colliding with one another. Thus, they plummeted into the depths of the underworld. Chapter 51. Transformation into the Great Ape. Power level in the millions. The trajectory of fate is often elusive. Even with Lin Xuan's butterfly effect and Raditz running alongside Goku on the serpentine path, the fall still transpired. The scene shifted. In the vast expanse of the universe, nestled between the moon and Earth, lies a celestial sea. The tumult of the recent upheaval has subsided. Yet the cataclysmic force unleashed by the explosion has generated an enormous shockwave, obliterating everything in its path. Had it not been for the fortunate distance of 1,000 kilometers from the moon during the battle, or the unintentional avoidance of the lunar body, the residual waves from the cataclysm could have annihilated the moon entirely. At the very least, it could have stripped away its outer layer. As my energy dissipated and returned to my corporeal form, I found no augmentation in strength. However, the memories of the battle and all my contemplations surged into my mind. This exemplifies the might of 1,000,000 combat power. Had my energy not been exhausted, I could have unleashed even greater power. A surge of exhilaration coursed through me as I mused aloud. It is only at this moment that I truly comprehend the overwhelming power I now possess, capable of unleashing devastation with the simplest of gestures. If 1,000,000 combat power is so fearsome, what unimaginable strength lies beyond 100 million? It is unfathomable. The self I once was, with a mere 15, 000 combat power, could only speculate on the terrors of a million, yet those were mere conjectures, lacking precision. Now, envisioning a billion combat power feels akin to the way I once imagined the million-tier strength. Despite my broadened perspective and my status as a transmigrator, the vast chasm between what I possess and what I aspire to understand remains daunting. Regaining my focus, I turned my gaze back towards Earth. This recent outburst had sufficed. And although the cosmic void imposes little strain on my being, I prepared to return. At that moment, as I readied myself, a peculiar sensation coursed through my body. It was a strange feeling, both familiar and foreign, as if my blood had been ignited, boiling with fervor. My cells, akin to having ingested a stimulant, began to surge uncontrollably. This sensation, a jolt of realization, struck me, furrowing my brow in concern. This unmistakable feeling heralds the onset of my transformation into a colossal ape, a realm I had not ventured into for many years. In the next instant, I turned to face the moon, 1,000 kilometers away. The sunlight illuminated my position, allowing me to absorb the radiant rays of over 17 million bolts waves reflected from the lunar surface. The moonlight cascaded over me, igniting an instinctive response in my tail, which began to writhe uncontrollably. How careless I have been. After years of abstaining from the transformation, this involuntary shift into a giant ape may not be a misfortune after all, I muttered to myself, quickly centering my thoughts and employing my mental fortitude to anchor my spirit, resisting the allure of primal instincts. The resplendent moonlight intensified, dazzling my eyes, prompting me to instinctively shut them. The velocity of blood flow within Lin Chuan's body surged, the rhythm of his heartbeat intensified, and his physique began to swell. Dark fur sprouted across his skin as he transformed from a human form into that of a beast, his strength escalating correspondingly. His size expanded, 3 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters, and ultimately exceeding 100 meters. His combat power skyrocketed, 1.5 million, 2 million, 4 million, 7 million, and finally surpassing 10 million. In less than a minute, Lin Chuan's original form had vanished, replaced by a colossal, ebony creature standing amidst the cosmos. A thunderous roar erupted, an apparent declaration of his arrival. In the vacuum of space, sound cannot propagate, yet vibrations in the universe conveyed a resonance akin to a roar. Transformed into a giant ape, Lin Chuan did not succumb to rage. As a lower-tier warrior, he had previously been incapable of retaining his sanity during his transformation. The primary reason for his newfound control lay in the absence of any methods for restraint within his inherited memories, compounded by a lack of guidance. The ability to maintain his intellect amidst the primal fury was achieved through relentless training on Planet 3114, where he made remarkable strides in his mental prowess. In essence, the ability to conquer one's instincts and retain rationality is directly correlated with one's strength. Feeling the extraordinary surge of energy from his transformation, Lin Chuan's blood-red eyes burned with fervor. With a tenfold amplification, his combat power had now exceeded 10 million. Excitement coursed through him. Having previously tasted the might of a million-level power, the prospect of a 10 million-level strength was overwhelming and ignited an insatiable thirst for power within him. Both the resilience of his physical form and his strength had undergone a qualitative leap. Although the transformation into a giant ape may not rival the transformation of a Super Saiyan at this stage, it represented his ultimate trump card. A combat power in the 10 million range would demand that even Frieza reach his final form to withstand such might. Should he be unable to achieve the Super Saiyan transformation within a year, the giant ape transformation would become his sole reliance. Without any other alterations and solely relying on the system's power, achieving 30 million in combat power after a year would be insufficient to contend with Frieza. Therefore, should he remain unable to transform by then, he would indeed rely on the giant ape form. The tenfold enhancement of his primal instincts would certainly surpass Frieza's 12 million points, even if he could not fully unleash his true potential. Naturally, Lin Chuan did not consider himself weak. Even if the nuances of the Super Saiyan transformation eluded him, elevating his combat power was an inevitability. One might ask about the hyperbolic time chamber. Lin Chuan had made a decision not to engage with it for the time being, perhaps waiting until the system level increased. Indeed, the confines of the hyperbolic time chamber could be transcended and returned from. To shatter the current limitations, one would require a formidable combat strength of at least hundreds of billions, if not trillions. The original character, the Fat Majin Buu, possesses a power level exceeding 600 billion. And the Kid Buu is significantly stronger. At this juncture, Lin Chuan contemplated whether he should seize the opportunity to eliminate Frieza while he remains in his base form. The thought elicited a peculiar smile from him. While it may not adhere to the principles of martial ethics, it certainly appears to be a prudent strategy. However, should he vanquish Frieza without adequate strength, he would inevitably confront Frieza's father, King Cold, or even Frieza's elder brother, Cooler. It remains uncertain whether Cooler exists in this Dragon Ball universe. The Dragon Ball multiverse encompasses numerous parallel timelines, each with its own distinct developments. In the primary narrative, Cooler does not make an appearance, but that does not imply his non-existence. Perhaps in the main timeline, Cooler was eradicated due to other circumstances. In this temporal realm, Lin Chuan can only analyze based on what he comprehends. Chapter 52, the fourth level of Super Saiyan? With a plethora of thoughts swirling in his mind, Lin Chuan found himself seated upon an immense meteorite, manipulating his colossal form. Should anyone catch sight of him at that moment, they would undoubtedly be astounded. For such a grand ape not only existed within the cosmos but also periodically altered its posture and exhibited various anthropomorphic gestures. Suddenly, a revelation struck him as he recalled the transformation into a Super Saiyan great ape. As a devoted fan of Dragon Ball in his previous life, he was well versed in the intricacies of its narrative. Yet, over 2 decades of apocalyptic existence had shrouded many of his memories. Now, through profound contemplation of certain pivotal elements, he swiftly recalled aspects he had long neglected, particularly those from parallel timelines not considered part of the main narrative. For instance, within the alternate timeline of Dragon Ball, there exists a method of progression from Great Ape transformation to the evolution of the Super Saiyan bloodline. If one could maintain their rationality in the Great Ape form and possess sufficient power to transcend into a Golden Great Ape, there would be a possibility of transforming into a Super Saiyan at the 4th level, Super Saiyan 4. Back on planet 3114, he had endeavored to master this transformation method, striving to overcome the primal instincts of the Great Ape to retain clarity of mind. In the past, he had indeed failed. However, that failure was likely due to his inadequate strength. It did not signify that he would inevitably fail now or in the future, with his power continuously ascending. At this very moment, he boasted a combat strength reaching 1,000,000, while his Great Ape form surged to 10,000,000. This time, perhaps fate has presented a fortuitous opportunity. Coincidentally entering the Great Ape state, he could seize this chance to fathom the process of evolving from a mere Great Ape into a Golden Great Ape. Indeed, the transformation into the Golden Great Ape represents the pivotal step towards attaining Super Saiyan 4. Should he succeed, he would become truly invincible in this era. Of course, even in the event of failure, he would still gain fresh insights from his current strength, allowing him to avoid potential missteps in his future path. With a resolute mind, Lin Chuan promptly directed his colossal form towards the moon. Returning to Earth was too distant, since the transformation was taking place here. It was only fitting to seek enlightenment on the lunar surface. Upon landing once more on the moon, his immense size stirred considerable commotion. Without overthinking, Lin Chuan selected a stable spot and sat cross-legged on the ground, beginning his contemplation in the guise of the Great Ape. Entering a state of meditation, he traversed into his mental realm. Unlike the serene landscapes encountered in human form, the mental realm associated with the Great Ape was drenched in a sanguine atmosphere. The ground was shrouded in darkness, and a blood-red moon loomed overhead, exuding an overwhelming aura. Crimson light permeated the air, and the scent of bloodlust saturated the entire world. Undoubtedly, these elements were imprinted within the very essence of the Great Ape transformation. However, Lin Chuan remained unaffected, for he had previously encountered this mental realm. It was from this very world that he had once awakened, ultimately gaining mastery over his rationality. As moments passed, Lin Chuan lost track of time on the moon. It was only when he sensed a peculiar change within his body that he fully emerged from his meditation. Without a doubt, the time limit for the Great Ape transformation had been reached. Despite the continuous illumination of moonlight, it was insufficient to maintain the transformation beyond the threshold of 17 million Bur's light waves. Thus, the form naturally reverted. Had Lin Chuan not ventured to the moon, the duration of his transformation might have been even shorter. The moon, being in constant motion, also caused fluctuations in the intensity of the reflected light. Returning to his human form, Lin Chuan felt a twinge of disappointment as his understanding of the Golden Great Ape remained elusive. Ultimately, he concluded that transitioning from the ordinary Great Ape form to the Golden Great Ape was as challenging as his own transformation into a Super Saiyan. Nonetheless, despite the failure to achieve enlightenment, this experience had seemingly unearthed considerable potential within him. Quickly shaking off the feeling of despondence, Lin Chuan spoke to himself, acknowledging that some things cannot be forced. The more one rushes, the more likely one is to lose their way. Shifting his focus, he opened the system panel to find that his combat power index had surged to an impressive 15 million points. This serendipitous transformation into the Great Ape had granted him an astonishing increase of nearly 150,000 in combat strength, even though his overall power exceeded 1,000,000 points. Such a significant boost felt remarkably direct. Had it not been for this sensation, Lin Chuan would not have anxiously gazed at his attribute panel to affirm the data. Rising to his feet, he He cast aside all thoughts of the golden great ape and the transformation method to the Super Saiyan 4th level. The insights he had previously gathered were already etched in his memory, awaiting the time when he would become more powerful to embark on new endeavors. At this moment, however, Lin Chuan was inspired to attempt a fresh breakthrough. Since he had already ventured this far, he was not deterred by the passage of time. Even in his current state of undress, Lin Chuan felt no embarrassment, for he stood upon the moon, where no one could witness his appearance. Let me attempt once more to break through to the Super Saiyan transformation. Past failures may have stemmed from insufficient strength or inadequate cellular energy, but now, my battle power had surpassed 1 million. With my current prowess, could I achieve this? As his understanding deepened, the clarity of his thoughts sharpened, revealing the next steps he was to take. In the original narrative, Son Goku's battle power of 3 million marked the threshold for the first level of Super Saiyan transformation. Although his current power was merely above 15 million, it was still formidable, certainly stronger than when he was on planet 3114. Moreover, he was well aware of the transformation method for the first level. This knowledge alone could sufficiently bridge the gap in battle power. Calming his mind, Lin Chuan clenched his fists, adopting a half-bent posture. He concentrated all his strength, channeling every ounce of energy towards the center of his spine, preparing for a climactic explosion. With a thunderous roar, a torrent of pure white energy erupted from Lin Chuan's body, reminiscent of a volcano bursting forth with molten lava. The overwhelming might radiated in all directions, causing the moon to tremble violently once more. The energy continued to swell and strengthen, surpassing the intensity of Lin Chuan's previous eruption, even stirring up colossal waves in the vastness of space, each more formidable than the last. He relentlessly intensified the energy concentration. Veins bulged on Lin Chuan's forehead, his bare form appearing even more imposing and fierce. The thick, sinewy veins resembled mighty dragons coiling around his physique, as if he were on the brink of total explosion. Is this all of my power? No. Today, I shall spare no effort in my pursuit of a breakthrough. With a resounding shout, Lin Chuan chose to unleash all of his strength. This was unlike his previous full-force eruptions. Now, he aimed to condense the energy within him to its utmost limit and shatter the barriers of his potential. It was precisely due to Lin Chuan's relentless exertion that a flash of golden light flickered in his eyes, ephemeral and unnoticed even by him. As time gradually passes, when energy reaches its zenith, it only sustains for a fleeting minute before a sense of weakness sets in, gradually declining. Is it truly ineffective? Where lies the problem? This attempt spanned several long minutes, yet still culminated in failure. Continuing would bear little significance. Lin Chuan relaxed, retracting and soothing the power within him. This failure merely underscores the necessity to bolster his strength or elevate his realm. Much like the comprehension of the golden great ape in Super Saiyan 4, he would seek breakthroughs at a later time. He understood the virtue of patience, the importance of gradual progression, and the value of steady accumulation. In his 2 lifetimes, Lin Chuan, especially in his previous existence, often found himself entangled in stubborn thoughts. It was his 2 decades of apocalyptic experiences that finally honed his character. What a failure! Has he not encountered enough trials over the years? What if he does not succeed? If this attempt falters, he shall strive for success in the next. Such is Lin Chuan's mindset. For him, he never harbored an absolute certainty of success in this endeavor. Should he have believed in his inevitable triumph, the subsequent failure would indeed be a devastating blow. In terms of strength, he should be sufficiently equipped. Considering his cellular capacity at his current level of prowess, he certainly possessed an ample supply. Could it be that the transformation into a Super Saiyan truly necessitates anger as a catalyst? If so, why could the Saiyans of Universe 6 achieve their transformations without the impetus of rage? Or could it simply be a matter of insufficient strength? The Saiyans of Universe 6, upon their emergence in the Super Era, indeed displayed formidable battle power, surpassing expectations. Contemplating deeply, Lin Chuan incessantly analyzed the discrepancies and various possibilities. In fact, he even found himself pondering another aspect, the tail. Could it be due to the absence of a tail? This notion seemed implausible. Lowering his gaze, he observed the tail behind him. According to the lore, the Saiyans of Universe 6 are inherently tailless. From the explanations provided later in the original work, it is understood that tails hold little significance for them, leading to their natural disappearance during evolution. Furthermore, the Saiyans of Universe 6 are entirely unaware of the Great Ape transformation. Beyond this, there exists no other distinction between the Saiyans of Universe 6 and those of Universe 7. Lost in thought, Lin Chuan found himself admiring his own line of reasoning. If the tail truly is the crux of the matter, then indeed, Sun Wukong completed his Super Saiyan transformation without a tail, albeit driven by profound rage. Later, it seems Vegeta also achieved the Super Saiyan form without the presence of a tail. As Lin Chuan pondered the absurdity of the notions surrounding Sun Wukong's offspring Gohan, Goten, In Trunks, he found himself utterly astonished by his own thoughts. Shaking his head vigorously, he cast aside these ideas. How ridiculous it was to think that a mere tail could hinder his transformation. If his foundational combat power were to exceed several million, or even reach hundreds of millions without a breakthrough, he might truly need to entertain such thoughts. For now, however, it was prudent to wait and allow time for growth and reflection. Perhaps, with the enhancement of his abilities, new insights would emerge. Summarizing all his gains and realizations, Lin Chuan redirected his gaze towards Earth. Remaining here held no further significance. With a decisive leap, he propelled himself away from the moon, hurtling toward Earth at a speed that once again surpassed hundreds of times the speed of sound, exceeding hundreds of kilometers per second. In a brief span of half an hour, Lin Chuan breached the Earth's atmosphere. Without lingering elsewhere, he swiftly homed in on his destination, landing atop Bulma's grand circular residence. It was here that an awkward encounter unfolded. Lin Chuan, having followed Bulma's energy signature back, descended without the slightest awareness that he was unclothed. At that moment, Bulma stood alone on the rooftop, savoring the enchanting night scenery while sipping red wine. Their eyes met, and Lin Chuan remained oblivious, while Bulma stood frozen, utterly stunned. After several seconds of bewilderment, she finally let out a shriek, turning away with one hand covering her face. Why are you running around without clothes? Without clothes? Glancing down, Lin Chuan suddenly grasped the situation. Embarrassed, he quickly turned away. Apologies. I just had a little incident on Earth, and my clothes were burned away. As he spoke, their gazes collided once more through the gaps of her fingers. The two found themselves in an awkward silence, with Bulma wishing she could vanish into the ground. Unable to resist, she peeked again through her fingers, only to be caught by Lin Chuan's keen eyes. What should I do? I can't bear this. Bulma's mind spiraled into chaos, her image as a refined lady shattered. A lady? Such a notion would hardly be believed by anyone. Bulma was inherently free-spirited, innocent, bold, and exceptionally intelligent, traits that could be described in myriad ways. Yet none would align with the notion of ladylike decorum. As Lin Chuan observed Bulma's cheeks flush, he opened his mouth to speak, but before he could utter a word, Bulma, disregarding everything, hastily fled from the rooftop. Perhaps it was for the best that she left. Realizing that he should hasten back to his room to freshen up and change, Lin Chuan ceased his delay and swiftly crossed the corridor, returning to his chamber. Regardless of the circumstances, this misunderstanding had indeed come to light. Chapter 54. The following day, skill instruction the next morning. Lin Chuan remained ensconced in slumber until awakened by the persistent knocking of Sun Wukong at his door. It must be said, this marked his first instance of indulging in a leisurely morning since arriving on Earth. It was not that Lin Chuan wished to linger in bed, but rather he found himself immersed in a dream that many men would envy, making it difficult to part from the blissful reverie. Thus he chose to remain in the embrace of sleep a while longer. For him, he was but a step away from experiencing ultimate ecstasy, only to be unceremoniously roused by Sun Wukong's timely interruption. Frustration welled within him, yet he refrained from expressing it. After all, what could a child possibly understand? After a brief morning routine, Lin Chuan donned fresh attire and descended the stairs. One cannot deny that Bulma's arrangements for him were exceedingly meticulous. Everything had been thoughtfully prepared, and since his arrival, he had not once felt the absence of anything essential. Upon entering the dining area, he found Chi-Chi engaged in lively conversation with Bulma while enthusiastically preparing breakfast alongside a domestic robot, given the considerable appetite of both Lin Chuan and Sun Wukong. Even with a table laden with morning delicacies, Chi-Chi continued her culinary endeavors without pause. As Lin Chuan arrived, the chatter between Bulma and Chi-Chi abruptly ceased. Their eyes met, and they were once again reminded of the previous evening's awkwardness. Uncertain of Bulma's thoughts, she resumed eating for a few moments before taking a portion of breakfast to go. Before departing, she cast a pointed glance at Lin Chuan, as though to assert her stance. However, her flushed cheeks diminished the severity of her demeanor, lending her an air of playful charm. Throughout this exchange, Lin Chuan remained silent, watching Bulma's retreating figure. A shiver coursed through him as he recalled the indistinct visage of the woman from his dream, which now seemed to merge with Bulma's form. By all accounts, the woman he had dreamed of last night was undoubtedly Bulma. Distracted, Lin Chuan finished his breakfast. Preoccupied with thoughts on how to remedy the previous evening's incident, he was confident that Bulma would not suspect him of any impropriety, as he had already provided an explanation. However, should a woman choose to fixate on a matter, it was not easily assuaged. Moreover, he was not adept at placating anyone. Having lived almost 50 years combined in both past and present, he had experienced romance, yet he was no expert in such matters, particularly in this life. Having had no interactions with the opposite sex for 25 years, Bulma was his first. Uncle Lin Chuan, I've finished eating. Shall we go practice? Sun Wukong's voice broke through Lin Chuan's reverie, prompting him to shift his attention. Nodding in agreement, he replied, "Let us go. It's about time I taught you some new skills." "Really?" Sun Wukong exclaimed, filled with excitement. He has already begun to appreciate the advantages that immense strength brings, while simultaneously yearning to learn more in order to refine himself further. The two exited the restaurant, making their way to the garden behind. In the mornings, Lin Chuan would engage in his morning exercises, with Sun Wukong following closely, gradually acclimating to the daily regimen of training before embarking on his morning energy cultivation. "Wukong, after the previous 10 days of training, your strength has now reached a commendable level. To be precise, while it may not have surpassed 1,000 points, it is indeed quite close. Based on your performance yesterday, I have discerned the most significant deficiency in your abilities. Although you have mastered the fundamentals of offense and combat, your lack of technique means you cannot fully unleash your potential. Now, I shall teach you 2 close combat attack skills, along with a method for releasing energy waves." As Lin Chuan spoke, he observed the intensity of Sun Wukong's strength after a night's rest. His battle power exceeded 950 points, nearing 980, with just a 20-point difference. It was evident that a breakthrough past the 1,000-point threshold was imminent today. Achieving breakthroughs in battle is among the swiftest ways to enhance one's prowess, particularly for Saiyans. Though it applies to all, Sun Wukong practiced with him every afternoon, and in just a couple of hours, he could elevate his battle power by several dozen points. Following that, due to exhaustion and recovery after combat, his strength would see a slight increase. Otherwise, reaching nearly 1,000 points in just 10 days would seem implausible. "Yes, I will study earnestly, Uncle Lin Chuan," Sun Wukong replied with a joyful nod, his face alight with anticipation. Lin Chuan wasted no time and began the instruction. The first of the 2 close combat skills he was to impart involved concentrating energy around both fists, forming a high-pressure energy punch. This technique would yield a more powerful strike when executed. It bears resemblance to Nappa's explosive punch from the original story, yet they are fundamentally distinct. Nappa's explosive punch, while devastatingly powerful, could inflict harm upon the user if their physical strength was insufficient. Moreover, the energy consumption of such a technique is substantial. Against opponents of slightly greater strength, it would lead to overwhelming defeat. This was evident when Nappa was easily subdued by Sun Wukong, as his explosive punch, despite its might, proved ineffective and drained his energy rapidly. In contrast, Lin Chuan's energy punch allows for control over the strength of the attack by compressing the energy applied. Should one choose not to unleash it, the energy can simply be retracted. This demands a high degree of energy manipulation and poses a challenge for Sun Wukong. Yet it is perfectly suited for his training. The second skill is seemingly ordinary yet extraordinary, the Phantom Fist. Much like the Phantom Fist in the original text, Lin Chuan's version of this technique reaches far greater extremes, capable of simulating a series of phantom movements to deceive adversaries. I recall when this move was first conceived, it was merely for amusement against clones. Yet, as my abilities grew and I engaged in battles with clones, this technique evolved into a remarkably practical tool. These 2 skills are my close combat techniques. Following them are the ultimate energy release techniques. In truth, Sun Wukong has already grasped the art of condensing energy blasts. While their power may seem modest, with diligent practice and a deeper mastery of chi and energy, he can significantly enhance their potency. Ultimately, he may even create his own unique techniques. However, at this moment, the creation of such techniques is beyond his reach. Thus Lin Chuan imparted to him the secrets of condensing and releasing chi, culminating in the transmission of the ultimate technique. Techniques like the thunder-crushing cannon and the crimson penetrating wave are beyond his current capabilities. Even if he wished to learn them, Sun Wukong would find them insurmountable, requiring at least a combat power of 10,000 points. Therefore, Lin Chuan taught him more accessible techniques, with significantly lower prerequisites, such as the extreme radiance flash. Chapter 55, Guardian? What nonsense. Time passed swiftly, and another week quietly slipped away. In the West City, at the far end of the estate, overlooking the vast plains of the West City, Lin Chuan stood solemnly atop a massive stone, gazing ahead. Not far from him, Sun Wukong was exerting himself fully, employing all the techniques he had learned in his fists and feet. Through relentless training and practice, he had become exceedingly proficient in executing and utilizing his skills. In merely 7 days, he had mastered not only the Spirit Fist and Phantom Fist initially taught by Lin Chuan, but also all the combat methods imparted to him during this week. At this moment, if Sun Wukong were to face Raditz, as he had when he first arrived on Earth, he would hold his ground quite well in a short span. Most crucially, Sun Wukong's combat power had now reached 1,395 points, a remarkable achievement in just 20 days. Although his progress this week was not as substantial as in the previous 10 days, a 400-point increase is still astonishing. From a mere 4-year-old who knew nothing to a budding master, especially when he fully unleashes the Extreme Radiance Flash, his combat power can soar to 1,700 points or even higher. This is still under controlled circumstances, unaffected by emotional turmoil. Lin Chuan could only imagine that if Sun Wukong were to unleash his fury and execute the Extreme Radiance Flash at full power, it would likely surpass the 2,800 points achieved by the original text's Magic Flash Burst. Such strength, without a doubt, positions him as the strongest on contemporary Earth. Even with the current warriors fervently training, their rate of improvement pales in comparison to this extraordinary ascent. Even if we consider the likes of Piccolo and Sun Wukong, their combat abilities at this juncture could scarcely surpass 1,300 points, at most just breaching the 1,000 mark. This is largely due to their encounters with Raditz, which have profoundly broadened their perspectives. This is the opinion of Lin Chuan. Of course, he remains oblivious to the fact that, at this moment, Sun Wukong's power has already exceeded 1,500 points. Although he is still traversing the Snake Way and has not yet undergone training under King Kai, the trials he faced in the depths of hell, alongside Raditz, have catalyzed a corresponding enhancement in their strengths. Additionally, during his time in hell, he consumed the life-extending fruit, a delicacy only accessible to gods and King Yama. The consumption of a single fruit guarantees 100 days without hunger and allows one to tap into latent potential, thereby augmenting their power. While the effects may not be extraordinarily vast, they are certainly significant. This pivotal factor contributes to Sun Wukong's combat prowess exceeding 1,500 points, while Raditz has leveraged this to break through to over 2,000 points. As for Piccolo, his combat level is now approaching 1,500 points. After battling Raditz, he transcended his previous limits, and following 20 days of relentless training, he has continued to elevate his abilities, returning his focus. Lin Chuan observed the techniques and movements of Sun Gohan. Splendid. However, your actions could be executed with greater fluidity. Furthermore, cast aside any distractions when transitioning your attacks, allowing your body to instinctively memorize and actively execute the forthcoming strikes. Lin Chuan's voice resonated, serving to correct Sun Gohan's missteps. Yes, Uncle Lin Chuan. Sun Gohan responded exuberantly. Witnessing this young lad's increasing dedication, Lin Chuan nodded in approval. In the past, he would never have dared to imagine himself teaching this boy with such earnestness. Yet, as time has flowed, nearly 20 days spent in Sun Gohan's company, the boy's polite address of Uncle Lin Chuan has transformed from a mere irritation to a heartfelt connection, leading Lin Chuan to genuinely regard Sun Gohan as a disciple. This subtle transformation has allowed Lin Chuan to comprehend how the original Piccolo underwent his metamorphosis. The Demon King Piccolo entirely reformed into a benevolent being due to Sun Gohan, becoming his protector. It is evident how formidable the fortune is that resides within Sun Gohan. Unbeknownst to him, even Lin Chuan, the time traveler, has felt its influence. To become Sun Gohan's guardian? What a jest! Lin Chuan is unwilling to accept such a role. While he is committed to guiding and instructing Sun Gohan, he recognizes the necessity for the boy to embark on other forms of training. Solely honing his skills in the current environment may indeed foster strength, yet without a sense of crisis, no matter how formidable his abilities become, he would lack the capacity for independence and survival, thus thwarting his true potential for greatness. Just as Lin Chuan resolved to implement new arrangements for Sun Gohan following his training, at that very moment, high above in the heavenly temple, Tianjin Fan, Krillin, Dumpling, Yachirobe, and Yamcha are engaged in rigorous training together. However, their sparring partner is not one of them, but rather the divine attendant Bobo. Faced with the onslaught of 5, Bobo navigates the situation with remarkable ease. It must be acknowledged that his combat prowess, rated at 1030, is indeed formidable. Managing to contend with these 5, whose abilities range from 2 to 400, is as effortless as partaking in a meal or sipping water. Over the past few days, the group has come to understand Bobo's immense strength. Yet, comprehension alone does not alleviate their frustrations, as the continuous defeats have nearly shattered their morale. After all, they had never anticipated Bobo to possess such overwhelming combat abilities. Reflecting on the chaos wrought by King Piccolo years prior, one wonders what would have transpired had Bobo intervened. Fortunately, in this era, they are akin to resilient cockroaches, driven by an insatiable desire to grow stronger. Thus, even after being bested by Bobo multiple times each day, they persistently rise to the challenge. In essence, their current objective is to defeat Bobo. Only then can they consider that they have taken the first step in their training. If they cannot overcome Bobo, who boasts a combat power of 1030, how could they hope to confront even mightier Saiyans? It is noteworthy that training with Bobo has a parallel in the original narrative, though not elaborated upon in detail. It is suggested that the characters underwent various training sessions in the Heavenly Temple, and once they could no longer enhance their powers there, they sought alternative paths for growth. The battles continue, visibly intense. However, among the five, one individual has been notably slacking: Yachirobe. Even Dumpling, in these challenging times, presses forward to challenge Bobo in pursuit of strength. Yachirobe, on the other hand, prefers to evade responsibility, lingering at the back and unwilling to contribute. Not only does he refrain from joining the offensive, but he also hampers the efforts of the other four. Such behavior is not unprecedented, and the others have grown accustomed to it. For them, had it not been for the divine calling Yachirobe to join, they would have long since expelled him from their ranks. Chapter 56, Making Gohan a Deity? Unfulfilled Piccolo. The battle rages fiercely. Tangent Fan and Krillin coordinate their assaults, while Yamcha provides support from the side, and Dumpling seeks opportunities amidst the fray. Despite his overwhelming strength, Bobo can no longer dominate the group as he did at the outset. Even with the vast disparity in power, he cannot genuinely harm them. For Tangent Fan, Krillin, Yamcha, and Dumpling, the journey has evolved from initially being unable to withstand even a few of Bobo's moves to gradually developing a more harmonious cooperation, thereby enhancing their own capabilities. They progress and break through the crucible of combat. Compared to their initial arrival at the Divine Temple for training, they have undoubtedly experienced significant growth. Naturally, this progress is known only to them, and they revel in the joy of becoming increasingly formidable. However, they remain oblivious to the fact that, in comparison to others, their current strength still pales considerably. It is essential to note that characters like Goku and the others have long surpassed the 1,000 mark, with Gohan boasting an impressive battle power of 1395, while they struggle in the mere hundreds. Meanwhile, at the edge of the Divine Temple platform, the Divine Piccolo leans upon his unique staff, wielding the authority of the Earth's god as he observes the world below. These past few days, his activities have largely entailed guiding this group in their training and occasionally checking on the happenings in the mortal realm. Particularly, he finds it crucial to monitor Lin Chuan, as he represents an unpredictable variable. Though he currently poses no threat to Earth, the future remains uncertain. Each time he looks, he is met with astonishment and bewilderment. The child he once deemed a burden has transformed into an unparalleled master under Lin Chuan's guidance. I never expected Goku's child to possess such terrifying talent. Had I known, I should have seized the opportunity to cultivate him closely when Goku entrusted him to me, he muses. With such pure and kind-hearted nature coupled with extraordinary potential, he may one day inherit my divine position and become the new god of Earth. Despite Goku's reluctance, Piccolo finds himself increasingly concerned for Earth's future, pleasantly surprised by the remarkable turn of events. In the midst of these reflections, it seems that the Divine Piccolo has reached a decision. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have found it hard to believe such a phenomenon, a mere 4-year-old child unleashing such formidable power. This realization leaves the seasoned god feeling somewhat obsolete in the face of changing times. Turning his gaze to the ongoing battle involving Krillin and the others, Piccolo lets out a sigh. The adage "no pain, no gain" rings true. Those he had once held in high regard, all martial artists of exceptional talent, now appear to be falling behind, barely managing to keep pace. Alas, I wonder if, after a year, they will be able to contend with those two Saiyans, he ponders. It would be best not to rely on Lin Chuan, as he is an unpredictable factor. He finds himself contemplating whether Goku and Raditz have reached King Kai by this time. As his thoughts drift, his attention shifts to a distant area, the desolate expanse of the southern continent of Earth. In preparation for the impending arrival of two immensely powerful Saiyans, Piccolo is fervently training, determined to prove himself and enhance his strength through his own means. Indeed, the results have been remarkable. In just 20 short days, Piccolo's power has surged dramatically. He even possesses the confidence to confront Raditz alone. Yet, despite this, he remains unsatisfied. With a resounding roar, a brilliant white flame engulfed Piccolo. He unleashed a colossal punch towards a towering rock mountain ahead. In an instant, the massive structure crumbled under the force of Piccolo's devastating strike, shattering into countless fragments that rained down, a sight both terrifying and awe-inspiring. This punch harbored an immense reservoir of energy. While it appeared to merely obliterate the mountain, had it struck the ground, it would have shattered the very earth beneath him. Any adversary with a combat power merely in the hundreds would undoubtedly be pierced through by such a blow. This is the might of Piccolo, with a power level of 1450. Yet, it is insufficient. Far from enough. With such a level of strength, he could only hope to rival Raditz, which is utterly inadequate to face the two Saiyans that would arrive a year later. Piccolo is acutely aware that his power still falls short of the mark. To attain a greater level of combat prowess, he must alter his training regimen. A year is far too brief. Taking a deep breath, Piccolo leaped to the summit of another mountain, Sitting cross-legged, he focused his mind and entered a state of meditation. The depletion of stamina and energy is a process he must undergo after achieving any significant training results. He must recover from exhaustion and seek breakthroughs at his peak. Striving to ascend to higher realms. Is Piccolo's latent talent lacking? Certainly not. Even though he has inherited everything from the original Piccolo, he is not the same being. It is important to remember that he is merely 8 years old. Without Gohan's interference or delays, his training proceeds smoothly and unhindered. With unwavering focus during the training process and free from distractions, he can rapidly elevate his combat power to such heights. It must be said that the current Piccolo has not undergone a transformation. He is vastly different from his original portrayal. He remains the same defiant and power-hungry Demon King Piccolo. Previously, his goal was merely to surpass Goku and conquer the world. Now, he aims to surpass all Saiyans. Refusing to be outdone by Goku. The notion of world domination has become trivial in his eyes. The universe serves as his platform. What is Earth in comparison? West City. In the wilderness. Gohan has finally concluded his final training session, collapsing onto the ground, panting heavily. In recent days, he has been left utterly exhausted each day. After resting, eating, and recovering, he continues his training until nightfall. Perhaps it is due to Lin Chuan's subtle provocations that this young boy feels he is far from enough, igniting an even greater fervor within him. After a prolonged respite of over 10 minutes, Lin Chuan refrained from interrupting him, allowing him to regain his composure before finally speaking. Gohan, in recent days, your training has reached a certain plateau. To surmount this barrier, you may need to undergo a different form of cultivation. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan lifted his head, anticipating that Lin Chuan was about to impart some new wisdom, his excitement palpable. He was well aware of his own burgeoning strength. And given the time they had spent together, Lin Chuan had become a figure of utmost respect in his eyes. Once you have fully recuperated, I will introduce you to someone. For the time that follows, I want you to train under his guidance. It is time for you to learn the art of self-sufficiency. Chapter 57. Arrival for Piccolo. After midday, Lin Chuan and Son Gohan concluded their lunch, and he bid farewell to Chi-Chi. With a graceful application of the flight technique, the two departed West City, one after the other, though Chi-Chi felt a pang of anxiety at the thought of her son being taken away for training. She recognized his earnest desire for independence and ultimately chose to accept it. In the past, she would have considered it a significant concession just to allow Gohan to train. The notion of him leaving her side would have been unthinkable. In her eyes, Gohan had always remained a child. It was only after he sought out Videl that she gradually acknowledged that her son was maturing. The events of recent times had catalyzed a transformation within her. Indeed, she was capable of understanding and adapting, attuned to the larger picture. As they soared through the sky towards the southern continent, their pace was neither swift nor sluggish. Lin Chuan discerned the concerns weighing on Gohan's mind and sought to reassure him. Even fledgling eagles must eventually leave the safety of their parents to embrace the world. How much more so for humans? Although he was still young by Earthling standards, for a Saiyan, reaching the age of 4 was already a threshold for planetary invasion. Just as his father had been dispatched to Earth with a power level of merely 2. In the heart of the vast desert on the southern continent, atop a colossal mountain, Piccolo sat in deep meditation, his focus unwavering. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, springing to his feet with a look of astonishment as he gazed into the distance. A peculiar instinct warned him that he had been targeted. Who could it be? The Saiyan Lin Chuan? There was also a familiar aura. Was it Son Goku? Raditz? No, it was neither of them. Piccolo murmured, tension coursing through him. The unexpected arrival at such a moment could only herald ill omens. He vividly recalled the events of 20 days prior, the feeling of being utterly suppressed, rendered immobile by sheer force, a sensation he would carry with him for a lifetime. As he gazed skyward, his brow furrowed and his expression grave, his breath nearly caught in his throat. He focused intently on maintaining his energy, controlling his power, ready to unleash a force that transcended his limits in an instant. Until he clearly discerned the two figures emerging on the horizon, Piccolo's initially solemn expression was tinged with astonishment. He recognized the presence of someone other than Lin Chuan, Son Goku's son. Gohan, how is this possible? This aura, what a jest. Piccolo found it hard to believe. Although Gohan had unleashed unimaginable potential and power during the battle with Raditz, which had astonished him, how much time had passed since then? A mere 20 days. And he could harness that strength? After enduring such rigorous training, Piccolo suddenly felt a pang of inadequacy, as if he were inferior even to a child. Unbeknownst to him, in terms of age, he was only 4 years older than Gohan. It can only be said that the warrior-type Namekians mature earlier. And Piccolo inherited everything from the previous Piccolo, which led him to never perceive himself as a child. We have arrived. Upon seeing Piccolo, Lin Chuan smiled slightly and spoke to Gohan beside him. Hearing this, Gohan focused his attention and beheld the distinctive silhouette atop the rugged mountain. That person was Piccolo, the uncle who had come with his father to rescue him. At that moment, Gohan finally understood to whom Lin Chuan intended to entrust him. Upon hearing Gohan's address, Lin Chuan was slightly taken aback. Gohan, how do you know his name is Piccolo? Because back then, I heard him refer to himself as Demon King Piccolo. And my father and mother have told me many stories from the past. My father even mentioned that Piccolo was his most valued rival. Gohan's response prompted a nod from Lin Chuan. Indeed, before the Android Saga, Piccolo was Goku's most esteemed adversary. However, as the Android Saga commenced, Piccolo gradually took a backseat due to the disparity in strength. Since then, the one Goku valued most became Vegeta. I see. Let us proceed. You will be training under him from now on. Without delving into other matters, Lin Chuan brushed it aside and descended from the sky. Gohan followed closely behind, remaining silent. He was still timid. Despite his newfound strength, Piccolo's appearance was intimidating. Moreover, in his mother's tales, Piccolo was the formidable Demon King, a villain bent on world destruction. Meeting Piccolo's gaze, Lin Chuan wore a broad smile, while Gohan stood beside him, feeling constrained and merely gazing in awe. You come to find me, what is it? Piccolo initiated. Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan responded without hesitation. No need to be so tense. I have come to present you with an opponent. An opponent? Piccolo's astonished gaze shifted to Gohan. With only the three of them present, did Lin Chuan mean to imply that this little brat was to be his adversary? Who was Piccolo? His intellect had always been sharp. What? Do you find it unsuitable? Lin Chuan, with a sly smile, tentatively probed into Piccolo's true thoughts. Do you find it appropriate? Piccolo, struck at a sensitive point, retorted with slight irritation. Are you suggesting that Goku's son, Gohan, should be my opponent? What a joke. I am the great Demon King Piccolo. I believe it is quite fitting. Do not underestimate Gohan. His current strength is not significantly inferior to yours. You must be at a critical juncture in your own power breakthrough. Am I wrong? Do you not wish for a proper duel? Lin Chuan observed Piccolo's condition and spoke candidly. Piccolo, taken aback, scoffed before countering. Am I to interpret this as you attempting to intimidate me? Or perhaps you deliberately sought me out to assert your presence? With a shift in tone, Piccolo jested, if you are willing to spar with me, then I would gladly oblige. Huh, you want me to join you in battle? Are you certain? Lin Chuan remarked, somewhat admiring Piccolo's audacity. However, during this period, Piccolo indeed possessed a tenacious spirit, growing stronger in the face of formidable opponents, whether against Vegeta and Nappa or later against the transformed Frieza. Why not? Your strength is undeniably formidable, but for me, engaging you in combat would unveil broader horizons. Piccolo acknowledged his own limitations yet spoke with composure. At this moment, communication flowed effortlessly, and therefore, Piccolo bore no animosity towards Lin Chuan, though he remained cautious, having recognized that Lin Chuan was not a harbinger of trouble. He felt little harm in exchanging a few words. Upon hearing Piccolo's words, Lin Chuan nodded. Although it was a request for a challenging encounter, since it was Piccolo's desire, Lin Chuan was more than willing to allow him a glimpse of his power. You wish to spar with me, merely to ascertain the extent of my strength. Hence, a full-fledged battle is unnecessary. I can demonstrate it directly. However, after the demonstration, I hope you will train alongside Gohan or perhaps guide him on his future path of cultivation, refining him further. I trust that with your keen insight, you will quickly discern what he lacks. Chapter 58. Lin Chuan, let us return to your hometown in the blink of an eye. 5 minutes had passed. As Lin Chuan fully retracted his aura and pressure, beads of cold sweat adorned Piccolo's brow. He was utterly astonished. Piccolo sought to gauge Lin Chuan's strength, and Lin Chuan showcased just how formidable a power of 10,000 could be. 10,000 power? For Lin Chuan, it was a mere trifle. After all, due to the system's enhancement over the past week, coupled with his own training achievements, his battle power had soared to an astounding 794,870 points. He was now a mere 200,000 points shy of the coveted 2 million mark. Of course, this strength felt trivial to him now, but for his former self, 10,000 power was still an extraordinary feat, particularly for the warriors currently on Earth. This was undeniably a power that bordered on the unimaginable. Not only Piccolo, but also son Gohan was thoroughly startled. Although Gohan had consistently remained by Lin Chuan's side and had been receiving his guidance, he had never truly sensed the formidable aura that Lin Chuan had just unleashed. Is this truly your full strength, or merely a fraction of it? Piccolo inquired earnestly, having just grasped the reality of his own insignificance. The previous few minutes had left him more shaken than the last encounter when Lin Chuan effortlessly shattered his special beam cannon, rendering him incapable of even entertaining thoughts of resistance. You may interpret this as my entirety, though it could also be perceived that I still hold back. Lin Xuan replied with a smile, having sensed the intensity of power exceeding 10,000. Once you reach this realm of strength, you will come to a deeper understanding. Why articulate it so plainly? A certain level of provocation can be beneficial, yet revealing one's strength excessively to dominate an opponent, even someone like Piccolo, may induce a sense of helplessness, leading to confusion and missteps. Gazing at Lin Xuan, Piccolo felt a weight in his heart. Yet, he quickly steadied his spirit. As he exhaled deeply, the aura surrounding him began to shift. It seemed that the pressure exerted by Lin Xuan had catalyzed a breakthrough in his own power. Utilizing the pressure to transcend, he felt a surge of newfound strength, allowing him to overcome barriers that had previously seemed insurmountable. Power level, 1,700. Merely by absorbing Lin Xuan's energy for less than 5 minutes, his power had surged by 250 points. This may seem modest, after all. It was just an increase of 250 points, but in reality, it was quite extraordinary. It is important to note that Piccolo's overall power had only recently exceeded 1,000. Such a sudden increase represented a significant leap in his capabilities. Previously, he might have struggled to defeat Raditz, whose power stood at 1,500. But now he felt confident in securing an effortless victory. Congratulations, with this breakthrough, your future training will be much smoother, Lin Xuan remarked in admiration. Although these words were well-meaning, they struck Piccolo as harsh. Let it be, my meager strength pales in comparison to yours, less than 1/10. But I assure you, it won't be long before I catch up, perhaps even surpass you. Do not expect my gratitude for this power increase. I am the great Demon King Piccolo. His tone remained assertive, prompting Lin Xuan to nod in acknowledgement of Piccolo's resolute spirit. Your ability to break through under my pressure is a testament to your remarkable talent. I do not require your thanks. I only need you to diligently guide Gohan in the time to come. Soon, I will return to retrieve him, as the spacecraft is already in production and will be completed shortly. If you wish, you may accompany us back to your homeland, the Namekian planet. Leaving a few words behind, Lin Xuan glanced at Sun Wukong and nodded. Without waiting for Sun Wukong to respond, he swiftly employed the void dance technique and departed without a backward glance. Watching Lin Xuan fade into the distance, Piccolo felt a tumult of emotions. After a considerable time had passed, he turned towards Sun Wukong, who was trembling. Without Lin Xuan's presence, Sun Wukong felt vulnerable, confronted by Piccolo's cold demeanor, which instilled a sense of dread within him. It must be noted that to an ordinary Earthling, the appearance of a Namekian is synonymous with monstrosity. This perception is particularly highlighted in future events, where Earthlings unequivocally labeled Piccolo as a monster. Ultimately, it was due to the imposing aura that Piccolo exuded, an unyielding presence that commanded respect. Those who do not exhibit ferocity are invariably regarded as monsters. In contrast, entities like Majin Buu are not perceived as threats, as they emanate an endearing charm, embodying mischief and vivacity. Humph! The son of Goku, unable to even stand before me? You, a contender against me? How laughable, Piccolo derided. His words only intensified Sun Wukong's trembling. Observing such a reaction, Piccolo understood Lin Xuan's earlier remark. The boy would soon uncover his own vulnerabilities. He realized why Lin Xuan had sent Sun Wukong to him rather than to another for guidance. It was purely a stratagem to utilize his fearsome reputation to temper Sun Wukong. With such a timid disposition, how could he be of any significant use? If he could not even stand firm against Piccolo, how would he ever confront future adversaries without succumbing to terror? Using the Namekian planet as a means to hint at my role in mentoring this youngling, what a clever ploy indeed. However, it matters not. It is merely a test of courage. This boy possesses a powerful force within him, indeed. I wonder how Goku feels about allowing his son to train with his arch-nemesis. Piccolo mused, his expression growing increasingly sinister. Unbeknownst to him, Goku was presently in the underworld seeking training from King Kai, entirely unaware that Lin Xuan would bring Sun Wukong to him. I do not wish to be your opponent, Sun Wukong stammered weakly, tears glistening in his eyes. This display was a stark regression. It appeared that Lin Xuan had indeed enhanced his abilities over the past 20 days, granting him commendable strength. Yet, devoid of experience in battle, Sun Wukong wilted under pressure. TCH. What a useless little brat. Possessing power yet so ineffectual, Piccolo muttered disdainfully. In the next moment, a plan formed in his mind. Since that fellow entrusted you to me, it would be remiss of me not to take action. Since you are so fearful of me, why not embark on a solitary journey of survival in the wilderness? Once you conquer your cowardice, learn to be self-reliant and embrace courage. Then you may return to challenge me. Chapter 59. A renewed trial, 100-fold gravity concealed in the shadows. Lin Xuan observed Piccolo's treatment of Sun Wukong with keen interest. Although it appeared that he had departed, he had stealthily returned midway. By mastering the art of suppressing his own energy, he rendered himself undetectable. It was only after confirming that Piccolo was indeed treating Sun Wukong as depicted in the original narrative that Lin Chuan felt a pang of disappointment and finally took his leave. He had anticipated that Piccolo would cast aside his pride only after Lin Chuan's departure, compelling Sun Wukong to engage in battle to satiate his own desire for combat. To his surprise, Piccolo exhibited remarkable restraint. Rather than rushing, he adopted a more nurturing approach to training. Perhaps it was his enhanced strength that led Piccolo to regard Sun Wukong's abilities with caution, yet he refrained from revealing his concerns immediately. Sun Wukong's response, however, fell within Lin Chuan's expectations. This young lad harbored thoughts that eluded the comprehension of ordinary minds. Though timid and fearful in the face of Piccolo, he displayed a unique brand of courage when confronted with clear challenges ahead. Overall, he had matured significantly compared to his portrayal in the original work, having endured 20 days of rigorous training under Lin Chuan. Upon returning to West City, Lin Chuan spotted Chi-Chi anxiously gazing into the distance from the rooftop. As soon as she saw Lin Chuan, she hurriedly inquired about his well-being. To assuage her worries, Lin Chuan could only offer a few reassuring words, promising to retrieve her son once the spacecraft was completed. He dared not mention that he had entrusted Sun Wukong to the formidable Piccolo. Had he done so, Chi-Chi's temperament would surely have erupted in fury. After all, what mother would willingly allow her child to be under the care of a notorious villain, even for the child's own good? In conclusion, Lin Chuan could only obscure the truth and navigate the situation delicately. To further enhance Sun Wukong's training, he often whispered concepts into his ear, subtly instilling the notion that Sun Wukong was no ordinary child, but a prodigy. After bidding farewell to Chi-Chi, Lin Chuan swiftly made his way to the space testing chamber where Bulma was located. According to Bulma, this chamber had been established years prior to study space satellites and storage pods. The Capsule Corporation had ventured into the realm of space long ago, aiming to extract rare cosmic minerals. However, regarding extraterrestrial endeavors, they had hesitated to expand rapidly, instead lingering in near-Earth orbit. Given Earth's previous technological limitations, even if a spacecraft were built, issues concerning engines and energy sources were substantial hurdles. It could be said that the Frieza Force spacecraft Lin Chuan had brought assisted Bulma and Brief in overcoming many previously insurmountable challenges. Setting aside the matter of the spaceship, this place has been transformed by Bulma into a testing ground for gravity devices, given that it is originally a sealed space capsule equipped with oxygen facilities. It merely requires the installation of the gravity apparatus, with slight modifications for operational use. This urgency in Lin Chuan's desire to send Gohan away today stems from Bulma's precise response yesterday. To evaluate the gravity device, he will need to collaborate on data collection every day for an extended period. This is not a matter of mere hours, but rather requires several continuous days of operation to reach any conclusions. His apprehension arises from a concern that any malfunction could spiral out of control. For Bulma, this equipment is mounted on a spaceship. What if something were to go awry? Thus, to eliminate any potential hazards, it is imperative to address all possibilities at their inception. While perfection may be unattainable, ensuring a 99.99 probability of no unforeseen incidents is essential. Upon entering the expansive interior space, one is greeted by an indoor area that spans the size of 6 basketball courts. With all extraneous objects dismantled and removed, it appears remarkably spacious. For Lin Chuan, this serves as an ideal environment for indoor training. The ample space allows for gravity training, provided the gravity device meets the required standards. You've arrived, Bulma remarked, turning to face him while holding a notebook. Lin Chuan replied, stepping forward to the gravity control console. Before he could utter a word, Bulma continued. I initially thought you were joking, yet you truly sent Gohan away. Are you not concerned? That is Piccolo, the once merciless demon who did not hesitate to take lives on our planet. Bulma still harbors reservations about Piccolo. Indeed, in this era, it was only after the Frieza Saga that he was fully accepted by everyone. You worry too much. Though he appears aloof and seemingly malevolent, he is not inherently bad. Entrusting Gohan to him is not a misstep. Rather, it may yield remarkable benefits. I believe Gohan will undergo a transformation before long. With those words, Lin Chuan offered a semblance of reassurance to Bulma. Very well, I cannot argue with you, nor can I prevent your decision, Bulma said, contemplating something further. Has Chi-Chi inquired about you? I suggest you refrain from revealing the truth to her. She may find it unbearable. Before coming here, I made it clear that I did not disclose who it was. You should also be cautious not to let anything slip. Lin Chuan nodded in agreement. The two engaged in a fluid exchange of dialogue for quite some time until Bulma completed the final steps and closed her notebook. Finally, it has been completed, and we can now commence testing. I will monitor from the control room above, facilitating my data recording and comparison. You remember. Although the maximum capacity of the gravity device remains uncertain, we are currently testing only 100-fold gravity. Following Bulma's words, Lin Chuan nodded, assuring her, rest assured, I will not act recklessly. Upon hearing this, Bulma said nothing further and swiftly proceeded. She walked to the far end of the entrance, exited the steel door of the isolation chamber, and then took the elevator to the control room above. Now we may begin. Last time we reached a 50-fold limit. This time, let us start from 50. You should have no issues, right? Bulma's voice resonated through the intercom. Of course, no problem. I shall commence now. With a slight change in expression, Lin Chuan stepped forward and activated the gravity device. It was just as simple to operate as the previous version 10 console. A muffled thud resonated. As the gravity engaged, the surrounding space rapidly transformed into a deep crimson hue, and the digital display in the central control room soared to 50, signifying an environment of 50 times Earth's gravity. Chapter 60. The Saiyans are monsters, exceeding 100-fold as the gravity activated. The 50-fold pressure exerted upon Lin Chuan caused him a momentary challenge. Indeed, just a moment. He quickly acclimated, for with his strength, how could he be subdued by a mere 50-fold gravity? However, the sudden increase in pressure did have a slight effect, after all. The first time had been a gradual ascent, incrementally increasing. Now, should I directly escalate to 100-fold? Or should I gradually raise the multiplier as before? Lin Chuan glanced upward, locking eyes with Bulma at the control console. Bulma was not as astonished as the first time. She already knew Lin Chuan could endure and remain unaffected, so this second occurrence felt quite ordinary. Nevertheless, Bulma suddenly conceived a mischievous idea. Recalling Lin Chuan's previous assertion that 100-fold gravity was trivial, she was curious to see if he might falter when faced with an immediate escalation to 100-fold. Let us directly increase it, she exclaimed. The test is precisely for 100-fold gravity, but you won't collapse under the sudden increase, will you? Her words were laced with playful sarcasm. Lin Chuan paused momentarily, then smiled. He understood Bulma's playful intent. All right, in that case, let us elevate it to 100-fold. With a light chuckle, Lin Chuan pressed the plus button and held it down. The environment grew increasingly crimson, the pressure intensifying. The gravity displayed on the control device surged rapidly. 50, 60, 70, 80, 90. Maintaining the prolonged press at 90-fold, Lin Chuan finally released it and pressed several more times, ultimately stabilizing the gravity at 100. No longer was it as effortless as before. Instead, there emerged a slight sense of exertion. The notion of 100-fold gravity was not entirely unmanageable. However, if that were all there was to it, it would not amount to much. Contemplating this, Lin Chuan stabilized his body, demonstrating that he could fully withstand the oppressive weight without the aid of energy, relying solely on his inherent strength and physical prowess. Upon witnessing this, Bulma was rendered speechless. She had anticipated Lin Chuan's misstep, yet he seemed utterly unfazed. This was not merely 50 times Earth's gravity. It was a full 100, a completely different paradigm. As the architect of this challenge, Bulma was acutely aware of the disparity between several times and 100-fold gravity. The pressure escalated exponentially. The leap from 50 to 100 was not a mere doubling. The Saiyans were indeed unadulterated monsters, according to my initial calculations. Enduring 100-fold gravity would necessitate a battle power of at least 100,000, and even then, it would be a struggle, Bulma muttered to herself. She had measured Lin Chuan's strength on multiple occasions with her device, and the highest reading had been when he consciously unleashed his power, exceeding 30,000. Hearing Bulma's musings, Lin Chuan finally snapped back to reality, lifting his gaze to declare, my battle power has long surpassed 100,000. As I mentioned previously, I would require at least several hundred times the gravity to experience significant pressure. With this statement, Lin Chuan continued to absorb the tangible effects of the 100-fold gravity. The long-lost sensation of exertion awakened his body's instincts. Acknowledging the necessity for prolonged endurance, he resolved not to squander this time. Perfectly. He would commence his training right here. To an outsider, this scene would be nothing short of breathtaking. Enduring was one thing. Engaging in training was an entirely different concept. Moreover, it was training. You truly are reckless. Regardless of what I say, you will not heed my words, so do as you wish. If you find it unbearable, remember to speak up. I will terminate the operation of the terminal. Bulma rolled her eyes. Lin Chuan was fully aware of his limits. Thus, her concerns were futile. Time passed, moment by moment. Lin Chuan trained within the vast space, relishing the pressure of 100-fold gravity, thus fortifying his strength. Regardless of how much his battle power might increase or the efficacy thereof, Lin Chuan was confident that even at his current state, prolonged training under 100-fold gravity would yield rapid enhancements. Moreover, the training involved not only his battle power but also the refinement of his inherent abilities. In the blink of an eye, evening had arrived outside. It was at this moment that Bulma, stationed at the control console, was suddenly alerted by the sound of the communicator. Upon answering the call, which he confirmed to be from his father, Bulma engaged in a conversation that illuminated the situation at hand. It became apparent that there were minor complications in the construction of the spaceship, necessitating her presence to collaboratively devise a solution. After concluding the call, Bulma glanced at the clock and realized that 2 to 3 hours had elapsed. Observing Lin Xuan, who was diligently training without a hint of fatigue, Bulma couldn't help but associate him with the term monster. Despite the considerable passage of time, he exhibited no signs of exhaustion. The exercises, though simple, some even as basic as push-ups, were performed under a gravitational force 100 times greater than normal, and the endurance required was astounding. Had she not been aware of the era's advancements, she might have doubted her own consciousness. Lin Xuan, there have been some minor issues with the research on the spaceship, and I need to head over there, Bulma inquired. The data here has been recorded sufficiently. Do you require a break? Upon hearing her voice, Lin Xuan paused his training and looked up. What do you mean? It's just getting started. After a moment's reflection, he replied casually. If there's something to attend to over there, go ahead. It's not often I get the chance to sweat like this. I can't let it slip away. With Lin Xuan's response, Bulma smirked slightly. Then you may continue your training here. I will return later to record more data. As Bulma departed, Lin Xuan intensified his efforts in his initial gravity training. The longer he endured the 100-fold gravity, the more he felt an ember igniting within his chest, a wellspring of inexhaustible energy surging through him. He finally understood why gravity training was referred to as a cheat for cultivation, for their Saiyan lineage. It was indeed the most effective method for exerting pressure in their training regimen. Under such extreme gravitational conditions, they could rapidly extract all the latent power from their bodies, propelling their abilities to unprecedented heights in a short span. With Bulma gone, a thought flickered in Lin Xuan's mind. Should he dare to test himself against the greater than 100-fold gravity? Motivated by this notion, he rose and approached the control panel. Although the test was labeled as 100-fold, wasn't it true that higher multiples would yield even better results? Chapter 61. The time to utilize the Senza beans has come with a deft movement of his fingers. Lin Xuan adjusted the gravity multiplier to an astonishing 150 times. This was not merely a slight enhancement, it represented a leap of 50 additional increments. Only upon being subjected to 150 times the gravity did Lin Xuan realize that the previous 100-fold was but a mere trifle in comparison. The 100-fold gravity had only provided him with a modicum of pressure, whereas the 150-fold gravity truly challenged him. Given his combat power exceeding 1.8 million, logically, he should have required at least 200 times the gravity to elicit such a response. However, the early experience of this newfound pressure indicated that his potential for growth was indeed vast. With a serious demeanor, Lin Xuan gazed at the panel displaying 150, reaffirming his resolve once more. Moments later, the weight of 200 times gravity bore down upon him. As he increased it by another 50 times, Lin Xuan felt his bodily functions screaming in protest. It was a thrilling sensation to be in such an environment. Was 200 times gravity the limit of this apparatus? Bulma must have set a peak value, for otherwise, it would not have been so difficult to increase further. Nonetheless, 200 times was sufficient for now, allowing for prolonged training. A glimmer shone in his eyes. To be able to train under 200 times gravity for extended periods made the notion of 100 times gravity seem trivial. Given his level of strength, training under 100 times gravity for 3 hours left him feeling scarcely fatigued, raising the question of how much he could truly enhance himself. Moreover, in such a confined environment, engaging in extreme training was not feasible, and energy release was even less permissible. The focus of his practice was merely on his physical endurance, body strength, and the mastery of energy and spirit under such pressure. After acclimating slightly, Lin Xuan commenced his movements. He initiated several high-speed maneuvers, pushing his body to explore its limits under this gravity. Confirming his capabilities, he soon felt a rush of exhilaration, his blood surging, and he smiled. This sensation epitomized true training. It was reminiscent of his relentless efforts on Planet 3114, where he continually challenged his limits to elevate his strength to 5,000 points. Ideally, a gravity level of 300 times, or even beyond, would be optimal. After all, in the original narrative, Vegeta broke through at a combat power exceeding 3 million in such an environment. Was Vegeta that formidable? Undoubtedly. In the source material, he leveraged a grievous injury inflicted by Krillin, then restored by Din, propelling his strength from several 100,000 to over 2.5 million points. Later, he was effortlessly defeated by Frieza, only to be revived by the dragon, subsequently enhancing his power once more. This explains why Vegeta later achieved a breakthrough into Super Saiyan. his combat power far surpassing that of Son Goku at the time. Vegeta's foundation was not inferior to Goku's, he merely lagged behind in terms of realm. Had Vegeta continued to harness the Saiyan talent, he might have grown even more powerful. Alas, he lacked the Senzu beans. Even if he could train, the time required would be greater, and the enhancement of his strength would not be significantly pronounced. It is essential to recognize that the enhancement of a Saiyans power is indeed correlated with the extent of their injuries. Yet the degree of enhancement is significantly linked to rapid recovery within a short time frame, as depicted in the original work. Son Goku utilized the instant recovery granted by Senzu beans to amplify his strength following severe injuries. Otherwise, even if Son Wukong's strength were to increase, achieving a battle power of 90,000 in merely 6 days would be implausible. Of course, in the early stages, one could rely on grinding to swiftly enhance their capabilities. However, as time progresses, the artificial beings become increasingly inconsequential. After all, in a phase where disparities in battle power reach billions, even a brief surge of 1,000,000 points proves futile. Recalling the magical beings, Lin Xuan felt a stirring inclination. Previously, he had found no opportunity. But now that the spaceship was in production, he must procure a sufficient quantity of magical beans before departing Earth for Namek. Considering the impending Saiyan invasion, which looms either long or short within 11 months, it is evident that the timeline is pressing. According to the narrative's progression, the magical beans have been consumed as snacks by Yajirobe for several years now. The current reserves are likely nearly depleted, yet undoubtedly more abundant than they will be a year hence. Thus, urgency is paramount. Should he delay until Yajirobe concludes his training at the Heavenly Temple and returns to Korin Tower, it would indeed be too late. The prospect of freely utilizing magical beans is enticing. If realized, he would no longer need to worry about the repercussions of severe injuries impeding his ability to recover swiftly. Henceforth, as long as he possesses magical beans, he could consume one at any moment to restore himself and continue his training. Even if the exhaustion of mental energy cannot be replenished by magical beans, it would still serve as a means to hone his mental fortitude, constantly pushing the boundaries of his limits. Aside from magical beans, there exists the possibility of the super divine water from the cat sage that could unlock hidden potential. Might it also be effective for me? As a transmigrator, he is well aware of the existence of super divine water. However, it may prove ineffective for him, considering his current level of strength. The super divine water was initially tailored for an era when battle power was merely 100 or 200 points. Moreover, the primary function of the super divine water is to purify evil, with the potential development being merely a secondary benefit. To be precise, the notion of purifying evil is somewhat tenuous, as the original premise suggested that super divine water was toxic. Those who consume it must possess a pure heart and inherent potential. Otherwise, they risk succumbing to its poison. Its use for detoxification does not genuinely purify, but rather operates on a principle akin to fighting poison with poison. Ultimately, even if it were effective for Lin Xuan, it would likely only yield a marginal enhancement. His thoughts nearly derailed by this train of speculation, Lin Xuan shook his head and resumed his training. At present, seeking to unlock potential seems impractical. Furthermore, he has an abundance of methods to augment his strength. Even if he were to explore the depths of his potential, he could do so upon arriving at Namek, utilizing the expertise of the Grand Elder there, which would assuredly surpass the efficacy of super divine water. As Lin Xuan continued his training, he remained unaware that Bulma had returned. Upon witnessing Lin Xuan recklessly activate the 200-fold gravity, she was left utterly flabbergasted. Lin Xuan was indeed not deceiving her. He could train and move freely under 200 times the gravitational force. It was frustrating that Lin Xuan disregarded her advice and proceeded recklessly after her departure. Although the 200-fold test was feasible, she opted for a 100-fold to ensure stability. It is worth noting that while the 20-fold gravity device had improved significantly, many flaws still remained. Fortunately, she had set the maximum index at 200. Otherwise, the equipment might have been pushed beyond its limits and succumbed to failure. Chapter 62. Deceiving the Cat Sage. The first step toward freedom with the sacred beans. The following day, Lin Xuan awoke from his slumber at 9 in the morning. He had been immersed in training until nearly 10 o'clock the previous night, returning to the large round house with Bulma for a hearty meal. Inevitably, he was met with a barrage of complaints and reproaches from Bulma. Ultimately, Lin Xuan managed to evade her incessant nagging with a perfunctory excuse. After all, he could not truly engage in a serious debate with Bulma, and he indeed had broken his own promise by unilaterally increasing the gravity to 200 times. Bulma had not intervened immediately, but had observed his training until its conclusion, tacitly approving his use. If he could not endure a few words of criticism, he could hardly call himself a man. After a brief respite, Lin Xuan rose from his bed. Acutely aware of the aches in his bones and muscles, a sensation he had not felt in over 6 months. He recalled the last time he had trained obsessively on planet 3114, awakening to a similar discomfort the following day. Since then, he had not engaged in rigorous physical training. After all, nearly 4 months ago, he had encountered Frieza's minions, defeating them and seizing a spaceship, subsequently spending 3 months in interstellar travel to reach Earth. Putting past events aside, he was merely engaged in a session of gravitational training, yet it had already pushed him to his limits, leaving him with a distinct sense of rejuvenation. Although his combat power did not exhibit significant breakthroughs, the training from the previous day had allowed him to refine his mastery of his own strength. The realms he had previously thought unattainable now revealed new insights after enduring the 200-fold gravitational pressure. Most importantly, despite the soreness in his body, he felt an inexhaustible reservoir of energy. Having completed his morning routine, Lin Chuan made his way to the dining room for breakfast. By this time, Bulma was already absent from the house, and Chi-Chi was nowhere to be found, presumably engaged in her own activities. However, food had been left for him on the table, and a smart home robot was at his service. After hastily satisfying his hunger, Lin Chuan did not rush to the gravity training room. He had more pressing matters to attend to. Following his probing inquiries the previous day, he feigned a question to Bulma about whether there existed any swift remedies for restoring stamina or healing injuries. Under his subtle prompting, Bulma had directly informed him about the sacred beans. Thus, Lin Chuan found a reason for his actions. It was through Bulma that he became aware of the existence of the magical beans, which allowed him to genuinely contemplate acquiring such a treasure. Otherwise, it would have seemed somewhat abrupt. Having only recently arrived on Earth, even if he had access to extraterrestrial technology that granted him some knowledge of Earth's affairs, it was inconceivable for him to have known about something as obscure as the magical beans. With his formidable strength, he could undoubtedly seize them openly, with no one able to oppose him. However, should events escalate to that extent, it would lose all intrigue. Lin Chuan came to Earth with the intention of establishing a permanent residence, not to wreak havoc before departing. Departing from West Capital, Lin Chuan soared towards the direction of the Divine Temple. In truth, he had long forgotten its precise location, but fortunately, the warriors were training at the Divine Temple, allowing him to sense their auras. After a brief period, Lin Chuan arrived at his destination and encountered the cat sage, whose expression was one of astonishment and trepidation upon seeing him. As a celestial being on Earth, the cat sage, despite being a feline, had lived for over 8 centuries, thus earning a status akin to that of a master on Earth. His combat prowess stood at an impressive 190 points. On the day of his arrival on Earth, he had passed through without paying much heed, but now, upon closer inspection, the reality was truly astonishing. In the original narrative, he merely trained Sun Wukong without displaying much of his formidable abilities. It must be said, this cat was quite adept at feigning modesty, especially during the episode with Tao Pai Pai, when he could have effortlessly dispatched the latter while he was attempting to ascend the tower in search of the super sacred water, yet he chose to do nothing, instead manipulating Tao Pai Pai for his amusement and ultimately leaving the resolution to Sun Wukong. After some discourse, Lin Chuan articulated his intentions and expressed goodwill towards the cat sage. The cat sage, already harboring suspicions about Lin Chuan's unexpected visit, found himself mentally cursing Bulma several times. For the cat sage, even if Lin Chuan had done nothing upon his arrival on Earth, or even assisted in nurturing Sun Wukong's son, he remained an extraterrestrial scion. His overwhelming strength was indeed terrifying and beyond control. At this moment, should he learn of anything on Earth that could be of use to him, it was inevitable that he would wish to claim it as his own. He was vexed that Bulma, a rare genius of Earth, failed to grasp such a simple truth. Little did he know that Bulma was far more perceptive than he realized. The cat sage only saw the surface, worried that his brief observations had led him to misconceptions. Now that the existence of the magical beans had been revealed, it was evident that Lin Chuan intended to possess them. No matter how amicable or courteous he appeared, it was merely a fade. The cat sage was not foolish. He understood better than anyone the preciousness of the magical beans, a fact that Sun Wukong and Yajirobe had never taken seriously. Sun Wukong has always maintained a childlike heart, never harboring any possessive desires towards anything. This is precisely why he is willing to bestow the magical beans upon others without any expectation of return. In contrast, Yajirobe is rather foolish. Ever since this individual arrived, he has been difficult to dismiss, disregarding all advice. The magical beans, which had been stored for several centuries in vast quantities, have dwindled to a mere few jars over the course of just a few years. If this trend continues, the beans will be consumed as mere snacks, and in the future, one will have to rely on their growth to procure them. The magical beans are not mundane. They grow only once a year, and their yield is dependent on fortune. Observing the reluctance of the cat sage, Lin Chuan refrained from making any forceful demands. After some negotiation, they ultimately reached an agreement. Lin Chuan would receive the magical beans in exchange for providing the cat sage with various supplies, including his favorite fish and other essential goods. However, these offerings alone did not sufficiently sway the cat sage. Thus, Lin Chuan unveiled his trump card. Having tasted the fish of Earth, would he be interested in the fish from extraterrestrial realms? The cat sage's eyes lit up at this proposition, nearly drooling with anticipation. In the end, Lin Chuan took the last remaining jar of magical beans from the cat sage, which contained approximately 30 beans. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Chuan inquired about the scarcity of the beans, prompting the cat sage to reveal the reasons behind their dwindling numbers. With this knowledge now laid bare, Lin Chuan felt a newfound obligation to oversee the situation. Having taken the first step towards liberation of the magical beans, the next step would undoubtedly involve addressing the issue of a Kairobe and urging the cat sage to dedicate himself fully to cultivating the beans, rather than treating them with indifference as in the past. Chapter 63. A month later, all is ready. Time flies swiftly. And a month has passed since Lin Chuan procured the magical beans and established a reciprocal agreement with the cat sage. A month. Upon reflection, aside from occasional excursions, Lin Chuan has remained steadfastly in the gravity training chamber, diligently honing his skills without deviation. This relentless routine has yielded remarkable results today. His combat power index has reached an astonishing 640 points. The infinite combat power enhancement system alone has contributed over 2 million points. But Lin Chuan's own dedication to training has added several 100,000 more, collectively surpassing the monumental threshold of 5 million points. 5 million in combat power. If Lin Chuan had not experienced it firsthand, he would find it hard to believe. To be candid, a month ago, he underwent a transformation into a giant ape, experiencing the might of combat power in the tens of millions. However, that was the strength post-transformation. When juxtaposed with his current prowess, it appears somewhat inferior. Although not by a significant margin, this realization has led Lin Chuan to consciously affirm a particular truth. A month ago, his inherent combat prowess was woefully inadequate, resulting in his transformation into a gigantic ape, yielding a power surge that, despite reaching tens of millions, could only manifest a mere few million in actual strength. Presently, his humanoid form has surpassed 5 million in battle power, although there appears to be a discrepancy of 5 million in numerical value. His true combat capabilities are sufficient to engage in battles beyond his current tier. Today, Lin Chuan refrained from further gravity training. In truth, he had already ceased his frenzied regimen yesterday and the day before. The reason was simple. Under the collaborative efforts of Bulma and Brief, the spaceship had finally been completed. Furthermore, over the past 2 days, final short-distance spaceflight tests had been conducted, confirming the spacecraft's readiness for stable cosmic navigation. As he prepared to embark on a new journey, Lin Chuan was filled with immense joy, prompting him to halt his training and instead engage in meditation to balance relaxation with the consolidation of his power level. To put it plainly, since arriving on Earth, he had not been particularly concerned about the spaceship's construction progress or the urgency of commencing a new cosmic voyage. However, as time progressed, particularly after bidding farewell to Sun Wukong, thoughts began to stir within him. After all, the sooner he reached Namek, the better he could strategize. Moreover, the most crucial factor was that the Dragon Balls on Namek could be used again every 130 days. This meant that if he arrived earlier, he could utilize them once more. This time, he would be granted 3 wishes. Who would ever bemoan having more opportunities to realize their desires? Lin Chuan had an abundance of wishes he yearned to fulfill, particularly the instant transmission technique from the Kais, methods to cultivate divine power, and the ability for cellular regeneration, capabilities that the Earth's Shenlong simply could not grant. At present, the Shenlong was incapable of such feats. Thus, he could only place his hopes on Purunga of Namek. If even Purunga could not fulfill his wishes, he would have no choice but to rely on the Eternal Dragon. Yet, given his current capabilities, it was impossible for him to gather the Dragon Balls required for such a wish. Those colossal orbs, despite his strength being sufficient to annihilate a planet with ease, could not be moved by him as one would a planet-sized artifact. How was the wish-granting orb regarded in his previous life? It was something that mere mortals could never assemble, nor could they wield it. Only higher deities or angels could gather them and articulate wishes in the divine tongue. Furthermore, the wish-granting orb spanned 2 universes. Concluding his meditation for the day, Lin Chuan adhered to his plan, departing from West City and heading towards the South Continent. A month prior, he had entrusted Sun Wukong to Piccolo. And now the time had come. With the spaceship completed, he needed to retrieve him. Not only would this assure Chi-Chi's peace of mind, but it would also allow him to set forth with Sun Wukong and Piccolo to Namek. From the outset, Lin Chuan had meticulously crafted his strategy. Should he follow the original storyline? No. Change is undoubtedly inevitable. Now presents the most opportune moment. In fact, the decision to save Raditz and allow him to train alongside Sun Wukong under the guidance of King Kai marked the inception of subtle transformations. However, upon arriving on Earth, many actions could not be overly executed, thus leading to a restrained approach. Now, the time has come. At the very least, some individuals must be empowered to grow stronger. Starting with Gohan and Piccolo. Moreover, a month prior, he had already discussed with Piccolo that once the spaceship was completed, he could accompany him back to his homeland. It is believed that he would not refuse such an opportunity, for it is only by witnessing a broader world that one can liberate oneself from constraints. Of course, Lin Chuan harbored some selfish motives in sending Piccolo to Namek, as Piccolo is akin to a chosen one who has been lost among the Namekians. With Lin Chuan's assistance in returning, he would undoubtedly garner the goodwill of the Namekians, and the elder Namekian would surely welcome them with open arms. Otherwise, they would simply be perceived as invaders. There should be no doubt regarding Piccolo's significance, as he is a descendant who has made a lasting impression on the elder. Strictly speaking, he is currently one of the most formidable Namekian warriors of this era. And then there is Naru, with a battle power of 42,000. In comparison, Piccolo still has a considerable gap to bridge. However, should Piccolo undergo fusion with the Supreme Kai at this juncture, surpassing Naru would not pose a challenge. Ultimately, in the original narrative, the future Piccolo trained on North Kai's planet and significantly enhanced his strength by tens of thousands of points in a short span. At the very least, he would surpass Naru by a considerable margin. Otherwise, Naru would not have remarked on how strong Piccolo had become through his training. After a month apart, Lin Chuan was quite astonished. It must be said that within this brief time frame, not only had their relationship flourished, but Piccolo's strength had increased to 2,900 points, while Gohan's combat power had risen from 1,395 points to 2,000 points. Achieving such intensity after merely a month of training is indeed remarkable. It is worth noting that in the original narrative, it took nearly a year for Piccolo to reach 3,500 points, and Gohan was still under 1,000. Of course, Gohan benefited from Lin Chuan's instruction. But Piccolo primarily relied on his own abilities, having only experienced a few moments of pressure. After an exchange, Lin Chuan conveyed his intentions and extended a sincere invitation to Piccolo. Such an opportunity was once merely a fantasy, yet now it has truly materialized. Piccolo hesitated for a moment, but Gohan, having established a solid emotional foundation with him, urged him to join. Thus, with Gohan affectionately calling him Uncle Piccolo, Piccolo consented. Having reached a consensus, the three returned together to West City. It must be noted that Piccolo's demeanor has indeed transformed due to Gohan's influence. Is this not the manifestation of destiny? As Lin Chuan guided Sun Wukong, he too was gradually and subtly transformed. Chapter 64. A new era approaches. The arrival of Piccolo was nothing short of a shock to Bulma's family, as well as to Chi-Chi and the Ox King, who awaited Gohan's return. Fortunately, Lin Chuan's explanation skillfully alleviated the tension and hostility, successfully integrating Piccolo into their journey to Namek. The rationale behind Lin Chuan's actions was readily understood by all. After all, Piccolo, being a Namekian, was a fitting companion for their expedition. Overall, the presence of Piccolo in this era was a formidable deterrent. The battle from 5 years ago was vividly etched in their memories, impossible to forget. Meanwhile, in the heavenly realm, God Piccolo sensed the movements of Piccolo and Gohan. Turning his attention to them, he fortuitously overheard discussions regarding their departure from Earth to Namek, stirring feelings that had lain dormant for years. Before his separation from Piccolo, he had long awaited the arrival of his family, yearning to return to his homeland. Now, after centuries, this long-desired opportunity seemed to materialize. Shattering the divine serenity he had maintained for so long, he too wished to return, yet he could not. As the god of Earth, his responsibilities bound him to this planet for life. His fate was irrevocably intertwined with Earth. Moreover, with the imminent Saiyan invasion, even if he could leave, he would be reluctant to do so. As a deity, he possessed unwavering resolve. While he could potentially return before the Saiyan onslaught, his burdens were immense. He must strive to enhance the capabilities of the Earth's martial artists, securing greater protection for their world. In a brief span of over a month, nearing 2 months, God Piccolo had witnessed the talents of Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu. Perhaps they could not yet rival the current strength of Piccolo and Gohan. But according to the battle power readings obtained by Krillin from Lin Chuan, all three, save for Kaiatsu, had surpassed 1,000 points of battle power. Such formidable strength, had it been present 5 years prior, would have easily crushed any foe. rendering even the Demon King Piccolo insignificant. This power was the result of relentless training and constant breakthroughs through battle. Ultimately, it was due to Lin Chuan, the proverbial butterfly, who instilled in them immense pressure, igniting their drive and ambition. Otherwise, in the original narrative, they would have only reached a maximum battle power of 1830 for Tien, followed by Krillin at 1770, Yamcha at a lesser 1480, and finally Kaiatsu at a mere 610. It is evident that their potential is formidable and their talents extraordinary. However, due to insufficient pressure from the original narrative, they have only reached that particular echelon of strength. It is certain that if this trajectory continues, they will undoubtedly grow even stronger in the future. They are all striving for greatness, undeterred by hardships. Yet, there exists one individual who has been selectively abandoned by the deity Piccolo. This person is undoubtedly Yachirobe. Upon arriving at the sacred temple, he initially engaged earnestly in his training. But as time progressed, he succumbed to complacency. His performance is lackluster. He excels only in the realm of dining. In truth, if he had remained steadfast in his dedication to training, his power could have at least rivaled that of Yamcha and Krillin. Yet now, he pales even in comparison to Goku's culinary prowess, as Goku's combat strength has surpassed 500 points, while Yachirobe languishes below 400. Others may be oblivious, but Piccolo is acutely aware that Yachirobe's innate talent is on par with anyone else's. However, his character flaws are beyond even his own correction, leaving Piccolo with no choice but to prevent him from hindering the training progress of others. Indeed, Piccolo's insistence may be excessive. In matters of cultivation, no one can fault him. Ultimately, the desire to grow stronger should be a personal decision. To forcibly compel someone to train, placing the burden of responsibility upon them, carries an undertone of moral coercion. Yachirobe's character is indeed lacking, and his presence has depleted the supply of senza beans. Yet, at the core, he merely yearns for a carefree existence, savoring divine sustenance while living a life of exaltation. Who would wish to endure the rigors of training? In Yachirobe's view, the responsibility of saving the world is best left to Goku, Krillin, and Tien. That said, Yachirobe does harbor concerns for the future, which is why he attempts to train and grow stronger. Otherwise, how could his combat power have reached 970 points during the incident with Vegeta? While he may not rival Krillin, Yamcha, or Tien, he has nonetheless achieved strength that transcends the previous era. However, the rapid changes of time have obscured many of his accomplishments. Taking into account the era of the Earth Saga, a power level nearing 1,000 could easily dominate the planet, rendering even the formidable Demon King Piccolo insignificant in comparison. After all, Yachirobe is indeed one of the few who could contest Krillin for the title of Earth's strongest. And what of Yamcha? He, too, is a contender, having fought valiantly against Krillin before ultimately choosing to forfeit. Thus, Yachirobe remains the final candidate. Meanwhile, in the underworld, at the end of Snake Way, after a month and a half of relentless running, Goku and Raditz have finally arrived at their destination today. Compared to the original narrative, where Goku traversed this path alone for half a year, their journey has been exponentially quicker, largely due to the fortunate mishap of falling off Snake Way. Having consumed the fruit that only the King of Hell and deities could partake in, both individuals indulged in several pieces under the formidable influence of Raditz, until they could no longer continue. This remarkable act not only invigorated them for over a month without hunger, but also significantly enhanced their innate power. Thus, they arrived in such a brief span of time. At this moment, the two stood side by side, gazing upward towards the realm of the afterlife. A diminutive celestial body floated in that direction. For an ordinary person, even with a modicum of strength, ascending would be a daunting task without the ability to fly. However, for Sun Wukong and Raditz, it posed no challenge. Over the course of more than a month, the brothers had also sufficiently harmonized their personalities. Although Raditz had tempered his arrogance, he had yet to fully shed the habits of a superior warrior. Let us proceed. We must hasten to meet the King of the Universe. I hope he does not disappoint me, Raditz declared, taking the initiative to levitate and soar into the sky. Observing this, Sun Wukong hurriedly shouted, "Wait for me," and, in the next moment, utilized his flying technique to pursue him. As they approached North Kai's planet, they were suddenly enveloped by a gravitational force 10 times that of Earth. Raditz managed to stabilize himself after a brief astonishment, while Sun Wukong, caught off guard, nearly stumbled to the ground. After all, Sun Wukong had never set foot on an extraterrestrial body, having grown up under Earth's gravitational conditions, even with adequate strength. The tenfold gravity affected him significantly. Chapter 65, Departing for Namek, allowing Piccolo to train under gravity on Earth. After Lin Chuan brought back Son Gohan and Piccolo, Bulma spent 2 more days procuring the necessary supplies. Originally, they could have departed early, but to ensure a more comfortable interstellar journey, they deliberately took this additional time. In truth, this was merely a preference of Bulma and Chi-Chi. For Lin Xuan, Piccolo, and Son Gohan, what did the lengthy journey through the stars matter? Regardless of its duration, they would simply devote their time to training. Moreover, this journey would only take 5 to 6 days to reach the destination. How was the precise location of the Namek planet determined? Naturally, the coordinates were accurately provided within Frieza's spaceship. In the original narrative, the coordinates were obtained from North Kai, utilizing the spaceship that Piccolo had once taken to Earth. With Lin Xuan's arrival, there were now countless methods to ascertain the location. Even if Frieza's spaceship did not contain the coordinates, he was well aware of the exact position, having researched it extensively in his previous life. The coordinates for the 27th principal star system of the Lyra constellation, 4th planet, are 83 and 9045. Would Chi-Chi accompany them? Certainly. In the original storyline, Son Gohan followed Bulma and Krillin to Namek, and Chi-Chi was expected to join them as well. In order to tend to Sun Wukong's injuries, she had no choice but to bid farewell with a heavy heart, refraining from accompanying him. This time, however, there were no injuries to Sun Wukong nor any trivial matters to distract them. Naturally, Lin Xuan did not mind her joining the expedition, after all. It was not a significant undertaking and would not impede their progress. In fact, having Chi-Chi along would be advantageous, as she could effortlessly attend to all their needs. A feat unmatched by anyone else. The portrayal of Chi-Chi as a homemaker is particularly pronounced in this new era. It must be said that Sun Wukong truly lacks the attentiveness required to care for his wife, with many misunderstandings arising from insufficient communication and understanding. Near the research facility at the rear of the estate, a large launch base awaited. As the final batch of supplies was loaded onto the spacecraft, the group of 5 prepared for departure, bidding farewell to all those who had come to see them off before stepping aboard the vessel. This spacecraft differed significantly from the one Sun Wukong had previously traveled in. Initially, the design was based on brief specifications, but with Lin Xuan's input, Bulma transformed it into a disc-shaped craft. This design not only optimized space utilization, but also facilitated the addition of several unique rooms. It resembled Frieza's Imperial ship, albeit on a much smaller scale. Nonetheless, this spacecraft was still quite substantial, with a hull diameter exceeding 50 meters. In contrast, Frieza's Imperial ship boasted a diameter of several hundred meters, and even typical advanced spacecraft have reached around 100 meters in size. Upon entering the interior of the spacecraft, one is greeted by an expansive area designated for temporary activities and storage, allowing for the convenient transportation of goods and even the parking of vehicles. Though parking was unnecessary at present, as all essentials were stored within the multifunctional capsules. Remarkably, even the spacecraft itself could be contained within these capsules. It is worth noting that Bulma had further improved the multifunctional capsules. Following the previous incident where the spacecraft could not revert to its capsule form due to transport issues, she reinforced this limitation, thereby expanding the usable space and minimizing constraints. Inspired by Lin Xuan's suggestions, Bulma ingeniously devised portable multifunctional capsules, which allowed for the locking of certain inanimate objects into capsule space, though limitations remained, with a maximum size constraint of 100 meters. Proceeding forward through a corridor of nearly 10 meters, one arrives at the expansive central control room. This circular space, with a diameter of approximately 15 meters and a height exceeding 10 meters, features a design where the ceiling and floor are parallel while the walls exhibit a graceful arc. Divided into 2 levels. The first level comprises 4 storage rooms, a communal restroom, a maintenance room, and various living quarters. The second level, aside from a few essential leisure areas, is equipped with several gravity training rooms, designed according to Lin Xuan's specifications. Overall, the spacecraft can be deemed nearly flawless. One cannot help but admire the brilliance of Bulma and Brief. Any casual idea they conceive can be swiftly brought to fruition. Are we all ready? Our journey to Namek is about to commence, Bulma declared. Lin Xuan and Piccolo felt a tinge of awkwardness, while Son Gohan and Chi-Chi eagerly anticipated the adventure. The aloof individuals, regardless of their experiences, maintained their composure and silence. Lin Xuan, however, did not fall into the category of the aloof. He simply lacked the inclination to adopt the foolish demeanor. As the engines roared to life, the spacecraft shuddered violently. Moments later, it surged beyond the Earth's atmosphere, hurtling into the depths of space. The initial speed was not particularly rapid, as Gohan had expressed a desire to observe other celestial bodies within the solar system and to view the sun up close. Lin Xuan, however, found little interest in this. Once they entered the vastness of space, there was no need to remain strapped in. He could have easily stood up, but since everyone else was seated, he decided to comply. Upon his departure from his seat, Piccolo also unfastened his seatbelt and moved to the forefront of the spacecraft. Here, through a glass-like projection, he could behold the wonders of the cosmos. This was a tremendous revelation for him. He had never dared to imagine leaving Earth and embarking on an interstellar journey. As they concluded their leisurely cruise within the solar system, and after satisfying all of Gohan's curiosities, Bulma activated the spacecraft's warp speed mode. With a target destination set, the ship's intelligence system would navigate automatically, showcasing its remarkable advancement. It would take 6 days to reach Namek. Uncle Lin Xuan, Uncle Piccolo, can we train aboard the spacecraft during this time? Gohan, a perceptive child, understood that Piccolo might feel awkward, thus he broached the subject of training. Lin Xuan smiled knowingly at this remark. Piccolo also grinned. So, this little rascal can't go a day without training, can he? I have no objections. But I wonder if it's feasible. Piccolo's attention turned to Lin Xuan. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan smiled again, poised to respond, when Bulma interjected, I must commend you lot. We just stabilized our course, and you're already itching to train. Can't you take a moment to relax? Moreover, if you wish to train, please do so in the training room. The training room? I see. So there is a training facility on the spacecraft? Piccolo exclaimed with surprise. This was specially commissioned by me for the protracted journey through the cosmos, crafted by Bulma. Come along. It's the perfect opportunity for you to experience gravity training, which I believe will excite you immensely. Lin Xuan already had a plan in mind. He intended for Piccolo and Gohan to undergo 6 days of gravity training. By the time they arrived at Namek, how formidable would they become? Chapter 66, The Realm of Destruction. The attention of angels as the spacecraft completely departed from the solar system, Lin Xuan began to guide Piccolo and Gohan in their gravity training endeavors. For them, the arduous training they had previously encountered was only a mere shadow of what lay ahead. Now, with the integration of advanced technology and rigorous exertion, they immediately sensed that training in this environment would undoubtedly expedite their path to strength. Particularly, Lin Xuan mentioned that the gravity on Vegeta was 10 times that of Earth, and the gravity on North Kai's planet was likewise 10 times that of Earth. Piccolo was utterly perplexed regarding North Kai and North Kai's planet. Lin Xuan realized that Piccolo had not participated in the events surrounding the sacred world, and thus, he would have no knowledge of it. After a thorough explanation, Piccolo became even more exhilarated. Now that he understood everything, and with the gravity training chamber at his disposal, he could surely surpass Goku and Raditz. What of North Kai's tutelage? Piccolo was not to be underestimated. Thus, the gravity training for Piccolo and Gohan commenced, starting with 10 times Earth's gravity. Lin Xuan was astonished to discover that Chi-Chi did not mind Gohan training alongside Piccolo. He could only wonder what had changed her perspective. In any case, Lin Xuan felt that his influence alone could not account for this. Bulma must have done something unbeknownst to him. Meanwhile, in the exalted realm of the gods within the 7th universe, not the Kaishan realm, but the realm of destruction, a tall, slender figure donned in angelic attire, wielding a unique scepter, was engaged in conversation with an oddly shaped fish. They were none other than the angel Whis and the prophetic fish, the pet of the god of destruction, Beerus, capable of foreseeing the future. Indeed, the cultivation of this new variety of tea tree has proven to be extraordinarily successful, with an aromatic fragrance wafting through the air. A refreshing taste, and devoid of any impurities. Whis and the prophetic fish sat at a stone table, savoring delectable snacks while enjoying their tea. For beings of their caliber, lifespans were virtually infinite. Particularly for Whis, whose daily existence might appear monotonous, he always managed to introduce new diversions to alleviate the tedium of eternity. This time, it involved nurturing an exceptional tea tree. Quite remarkable, indeed. This tea is, after all, a divine indulgence, and based on its current appearance, it surpasses the previous selection by at least a factor of 2. Just a single leaf harbors an astonishing energy within its brew, capable not only of enhancing strength and unlocking potential, but also of extending one's lifespan by several centuries. The oracle fish interjected with a remark. However, Whis paid little heed to such an assessment. With a hearty chuckle, he sipped the tea. At that moment, an unforeseen calamity transpired. A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the realm of destruction. Above the angel Whis and the oracle fish, at the apex of the cosmic tree, within the confines of the destroyer goddess palace, intense flames erupted, scattering in all directions, showcasing the terrifying power of the explosion. It is essential to recognize that this is the realm of destruction, where the intensity is unfathomable. This tree is none other than the cosmic tree, not something that can be easily harmed. Truly, Lord Beerus's temper has grown increasingly volatile. Such disturbances occur regularly now, whereas in the past, he was quite placid during his slumber. Observing the dissipating flames in the sky, the oracle fish remarked in jest, however, this is beyond one's control. Negative energy proliferates constantly throughout the cosmos. Before his slumber, Lord Beerus expunged a significant portion of the universe's negative energy, exhausting much of his divine power and vitality, which naturally results in an unsettled sleep. Weiss's explanation was quite apartment. After all, the reason for this prolonged slumber lasting decades stems from this very fact. Yet, I feel there is more to it than just that. Even when exhausted, Lord Beerus never exhibited such restless sleep before. It has been years since this slumber commenced, and it seems he must sneeze periodically, almost as if it has become a habit. The oracle fish continued to grumble. In response, Weiss appeared to grasp something anew. Smiling. You may be onto something. Perhaps this is related to you. Weiss's enigmatic smile left the oracle fish puzzled. Related to me? The small eyes of the oracle fish brimmed with confusion. I recall you made a prophecy before Lord Beerus fell into slumber, stating that upon his awakening, he would encounter a fated rival, Weiss remarked. A rival for Lord Beerus? Is that truly the case? The oracle fish fell into deep contemplation, its body thrashing within the fishbowl. After much deliberation, it ultimately could not recall anything substantial. Alas, such is the nature of a fish's memory. Even it cannot retain many events. As the oracle fish struggled to remember, Weiss did not press further but continued. It seems the prophecy spoke of the Super Saiyan God. Over the years, I have made a point to monitor the surviving Saions within the universe. With that thought, Weiss's interest was piqued. He raised his angelic staff, pointing into the void. Utilizing his unique abilities, he scanned the entire universe in search of the Saions' whereabouts. Soon, a projection materialized, revealing a father and son duo hunting for prey on a desolate planet. If Lin Chuan were present at this moment, he would undoubtedly recognize these two individuals. The legendary Super Saiyan, Broly, along with his father, Paragus. These two are the surviving Saions from planet Vampa, one of whom possesses considerable strength, quite possibly he. However, this planet belongs to the primordial realm. Under normal circumstances, they would be unable to leave, which explains their primitive lifestyle. As Whis murmured to himself, he waved his staff, altering the projection. The image that emerged this time depicted a diminutive and lean Saiyan, Vegeta's younger brother, Tarble, the little prince of the Saiyan clan, fortunate to have survived. Regrettably, his inherent talent is rather unremarkable, and he does not belong to the warrior class of Saiyans. In comparison, his brother is certainly more formidable. The scene shifted once again, revealing the vastness of outer space, where two circular Frieza Force spaceships traversed the cosmos. Within these vessels, two Saions lay in a dormant state. If not Vegeta and Nappa, then who could they be? Whis cast a deliberate glance at Vegeta before waving his staff once more. The projection transitioned to the North Kai-S planet, showcasing Raditz and Son Goku engaged in training. Raditz did not perish as fate would have it. Instead, he trained alongside Son Goku under the North Kai. Most intriguingly, those who were meant to have perished remain alive. Chapter 67, Whis' Reflection. Arriving at Namek at the most stable temporal node, an unusual change appeared. For the first time in his existence as an angel, Whis experienced astonishment. His being transcends the universe, life and death, and the constraints of rules, having witnessed the obliteration and rebirth of the universe countless times. He can perceive both the past and future and traverse between parallel worlds of different timelines. These two Saions are indeed remarkable, managing to enter the afterlife as living beings and training under the Kai. You seem particularly concerned about them. Is there something special about them? Their power appears to be rather average. The voice of the prophetic fish interrupted Whis' contemplation. Ho ho ho. Within them lies boundless potential. Although they are currently quite weak, it won't be long before the future of our timeline becomes extraordinarily vibrant. Whis narrowed his eyes and waved his angelic staff, not pausing at the North Kai-S planet but instead transferring to Earth. Events that had already transpired were projected as if from a divine perspective, revealing significant occurrences on Earth over the past 2 months. This situation indicates that Whis had been monitoring Earth's circumstances for some time. It can also be stated that, being all-knowing and all-powerful, he had foreseen the future of this timeline, thus comprehending everything. A series of significant scenes swiftly flashed across the projection, culminating in a majestic spacecraft bursting forth from Earth, hurtling into the depths of the cosmos. As the imagery shifted, the interior of the spacecraft came into view. It was quite unexpected. This Saiyan, whom I had never previously acknowledged, seemed to possess a certain power capable of altering the course of fate. As the projection froze on a particular figure, Whis voiced his musings. For him, the focal points of his attention were few and far between. Even though there were other surviving Saions scattered throughout the universe, they had long been disregarded in his gaze. The angel's vision was formidable, capable of perceiving both the past and the future within the river of time. How could he not discern which individuals were imbued with fortune? How could he remain oblivious to those who could transcend the constraints of rules and usher in greater possibilities? Talos, known as Lin Chuan, was confined to planet 3114, unable to intervene in the main storyline, and thus could not initially capture Whis' attention. However, the tides had now shifted. Gazing at Lin Chuan in the projection, Whis' expression appeared unchanged, yet his eyes betrayed a sense of caution. The gears of destiny had been subtly altered by him. It remained uncertain whether this would herald a boon or a bane. Perhaps, in the future, there might be a place for him. He was an anomaly. After reflecting on these thoughts, Whis employed his angelic staff to observe other realms within the cosmos before retracting his celestial powers. Whis, do you think among those Scions you just projected, who will be the Super Saiyan God? The Oracle Fish, unaware of Whis' contemplations, did not mind. For it had its own curiosities and inquired eagerly. The future remained unpredictable. Perhaps it could be anything or anyone. Whis chuckled, setting aside the angelic staff, and resumed indulging in his afternoon tea. Confounded by Whis' remarks, the Oracle Fish swayed for a moment before dismissing further thoughts and indulging in sweet delicacies. In the lower realms, within the vast universe, those whom Whis had observed remained oblivious to the presence of an exalted being lingering momentarily upon them, particularly for Lin Chuan, who comprehended the original storyline and understood the terrifying nature of those superlative entities. Had he known that Whis had begun to focus on him, fear would undoubtedly have taken root within his heart. After all, as a transmigrator, should his true identity be revealed, it could jeopardize his very existence. To put it simply, even if he were now a Scion, the revelation of his status as a transmigrator would render him a virus in this world. The most powerful beings and the administrators within this realm would not allow such a virus to proliferate, and thus would seek to eradicate him. Fortunately, Lin Chuan had consistently approached the narrative with a steady hand, making subtle alterations without leaving significant traces. And so it was. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 6 days had elapsed. In the vastness of the universe, nestled within the 27th main star system of the Lyra constellation, Lin Chuan and his companions finally arrived at their destination, the surface of Namek, the 4th planet of this celestial system. The spacecraft anchored in the expanse of space. The panoramic projection allowed Lin Chuan, Bulma, Piccolo, Gohan, and Chi-Chi to immerse themselves in the cosmic scenery, beholding the visage of the planet in its entirety. Is this truly Namek? Bulma exclaimed first, her keen eye discerning the enormity of the planet, which appeared significantly larger than Earth. I dare say it could eclipse 10 Earths combined. She hastily retrieved her cosmic navigation journal, diligently recording every sight and data observed. This is Namek, my homeland, Piccolo reflected, a wave of emotion washing over him. He inhaled deeply, striving to maintain a composed demeanor. He felt an inexplicable resonance with the planet, as if it were whispering to him from the depths of his being. This was indeed his home. Astoundingly, alongside Namek orbited 3 colossal stars, illuminating the landscape with ceaseless sunlight. No wonder, Uncle Lin Chuan, you mentioned that Namek has no night. With such relentless sunlight, the planet could never experience darkness, Gohan noted, his gaze wandering to the other sites. During this journey, he had been diligently practicing gravity training and, in his leisure moments, delving into the wonders of the universe, witnessing phenomena previously unimaginable. Beside him, Chi-Chi exhaled in relief, silent yet contemplative. Their arrival on Namek signified a temporary halt to their journey. Although they would reside on this planet for a while, they could finally breathe fresh air. The notion of interstellar travel unsettled her, as it felt detached from the grounding essence of life. Ever since departing Earth, unease had plagued her thoughts. All right, let us prepare in the control room and initiate our landing on Namek, Bulma commanded, and with that, the panoramic mode was disabled. The group swiftly returned to the control room, taking their seats. Meanwhile, on Namek, a group of Namekians toiling in the fields suddenly noticed a streak of fire traversing the sky. Shortly thereafter, a spacecraft descended through the atmosphere, passing overhead. This sight captured everyone's attention and raised their alertness. Intruders. A spacecraft? An ominous premonition surged within a robust Namekian warrior, compelling him to caution his fellow kin. Sensing the gravity of the situation, he resolved to investigate. Everyone, return to the village and inform the elder to contact the Grand Elder. I shall ascertain the circumstances. In the next moment, the warrior surged forward at full speed, trailing behind the spacecraft. Chapter 68, The Foreseen Future, Approaching Warriors on Namek. Atop a rugged cliff in the Middle Eastern region, a colossal and uniquely shaped white round house stands majestically in this place, serving as the residence of the esteemed Grand Elder of the Namekian race. Typically, at this hour, the Grand Elder would be in slumber. However, today he remained awake, sensing the imminent arrival of certain visitors, leading him to summon his guardian, Neru. Age had rendered him incapable of moving freely, and as his life neared its twilight, he had harnessed his inherited abilities to foresee the future. He glimpsed the intricate details of what was to come and had anticipated that he would endure a considerable span of time before finally shedding the burdens he bore. Yet, an unforeseen turn of events had transpired. In the recent days, during his sleep, he had been plagued by recurring dreams, each revealing new visions that indicated a significant alteration in the future he had long believed to be certain, now influenced by emerging instability. "What is your command, esteemed Grand Elder?" Neru inquired respectfully, standing before the Elder. As the most exceptional warrior among the Namekians, he had devoted his life to safeguarding the Grand Elder since reaching maturity. "Neru, we have received some extraterrestrial visitors on Namek," the Grand Elder stated, his frail voice betraying his weakened state, suggesting that he was already on par with his condition a year hence. Indeed, the Namekians enjoyed a lengthy lifespan, and a year or two bore little noticeable change. Thus, despite having over a year left to live, it was a mere trifle in the context of the Grand Elder's extensive existence. Upon hearing this, Neru immediately grasped the gravity of the situation and responded earnestly. "Is it possible that the extinction crisis foretold by you, esteemed Grand Elder, is upon us?" The extinction crisis. Indeed, it represented a dire calamity for the Namekians. The Grand Elder had explicitly stated that they could not navigate such peril alone. However, the prophecy had also foretold that, in times of dire need, formidable extraterrestrial warriors would emerge to assist them in overcoming formidable foes. "The time for the crisis has not yet arrived," the Grand Elder continued. "These extraterrestrial visitors should not be enemies. At least, their aura does not emanate malevolent intent. Furthermore, I sense among them an individual of our kin, long lost to us. They do not come to invade. Therefore, Neru, you must greet them, prevent any unnecessary conflict, and escort them directly to me. Perhaps the impending crisis may find a more favorable resolution through their arrival." With this pronouncement, the Grand Elder's words weighed heavily on Neru's heart. Aware of the necessity for caution, he understood he must still obey the Elder's command. "Yes, esteemed Grand Elder, I shall depart immediately." Turning, Neru stepped out of the Grand Elder's chamber, burdened with contemplation. Upon stepping outside, I addressed my two companions, who were tasked with guarding the Elder. "I must venture forth to fulfill the mission entrusted to me by the Elder. So I leave the watch to you both for the time being. Rest assured, we shall protect the Elder diligently," they replied, nodding in agreement. In the next instant, I soared into the sky, departing from that place. In my perception, I was already aware of the target's location, and with the Elder's mental guidance pointing the way, I could not err. Meanwhile, after gliding through the sky for hundreds of miles, the spacecraft finally stabilized and descended to the designated location. As the vessel landed, the hatch swiftly opened, and 5 individuals stepped out in succession. The planet Namek, composed of myriad islands, presented itself as an infinite loop of wonder. Each island, though distinct, shared a certain commonality. Is this truly the terrain of Namek? While it resembles what you previously described, the environment here appears far less barren and desolate than you suggested. There seems to be a considerable amount of flora and fauna thriving, does there not? Bulma, keenly observing the surroundings, inquired of Lin Xuan. The information we previously obtained was solely through Lin Xuan's narration, and witnessing it firsthand revealed some discrepancies. What I conveyed was merely based on my knowledge. The information is not erroneous. It is rumored that Namek underwent a catastrophic extinction event long ago, and those few Namekians who survived that calamity are scarce. I believe that the Namekian known as Piccolo was sent to Earth during that disaster. As for the current state of this planet, now brimming with vitality, it likely correlates with the present Namekians, Lin Xuan explained, his gaze drifting into the distance. Through his keen perception, he sensed someone approaching rapidly, presumably drawn by the arrival of the spacecraft to investigate. The individual was well concealed, and it was only Lin Xuan's extraordinary prowess that allowed him to envelop the area with his aura and discern their presence. Meanwhile, Gohan and Chi-Chi, following Lin Xuan and Bulma, expressed their own sentiments regarding the environment of Namek. Lin Xuan refrained from interjecting, as their remarks were merely evaluations of the planet's conditions and their impressions. However, they found common ground with Bulma. What of Piccolo? In that moment, he stood still, surveying the surroundings. Perhaps it was instinct or fragments of memories from his heritage that flickered through his mind. The sights stirred an indescribable feeling within him. "We are nearing our destination," Lin Xuan announced, bringing everyone back to focus, especially addressing Piccolo. "Your kin are approaching. Prepare for the meeting." With a slight smile, he noted the presence drawing closer, playfully teasing Piccolo in the process. Upon hearing this, Piccolo was momentarily taken aback, his senses expanding to detect a formidable aura approaching. This was largely due to his significantly enhanced strength. Otherwise, he would not have been able to lock onto it so swiftly. Piccolo was no longer the same being he had been 6 days prior. During their 6-day journey through the cosmos, he and Gohan had undergone rigorous training under 60 times the normal gravity. Although they had only reached this level of gravity, the increase had propelled their abilities forward dramatically. With the guidance of Lin Chuan and engaging in battles, they successfully awakened latent potentials within themselves. In summary, while their progress did not entirely meet their expectations, Piccolo's power level reached 45,000, while Gohan also broke through to 32,000. Of course, this rapid advancement was partially attributed to Lin Chuan providing them with some magical beans. Whenever they felt fatigued or injured, a single bean would restore them to full vitality and even enhance their powers significantly. Thus, experience and cultivation were not solely the privilege of the Saiyans. Chapter 69. Terrifying Potential. Piccolo transformed. Piccolo's potential was equally formidable. Otherwise, during the Saiyan invasion arc of the original story, he would not have obtained a power level of tens of thousands in such a brief period after his resurrection on King Kai's planet. It is noteworthy that upon his revival, he coincidentally encountered the severely weakened Nail. Nail's assessment was, "I cannot believe how you have trained to become so powerful." Subsequently, with Nail's recognition and trust, he underwent assimilation, resulting in an exponential increase in strength, surpassing 1 million in power level. Thus, after 6 days of acclimatization to 60 times normal gravity, Piccolo's power level of 45,000 seemed rather modest to Lin Chuan, especially considering the assistance and unintentional guidance he had received. It could only be said that the pressure applied was insufficient and the experiences endured were limited. Certain breakthroughs in realms may indeed necessitate unique methods, such as genuinely facing life and death situations. As for Gohan, despite his continual progress, his power level reaching only 32,000 was rather disappointing. Lin Chuan had anticipated that with the aid of gravity training and the innate talent of a Saiyan, Gohan could surpass 50,000. Yet, he fell short of even 40,000, barely exceeding 30,000. This was also related to the limited time he had dedicated to training. While Lin Chuan and Piccolo had been relentlessly training without restraint, Gohan's situation was different. Being a child, he was under constant supervision from Chi-Chi, who would not allow him to train beyond a certain point. In this regard, Lin Chuan and Piccolo could not voice any objections, as it would not be appropriate to force the issue. After all, she was merely a concerned mother, ensuring her son balanced exertion with rest. Without further ado, it is evident that with the current prowess of Piccolo and Gohan, they could easily defeat both Nappa and Vegeta, who will arrive on Earth 10 months from now. Not only Vegeta, but even against formidable foes like Dodoria and Zarbon, they would prevail effortlessly. The Ginyu Force, with the exception of Ginyu himself, would find themselves challenged yet would not face defeat. Indeed, times have changed, and the landscape of power has evolved significantly. For Piccolo and Gohan, being in the presence of Lin Chuan has profoundly influenced their abilities, ushering them into a new era of strength. Having pinpointed the source of a particular energy, Piccolo turned to face it, prompting Gohan, Chi-Chi, and Bulma to follow suit. In the distant sky, a figure gradually materialized, revealing a robust Namekian warrior. This individual exhibited remarkable control over energy and possessed extraordinary perceptual abilities. Aware of being detected, he made no attempt to conceal himself, rushing toward them with great speed before landing before the five. Aside from slight variations in size and appearance, he bore an uncanny resemblance to Piccolo. Upon sensing the energy emanating from this Namekian warrior up close, it became clear that his strength surpassed that of Raditz when he first descended upon Earth. Lin Chuan's eyes registered combat data, revealing an impressive power level of 3,000 points, slightly exceeding that of Piccolo prior to their departure. However, a true comparison of battle capabilities remains elusive. Gohan exclaimed, "Indeed, he is a Namekian, resembling Uncle Piccolo." Bulma jested, "Had we encountered him in the past, we might have been terrified by yet another Piccolo, the great Demon King." Their remarks caused the newcomer to furrow his brow, yet his attention remained fixated on Piccolo. "Stranger, and a fellow Namekian I have never encountered. From whence do you hail?" He regarded Piccolo with a tempered demeanor, though vigilance was evident in his gaze. "Fear not. We are not invaders." Piccolo stepped forward, his cloak billowing dramatically in the wind, enhancing his imposing presence. The subtle yet palpable energy he exuded rendered any claims of pretense implausible. Upon sensing Piccolo's formidable aura, the Namekian's expression shifted to one of astonishment and disbelief. "Could it be that you are one of the children sent away during the great disaster many years ago? Whose child are you? Such immense power. No. Even if you were among those evacuated, you should be quite aged by now." The Namekian stood bewildered, grappling with the implications of Piccolo's strength. his conjectures veering into the realm of the implausible, for so many years had passed since that cataclysmic event. Little did he know what Bick had endured. This matter is lengthy to recount. In short, we hail from Earth, and I too was raised there, Bick responded. His amicable demeanor took Lin Chuan and the others by surprise. Although Bick had indeed changed, the harmony cultivated over the past 6 days was evident. Nevertheless, he remained true to himself, retaining an air of aloofness. Is that so? Regardless, as a fellow kin, I welcome you home. Furthermore, I am called Ire. The Namekian introduced himself. Bick also revealed his name. After a brief exchange, the tension dissipated entirely. Ire was the first to inquire. Are they all Earthlings? Did they bring you back? Sort of, Bick replied, his expression largely unchanged. I see. Since they're your friends, I can rest easy. As long as they are not enemies, they shall be our guests. Ire reverted to a more simple-minded demeanor, appearing as though the serious, heavy-faced individual from before had never existed. It was evident that the Namekians, upon determining that there was no threat, exhibited remarkable friendliness. This likely stemmed from the governance of the Grand Elder over many years. Almost all Namekians were his creations, adhering to a principle of non-aggression unless provoked, and even then, seeking peaceful resolution before resorting to forceful suppression. Hello, I am Sun Wukong. This child's mother is Kiki. You may call me Bulma, Earth's super genius scientist. I am Lin Chuan. Following a series of self-introductions, Ire cordially invited the group to his village for rest and provided an explanation of the current conditions on Namek and the distribution of the tribes. Just as they were about to proceed, Lin Chuan sensed an exceptionally powerful presence approaching rapidly. Another individual was arriving. It was certain that the owner of this aura possessed combat prowess that could rival Bick at full strength. On Namek, beings with power exceeding 40,000 points led Lin Chuan to think of only Neru. As anticipated, the newcomer was indeed Neru. Chapter 70, Memory Retrieval, 1,000-fold strength. The arrival of Neru astonished Ire. Yet he composed himself and inquired, Neru, did you come to investigate the arrival of the spaceship? I have already confirmed that they are extraterrestrial visitors from Earth. And they have returned our lost kin, Ire explained. At Ire's introduction, Neru nodded. Yes, the Grand Elder had foreseen the situation and dispatched me to escort them to meet him. Neru stated his purpose plainly. This statement startled Ire, who immediately replied respectfully. I see. Has the Elder already been informed? Shall I accompany you? Before he could utter another word, Nyla shook his head. There's no need. You should return to your tribe. The Elder's safety is assured under our protection. For the time being, it would be prudent for you not to stray too far from your village. With these words, Ire clearly grasped Nyla's intent. In previous years, under the Elder's summons, they had each been entrusted with formidable tasks, and none were permitted to act independently. Understanding this, Ire nodded. Then I shall take my leave. He turned to Lin Chuan and Bick, smiling as he bid farewell. The Elder wishes to meet you. Thus, I cannot insist you rest in the village. Nyla here is our tribe's most formidable warrior, and he will escort you safely. As Ire departed, Lin Chuan and Bick, as outsiders, could not object. Even Bick, a fellow Namekian, was still considered an outsider for the time being. After bidding Ire farewell, Nyla's gaze swept over everyone, ultimately settling on Bick. Indeed, among kin, they were more discerning. Although Lin Chuan exuded an aura that commanded respect, it paled in comparison to the presence of a fellow Namekian with comparable strength. Most crucially, this kin possessed formidable prowess cultivated in an alien realm. Both Nyla and the others scrutinized each other, particularly Bick, whose solitary pride was even more pronounced during their eye contact. Bick never entertained the thought of being bested by another, especially as his own strength continued to amplify. He recognized Nyla's immense power. Had it not been for his relentless training in the gravity chamber, coupled with Lin Chuan's assistance, the Bick from Earth would have been nothing more than an ant in comparison. Returnees and distant guests, please follow me, Nyla initiated, breaking the silence. Without hesitation, Lin Chuan and Bick nodded in agreement, followed by Sun Wukong. Bulma and Chi-Chi swiftly confirmed their intent to join before quickly stowing the spaceship back into the capsule and retrieving the jetpacks. These had been prepared in advance by Bulma. Upgraded versions that could soar several times faster than their predecessors, unbound by altitude constraints. It was a realization of Bulma's earlier promise made beneath the Korin Tower, aiming to reach the sacred temple with the power of her technological prowess. Nylu led the way at a leisurely pace, passing by a Namekian village, allowing everyone a glimpse into the simple yet profound lives of the Namekians. Observing the industrious Namekians in their way of life, Bulma and Gohan distilled their understanding of the Namekians into 4 simple words. Their encounter with these beings revealed to everyone, except for Lin Chuan, that not all Namekians possessed the formidable strength of figures like Piccolo, Nail, or Guru. Soon, under Nail's guidance, the group arrived at the residence of the Grand Elder. Upon their arrival, the two Namekians guarding the Elder expressed their astonishment. After a brief exchange of inquiries and dialogue, they grasped the situation and withdrew. Not out of reluctance to continue the conversation, but because the Grand Elder was already eager to meet them. Upon witnessing the Grand Elder's stature and visage, even Lin Chuan, who had prepared himself mentally, was taken aback. However, what truly astonished him was the Grand Elder's immense power, with a battle power reading of several 100,000. This was the Grand Elder, who was nearing the end of his life. It was hard to fathom how formidable he must have been in his youth. Lin Chuan was momentarily stunned, let alone Gohan, Chi-Chi, and Bulma. Chi-Chi and Bulma were frightened, hiding behind Lin Chuan and Gohan, seemingly apprehensive of what this colossal elder might do to them. In contrast, Piccolo merely exhibited a flicker of surprise before regaining his composure. He could distinctly sense that the Grand Elder was different from the Namekians outside. There was an intrinsic connection between them, as if he were an extension of himself. The Grand Elder murmured softly, and though Piccolo felt compelled to speak, he struggled to find the words. It was a profound joy to see a child lost to the world, to be able to draw near and observe closely. Despite the Grand Elder's efforts to mask his voice and maintain his composure, a hint of frailty was evident. Hearing this, Piccolo hesitated for a moment before stepping forward to stand before the Grand Elder. The Elder slowly raised his enormous right hand and gently placed it upon Piccolo's head. Such an act, which could be perceived as a violation of dignity for Piccolo, should have incited fury. Yet, inexplicably, he felt no anger or resistance. The Grand Elder's touch felt akin to a father's care, a sensation he had never experienced before, leading Piccolo to break through his mental barriers, resulting in an enhancement of his powers. Sometimes, reaching a certain level of strength can come from an unexpected epiphany, allowing one's abilities to ascend. While others may not perceive the change, Lin Chuan did. It became clear to him that the Grand Elder had sensed this as well. The separation from his own essence had resulted in a lack of that peculiar power. A strange energy emanated from the Grand Elder's hand, enveloping Piccolo entirely. Revealing his circumstances, Piccolo could feel the Grand Elder, in an intangible manner, accessing his non-private memories. After a moment of silence, the Grand Elder smiled benevolently. You have perfectly inherited everything from Caddis, and your appearance closely resembles that of your father in his youth. Alas, had you not been separated into two distinct entities, you might have been 1,000 times more powerful than you are now. As the words of the Elder resonated, a hush fell over the crowd, particularly affecting Sun Wukong, Bulma, and Chi-Chi. The notion that a complete Piccolo could be 1,000 times stronger than the present one is indeed a staggering concept. Chapter 71. Unleashing Potential. Even so, I disdain the idea of acquiring such additional power. To suggest that I reunite with that old deity, I must candidly state, Elder, it shall never happen in this lifetime. Piccolo's attitude was resolute. Little did he know that in the future, due to the crisis posed by the androids, he would assimilate with the deity, merging into one once more. The Elder had glimpsed memories and seemingly foresaw the future. This was one of his unique abilities. The future is an unpredictable tapestry, and no one can guarantee that certain events will not come to pass. My child, I shall neither interfere nor compel you. So rest assured, the Elder continued, in my time, I fought alongside your father. Without him, I may not have become who I am today. I owe Cat as a great debt. As a child lost in a foreign land, it has been my fault for not finding you all these years. As I approach the end of my days, I can only offer you a small gift to atone for my shortcomings. I hope that with my assistance, you will not only grow stronger, but also protect our kin and this homeland in the future. As he spoke, the Elder's hand began to emanate a subtle energy. Without hesitation, he seized the opportunity to unleash his power. Just as Piccolo was still in a state of confusion, a mysterious force enveloped his body. An indescribable energy coursed through him, leaving Piccolo astounded. His physical form was being transcended, and his soul was being elevated. My power is truly this. The transformation of both body and soul was all-encompassing. Piccolo's combat prowess surged explosively. A radiant white aura enveloped him uncontrollably, generating an immense pressure. Witnessing this, Lin Chuan instinctively shielded Bulma behind him, creating a barrier of energy. Sun Wukong, noticing the situation, gathered his own energy to stand protectively in front of his mother. Unleashing potential has reached such heights. This fellow Piccolo's latent abilities are unmatched, even compared to the Saiyans. Lin Chuan mused, recognizing the implications. After all, in the future, he would wield the power of the Dragon God and further transform into Orange Piccolo, a true Super Namekian. Although this newfound strength could never rival his current power, it indicated that the Elder's potential unlocking could indeed reach unprecedented limits. Uncle Piccolo's sudden surge of energy astonished Gohan, who could not help but exclaim in surprise. Bulma and Chi-Chi, bewildered, maintained a demeanor of apprehension throughout the unfolding events. The process of development lasted for over a minute. Ultimately, the elder withdrew his hand, and Piccolo, having ceased his explosive growth in power, quickly regained his composure. This is all I can achieve. Although a part of your body is missing, your potential remains beyond my imagination. I am unable to unlock all of your latent abilities. I hope you are not disheartened. With the elder's kind words, Piccolo felt a deep sense of satisfaction. At that moment, his respect for the elder grew even stronger. It was crucial to recognize that his current strength was at least several times greater than before. Only Lin Chuan could discern that his battle power had reached an astounding 225,000 points, an impressive five-fold increase, knowing full well that I embody the malevolent side. Why do you still choose to unlock my potential and allow me to grow stronger? Are you not afraid that I might revert to my former self? The great Demon King, once I attain this power? Piccolo feigned an air of arrogance, deliberately provoking the elder to see how he would respond. The elder had already discerned his true identity during the previous memory retrieval. Thus, there was no need for Piccolo to conceal his ambitions any longer. You will not. Perhaps your former self would, but the you of now will certainly not. The elder's calm and composed words pierced Piccolo's heart, prompting a profound transformation within him. Humph. Don't expect me to utter the words thank you, and please, do not die. I would rather not witness your demise so soon after returning to my homeland, Piccolo remarked, his emotions complex. After speaking, he turned and exited the room. It was not that he wished to leave quickly, but rather that remaining there made it hard for him to breathe. He struggled to maintain his composure, unwilling for others to perceive the changes within him. Ultimately, he was acutely aware that he was no longer the same individual he once was, especially after the past month and this recent cosmic journey. Cough cough, this child still requires a fortuitous encounter to completely transform himself. It is time to express my gratitude to you, Earthlings and Scions. The elder coughed a few times to redirect his attention and looked toward Lin Chuan and go on. Bulma and Chi-Chi were overlooked, as they did not possess formidable strength. Nevertheless, the elder continued to express his gratitude with a warm and benevolent smile. After several exchanges, Bulma and Chi-Chi's fear dissipated, realizing that the elder was indeed a good person. Contrary to his intimidating appearance, with the barriers of communication removed, Lin Chuan stated his intentions directly. Elder, I am not one to beat around the bush. Since you sensed our arrival early on, you must have an inkling of my purpose for coming to Namek. In the next moment, Lin Chuan ceased his preamble and addressed the matter directly. Firstly, I hope you can assist me in unlocking my potential, just as you did with Piccolo. Naturally, I also wish for you to help this child realize his potential. Secondly, I would like to borrow the Dragon Balls from your clan. Although Earth possesses its own Dragon Balls, their capabilities are limited and cannot fulfill my wishes. Upon finishing his statement, Lin Chuan nodded slightly at the Grand Elder. After digesting Lin Chuan's words, the Grand Elder finally spoke slowly. I can discern that your strength has grown to an unfathomable level. With such power, do you still seek to grow stronger? While I can help unlock potential, given my current state and your formidable strength, the effects may be minimal. The Grand Elder paused, casting a glance at Son Gohan. Given this child's foundation, if he possesses sufficient potential, he could indeed attain a level akin to that of Piccolo's. But it is not guaranteed. After these words, the Grand Elder turned his gaze back to Lin Chuan. I can surmise what you are implying. You may proceed with unlocking potential without concern for the outcome, as I will not hold you accountable. Lin Chuan replied. The Grand Elder nodded and continued. There is no issue with unlocking potential. Regardless, you both are benefactors to our clan, having returned the child of Kadaz. However, regarding the Dragon Balls, I cannot directly acquiesce to your request. Everything is reciprocal. To gain something, one must inevitably lose. Chapter 72, Battle Power of 8 million points. The fulfillment of wishes requires the expenditure of immense willpower, and once this willpower is consumed to realize a wish, the Dragon Balls will generate an overwhelming negative energy that is uncontrollable, leading to unimaginable disasters. Many years ago, the annihilation of our Namekian clan was closely tied to the Dragon Balls. The Grand Elder paused once more, feigning contemplation. Hearing these words, Lin Chuan began to grasp the Grand Elder's meaning. While he was taken aback by the notion that granting wishes with the Dragon Balls could result in negative energy, the dangers of overusing the Dragon Balls had indeed been elaborated upon during the Majin Buu Saga and even in the Super Era. Was this the reason for the reluctance to grant his request? Lin Chuan, with his keen intellect, understood the Grand Elder's implication. The preceding dialogue seemed to serve as a warning about the repercussions of using the Dragon Balls, yet it also conveyed the necessity of paying a price for such usage. Lin Chuan offered a faint, indifferent smile, disregarding the presence of others, and boldly stated, if you have any conditions, feel free to present them. You must understand that I am resolute in my determination to fulfill my wish. There was an undertone of assertiveness in his words. Of course, Lin Chuan did not intend to force the issue, as making wishes require the language of the Namekians. With Lin Chuan's declaration, the Grand Elder ceased to be evasive. A silent understanding had developed between them, and he was testing Lin Chuan to discern if this scion differed in any way from the one in his dreams. The Dragon Balls, after all, should not be casually entrusted to outsiders. Should they fall into the hands of those with impure intentions, unimaginable calamities would undoubtedly ensue. This is precisely why the language of the Namekians is a prerequisite for making a wish. The Grand Elder has established a final barrier to prevent such occurrences. Under his guardianship, no child would betray their kin, nor would they willingly assist others in making wishes. Thus, even if the Dragon Balls were to be seized by outsiders, they would pose no threat to the world. I hope you can comprehend that, as the Grand Elder of Namek. I must consider the future of my homeland and my people. The Dragon Balls are not meant for arbitrary use, yet today, this old man intends to engage in a transaction with you. Regrettably, that child is incomplete. Otherwise, perhaps his formidable strength could contend with the enemies that lie ahead. Upon hearing these words, you might feel perplexed, but truth be told, I have foreseen that Namek will soon face a tremendous disaster, one from which both my children and I may not escape. I am willing to lend you the Dragon Balls, but I hope that when the time comes, you can assist my people and protect my planet through this trying ordeal. As the Grand Elder spoke, Lin Chuan was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, it became undeniably clear that the Grand Elder indeed possessed the ability to foresee the future. As a traveler from another realm, how could he be oblivious to the unfolding narrative? He understood precisely what was being conveyed. However, even if he knew of the impending calamity, he could not reveal it. After all, how could he truly know what the future held? Very well. If the Namekians encounter great peril, I shall lend my aid. Yet, I cannot guarantee complete fulfillment of your request. I can only strive to do my utmost. Lin Chuan agreed to the Grand Elder's plea. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder's smile blossomed further. Your affirmation is sufficient. Our transaction is concluded. I shall now assist you in unlocking your potential. With a nod, Lin Chuan approached the Grand Elder without hesitation. The Grand Elder once again raised his colossal hand and placed it upon Lin Chuan's forehead, sealing his own mental energy and fully attuning himself to the Grand Elder's intentions. After all, this old man possessed the ability to read memories. Lin Chuan could not allow his memories to be exposed, so he remained vigilant, emptying his mind and using his mental prowess to secure his memories. While others remained oblivious to Lin Chuan's caution, the Grand Elder was acutely aware. He had initially intended to glimpse some fragments of Lin Chuan's memories, but as soon as his mental energy penetrated, it dissipated into nothingness. The disparity in strength rendered him incapable of reading the memories of one who resisted. The reason he could access Piccolo's memories was solely because Piccolo had not resisted. Very well, since I have chosen to place my trust in you, I shall do so wholeheartedly. With this resolve relinquished, the Grand Elder's mind became significantly clearer. As the latent potential within him awakened, a radiant white aura enveloped Lin Chuan. Though not as awe-inspiring as that of Bic, Lin Chuan could distinctly sense a profound transformation occurring within himself. Unlike Bic, Lin Chuan's mastery over his strength had reached a significant level, further enhanced by his relentless training in the gravity chamber. Coupled with the system's continuous augmentation of his combat prowess, Lin Chuan's body instinctively adapted to the burgeoning power. Thus, even with the enhancement of his strength, he would not encounter uncontrollable circumstances. He could perceive the power within him being steadily unleashed. As time slipped by, after 2 minutes, the Elder withdrew his arm and took a deep breath. The exertion required to manifest the ability and unlock Lin Chuan's potential had proven particularly taxing. Cough, cough, cough. This is as far as I can assist you. I hope you are not too disappointed. Given your potential, it is difficult to fathom how formidable you will become in the future. With the release of potential completed, the Elder's words conveyed to Lin Chuan that, even without the system, he possessed boundless possibilities. That is sufficient. Although my strength has not increased significantly, I have ascended to a new realm. Lin Chuan expressed his gratitude. In the next moment, he opened the system panel. Host: Lin Chuan. Age: 25. Height: 185 centimeters. Weight: 85 kilograms. Combat Power Index: 8,000. 005 points. Current system level: Level 1. Auto idle. Combat power 1 second. The combat power he had upon leaving Earth, combined with 6 days of cosmic travel and his own training advancements, meant that prior to tapping into his potential, Lin Chuan's combat power had already surpassed 7 million points. Now, with the unlocking of his potential, it surged by several 100,000 points, elevating his combat power to 8 million points. The difference between 7 million and 8 million in combat power was not particularly vast, which is why Lin Chuan did not feel an overwhelming excitement. In summary, he was ever closer to the coveted 10 million mark. In the time ahead, his focus would shift to mastering the transformation into a Super Saiyan. One can only imagine that should he transform into a Super Saiyan at this moment, even the enhancement of the first stage's first form, an increase of 50 times, would catapult his combat power to an astounding 400 million. Chapter 73, Nala's Bold Declaration. Shinran Palunga appears. A combat power of 400 million. This is a step Lin Chuan must take. Otherwise, even a year from now, his combat power would still struggle to breach the 100 million threshold. All right, now it's time for this child, the elder stated without pause. Though fatigued, he recognized the necessity of completing the task at hand. This would be his final exertion before he would slumber for several days to recuperate from the strain. Go forth. Gohan. Lin Chuan discerned the subtle changes in the Grand Elder and understood that such matters could not be postponed. Thus he urged, yes, Uncle Lin Chuan. Son Wukong, ever so obedient, stepped forward. Despite his inherently kind and innocent nature, he initially felt a flicker of trepidation at the sight of the Grand Elder's imposing stature and countenance. However, this fleeting prejudice swiftly dissipated in the warmth of the Grand Elder's amiable demeanor. Thank you, Grand Elder, Son Wukong expressed courteously, his gratitude evident in the close proximity of their interaction. This elicited an even gentler smile from the Grand Elder. There is no need for thanks, my child. I perceive boundless potential within you. Your future achievements shall be immeasurable. As the Grand Elder spoke, he once again activated his ability to unlock potential. The scene bore resemblance to the moment when Piccolo unveiled his latent capabilities. Due to a noticeable lack of control, the surge in Son Wukong's power manifested with even greater intensity. It was not until the unlocking concluded that Son Wukong could scarcely believe the magnitude of his newfound strength. Incredible. Is this truly me? His youthful voice brimmed with exhilaration. The sheer joy of a child's experience in power enhancement was unmistakably displayed through his expressions and exclamations. While others could only gauge his newfound strength through his aura, Lin Chuan was able to ascertain the precise figures. The lad's battle power index had reached a staggering 188,000. Though slightly inferior to Piccolo's, this force surpassed the strength his father achieved upon reaching Namek in the original tale. Lin Chuan found it surprising that, despite unlocking his potential, Son Wukong was still somewhat inferior to Piccolo. He had anticipated that the boy might effortlessly surpass Piccolo, perhaps due to his tender age, which limited his physical endurance to such an extent. Grand Elder, are you all right? The commotion from the power unlocking outside prompted Nail to rush in, his voice laced with concern. Upon witnessing the Grand Elder's diminished aura, he hurriedly approached to assess the situation. Only after confirming that the Grand Elder was simply exhausted did he finally relax. I am well, Nail. Since you have arrived, I would like you to exert yourself a bit and summon the elders from each faction to bring forth the Dragon Balls, so that this extraterrestrial friend may make a wish. The Grand Elder maintained a calm demeanor as he spoke. Though fatigued, certain matters needed to be addressed and instructions given. To grant them the use of the Dragon Balls? Nail questioned, disbelief etched on his face. It suddenly dawned on him that what business did these Earthlings have on planet Namek? Aside from the Dragon Balls, what else could there be? Noticing Nail's apprehension, the Grand Elder nodded and continued, do not worry, the Dragon Balls may be used by them. In the future, they shall remain our friends, the Namekians. While the overture of friendship was clear, it also bore an undercurrent of a binding obligation. Lin Chuan, not one to be easily deceived, observed the Grand Elder and made his promise. Rest assured, Grand Elder. Although each party seeks its own benefit, I have made a promise, and I shall certainly protect your esteemed Namekian race. With these words, Lin Chuan, accompanied by Son Wukong, Bulma, and Chi-Chi, exited the Grand Elder's abode. There was no need to linger inside and engage in further dialogue. The Grand Elder undoubtedly had matters to discuss privately with Nail. After a prolonged wait, Lin Chuan and the others finally saw Nail emerge, his expression a blend of confusion and helplessness. As the foremost warrior of the Namekians, despite being overshadowed by Piccolo, he maintained his pride. I will contact the various clans to bring forth the Dragon Balls, although I am perplexed as to how you have garnered the Grand Elder's trust. Should you dare to harm Namek, I shall ensure that you face dire consequences, even in death. Nail's words were laden with animosity. Lin Chuan understood that it would be futile to attempt to ease tensions, so he chose silence. After all, as long as he fulfilled the wishes he sought, his mission on Namek would be complete. 2 hours passed. After the 6 tribal elders arrived one after another, the 6 Dragon Balls were brought forth, followed by Nail retrieving the final Dragon Ball from the Grand Elder's quarters. The 7 magnificent Dragon Balls shimmered with a golden radiance, an extraordinary sight that the Namekians had not witnessed in many years. Summoning the eternal dragon Purunga required the Grand Elder's approval, and it was an event they rarely undertook. This time, however, they were taken aback to find that the Grand Elder had permitted an outsider to make a wish. The Dragon Balls of Namek were indeed colossal, far larger than those on Earth. Bulma, having studied the Dragon Balls meticulously, gazed in astonishment at these enormous orbs. What manner of dragon would be summoned from such immense Dragon Balls? The Dragon Balls are gathered. Please stand back. I shall summon Purunga, Nail instructed, signaling for everyone to maintain their distance. As the crowd retreated, Nail uttered the incantation in the Namekian tongue, prompting the 7 Dragon Balls to respond. The orange stars within the Dragon Balls began to flicker, and in an instant, the sky above Namek was shrouded in a mysterious darkness. With a brilliant surge of golden lightning erupting from the center of the Dragon Balls, the darkness was illuminated. At the heart of this golden radiance, a formidable and grotesque figure emerged. Purunga, the Dragon of Namek, made his grand entrance. Is this truly the Dragon of Namek? Bulma gasped in disbelief, her mind racing with various possibilities, yet she had never envisioned that the dragon would appear in such a form. This was no divine being. One might easily mistake it for a creature crawling forth from the abyss. The appearance was reminiscent of the Namekians, evoking a palpable sense of dread akin to that of a demon king. Son Gohan, utterly astonished, gaped in disbelief, unable to conceal his shock. Having never encountered the Dragon of Earth, this was his first encounter with a wish-granting dragon, and a Namekian one at that, igniting an insatiable curiosity within him. Beside him, Chi-Chi was visibly frightened, clinging to her son for comfort. As for Piccolo, he observed the dragon of his home planet with a contemplative expression. In his mind, this was the authentic dragon. Little did he know, even the Namekian dragon was not the true source. Chapter 74. The most compassionate dragon in history. Gather the 7 Dragon Balls and state your wish. No matter what it is, this dragon can grant you 3. As Purunga spoke in a normal tongue, the rest of the group, save for Lin Xuan, was taken aback once again. The number of wishes had escalated from 1 to 3. This was utterly absurd. The ability to fulfill a single wish was already remarkable. Expressions of disbelief echoed, mostly from Bulma, who lamented the inferiority of Earth's dragon compared to this one. In comparison, it was unworthy of even carrying the dragon-ass shoes. Piccolo concurred, sharing his thoughts while simultaneously disparaging the Earth-s deity. Purunga, however, reveled in their praise, puffing out his broad chest with pride. Now that Purunga had been summoned, it was time to voice their wishes. He could indeed grant 3 wishes, but they had to be articulated in the Namekian language to be realized. Nail understood the exchange between Bulma and Piccolo. Though he noted their words, he did not delve deeper. Wishes had to be made in Namekian. If Lin Xuan's desire were unrealistic and posed a threat to their kind, as hinted by the Elder, he could only indirectly fulfill Lin Xuan's wish or outright deny its possibility. Listening to Nail, Lin Xuan had already been gazing at the dragon, which was significantly larger than Earth's. Gazing at Purunga, who radiated overwhelming dragon might, Lin Xuan no longer hesitated and declared, "My first wish is for the dragon to grant me the ability to instantaneously travel to any planet at will." After voicing his desire, he glanced at Nail. Upon hearing his words, Nail analyzed the wish and, perceiving no threat, looked up to translate Lin Xuan's request into Namekian for Purunga. "I'm afraid I cannot grant this wish," Purunga replied after a brief pause for contemplation. Lin Xuan could not accept this answer. Why? He furrowed his brow and inquired. "It's just instantaneous travel. How could that be so difficult?" The Earth Dragon's inability to fulfill certain wishes was something Lin Xuan could comprehend. However, the response from Purunga was quite disheartening. One must understand that Purunga's powers, as depicted in the original narrative, were capable of encompassing the entirety of the universe, even extending influence into the realm of the Supreme Kai. Bulma, who had accompanied Lin Xuan in making wishes, was aware of his current emotional state. She was taken aback, but chose to remain silent. With a bridge of communication established, Purunga generously answered Lin Xuan's inquiry. "The instantaneous movement you speak of, which allows travel between any planets without the aid of a medium, is a skill that has historically been mastered solely by the Supreme Kais who govern the universe. In other words, only the Supreme Kais possess the ability to learn and utilize this technique. While I, as a dragon, do indeed have access to divine realms, I am still unable to teach you, a mere mortal, the divine technique. Furthermore, invoking such a divine skill requires divine power. And even if I were to bestow this upon you, you would be incapable of executing it." At this point, Lin Xuan's expression was one of astonishment. This was a revelation he had not anticipated. The Earth Dragon had merely stated that the divine realm was beyond reach. But now he fully understood that the instantaneous movement of the Supreme Kai was, in fact, a divine technique. The realization that such movement necessitated divine power overwhelmed him with information, leaving him to absorb it slowly, let alone others around him. Before Lin Chuan could respond, Purunga shifted the conversation. However, I am aware that within the universe exists a form of instantaneous movement akin to this divine technique. On a planet named Audatra, there resides a unique group of Audate and beings who possess a form of instantaneous movement. Although it is heavily restricted and requires prior targeting to execute, it can still be considered a variant of instantaneous movement. If you desire this form of movement, I can grant it to you, along with a minor upgrade as compensation for not being able to fully realize your wish. Upon hearing Purunga's words, Lin Chuan raised an eyebrow. What kind of upgrade are you suggesting? Although the restriction of needing to target a location to perform instantaneous movement could not be altered, Purunga proposed an additional ability. As long as you leave a spatial mark in places you have visited, you would be able to traverse using instantaneous movement. What do you think? Lin Chuan's mind raced as he repeatedly pondered Purunga's words. While it might not compare to the Supreme Kai's instantaneous movement, it seemed quite promising. Very well, Lin Chuan nodded in agreement. Purunga gestured with his hands, and in an instant, without waiting for Nairi to make another wish, he proceeded to fulfill Lin Chuan's request. This was the benevolent Purunga, a stark contrast to the Earth Dragon, which seemed trivial by comparison. With a resounding hum, Purunga's eyes glowed fiercely, and a surge of wish energy was released. Lin Chuan felt a torrent of information flooding his mind, and his body instinctively absorbed it all. It encompassed the methods of utilizing instantaneous movement and how to mark spatial imprints, and he learned it all in an instant. Your first wish has been granted. Now, please articulate your second desire. Having fulfilled the initial wish, Purunga continued to inquire of Lin Chuan. My second wish should be simpler than the first. Grant me the ability to heal my injuries when on the brink of death or severely wounded. Although I hesitated to voice this desire initially, I resolved to prioritize it among the essential wishes to be realized. The power of self-healing, or rather, the ability to heal. Upon hearing this, Naira perceived no inherent danger in the wish, nor did it pertain to immortality, and thus translated Lin Chuan's words verbatim into Namekian for Purunga. After receiving the directive for the second wish, Purunga fell into a moment of contemplation. I am uncertain of the extent of the recovery you envision, but I can bestow upon you a unique self-healing ability. As long as there remains energy within your body, regardless of the severity of your injuries, you can harness that energy to transform it into healing power, thus mending your wounds. Would you accept this? Queried Purunga. Once again, having altered the wish, Lin Chuan remained unperturbed. After careful consideration, he found it satisfactory and nodded in agreement to Purunga. Very well, your second wish shall now be fulfilled. With Lin Chuan's consent, Purunga immediately commenced the realization of the second wish. Chapter 75, The Transmission of Ultra and Super Saiyan. The divine power cultivation method. As a flash of crimson light flickered in Purunga's eyes, Lin Chuan distinctly felt subtle changes occurring within his body. It was as though something had been transformed, yet it posed no significant harm. Moreover, the ability of self-healing manifested within his mind. As long as his energy was sufficient, he could heal all injuries. Even if his arm were severed or his internal organs crushed, he could utilize ample energy to convert it into restorative power for recovery. Truly miraculous. This divine dragon, Purunga, was indeed the epitome of benevolence, consistently optimizing wishes with every granting, cloaked in the guise of a benevolent offering. This reflected his inherent nature. He was not a rigid deity. Now that your second wish has been realized, please articulate your third wish, Purunga continued. Having experienced the fulfillment of the first two wishes, Lin Chuan returned to a contemplative state. With these encounters in mind, he began to ponder a matter of paramount importance. Perhaps this wish could be realized sooner than anticipated. Yet, he remained uncertain as to whether Purunga could assist him in this regard. If not, what counsel or methods might he offer? Before I articulate my third wish, I would like to pose a few inquiries, if that is permissible. Lin Chuan resolved within himself and lifted his gaze to meet Purunga's. Upon hearing the inquiry, Purunga hesitated for a moment but did not refuse, nodding in affirmation. Upon this realization, Lin Chuan ceased his hesitation. Even though there were numerous Namekians nearby, alongside the likes of Piccolo, Gohan, Bulma, and Chi-Chi, the inquiry he wished to pose was of such nature that it mattered not if they overheard. You must be aware that within our Saiyan lineage, two legends exist. One speaks of the fabled Super Saiyan, while the other recounts the mythical Super Saiyan God. Through diligent study, I have discerned the distinctions and divergences between them, as well as amassed considerable knowledge on the subject. Therefore, I seek to ascertain whether it is within my capacity to ascend through my own cultivation to become the legendary Super Saiyan, or perhaps the Super Saiyan God. Lin Chuan's meticulously articulated question prompted Shenlong Purunga to plunge into a profound silence. Omniscient and omnipotent, upon Lin Chuan's query, he directly accessed the exclusive database reserved for dragons of their kind. The legendary Super Saiyan is a warrior born from your Saiyan race once every millennium. This is an innate gift, a primordial advantage that cannot be acquired through mere effort. However, through relentless training, one can still attain the status of an ordinary Super Saiyan. With your current prowess, you possess a sufficient foundation, and thus, you shall achieve this in the near future. As for the Super Saiyan God, since you are already acquainted with that legend, you should also recognize that the transformation method is exceedingly stringent, and the Saiyans living in this era do not meet the criteria. Ultimately, your aspiration to become a Super Saiyan God through cultivation is indeed feasible. Divinity can be inherent or cultivated. Concerning further information, it pertains to the intricate secrets of the divine realm, which are not meant to be divulged. Thus, I regret that I cannot continue to elucidate for you. Purunga's explanation offered a precise response. Although somewhat disheartened, this outcome was within Lin Chuan's expectations. The ambition to become the legendary Super Saiyan is, in truth, nearly unattainable, especially given that a Super Saiyan of legend already exists in the world today. Such a status is innate, not something that can be achieved through later efforts. As for the Super Saiyan God, as Purunga articulated, he is aware of the transformation method. Yet achieving success under the current circumstances is impossible. Even with Goku and Gohan meeting the requirements, it necessitates 5 Saiyans in total. Of course, this is not the most optimal path to divinity. In the original saga of the Super Era, Vegeta, with his own power and the guidance of the angel Whis, cultivated his way to godhood. This is the true righteous path. Thus, methods do exist. However, I must make a wish, correct? Lin Chuan inquired, employing a variety of approaches. Purunga wore a troubled expression, unprepared for the challenging wishmaker he encountered after years of seclusion. The domains involved danced perilously close to the limits of his abilities. Do you truly wish to know? The dragon indeed possesses knowledge of a cultivation method that does not encroach upon the realm of deities. Perhaps with your innate talent, there may come a day in the future when you can cultivate divine power through your own efforts. At that time, endowed with divine strength, you might undergo a transformation into a Super Saiyan God. Purunga's words felt like the unveiling of a new world. An alternative path to divinity, is it? If so, then my third wish shall be this. Lin Chuan's eyes brightened as he spoke. Having something is certainly better than having nothing. Thus, I shall seize this cultivation method to experiment. If successful, it would be nothing short of magnificent. If not, it would merely be a failed experience, which could ultimately lead to personal growth and help me avoid detours in the future. Turning to Neru, it was no longer necessary for Lin Chuan to say anything, for his conversation with Purunga had already solidified his wish. Neru translated Lin Chuan's words into the Namekian language and conveyed the third wish to Purunga. Upon receiving the wish command, a flash of red light glimmered in Purunga's eyes. In an instant, Lin Chuan felt a torrent of immense information flooding into his mind. This was Purunga's unique method of cultivating divine power. Of course, its feasibility would only be determined through practice. Your wishes have all been fulfilled. I shall take my leave now. Farewell. With the completion of all wishes, Purunga swiftly transformed into a golden radiance soaring into the heavens, accompanied by the 7 Dragon Balls. When the golden light fully converged back into the Dragon Balls, they, too, transformed into massive stones, propelled at an extraordinary speed to 7 distinct locations across planet Namek. With the conclusion of the wishes, the once overcast darkness returned to a bright, clear sky. Your final wish sounds somewhat nebulous to me. One moment. You mentioned the legendary Super Saiyan, and the next, the Super Saiyan God. Did you wish for a method to attain divinity simply to become that so-called god of legend? If you seek to become a deity, why not inquire with the Supreme Kai back on Earth? He is a god, after all, and should possess some similarities, right? Bulma approached Lin Chuan and inquired. While others remained astonished by the wishes, she had already regained her composure. Your point holds some merit, however. There exists a significant distinction between the two gods. You will understand this in due time, Lin Chuan teased, withholding details from Bulma. Chapter 76, 5 days later. A powerful evil presence, why keep me in suspense? After exerting so much effort, you never considered granting me a wish. Bulma, not overly fixated on the matter, instead shifted the topic to express her grievances. Lin Chuan found her timing amusing, as she voiced her thoughts only after the wishes had concluded. Over the past few days, his rapport with Bulma had grown increasingly harmonious, as they had both become accustomed to facing one another in this manner. Truth be told, Bulma likely only spoke out of jest. Otherwise, she would have intervened during the wish-granting process. Certainly, upon hearing her words, Lin Chuan did not mind and replied, "Perhaps next time." The Dragon Balls of Namek should be restored in approximately 130 days. I will need to make another wish then, and one of those wishes shall be yours. What do you think? Granting Bulma a wish was inconsequential to him. Even if it seemed somewhat wasteful to let her use the wish from the Dragon of Namek, Lin Xuan was not the type to be stingy. Moreover, he had long considered her one of his own, so a mere wish held little significance. With Lin Xuan's assurance, Bulma remarked that this was more acceptable, allowing the matter to be brushed aside. However, it had piqued Bulma's astonishment. She had not anticipated that the Dragon Balls of Namek could be restored in just 130 days. She would come to understand this in the days to follow, as a year on Namek equated to 130 days. And the restoration of the Dragon Balls followed a cyclical pattern of a year. On another note, upon hearing of Lin Xuan's intention to make another wish, the elders of the Namekians grew somewhat perturbed. Wasn't 3 wishes already sufficient? What necessity was there for yet another wish after 130 days? The elders, unable to voice their anger towards Lin Xuan, could only observe with a cold demeanor. The Grand Elder issued a decree. These individuals would remain friends of the Namekians, and they were permitted to utilize the Dragon Balls. They could not be hindered, unless they were to make wishes that would endanger their kin or the world. In the blink of an eye, time sped by. 5 days had elapsed since Lin Xuan and his companions arrived on Namek to explore its potential and fulfill their wishes. During these 5 days, the group, under the care of the Namekians, experienced the myriad customs and traditions of Namek. Through their prolonged interaction, the Namekians no longer regarded Lin Xuan and his companions merely as friends out of obligation to the Grand Elder's command. They had genuinely warmed to them. It could be said that the ones who thrived the most were Piccolo and Bulma. Piccolo, being a Namekian himself, received considerable attention and care from the inhabitants of Namek, who were glad to see a long-lost kin return. As for Bulma, her situation was quite extraordinary. The desolate landscape of Namek, although gradually rejuvenating, remained stark and barren. Knowing the planet's condition from Lin Xuan, she had brought a substantial amount of superior earth crops to enrich Namek. It seemed to evoke a sense of alien species invasion. However, given the scarcity of flora and fauna on Namek, the arrival of fresh life was indeed a beacon of hope. Coupled with Bulma's advanced technological devices and her astute intellect, her presence continuously alleviated the Namekian struggles, resolved various issues, and reversed ecological crises, effectively propelling the development of the Namekian society. Undoubtedly, she had become their savior. In simpler terms, had Bulma initially declared her intention to wish upon the Dragon Balls, no one would have taken her seriously. They might have deemed her a dreamer. However, now, if she were to express her desire to make a wish, the Namekians would eagerly offer her the Dragon Balls. Lin Xuan has truly witnessed the remarkable social finesse Bulma possesses. Likewise, Son Gohan and Chi-Chi also excel in social interactions. Aside from his designated training times with Lin Xuan and Piccolo, Gohan has formed close bonds with the Namekian children. His charming and innocent demeanor quickly won the hearts of the Namekians, while Chi-Chi has endeared herself by caring for their young ones, thereby accumulating a wealth of social goodwill. Notably, among these children is someone whom Lin Xuan never anticipated, the future Earth Guardian, Dandy. Unbeknownst to them, despite the divergence from the original storyline, he and Son Gohan have forged a friendship since childhood. Lin Xuan even contemplated seizing this opportunity to take Dandy back to Earth with him. Of course, that is a matter for another time. On a certain island in Namek, Lin Xuan stood motionless, honing his mental fortitude while sharpening his sensitivity to energy. Sweat trickled down his face, revealing his discontent. I still fall short. My strength is insufficient, he sighed. He was striving to sense the energy of Earth, refining his mastery over it. Unfortunately, his energy perception could barely extend beyond the entire Vega star system, let alone reach the distant solar system. Initially, he had hoped that mastering instant transmission would allow him to detect Earth's energy and return directly. However, it now seemed an unattainable feat. With his battle power nearing 8 million, his energy was far from sufficient to transcend the vast star clusters. Certainly, wandering among the life-bearing planets of the Vega star system posed little challenge. By this measure, simply sensing Earth's energy from Namek would require a battle power exceeding 100 million, perhaps even reaching into the billions. Moreover, he needed a sufficiently potent energy signature from that side to pinpoint his target. Reflecting on the original narrative, Son Goku utilized instant transmission to reach the new Namek during the Android Saga, successfully traversing interstellar distances. In contrast, Lin Xuan's current strength pales in comparison, lagging behind Goku's by hundreds or thousands of times. Steadying his mind, he exhaled deeply. Very well, I'll take my time. Since instant transmission back is not feasible, I shall diligently master the transformation into a Super Saiyan, along with the basic divine power cultivation bestowed by Shenron, he murmured, redirecting his focus. unyielding and undeterred. One seeks greater breakthroughs in areas where one falls short. Suddenly, an ominous aura manifested within Lin Chuan's senses, an unmistakably malevolent presence that did not originate from planet Namek. He abruptly raised his gaze to the heavens, certain that this malevolent force was drawing ever closer to Namek. Chapter 77, Frieza? The Grand Elder, Slag has returned. Who possesses such a sinister aura, and has managed to locate Namek during this period? Although the intensity of this aura is not overwhelming, it certainly possesses a combat power in the hundreds of thousands. In this era, the essence of this aura, rife with wickedness and bloodlust, conjured a figure in Lin Chuan's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned, not from fear, but from disbelief. Could this aura truly belong to Frieza? No, that is implausible. Yet, if not Frieza, then who could it possibly be? Furrowing his brow, Lin Chuan heightened his vigilance, delving into his memories of relevant narratives. Logically, no outsiders should be able to reach planet Namek at this stage, given the unexpected turn of events. The only explanation seemed to lie in the ramifications of his own actions, akin to the flapping of a butterfly's wings. In terms of combat strength, Frieza's first transformation boasts a battle power of 530,000. Apart from Frieza, Lin Chuan could scarcely envision anyone else capable of such power. Just as Lin Chuan grappled with his suspicions, the aura of Neru entered his perception, swiftly approaching him. Though Lin Chuan had not engaged in any overt actions or sought to cultivate relationships during these days, he had nonetheless altered the Namekians' initial perceptions of him, albeit slightly. This was especially true for Neru, who had initially harbored extreme hostility towards Lin Chuan. However, after their battles and exchanges, Neru gradually came to respect Lin Chuan, gaining insight into his character through their interactions in both combat and life. At the very least, Lin Chuan was not a malevolent being and posed no threat to the Namekian race. Neru, what brings you to me? Lin Chuan inquired. Observing the sudden arrival of Neru without disclosing the aura he had sensed, instead opting to inquire about his purpose. Although he suspected that Neru's visit might be related to the malevolent presence he sensed, he felt it prudent to hear Neru's intentions first. After all, the timing of this occurrence was too coincidental. Lin Chuan, the Grand Elder has requested your presence, Neru stated, revealing the purpose of his visit. He did not elaborate on the matter, but it was clear that the Grand Elder would not summon him without just cause. It seems the situation is more dire than I had anticipated. Just who could this malevolent force be? Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes, pondering deeply. Since the Grand Elder wishes to see me, then I shall go, he consented with a nod, employing his flight technique to take off. Rather than speculate here, it would be more prudent to seek answers directly from the Grand Elder. Neru followed closely behind. Two individuals, one in front of the other, soon arrived at the residence of the Great Elder. As anticipated, Piccolo and Son Gohan were already present, seemingly awaiting their arrival for a considerable time. Lin Chuan once again encountered the Great Elder. I have arrived, Great Elder. Please speak frankly, you would not summon us without cause. Lin Chuan cut straight to the chase. Upon hearing this, the Great Elder nodded slightly. After days of rest, he had fully recovered his strength. I trust you have sensed it as well. A formidable and malevolent force is approaching our planet, Namek. I believe it will not be long before it arrives. The Great Elder's words immediately shocked Nairu, Piccolo, and Son Gohan. Initially, they were unaware of the specifics. Now, with the Great Elder's assertion, they focused their minds to perceive the situation in the cosmos. Shortly thereafter, they all sensed an incredibly sinister aura. Despite their considerable strength, the overwhelming malevolence caused their expressions to shift dramatically, especially Nairu, whose combat power had increased over the past few days through training, yet still amounted to merely over 40,000. Great Elder, is this evil aura preparing to invade our Namek? Nairu inquired with utmost seriousness. For some reason, this malevolent energy feels somewhat familiar. It is the aura of the Demon Clan, Piccolo interjected. Son Gohan, knowing little of the context, stood by attentively listening. Since you have brought it up, let us clarify. It appears you are not unfamiliar with this malevolent aura, Lin Chuan stated candidly. At this, the Great Elder sighed, alas. It is all due to the origin of this evil power. It is linked to the first child I sent away to another planet. What? Piccolo exclaimed in astonishment. This situation mirrored his own. However, he was not the Great Elder's child. Indeed, just like you, Piccolo. Years ago, Kakarot sent you away as part of our Namekian heritage. While I sent my child, Shrag? As the Great Elder spoke, Lin Chuan raised an eyebrow, memories flooding his mind. Although the unfolding events were somewhat unexpected, the name Shrag was not foreign to him. He vividly recalled Shrag's appearance in an alternate movie, which was profoundly impactful. Lin Chuan distinctly remembered that it was Shrag's arrival that triggered Son Goku's transformation into a Super Saiyan. In the main storyline, Goku achieved this breakthrough during his battle with Frieza following Krillin's death, but in another timeline, it was Shrag who first prompted Goku to transcend his limits. I never anticipated it would be this individual. It seems this reality aligns with my assumptions. Anything is possible, and many characters from alternate narratives indeed exist. A sense of certainty settled within him. Although he harbored no fear of Frieza in his untransformed state, should he encounter him now, he would undoubtedly seek to annihilate Frieza before his transformation could commence. The revelation that it was not Frieza, but rather Shrag, stirred a different sentiment within him. Had the Grand Elder anticipated Shrag's imminent arrival when they struck their recent bargain? Surely, he ought to have forewarned him otherwise. With his eyes partially closed, the Grand Elder elucidated the situation as he listened to the continuous recounting of events. The essence of his words conveyed that Shrag's arrival was wholly unexpected. Though the reasons for Shrag's return at this juncture eluded him, the Grand Elder expressed a desire for Lin Xuan's assistance in subduing him. Regardless of whether Shrag had succumbed to dark forces or had ventured into extremism, as a father, he wished to attempt guidance. After all, he was his child, and he had his own designs. Even if Shrag truly intended invasion or revenge, Lin Xuan found himself unable to refuse. Moreover, from the outset, the Grand Elder had established a mutual understanding with him to assist one another without compromising their respective interests. Regarding Shrag, Lin Xuan could only assert that as long as Shrag did not provoke his own downfall, he would not mind granting him a chance at mercy. After all, there was no enmity between them, and Lin Xuan was never one to instigate conflict. Such confidence? It was only natural. First, Shrag had become an aged relic, his strength reduced to less than a tenth of its former peak. Second, even if he succeeded in using the Dragon Balls to wish for youth, Lin Xuan was confident in his ability to suppress him. Despite the high regard in which the North Kai held him in the movie, he still fell short when compared to Frieza. Furthermore, there were no Dragon Balls available to grant him wishes at present. His current power level, even at its zenith, barely exceeded 1 million. Chapter 78, Sovereign of the Galaxy, once engaged in discourse with King Cold. In the vast cosmos, a colossal spacecraft soared swiftly through the void. Within this grand vessel, Shrag, who fancied himself a super Namekian, sat upon his imposing throne, surveying his subordinates. Angela, Doladebo, Kixio, Kigu, and Mitamachi, these elite generals had fought alongside him in his numerous cosmic conquests. How much longer must I endure this? Until when shall I rely on these substances? Grasping a vial of life-prolonging capsules, Shrag bellowed in exasperation. Initially, upon discovering that these elixirs could stave off aging, he felt elated and invigorated. However, as their efficacy waned and ceased to deliver the initial miraculous effects, he became frantic, irritable, and restless. He did not wish to perish. He had yet to fulfill his dream of conquering the universe. As a being of unparalleled power, he was destined to be a ruler. For many years, he traversed the cosmos, his reputation formidable, having established a vast legacy over the years. However, with the onset of inevitable aging, he was compelled to retract his ambitions, struggling to survive amidst the stars while evading past adversaries. In moments when he recognized that life was paramount, all else became trivial. No longer able to confront the formidable powers of the universe head-on, he resorted to concealing his whereabouts. Recently, he received intel from a spy embedded within the Frieza Force, which activated the remnants of memories he had long harbored. After nearly 2 months of relentless pursuit, he located his homeland in the Vega star system. He sought to utilize the Dragon Balls, steeped in ancestral memory, to fulfill his deepest desires. It was imperative that the transmitted information was genuine, and that the Namekian planet had not met its demise, nor had the Namekians perished in recent years. Only by reclaiming his youth could he aspire to rival any existence. Even Frieza, who now reigned supreme across the cosmos, would be rendered insignificant in his eyes. He perceived Frieza's self-proclaimed title of Universal Emperor as merely a product of his lineage. The connection to King Cold, were he still in his prime, Frieza would seem inconsequential. Ultimately, he envied the longevity of the Frost Demons. A millennium was considered extensive for most races in the universe, yet it paled in comparison to their lineage. He recollected a time when he conversed with King Cold, who nonchalantly remarked that he could live for several millennia more, a comment that had struck him profoundly. Now, although King Cold had retreated for many years, he knew that the king remained unchanged, as formidable as ever. Enraged, Shrag crushed the life capsules in his grasp, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. At that moment, any misstep in response or unwarranted provocation would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Lord Shrag, we have 2 hours remaining. We shall arrive at the Namekian planet shortly, reported Doladapo, trembling with trepidation. 2 hours? Excellent. After such a long wait. I hope my kin are not dull-witted, Shrag thought, mentally preparing for the worst. His nature was direct, often selfish, always prioritizing his own interests. Should his kin cooperate, he would seize control and assume leadership, ultimately claiming the Dragon Balls for himself. If they resisted, he would annihilate them all. Soon, the fleeting passage of 2 hours had elapsed. Shrag's spacecraft breached the atmosphere of the Namekian planet, hovering in the sky as it searched for a suitable landing site. Meanwhile, within this realm, a colossal island stood, where, aside from a few warriors tasked with guarding the tribe, nearly all capable Namekian fighters had gathered. Under the leadership of Naru, they gathered to protect Namek. Lin Chuan, Piccolo, and Son Gohan were also present. The events of the previous 2 hours had been made abundantly clear. At long last, the moment had arrived. After such a lengthy wait, one could only hope it was not a mere buffoon. Piccolo, eager and restless, could hardly contain his anticipation. A fervent desire to test his strength had been brewing within him since he had reached his current level of power. Aside from sparring with Lin Chuan, Naru, and Son Gohan, he had not engaged in a true battle. The arrival of a fellow warrior, Slag, from his own lineage was indeed fortuitous. Uncle Piccolo. I sense a most eerie presence, as though a devil from the depths of hell has emerged. Son Gohan trembled, unable to suppress his shivers at the ominous aura emanating from the spacecraft. This unsettling energy made him feel profoundly uncomfortable. Although he was not particularly fearful, his youthful heart was inevitably shaken by the encounter. There is no need for fear. You are no longer the person you once were. Even if that energy is formidable, we shall not falter against it. Summon your courage, Gohan. Piccolo encouraged. Hearing this, Son Gohan nodded earnestly and replied, Yes, Uncle Piccolo. Observing the two poised for immediate action, Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes and spoke, Let us refrain from hasty moves for the moment. We must first ascertain the intentions and circumstances of our adversary. The unfolding of events remained an unpredictable variable. Lin Chuan had no intention of taking the initiative. Patience was paramount. Upon hearing Lin Chuan's words, Naru and the others calmed themselves as well. Even in the absence of the elder's directive, all were aware of Lin Chuan's formidable strength, which was enough to inspire confidence among the group. After a considerable interval, a Namekian with keen eyesight exclaimed, Look, the spaceship is moving. At this proclamation, all attention was drawn to the colossal vessel. From its apex, a massive mechanical apparatus shot forth with remarkable speed, soaring into the heavens and hovering high above Namek. Before the gathered crowd, the device began to whirl and operate swiftly. An endless torrent of black mist erupted from it, rapidly shrouding the sky and plunging the world into an abyss devoid of sunlight. The noxious smoke carried a corrosive essence, causing a sudden drop in temperature. In a mere instant, the once vibrant Namek seemed to regress to an era marked by cataclysm and climatic upheaval, while others remained oblivious. Lin Chuan understood all too well what this device was and its implications. If allowed to persist, the entire planet would undergo a transformation. Should this mechanism remain intact, all flora and fauna on the planet would face extinction. Chapter 79. Piccolo and Slag. Though belonging to the same demonic race, disparities remain. As the environment abruptly transformed beneath the ominous clouds overhead, a peculiar particle seemed to manifest within the space, enabling certain unique entities to thrive. Subsequently, the door of the spacecraft swung open, unleashing a torrent of armored combatants, hundreds in number, who formed two striking and orderly lines before the vessel. Following them, the leaders of the demonic race, who had accompanied Shrag in his cosmic campaigns, emerged in succession. Finally, the venerable Shrag himself made his entrance. Despite his advanced age, his physique remained robust, and his demeanor exuded a calm gravitas, betraying no signs of frailty. This was largely due to the fact that those present were unaware of the formidable strength Shrag once possessed. Only through comparison could the disparity be discerned. Is this the planet Namek? One must admit that although it is a life-bearing world, it is remarkably barren. And they, I presume, are the kin of King Shrag? Their appearances bear a striking resemblance, and they all possess considerable strength. After evaluating the planet Namek, Angela remarked upon witnessing the vigilant Namekians in the distance. According to the data provided, the majority possess combat power in the thousands. If it were daytime, we might not stand a chance against them. However, under the shroud of the demon realm mist, this will be the stronghold of our demonic kin. Our power will be exponentially enhanced. Doradebo chuckled ominously, astonished by the prowess of the Namekians, yet feeling emboldened by their own strength. This confidence stemmed from the transformative mist of the demon realm. Hold on. Aside from the kin of King Shrag, there are others from different planets present. Metamachi exclaimed upon spotting Lin Chuan and Sun Wukong. Hearing his subordinate's words, Shrag moved to the forefront. His gaze swept across the assembly of Namekians, who bore an uncanny resemblance to his youthful self, and he inhaled deeply. This is my homeland. And my kin. Such a grand reception for my return is rather overwhelming, Shrag mused as he scanned the crowd, ultimately focusing on Lin Chuan and Sun Wukong. Prompted by Metamachi's words. Humans? A tail? I see. It appears that this pair, one large and one small, must be Scions. Shrag instantly recognized Lin Chuan and Sun Wukong. In his memory, Scions had once served him, but after the fallout with King Cooled, they had vanished from sight. Even now? He recalled the monkey legion that King Cooled had nurtured, the so-called warrior race. However, he remembered that the Scion planet had been obliterated by Frieza decades ago, leaving only a few, such as Vegeta, behind. Could it be that this news pertains to the Scions of Earth arriving at Namek? Or perhaps, other Scions have wandered here. After some contemplation, Shrag dismissed the matter entirely. To him, the Scions were merely savage monkeys. Even if they possessed some strength, it was of little significance. His objective was the Dragon Balls, and everything else was inconsequential. The atmosphere was exceedingly peculiar. It could be said that both factions stood in stark opposition, neither daring to make the first move or cross the line. Ultimately, it was Nera who stepped forward, as the representative of the Namekians. He also served as the spokesperson for the Grand Elder. You must be Shrag, the child who was sent away from Namek all those years ago. Now you return, accompanied by so many extraterrestrials, and have released the mist above to alter the planet's environment. What are your intentions? As he posed this question, Nera's expression was far from pleasant. Undoubtedly, he did not oppose the return of his kin, but to return and directly assault their home planet was quite another matter. What are my intentions? How dare you, a mere youth, question me? Shrag retorted sharply, were it not for the fact that they shared the same lineage. Nera's words would have been enough to provoke lethal wrath. Shrag held his status in high regard, thus viewing the younger generation with utter disdain. You. Under Shrag's blatant intimidation, Nera's face shifted from green to purple with indignation. Indeed, he was a junior, for above him were the elders. Those who were the direct offspring of the Grand Elder, much like Shrag. In the past, the Grand Elder, as the sole survivor, had created 108 Namekians in one breath. Now, only a handful of elders remained. Allow me to interject, Piccolo said, noticing Neru rendered speechless with anger as he approached. In terms of lineage, he was indeed of the same generation as Shrag. After all, although he was the offspring of Piccolo I, he was not solely that. He was merely a new being, inheriting all that Piccolo I had embodied. His reason for stepping forward was also due to his disdain for Shrag's arrogance and pretentiousness. Even he, the Demon King Piccolo, found such behavior beneath him. Are there truly no elders left in your clan? He challenged, preparing to exert pressure, only to realize that Piccolo seemed distinct from Neru and his companions. Undoubtedly, the disparity in power was immense. I am not the little one you presume me to be. Rather than engage in meaningless banter or squander time, I prefer to be direct. You returned with intentions of invasion and plunder, did you not? Otherwise, why would you unleash that malevolent mist upon our home planet? Piccolo stated bluntly. Upon hearing this, Shrag glared furiously, sensing something amiss. He realized that this kin, like himself, bore the power of the demon race within. So that was it. No wonder he dared to stand forth. You, like us, have undergone the baptism of demonic strength. Very well, you possess some merit to converse with me. Thus, I shall no longer conceal my intentions. With a sudden, fierce expression, Shrag declared, I have come for the Dragon Balls. If it were to be granted to me, we would coexist peacefully, and once my wish is fulfilled, I would depart without a word. Before I could finish my thought, Piccolo scoffed. Are you deluding yourself? Let me guess, you're contemplating using the Dragon Balls to regain your youth? Upon hearing this, Shrag's eyes widened in shock. Not only had he faced a blatant refusal, but his desire had also been laid bare. Instantly, Shrag's expression darkened. His worst fears had materialized. If that is the case, then there is nothing more to discuss. The Dragon Balls must belong to me. With a cold snort, Shrag spoke with a menacing tone. Seemingly grasping his intent, his subordinates immediately understood and revealed cruel smiles. They were all demons, inherently inclined to slay. Defy King Shrag. A death sentence awaits. My minions, attack. With a commanding shout, Doradebo set in motion hundreds of armored warriors, surging forth like a swarm of bees. This movement signified the unavoidable onset of battle. Fellow warriors, defend our homeland. Repel the invaders. Nello commanded. As the combat-ready Namekians launched into the fray, unflinching. Chapter 80. The Outbreak of Chaos. Lin Chuan's Dominance. As the battle commenced, only Piccolo, Nello, Lin Chuan, and Gohan refrained from engaging. Piccolo and Nello focused their attention on Shrag and the elite demon warriors, while Lin Chuan contemplated other matters. As for Gohan, witnessing the Namekian fighters clashing with the alien demons ignited a profound aversion within him. Though he possessed extraordinary strength and had endured rigorous training, he had never before encountered such a scene. The sight of casualties on both sides, especially the gruesome fates of Shrag's soldiers, some dismembered, others impaled, was a brutal and bloody spectacle that left Gohan trembling with fear. His kind-hearted nature yearned for a resolution without bloodshed. He wished for no lives to be lost in this conflict. Yet, such hopes were futile. Still undergoing his transformation, he would soon realize that sometimes, no matter one's wishes, others may not share the same sentiment. Instinctively seeking refuge, he inadvertently collided with Piccolo. Observing Gohan's terror-stricken demeanor, Piccolo showed no pity. Maintaining his indifferent stance as he reprimanded, "Gohan, open your eyes and see clearly. This is true combat. It's either you or them. You have not had the opportunity before. But now you must learn from this. Otherwise, even if your power is great, you will ultimately remain weak. The weak cannot protect those they wish to safeguard. The weak will only be consumed by the strong. Thus, when facing invaders, do not hesitate." The stern words of Piccolo reached Son Gohan's ears, causing him to instinctively tremble. He had no retreat left. This was the guidance from his own father. Lin Xuan, standing nearby, felt a flicker of admiration for Piccolo. This fellow truly possessed a remarkable skill. Son Gohan had been thoroughly trained under his tutelage. Although Lin Xuan might also manage to accomplish this, it would require considerable effort on his part. "I understand now, Uncle Piccolo." Gohan gritted his teeth, courage surging within him as he redirected his gaze to the battlefield. The brutal and bloody scenes continued unabated, limbs flying, explosions erupting, and blood saturating the air. In the brief span of 2 to 3 minutes since the onset of battle, a lopsided situation had emerged. The shrimp and crab soldiers on Shlag's side had been completely annihilated when faced with the ferocious and formidable Namekian warriors. Meanwhile, the casualties among the Namekians were minimal, with not a single death reported. The most severe injuries consisted of severed arms and penetrating wounds, all of which could be regenerated through their cellular healing abilities. Watching the remnants of his soldiers being slaughtered, Shlag's forehead bulged with veins, his anger intensifying. This was nearly all of his resources. Although these warriors were not elite, each possessed a combat strength of at least 1,000. Some even exceeded 3,000 to 5,000 in power. Simultaneously, the demon leaders, Angela, Doladebo, Kishu, Giku, and Metamachi, were taken aback by the fierce combat prowess displayed by the Namekians. Such formidable strength required their direct intervention to resolve. Ultimately, it was a matter of impatience. They had launched the attack before the mist of the demon realm could take effect. Otherwise, those elite soldiers would not have suffered such a devastating defeat. "All of you, advance. Eliminate them. This king has no time to waste." Shlag's heart was filled with rage, and his low voice was laced with a palpable killing intent. Upon hearing this command, his remaining capable subordinates were drenched in sweat. They were torn between fear of Shlag and the overwhelming strength of the Namekians. Who could have anticipated that the outcome would be this dire? It was said that while the Namekians were powerful, their strength was not so outrageous. Shlag issued a deadly command. Everyone was required to engage, including the 5 demon leaders. "As you command, King Shlag." Responding to the directive, Angela, Doladebo, Kishu, Giku, and Metamachi all prepared to take action. The situation on the battlefield did not ease due to their numerical superiority. Instead, it grew increasingly intense. Especially with the involvement of the 5 demon leaders, the Namekian warriors began to falter. Despite their numerical advantage, the disparity in strength had become evident. The demon leaders were simply too formidable. The difference between combat powers in the tens of thousands and those in the 2,000 to 3,000 range was as vast as heaven and earth. It appeared as though a dimensional strike had descended, with a mere flick of their wrist. The leaders of the demon clan could effortlessly vanquish 10 foes without sustaining a scratch. The once formidable warriors from Namek were rendered powerless, reduced to mere ants beneath their might. "Humph! Do not become overly arrogant. I shall show you my prowess." Upon witnessing his comrades being so ruthlessly crushed, Nera felt a surge of indignation and chose to act. He could no longer hold back. Initially, he had believed that his kin could dispatch the minions summoned by Shrag, leaving him to contend solely with Shrag himself. However, the disparity in strength was far too great. Shrag's subordinates were not all inept. Among them were not only the 5 demon leaders but also a dozen exceptionally skilled warriors. As the battle prolonged, these adversaries displayed an unsettling resilience, growing more formidable with each passing moment. In stark contrast, the Namekian warriors seemed to falter, their stamina waning and their strength diminishing. Leading the charge, Neru selected the nearest opponent, Angela. At that moment, Angela, bolstered by the mists of the demon realm, felt his power swell. He believed himself capable of subduing all. Unaware that he would soon face Neru, a super warrior with an astounding combat power exceeding 40,000. "Gohan, after extensive training. It is time for you to undergo real combat experience. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Xuan's eyes sparkled with determination as he addressed Son Gohan. Upon hearing this, Piccolo nodded in agreement, sharing Lin Xuan's sentiment. Gohan, however, was taken aback, never having imagined he would need to fight personally. Can I really do this? Uncle Lin Xuan, I'm scared, he stammered, his youthful voice laced with trepidation. Believe in yourself. You are already quite strong. Piccolo encouraged him. Lin Xuan nodded and added, Gohan, I have faith that if you overcome your inner demons and apply yourself earnestly, you will become a true warrior capable of standing on your own. And do you not desire world peace? If you are the only one who can assist the Namekians, will you choose to step forward or hide away? His motivational words gradually assuaged Gohan's fear. He was a clever child, understanding what he needed to do, and quickly adjusted his mindset. I understand, Uncle Lin Xuan. Uncle Piccolo. I will take this seriously, Gohan declared, his demeanor shifting. Though a complete transformation would require further trials, he had taken the first step. Excellent. Now, I am assigning you your first mission. Do you see that grotesque creature resembling a toad? Go defeat him and rescue the Namekian warriors over there. With a pointed gesture, Lin Xuan's lips curved into a knowing smile. In the original tale, Gohan had fallen victim to being devoured by his opponent, but now, under the tutelage of Lin Xuan and Piccolo, Gohan's combat power had soared to nearly 200,000 points. Could he possibly lose this time? On the other side, having just absorbed the energy of 3 Namekian warriors, the gluttonous Metamachi had not yet struck. Noticing Lin Xuan's subtle hint, his focus shifted. Huh? Sending a mere human brat to challenge me? Do you truly underestimate Lord Metamachi? The words erupted from his mouth as he charged forward. Lin Xuan and Piccolo remained still, maintaining their original stances, one hand resting on his waist, the other crossing his arms. Meanwhile, Son Gohan stood ready, for his opponent had arrived. His serious demeanor shone brightly. With a sudden shift in energy, Son Gohan shouted, unleashing a formidable aura that sent Metamachi flying backward. This display infuriated Metamachi, who defiantly retorted, You little brat. Daring to toy with your leader? Prepare to face my wrath. Suddenly, his form began to contort. From his back, flesh writhed. And soon 4 diminutive Metamachis emerged from his body. Small ones, drain his energy. Metamachi commanded, sensing the pure energy within Son Gohan. Lin Xuan had witnessed such a scene before, yet it still astonished him for a moment. Piccolo, however, dismissed it with scorn, a lowly demon's trick. Gohan, finish him off quickly. Don't let them bite you. Yes, Uncle Piccolo. Gritting his teeth, Son Gohan unleashed a considerable surge of energy. Visions of countless battles flashed through his mind, and in an instant, he struck, delivering punches and kicks. The small Metamachis were no match for his might, and were swiftly defeated. Without pause, Son Gohan charged directly toward the true Metamachi. What? Metamachi was taken aback, bewildered by Son Gohan's ferocity. Is this truly a child? This power is utterly terrifying. Son Gohan did not disappoint Piccolo and Lin Xuan. This lad thrived on their encouragement, propelling him toward faster growth. In the next moment, Lin Xuan's gaze shifted to Piccolo. Why had Piccolo still not made a move? As his attention gradually focused on Slag, Lin Xuan understood. Did he wish to engage that fellow? With his strength, he was indeed capable of facing him. However, caution was warranted. For that individual had survived for an extensive period. One does not endure such time without possessing some skill. Lin Xuan spoke, and Piccolo nodded in acknowledgement. I don't need your reminders, I'm aware. After that, he leaped high, positioning himself before Slag. Lin Xuan crossed his arms, adopting a spectator's posture, continuing to observe. As for the others, Nailu could handle them. After Son Gohan dealt with Metamachi, he could assist Nailu in vanquishing the remaining foes. The contest between 2 Namekians endowed with extraordinary potential is indeed unfortunate, as Piccolo remains too young. Had a year passed, he might have far surpassed Slug. Nevertheless, given your current prowess, you stand a chance against the aging Slug. This battle will prove immensely beneficial for you. Lin Xuan was acutely aware of the outcome of this clash. Allowing Piccolo to engage in combat serves as an opportunity for him to confront Slug, enabling him to glimpse a higher realm. After the Elder's enhancement of his potential, it must be said that Piccolo has become somewhat overconfident. He is in dire need of a humbling experience, particularly at the hands of his own kin. Before the colossal spaceship, Slug was slightly taken aback to see Piccolo approaching him directly. He had not anticipated that Piccolo would possess the confidence to confront him. As fellow members of the demon race, shall we join forces? With your strength, remaining on a single planet is a gross underutilization of your talents. Join me, and we shall share everything. Once we obtain the Dragon Balls, you shall receive your due share of the credit. Slug, fueled by an unknown confidence, extended an olive branch to Piccolo. He recognized the unique power emanating from Piccolo, sensing that they were of the same ilk, given the demonic aura surrounding him. His subordinates had proven increasingly inept, and now they lacked the ability to contend even with ordinary members of their race. Slug was in urgent need of formidable allies to ensure he would not be left without capable henchmen in the future. I fear I must disappoint you. I have no interest in your offer, nor do I harbor the slightest desire for the Dragon Balls. I stand before you solely to engage in combat, Piccolo declared, unwilling to prolong the conversation. His gaze shifted dramatically, and his aura surged rapidly. In an instant, he launched his attack, catching the still-stunned Slug completely off guard. With a relentless barrage of punches and kicks, Piccolo sent Slug hurtling through the air and then unleashed an astonishingly destructive energy beam from his palm, which swiftly consumed Slug's corporeal form. The vast energy unleashed was unfathomably potent. It penetrated Slug's body, skimming across the earth for thousands of meters before colliding with a towering island. A cataclysmic explosion stirred a terrifying tempest akin to a nuclear detonation, with a mushroom cloud ascending into the heavens. All attention was drawn to this spectacle. Not only the warriors of Namek, but also Slug's demonic subordinates gasped in astonishment. Such a fearsome bombardment of energy was more than sufficient to annihilate them. It seemed as though the scales of advantage had tipped entirely in Piccolo's favor. Yet, he did not allow himself to become overconfident. The gravity of the situation remained etched upon his face, revealing a hint of apprehension. Before him, amidst the billowing smoke, Shrag's formidable physique remained steadfast, impervious to the explosive energy that surged around him, sustaining minimal harm. Despite his age, his robust form stood resilient. As the smoke dissipated, Shrag's figure emerged, revealing only the tattered black cloak, shattered by a blow from Piccolo, thus exposing his true visage, a yellowed, aged Namekian, with his true form unveiled. Shrag's wrinkled countenance was suffused with fury. In his dark, malevolent eyes, an overwhelming and boundless intent to kill simmered. I granted you a chance. You sought your own demise. With that declaration, Shrag surged forward, charging at Piccolo. In response, Piccolo assumed a defensive stance, focusing his strength as he faced the approaching Shrag. He unleashed a powerful punch. A sharp sound sliced through the air. Just as Piccolo's fist was about to connect with Shrag, the latter vanished from sight, only to reappear behind him. What? Sensing the imminent danger, Piccolo instinctively attempted to evade. Alas, his speed lagged a fraction behind Shrag's. A resounding thud echoed as Shrag's powerful kick struck Piccolo's lower back, sending him flying hundreds of meters to crash against a rocky wall before finally coming to a halt. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain in his back, Piccolo steadied himself. He was not one to be easily subdued, nor one to concede defeat readily. Feeling the surge of power emanating from Shrag, he was not daunted. Rather, his fighting spirit ignited further. With a furious roar, he charged at Shrag at full speed. Boom, 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 boom. Engaging in close-quarters combat, Piccolo did not claim perfection. Yet he held absolute confidence in his ability to dominate within his realm, even against an opponent with a slight edge in combat prowess. Piccolo remained assured of his capacity to suppress them. Faced with Piccolo's fierce onslaught, Shrag, despite his aging body, felt the pressure mounting. Nevertheless, as a being who had traversed the cosmos for countless years, he would not yield to the youth, even in his twilight years. Damn it. If only my body were still youthful, such scum would not dare tread before me. With gritted teeth, Shrag focused entirely on defense. Although he possessed greater strength than Piccolo, the latter's physical state proved advantageous. As Shrag continued to defend, time revealed a chink in his armor, allowing Piccolo to exploit it. A heavy strike shattered Shrag's defenses, landing squarely on his face and forcing him back several meters. The ground bore witness to the deep grooves carved by his feet. Feeling the searing pain across his visage, Shrag instinctively wiped the corner of his mouth, revealing a conspicuous smear of purple blood on his fingers, a sight that filled him with profound humiliation. Fueled by rage, the power within Shrag surged forth as he launched a swift counterattack towards Piccolo, moving so rapidly that even Piccolo, fully focused, could not react in time. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive, full-force strikes landed on Piccolo's chest, head, and abdomen, 3 fatal points. With a grunt, Piccolo, struck hard, spewed forth a stream of black blood. His body soaring backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing into a colossal island and being buried beneath the debris. Is this body truly at its limit so soon? Merely engaging in slight movements has left me gasping for breath. It seems I must accelerate my pace. I must collect the Dragon Balls with utmost urgency. Shrag was acutely aware of his physical condition. He needed to act swiftly to eliminate all obstacles on Namek. Shrag had triumphed over Piccolo. This scene ignited a fervor among the Namekian warriors. The demon race, Death. Piccolo's defeat boded ill. And knowing that he could no longer afford to waste time, Nail erupted in fury. He harbored no sympathy for those of the demon race and unleashed a devastating wave of energy that consumed Angela's form before swiftly moving to eradicate other foes. Simultaneously, with Piccolo's collapse, Gohan unleashed his full potential. Initially engaged in a balanced tussle with Metamatch, the absence of Piccolo's energy sensing ignited a fierce anger within the young warrior, prompting him to hold nothing back. Not only did he unleash a power exceeding 200,000, but he also delivered a series of blows that sent Metamatch flying, landing directly in front of Shrag. Shrag, observing the battered Metamatch, noted that he retained some consciousness, yet his injured body clearly lacked the capacity to continue fighting. Humph. Useless trash. Witnessing Metamatch's diminished value, Shrag's fury intensified. Trash, all of it. He never spared the worthless. No, you cannot treat me this way. Shrag, my lord. Metamatch. Seeing the energy coalescing in Shrag's palm, was engulfed by panic. He yearned to flee, but in his current state, even movement was a struggle. Ultimately, he could only watch helplessly as Shrag prepared to strike. Boom. Under the incredible destructive force of an energy wave, Metamatch was obliterated, leaving no trace of his existence. The battlefield swiftly returned to silence. The chaotic skirmish had concluded. The once mighty Shrag army was reduced to a solitary figure, Shrag himself. All his subordinates had been vanquished by the Namekian warriors. The scene now resembled a coup d'etat, with numerous surviving Namekian warriors gathering together alongside Nail and Gohan, standing resolutely against Shrag. Were it anyone else, such a moment would surely incite chaos. However, Shrag remained entirely unfazed. Undoubtedly, he possessed ample confidence, coupled with absolute strength. The most formidable members of his kin had already been vanquished by him. The rest were, in his eyes, mere insects. He could easily crush a multitude with a flick of his wrist. They were nothing but inept failures, incapable of achieving anything worthwhile. Ultimately, it would fall upon me to take action. As Shrag stepped forward, facing the encirclement of so many, his demeanor was calm and composed, akin to an elder admonishing the younger generations of his clan. Upon removing the tattered helmet that had previously been shattered by Piccolo, his true visage was fully revealed. Do not presume that, just because this king is aged, you can triumph through sheer numbers. This body may indeed be diminished, yet it can still unleash a tremendous burst of power for a limited duration. My final counsel, yield to me the Dragon Balls, and after I make my wish, I shall depart. Otherwise, taking a deep breath, Shrag threatened. However, no one responded to him. Instead, Gohan shouted from the sidelines, "Stop dreaming. I will avenge Uncle Piccolo." Gohan, naively believing Piccolo to be dead, was consumed by a surge of fury that he could scarcely contain. "You little brat, and you wretched lot. You have truly provoked this king's wrath." With veins prominently protruding, Shrag ceased to conceal his power, actively awakening the dormant energy within him, unleashing abilities he had not wielded for many years. A deep, resounding roar erupted from Shrag's lips, and in an instant, his form underwent a remarkable transformation, visibly expanding at an astonishing rate. "Is this a form of gigantification?" One of the Namekian warriors gasped. Nello furrowed his brow. "No, this is not mere gigantification. This is Titan transformation. In the lore, this technique is regarded as a forbidden art. It allows one to transcend their limits by burning their life energy for a brief period. However, such a transformation exacts a tremendous toll afterward." "What? This is the legendary Titan transformation?" Numerous Namekian warriors gasped in astonishment. "Aha. I had no intention of employing this technique, but you have all been exceedingly disobedient. I have bestowed upon you multiple chances. Now, prepare to perish. Once I have eliminated you, the Dragon Balls will belong entirely to me." Observing the astonished expressions of the Namekian warriors, Shrag felt an overwhelming sense of pride and erupted into maniacal laughter. All the Namekian warriors present felt an immense, overwhelming pressure descend upon them, rendering them breathless. The weight of this oppressive force was suffocating. Indeed, aside from Nello, their strength was merely in the thousands, with some barely exceeding 1,000. Even the aged Shrag, after transforming into a Titan, boasted a combat power exceeding 1 million. Gohan, who had initially been brimming with determination to avenge Piccolo, found his own power level soaring to nearly 300,000, but upon witnessing this terrifying spectacle, he was immediately thrown back into despair. The situation had taken a complete turn. Just at that moment, Lin Chuan, who had been waiting for a long time, approached. His gaze scrutinized the gigantic slag, assessing his combat prowess without needing precise data, merely judging by his aura. He discerned that Slag's current fighting capability surpassed that of the untransformed Frieza, enabling him to contend with Frieza in his first transformation. Had Slag been in his youth, his power in this colossal state might well rival that of the final transformation of Frieza. Thus, the statement made by King Kai in the movie, that Slag was even more fearsome than Frieza might not be entirely unfounded. There exists another perspective. Slag could be far more intimidating than the untransformed Frieza, yet still fall short of the ultimate transformation of Frieza. If one were to interpret it this way, then Slag's ultimate fighting capability should range between several million to tens of millions. Lin Chuan was confident that, with Slag's rejuvenated strength, his power could at least be amplified tenfold. Hence, a combat power in the tens of millions was inevitable. Unfortunately, you have aged. Were you younger? I would indeed look forward to a battle with you. As the arena fell silent, Lin Chuan's words resonated clearly. Furthermore, given that Namekians possess superior hearing compared to other races, Slag felt his dignity had been profoundly insulted. He was the sovereign of the galaxy. How dare a mere Saiyan monkey challenge his authority? Damn it! This oblivious Saiyan, since you court death so brazenly, I shall oblige you. Provoked, Slag intended to use the motionless Lin Chuan as an example to intimidate others. He failed to consider that Lin Chuan had refrained from action not due to weakness, but because no sufficiently formidable opponent had compelled him to engage. Boom, boom, boom. The space around them erupted with a series of sonic booms. Slag's immense fist, akin to a small mountain, violently surged forward, bearing down upon Lin Chuan. The oppressive force was overwhelming, terrifying beyond measure. The Namekian warriors present felt a wave of anxiety for Lin Chuan. Though this Saiyan was immensely powerful, could he truly withstand such a fearsome blow? If it were they would likely be rendered senseless merely facing such horror, with no inclination to resist. Uncle Lin Chuan, be careful, Gohan exclaimed, having come to his senses. First it was Uncle Piccolo, and now Uncle Lin Chuan. He fervently wished for no harm to come to Lin Chuan as it had to Piccolo. As he felt the tremendous pressure of the incoming fist, Lin Chuan remained unfazed and raised a hand. Bang! The deafening roar reverberated through the space, centered around Lin Chuan. The surrounding area rippled violently, and a tempest of furious energy radiated outward in all directions. As this penetrating storm subsided, an unimaginable scene unfolded. With an utterly terrifying force, Shalag's heavy punch was effortlessly blocked by Lin Chuan with a single hand, unable to advance even a fraction. The ground beneath Lin Chuan remained unscathed. Such a formidable power was silently absorbed and neutralized. What? How is this possible? Shalag gasped in astonishment, his pupils dilating, mouth agape. Though his strength was diminished compared to before, it was not something just anyone could withstand. How could this seemingly frail Saiyan monkey effortlessly block his attack? Who on earth is this person? Is this truly your full strength? Such feeble force barely tickles me, let alone threatens my life. Lin Chuan jested with a smirk. The Saiyan merely fortuitously blocked a single strike from this king. Cease your self-importance. Provoked once more, Shalag's fury ignited, launching a relentless barrage of fists like a tempest. Boom, 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 boom. His fists, akin to small mountains, erupted with destructive might. Again and again, his devastating onslaught shattered the ground and shook the very fabric of space. The entire island, along with the surrounding waters, quaked incessantly. Smoke billowed and dust swirled. As Shalag's assault grew increasingly frenzied, he relentlessly hurled punches at Lin Chuan. But no matter how he struck, each blow was effortlessly deflected by Lin Chuan. In a short span, thick smoke enveloped the area, prompting Shalag to abandon this method of attack. It was not for lack of will, but because he suddenly lost sight of Lin Chuan. Damn it, where have you gone? Come out and face me. Shalag bellowed in frustration. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Chuan had stealthily positioned himself behind him, a pulsating sphere of crimson energy coalescing in his right hand. Hey there, old man, what are you looking at? Lin Chuan's voice rang out behind Shalag, as the crimson energy surged forward, breaching the space around them. Upon hearing the voice, Shalag's heart sank, and he swiftly turned his massive frame. What met his eyes was an ominous crimson energy sphere. What? What is this? Sensing the terrifying destructive power contained within, Shalag instinctively crossed his arms over his chest in a futile attempt to shield himself. Boom! The crimson energy wave pierced through his arms in an instant, ravaging his body and delivering a devastating blow to Shalag. Gah! As his body and arms were punctured, Shalag coughed up violet blood, his vitality plummeting dramatically. My body, my strength, no. The aged Shalag could not stem the flow of his waning power. Due to the severity of his injuries, his giant transformation began to fade, gradually returning him to his normal form. Age had taken its toll, rendering him almost powerless upon regaining his original shape. At this moment, even a casual strike from Piccolo would likely crush him effortlessly. Even Gohan would find himself in a dire predicament. If only he were in his youth. He would not accept such a fate. Slag lay on the ground, consumed by resentment. He loathed the fact that his body had aged to such an extent. In his prime, Not even severe wounds would have substantially diminished his combat prowess. Furthermore, what were these injuries? He could recover from them in an instant. Slag struggled to rise but found himself surrounded by Namekian warriors. In his current state of injury, he had no allies at his side. Under such circumstances, it seemed impossible to reverse the situation. How could a once mighty overlord of the galaxy, a former emperor, be reduced to this shameful state? His heart seethed with rage, and he was filled with indignation. Had he resigned himself to fate? Perhaps, but not entirely. At least, Slag's spirit remained unyielded. He did not recognize that his return to Namek had been a grave mistake from the outset. Had he approached with goodwill, had he retained even a shred of conscience, he would not have laid waste to his home planet. Yet he did. He came not as a Namekian, but as a former cosmic sovereign. Descending slowly, Lin Xuan approached Slag, and suddenly, the voice of the elder resonated in his mind. Lin Xuan, I am immensely grateful that you have defeated my son, who has succumbed to darkness. Please bring him to meet me. This telepathic communication was a skill Lin Xuan had recently acquired from the elder. Initially disregarded but later deemed useful for facilitating contact. Understood, but I recommend that you kill him. It is not that I underestimate him or believe he is beyond redemption. But granting him a moment of respite would mean that once I leave Namek, none of you would stand a chance against him, nor could you hope to suppress him. Lin Xuan responded to the elder mentally. I will attempt to guide him. If he remains obstinate, then as you say. The elder's voice replied. And Lin Xuan ceased to engage further. The elder was inherently indecisive. Without attempting to intervene, he would not relent. Stepping forward, Lin Xuan towered over Slag. Are you here to humiliate me, Scion? Slag glared defiantly at Lin Xuan, his eyes filled with boundless resentment and murderous intent. It was because of him that he had been brought to such a lowly state. I harbor no desire to humiliate you, old man. You ought to count yourself fortunate that the Grand Elder of Namek, your father, wishes to see you, hence you have temporarily retained your pitiful life. Had it not been for that, my earlier strike would not have merely injured you, but would have rendered you utterly lifeless. Lin Xuan's indifferent response left Sherlag in a state of astonishment. His father. With a chilling gaze fixed unwaveringly upon Lin Xuan, Sherlag struggled to maintain his composure. Having already faced defeat, he chose to uphold his dignity in another manner. After all, he was merely a member of the Scion race, annihilated by Frieza. You are but a lucky survivor, a wretched remnant of a fallen clan. The might of this king is beyond the comprehension of an insignificant insect like you. Had this been in my youth, your meager strength would have been crushed effortlessly by my hand. Shalag's retorts held no significance in Lin Xuan's eyes. He maintained a cold stare into Shalag's, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. With a resounding bang, an explosive shockwave rippled through the space around them. Sparing Shalag's life did not preclude him from continuing to pummel him. This insufferably arrogant individual could not endure the sight of Shalag's self-satisfied demeanor. With a forceful slap, Lin Xuan struck Sherlag, causing two of his teeth to shatter. Struck by this terrifying force, Shalag's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. A stubborn duck. Lin Xuan muttered before shifting his gaze elsewhere. The Namekian warriors who had witnessed this scene were drenched in sweat, their mouths twitching uncontrollably. They had always known Lin Xuan to be formidable, but this was an overwhelming display of power and intimidation that lacked any semblance of respect. Finally, it seems quieter now. Neru, please take him to see the Grand Elder, Lin Xuan instructed. Neru understood the gravity of the situation. Before acting, he nodded and gazed upward at the sky shrouded in dark smoke. We cannot allow that machine to continue releasing toxic fumes. It must be destroyed. As he spoke, a tremendous energy coalesced in his hands. Upon witnessing this, everyone comprehended his intent. With a thunderous roar, the energy erupted, creating a colossal explosion in the sky thousands of meters high. The heavens trembled as Neru's unleashed energy caused a great detonation, its dazzling brilliance blooming like fireworks. The machine that generated the demonic fog was obliterated, and the darkness enveloping the surface of Namek swiftly dissipated. In the end, the battlefield lay in ruins. Alongside an enormous spaceship, this artifact could certainly be left for Bulma to study. I am certain she would find it intriguing. All Namekian warriors rejoiced in the victory of this defense. Yet, a few among them, those who had shared a bond with Piccolo, remained sorrowful. Neru was naturally one of them. It was a rare occurrence for such a powerful being to emerge among the Namekians. In the wake of this great war, it is with sorrow that we observe the fall of a formidable warrior. Ultimately, none could have anticipated such an occurrence. While the possibility of death lingered in the minds of many, it was inconceivable that the most powerful of the Namekians, who stood unrivaled, would be the sole sacrifice. Tears welled in Gohan's eyes as he gazed upon the scene. Yet, Lin Xuan remained unfazed, for he had already sensed that Piccolo was alive. Previously, he had merely been struck and injured, unable to recover in time. After he freed himself, Shrag had already transformed into a giant and engaged Lin Xuan in combat. Fear not. That fellow is remarkably resilient. He is not fated to perish. If he were to be easily defeated, he would no longer be Piccolo. Lin Xuan's words left everyone in astonishment. Gohan, in particular, was incredulous. His expression shifted from sorrow to joy as he exclaimed, "Is it true, Uncle Lin Xuan?" "Of course. When have I ever misled you?" "Look over there," Lin Xuan replied, gesturing with a raised hand. In a seemingly inconspicuous corner, all eyes converged, and there stood Piccolo. Though injured, he was by no means gravely harmed. The revelation that Piccolo had survived brought immense joy to Gohan, who immediately soared towards him. Previously believing Piccolo to be dead had spurred Gohan's complete transformation. Just as in the original tale, where Piccolo sacrificed himself to shield him from Nappa's energy, Gohan had awakened fully. It must be said that, although merely a month had passed, the bond between Gohan and Piccolo had solidified profoundly. That connection, akin to familial love, was irreplaceable. Piccolo's survival also brought great joy to all the Namekian warriors. As for Piccolo himself, he felt deeply embarrassed by his defeat, choosing to remain hidden until the battle concluded. His overconfidence had led to his downfall, as he was vanquished in just a few exchanges. Nonetheless, this battle proved to be a valuable lesson. He realized that he could continue to grow stronger and glimpse a higher realm of power. While the majority of the warriors stayed behind to tidy the battlefield and guard the spacecraft, others accompanied Nara to escort Shrag to the Grand Elder's location. Naturally, Lin Xuan, Piccolo, and Gohan followed suit. After all, although the battle had ended, the fate of Shrag still needed to be determined. Upon arriving at the Grand Elder's residence, Lin Xuan personally led Shrag inside as a precaution. With Lin Xuan present and the Grand Elder himself speaking, everyone was obliged to wait outside. The Grand Elder, upon seeing a child he had not witnessed since birth, was visibly overwhelmed with emotion. He even strained to rise, only to abandon the effort due to his frail condition. Gazing at Shrag, who remained unconscious, the Grand Elder's heart ached, feeling as though he were witnessing a child transformed beyond recognition amidst the abyssal darkness of demonic energy. Initially, he sought merely to ensure the continuation of the Namekian legacy through Shrag, never foreseeing that this would inadvertently give rise to a malevolent tyrant capable of obliterating countless civilizations across the cosmos. As you aptly remarked, who can truly predict the future? In those days, you could not have envisioned that the present would unfold in such a manner, could you? Lin Xuan forcefully cast Shrag beside the Grand Elder. The aged and gravely wounded Shrag lay still, as if lifeless, not a sound escaping him. The Grand Elder felt a pang of sorrow. Yet he remained steadfast in his initial resolve. Indeed, he owed a debt to this child. However, if the child were beyond redemption, he would not hesitate to enact judgment. Since I have brought him into existence, it is my duty to bring this to an end. The Grand Elder extended a hand to grasp Shrag's head, harnessing his abilities to delve into Shrag's memories. This was his way of sharing the burden of Shrag's sins throughout his life. Soon, he beheld the entirety of Shrag's past. After the catastrophic disaster on planet Namek, Shrag was sent away and drifted through the cosmos. When the designated target planet was struck by a meteor and exploded, the spaceship's automated system chose the second planet. Yet, that planet had been seized by the demon race. Thus, from a young age, Shrag, due to his unique constitution, was adopted by the demons. His inherent combat prowess intensified after being infused with dark energy, and as he matured, it became evident that Shrag not only surpassed all previous demon leaders but also emerged as a paragon among his kind. This marked the inception of malevolence. With his formidable strength, Shrag's nature grew increasingly brutal. Cold-hearted and remorseless, he became a notorious dark overlord, his wickedness incomparable even to that of the infamous Demon King. Upon learning of Shrag's entire history and experiences, the Grand Elder ultimately found solace. He perceived no glimmer of hope for transformation, particularly as both he and Shrag had aged. Although Shrag still possessed nearly a century of life ahead, for the Namekians, those final 100 years resembled the last decade of a human's life from 90 to 100. A sudden shift in atmosphere startled Lin Xuan. Are you truly going to take action? Do you not intend to reveal your identity? Simply encountering him has sufficed. Should recognition occur, it could incite turmoil. He must face the consequences of his actions when I depart this life. I shall descend into hell to atone for our sins together. The Grand Elder's words resonated with profound melancholy. Lin Xuan understood, after all, who desires to witness their child traverse such a treacherous path. Ultimately, perhaps it is for the best that you have resolved to act according to your intentions. However, remember, you are you, and he is he. Though he may be your offspring, he is also an individual who has chosen his own path, and thus, you are not to blame. Lin Xuan offered this counsel. The Grand Elder said nothing further, but personally extinguished the last flicker of life within Slug. This act astonished Lin Xuan. who had not anticipated that the Namekian possessed such formidable abilities. The original text portrayal of the Grand Elder was, indeed, rather one-dimensional. Had he been in his youth, his power would have surely surpassed even the 1,000,000 or 10 million mark. Thus, the incident concerning Slug reached its conclusion. In simple terms, Slug's arrival resembled a vast reservoir of experience, fostering growth not only in Piccolo and Son Gohan, but also enhancing Lin Chuan's standing in the eyes of the Namekians. Subsequent to this, Lin Chuan and his companions lingered on Namek for over half a month, including the 6 days spent departing from Earth and their sojourn on this planet. A full month had elapsed. The reasons were manifold. Firstly, the Namekians required further assistance. Secondly, Slug's spaceship needed dismantling to transfer crucial components into portable capsules, necessitating ample time for Bulma. After all, on this planet, there were no additional helpers. Even with the assistance of intelligent robots, their numbers were exceedingly limited. Son Gohan, driven by his thirst for knowledge, accompanied Bulma and likely acquired a wealth of new insights. The third reason, of course, was the pursuit of training. Both Piccolo and Lin Chuan sought breakthroughs. Piccolo's strength experienced remarkable advancement as he guided some Namekians to enhance their power, particularly Nail, whose combat strength soared to a staggering 100,000. This astonishing progress was undoubtedly aided by the gravity training room. Meanwhile, Piccolo himself, after this period of rigorous training, achieved a combat power of 300,000, having become accustomed to training under 100-fold gravity. His innovative ideas also inspired Lin Chuan. Training under weighted conditions naturally increased the difficulty of cultivation, allowing the body to once again experience pressure. As for Lin Chuan himself, during these nearly 20 days of training, he diligently sought to transcend into a Super Saiyan. Ultimately, he even attempted to rely on fury as a means of breakthrough. However, unbridled rage often proved futile, leaving him unable to find the critical opportunity, thus stalling at a pivotal juncture. In terms of combat power, bolstered by the system, he truly surpassed 10 million. Now standing at 10,035,850 points. Today, all preparations were complete. It was time for them to depart from Namek. Notably, in the original narrative, Dandy would only later be brought back to Earth by Goku. However, this time, entrusted by the Grand Elder, he would return to Earth alongside them. Ostensibly visiting as a guest due to his close relationship with Son Gohan, the underlying intention was to forge a connection between the Namekian race and Earth. In this way, any future developments would intertwine the fates of both worlds. Moreover, Dandy's journey to Earth could undoubtedly be perceived as a preparation for him to ascend as the next deity. The Grand Elder's intentions, upon reflection, were indeed calculated, yet this endeavor bore no detriment to Lin Chuan. Rather, it was replete with advantages. Even if Dandy were to delay his arrival on Earth, he would inevitably make his way there, destined to become the planet's divine protector. Regardless of his status as a traveler capable of altering any narrative, Lin Chuan had no intention of tampering with Dandy's storyline. Upon arriving on Earth, Dandy would immediately enhance the Dragon Balls, and in the future, he would also upgrade the hyperbolic time chamber, providing invaluable assistance. Most significantly, Dandy possessed unparalleled healing abilities, unrivaled in this era. Thus, their expedition to Namek concluded. As they boarded the spacecraft for their return to Earth, the atmosphere was markedly more joyous than before. With Dandy's inclusion and the improved dynamics among the group, their lives became increasingly harmonious. While Lin Chuan was oblivious to many matters, one thing he was certain of was that Piccolo would undoubtedly send Dandy to the deity Piccolo. Unbeknownst to him, Piccolo had undergone a transformation. His contemplations now extended further into the future. He seemed to comprehend the Grand Elder's intentions, which explained his lack of opposition. Although Dandy's future might be solitary, the present Earth could not afford to be without a deity or the Dragon Balls. Piccolo, still youthful, recognized that the elder deity Piccolo was aging, and once that old fellow departed, he too would fade into oblivion. This was the fate of duality. Despite their evolution into distinct beings, their essence remained one. Upon reaching Earth, the colossal spacecraft descended near Bulma's research facility in West City. Having received news of Bulma's return early that day, Dr. Brief had been waiting for some time. After disembarking, Bulma busied herself, coordinating with her father and sharing the spoils of their journey. Lin Chuan, meanwhile, promptly confirmed whether the spatial imprint of Namek could be sensed. The outcome was satisfactory, although the energy could not actively extend over such vast distances. He discovered that with minimal energy expenditure, he could utilize instant transmission to reach that location. After conducting a trial and confirming that the energy consumption was manageable, he was pleased with the efficacy of this instant transmission, deeming it not a failure. Otherwise, being restricted to the instant transmission of Yardrat would have imposed significant limitations. Following a period of organization and rest, the next day found Lin Chuan, Piccolo, and Gohan together on the rooftop of the big round house, having just finished lunch. They were taking a moment to relax. In the past, this would have been the time to commence a new round of training. However, given their recent return to Earth, they were embracing a balance of work and rest. And Dandy? He was naturally present as well. Upon his return to Earth, Lin Chuan inadvertently engaged in communication with Piccolo, thereby gaining insight into his intentions. Lin Chuan, however, refrained from intervening in Piccolo's thoughts. Time slipped by swiftly as days and months flew past. Nearly 9 months had elapsed since their journey to Namek and back to Earth. During this seemingly protracted yet fleeting period, Earth remained steadfast in its tranquility. In such peaceful times, everything appeared idyllic. Yet, an invasion loomed on the horizon. This peace mirrored the calm before a tempest. Warriors, in preparation for the impending crisis, exerted every effort to strengthen themselves. On this very day, in the depths of the dark cosmos, 2 spaceships glided through the void, traversing space at speeds surpassing light itself. The destination of these vessels was none other than Earth. Aboard were Vegeta and Nappa, having traversed billions of miles to invade. Unbeknownst to them, their arrival on Earth was destined to be a futile endeavor. As they drew near, the ships transitioned from their hyperspeed mode to a more subdued cruising velocity. Awakened by the ship's activation, Vegeta and Nappa opened their eyes in unison. At last, were they nearing their destination? Humph. After a long year, the time had finally come. Let us hope this venture does not disappoint us, Vegeta. On Earth, in West City, near Bulma's estate, a colossal circular building stood proudly. This structure, erected months prior by Bulma, was designed to provide Lin Chuan with an optimal training environment, featuring a state-of-the-art gravity training chamber. The interior was currently suffused with a vibrant crimson light, as Lin Chuan engaged in intense supergravity training, day after day, month after month. The gravity reading displayed in the central control room reached an astonishing 300 times Earth's gravity. While this might seem commonplace, akin to the training Vegeta underwent in the original narrative, the sustained regimen of 300 times gravity was not a mere struggle for Lin Chuan. He was fully capable of enduring such exertion. Furthermore, with the addition of weighted resistance, Lin Chuan's physical prowess had ascended to an entirely new echelon in just a few short months. Not only had he forged an indomitable physique of steel, but his mastery over strength and energy had also reached unparalleled heights. He had transformed significantly, bolstered by a system that increased his battle power by 1 point per second. As a result, his current battle power exceeded an astounding 35 million points, specifically at 35, 545, 500. This was merely his baseline power. Were he to transform into a Super Saiyan at this moment, even a mere 50-fold increase would yield nearly 1.8 billion in battle power. To speak of the current era's so-called cosmic sovereigns is one thing, but even in a few years, when the androids awaken, whether it be Android 17 or 18, or perhaps both together, he would effortlessly handle them, even triumph over them with ease. As long as it is not the evolved cell, no one stands as his rival. These past 9 months have marked a true metamorphosis, heralding a new beginning. As his training progressed to a significant level, Lin Chuan suddenly came to a halt. Approaching the central control room, he pressed the crimson button. With a resounding thud, the cacophony erupted, and the surrounding crimson light receded entirely. The environment of 300 times Earth's gravity reverted to standard Earth gravity, and Lin Chuan felt the weight upon him dissipate completely. Having concluded this round of gravity training, he exhaled in relief and exited the training chamber. Instead of returning directly, he made his way to the temporary lounge nearby, took a refreshing shower, and donned a simple yet agile martial arts uniform before stepping out of the Grand Circular Hall. Just as he was preparing to return to the Grand Circular Hall for lunch, a sudden awareness of 2 unfamiliar energies emerged in his senses. Although they felt mediocre compared to his current state, they emanated a malevolent aura. Instinctively, he lifted his gaze toward the sky. It seems the time has finally come. Vegeta and Nappa have arrived. It is indeed a pity for you to travel such a distance only to deliver yourselves. A smile crept across Lin Chuan's face. He had truly awaited this moment for a long time. During this period, he had even dreamt of the scene where Vegeta and Nappa would be utterly overwhelmed upon their arrival on Earth. At this pace and distance, they should reach the planet in less than half an hour. Speaking to himself, Lin Chuan soared into the air, heading towards the Grand Circular Hall. Although Vegeta and Nappa were on the verge of arrival, it did not deter him from his meal. Meanwhile, on a desolate island in the south, Piccolo and Gohan were engaged in outdoor combat training. Throughout this time, although Gohan did not train with Piccolo every moment, he made it a point to find time each day to either seek out Piccolo or Lin Chuan. This young man had grown sufficiently strong, with a combat power reaching 250,000 points. making the daily back and forth quite manageable. Unlike the original narrative, where he lacked the strength to survive in the wild without Piccolo's guidance, Gohan was now employing all his might to attack Piccolo, who easily countered Gohan's onslaught while imparting further combat techniques and refining his battle experience. Just as their clash intensified, they suddenly sensed two formidable energies approaching Earth. The two stepped back simultaneously, halting their skirmish, and gazed skyward. Humph. It seems those two Saiyans have finally arrived after such a long wait. A sinister smile crept across Piccolo's face. He is no longer the Piccolo of the past. The myriad experiences of the past year have elevated his strength to a level beyond his own imagination. A year ago, sensing these two auras would have compelled him to remain on high alert, but now the disparity is overwhelming. These two energies pale in comparison to those of the demon leaders under SHOWDOWN just over 9 months ago. Their presence is so weak that it hardly piques his interest. Gohan, devoid of guile, expressed his thoughts about Nappa and Vegeta with candid words. They are so feeble that he cannot muster any enthusiasm. Over the course of the year, Gohan has undergone a profound transformation, particularly after the ordeal with SHOWDOWN. He has become a true warrior, even when faced with opponents weaker than himself. He must not underestimate any adversary. Often, those who seem least threatening can be the most perilous. Piccolo adopted a stern mentor's demeanor as he admonished Gohan. The boy is still young, and Piccolo wishes to prevent him from becoming complacent or arrogant due to his burgeoning power. Such traits would be detrimental to him. I understand, Uncle Piccolo, Gohan replied, nodding earnestly. Obedience is a hallmark of Gohan's character. Even as he continually enhances his abilities, he remains humble. In the Divine Temple, since Piccolo brought Dandy here 9 months ago, Dandy has resided in this sacred place. However, he is not constrained. He can venture to Earth for leisure or seek out Gohan, Piccolo, Lin Xuan, and Bulma. In Piccolo's heart, he has embraced Dandy as a successor, nurturing him with care. He never anticipated that during their journey to Namek, they would return with such a young kin. Most crucially, this child is pure and devoid of any malevolent intent. He is indeed the ideal candidate to become the next deity. Initially, Piccolo had intended for Goku's son, Gohan, to inherit the position of deity, but Dandy's emergence has completely altered his perspective. On this planet, no one is more suitable for cultivation than Dandy. Moreover, both being Namekians renders them exceptionally unique in relation to Earth. At this moment, the divine Piccolo stands at the precipice of the platform with Dandy and a multitude of warriors, gazing up at the vast cosmos. It is not without reason. As the deity, he has sensed the imminent threat of invaders approaching Earth. He had calculated the timing, only to find it had gone awry. He wondered if Goku and his brother had concluded their training. The expression on Piccolo's face is grave. The gods of the old era are but remnants in this new age. After a year of rigorous training in the Divine Temple, they are no longer the same. Today is the moment to showcase the fruits of their labor. Chapter 82, Son Gohan. They are truly weak. I hope you can withstand the invasion of those two Saiyans before Goku and Raditz return. Although Tien, Krillin, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu sensed that they were no match for the two Saiyans, King Kai earnestly advised the four before him. After a year of rigorous training, we have undergone a complete transformation. Let any Saiyan come our way. Yamcha was the first to speak, his confidence in his abilities bordering on blind optimism. He had indeed been reborn, but his battle power had only reached 1750 points. Compared to his original power of 1480 points, he had improved significantly. However, the gap in strength was far from sufficient to bridge any real difference. Rest assured, Lord Kami, even without Goku, we shall not be easily defeated. Krillin, unlike Yamcha's flamboyant bravado, expressed his confidence in a more measured manner. While he harbored great faith in his own abilities, an unsettling premonition lingered regarding the unknown adversaries. He understood that the foes they faced would undoubtedly be formidable. With our current strength, even if we are outmatched, we can still delay them. Therefore, there is no need for you to worry excessively, for I believe Goku is hastening his return from the other world, Tien added, as the strongest among them. His power had surpassed that of the original narrative, boasting an impressive strength of 3,000 points. Krillin's achievement of 2,780 points was already a miracle, but Tien was even stronger. Only Kaiatsu remained silent, possessing the weakest power among them, yet he had significantly improved from the original, exceeding 1,100 points. Aspiration is commendable. Yet the enemies they faced were exceptionally powerful. You must remember to never let your guard down, King Kai cautioned earnestly. He hoped that the four he had nurtured could hold off the Saiyans. In his view, the only reliable hope lay with Raditz and Goku, who were training under King Kai. As the guardian of Earth, how could he compare to the King of the North? Thus, it was only reasonable to have such thoughts. It was not a matter of underestimating Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu. Having reached a consensus, The warriors exchanged glances before gracefully descending from the heavenly palace. Though the enemy had yet to arrive, they had their own preparations to undertake, such as seeking out Korin for some senza beans or meeting with some important figures. Watching the 4 retreating figures, King Kai turned to Dandy and his attendant, Bobo. Bobo, I shall head to the other world to await Goku's return. I leave Dandy in your care. After receiving their affirmations, he vanished from the heavenly palace. At this moment, on the North Kai planet. At the end of the Snake Way, Goku and Raditz, under the tutelage of King Kai, had indeed made notable progress in their training. Upon their arrival at the North Kai's realm, they appeared as entirely different individuals. The circumstances diverged significantly from the original narrative, as the inclusion of Raditz led to a distinctly altered trajectory. The two engaged in a fierce rivalry, complementing one another in their pursuits. Goku grew even more formidable than depicted in the original tale, while Raditz fully unleashed his latent potential, undergoing a profound transformation as if reborn. One could hardly underestimate Raditz's capabilities, which had previously gone unrecognized in the original narrative. As Goku and Raditz were engrossed in their combat training, the North Kai suddenly sensed something amiss and interrupted them. Goku, Raditz, let today's training conclude here, he declared, his hands clasped behind his back. A hint of anxiety lacing his words. He had underestimated the passage of time, believing that the Saiyans would not arrive on Earth for another 2 days, when in truth, less than 2 hours remained. Has something occurred, Lord Kai? Goku inquired, oblivious to the unfolding situation. You wouldn't, by any chance, have devised another peculiar training method like last time, would you? Raditz interjected, adopting a wary demeanor, having been the subject of the North Kai's antics more than once. Over the past days, the North Kai's relentless training had tempered his arrogant disposition. Seeing the two cease their sparring, the North Kai wasted no time in disclosing the situation. What? Raditz exclaimed, have Vegeta and the others arrived so soon? This is bad. The Snake Way is so long, we won't make it back in time. Goku panicked. They could not fathom that this omniscient Kai could miscalculate the timing. Rest assured, with your current strength, you can traverse the entire Snake Way in just an hour or 2. Even if you arrive a tad late, Earth possesses numerous warriors who can buy you some time. The North Kai reassured them. Before you depart, I have a gift for you. As he spoke, he unleashed his powers. The two felt their garments vanish and reappear in an instant. They found themselves adorned in entirely new battle attire. Goku retained his signature orange uniform, but the emblem on his back had shifted from a turtle to a Kai symbol. Raditz's outfit maintained the Saiyan style, with a Kai symbol emblazoned upon his chest. This attire feels entirely different. It bears no weight, Goku remarked in astonishment. Indeed, it was specially crafted by me. It is not only lightweight but also possesses remarkable defensive capabilities, rendering it impervious to ordinary attacks, the North Kai proudly explained. But what does this symbol signify? Raditz inquired, focusing on the emblem on his chest. You are, after all, considered my half-disciples, and thus, you must don the garb that signifies your status as my disciples. The North Kai raised his head with an air of remarkable arrogance. Both individuals were momentarily taken aback by his words, while an ordinary person might have hesitated. Given the significance of status, Sun Wukong and Raditz, being Saiyans, were unconcerned with such trivialities. After bidding their final farewells, they regained their strength under the North Kai's influence and enjoyed a hearty meal. We shall take our leave now. Thank you for your guidance during this time, Lord Kai. Sun Wukong expressed humbly. Observing his proud disciple, the North Kai nodded in satisfaction. He held a greater fondness for Sun Wukong compared to Raditz, which is why he imparted all his ultimate techniques to him. Of course, he had also taught Raditz, yet the latter proved to be rather dim-witted, appearing clever but failing to grasp even the simplest of lessons. He was not as promising as the initially underestimated Sun Wukong. Go on, after your demise. We shall meet again. According to Saiyan longevity, you shall meet your end in a few decades, the North Kai jested. Sun Wukong took it in stride. As this was indeed the North Kai's planet, albeit akin to the underworld, Raditz remained silent, yet his gaze conveyed gratitude to the North Kai. Without him, he would not be who he was today. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Beyond Earth, 2 spaceships locked onto their target, piercing through the atmosphere and descending towards a densely populated city. Boom, boom, accompanied by a terrifying shockwave, 2 enormous craters, each with a diameter of 20 to 30 meters and several meters deep, appeared in the city's center following the violent explosion. Although the impact of the spacecraft's descent was far less than that of a meteorite, it was nonetheless significant for ordinary humans. The direct collision of the 2 vessels plunged the neighborhood into chaos, resulting in numerous casualties. It was akin to a calamity from the heavens. Life was proceeding normally until it was abruptly interrupted by the descent of the spacecraft. Contrary to the anticipated turmoil, the once bustling streets were momentarily filled with onlookers. Humans are inherently curious about the unknown, oblivious to the dangers that such curiosity may bring. As the spaceship's hatch opened, Vegeta and Nappa finally inhaled the fresh air after a year-long journey. They slowly emerged from the vessel, utilizing their flight technique to ascend from the crater and land on the street below. Is this the Earth where Kakarot resides? A lowly planet indeed. With life forms so feeble they lack even a battle power of 5. Nappa remarked, scanning the surroundings with a battle power detector, his bloodthirsty gaze sweeping over all present. The Earthlings, still bewildered by the event, began to murmur amongst themselves. The cacophony of voices filled the air, further aggravating Vegeta and Nappa. The Earthlings, akin to ants, are truly bothersome. There is no need to squander time in this place. Nappa, eliminate all the Earthlings here. Vegeta commanded impatiently, his expression turning cold as he added, let this be the first gift we present to Earth. I trust Kakarot and Raditz will be quite pleased. Understanding the implication, Nappa smirked cruelly, raising his right hand to gather energy. In the next moment, a devastating force erupted, rapidly spreading and engulfing the entire city. In an instant, everything within 100 miles. The entire human metropolis was reduced to ruins under Nappa's explosive technique. Now, it appears much more pleasing to the eye. I wonder where Kakarot, Raditz, and that Talos are now? I can hardly contain my desire to crush them. Nappa chuckled ominously, a bloodthirsty warrior who had long followed Vegeta in the conquest of planets. He regarded everyone, aside from Vegeta and the high-ranking members of Frieza's army, with disdain. After all, they were merely 2 low-level warriors and that waste of an upper-class warrior. Raditz. Even if they were hiding, it would be futile. The power level detector could accurately pinpoint the location of these traitors. Vegeta grinned menacingly, slowly levitating into the air while activating the power level detector. Beep, beep, beep. As the search sounds echoed, soon 2 substantial power levels were detected, marking their locations. A power level of 2,000 and 2,500? Is that Kakarot and Raditz? A year has passed, and this is the extent of their so-called efforts to enhance their power? Ultimately, a low-class warrior remains a low-class warrior. Raditz, despite his potential as an upper-class warrior, has only managed to reach this level. Observing the numbers on the detector, Vegeta was convinced his assumptions were correct. Initially, he had hoped Raditz might surprise him, but this? Unbeknownst to Vegeta, the harsh words he uttered would soon come at a great cost. It must be Kakarot and Raditz without a doubt, otherwise no one on this planet could reach such power levels. Nappa concurred. Let us first deal with the traitors, then seek the Dragon Balls to fulfill our wishes, Vegeta sneered. The two, filled with fury, flew toward the direction indicated by the power level detector. Meanwhile, on the massive deserted island where Piccolo and Gohan were situated, the duo sensed the rapidly approaching energy signatures of Vegeta and Nappa. Uncle Piccolo, they are heading directly towards us after landing. Moreover, many of the presences in the city have suddenly vanished. Gohan, though unafraid of Vegeta and Nappa, was still shaken by the abrupt disappearance of so many energies, impacting his young mind. A city has fallen to the Saiyans. Maintain your composure. The number of lives lost is inconsequential. We possess the Dragon Balls, and we can simply wish back the deceased afterward, Piccolo nonchalantly remarked, observing his calm demeanor. One could tell he was hardly concerned about the fate of the Earth's inhabitants. In his eyes, Vegeta and Nappa were no different from mere insects. A year ago, the sheer might of the Saiyans had left him incredulous and powerless to resist. Now, however, that feeling had vanished. He was eager to eliminate these 2 Saiyans and resume his training to enhance his strength. Suddenly, a sharp sound sliced through the air behind them. Piccolo and Gohan simultaneously sensed something and turned slightly to look. There stood Lin Chuan, having quietly approached them without their notice. Instantaneous movement? What a truly convenient ability. In the heat of battle, it could easily place an opponent at a fatal disadvantage. Piccolo quipped at the sudden appearance of Lin Chuan, whom he considered a monster. Yet, he had grown accustomed to it. Uncle Lin Chuan, Gohan greeted with enthusiasm. Although they had not seen each other for only 2 days, Gohan always expressed such warmth at their encounters. Lin Chuan nodded, affectionately ruffling the boy's hair. After exchanging a few words, for familiar signatures of energy rapidly approached from the horizon. For streaks of light descended from the sky, revealing their identities, Yamcha, Krillin, Tien, and Kaiatsu, who had just descended from the sacred world and arranged everything accordingly. Uncle Krillin, Uncle Tien, Uncle Yamcha, and Uncle Kaiatsu. Upon seeing his father's companions, Gohan instinctively greeted them out of courtesy. It's been a while, Gohan. You seem to be doing quite well, Krillin remarked, smiling as he looked at Gohan. This power. Who would have thought that Goku's son would grow to such heights so swiftly? Truly remarkable. Tien, unlike Krillin, possessed a sharper sense and seemed to perceive Gohan's strength, leaving him astonished. Of course, what he sensed was merely the surface of Gohan's 2000 battle power. Had he known the true extent of Gohan's capabilities, it would surely have shattered his worldview. You flatter me, Uncle Tien, Gohan replied humbly. After a long separation, they exchanged pleasantries, affirming their positions. Among them, only Yamcha wore a troubled expression, his gaze fixated on Lin Xuan. I cannot fathom him. Even after a year of rigorous training, I still cannot reach the realm he occupies? How infuriating. Yamcha silently raged within, having intended to prove himself, only to realize that he had been overly self-absorbed. Lin Xuan noticed Yamcha's gaze upon him, yet chose to disregard it. As a formidable warrior with combat prowess exceeding tens of millions, why should he concern himself with the schemes of an insignificant insect whose power barely surpassed 1,000? Let him be. If reminiscing was in order, it would be best to wait until after the battle. Vegeta and Nappa had already arrived, Lin Xuan reminded. The four warriors, returning to their senses, abruptly raised their heads to the sky. Nappa and Vegeta had indeed reached their location, surveying them from above with an air of superiority. Humph. Is this the entirety of the fighting power on this planet? Instead of hiding, gathering here is quite convenient. If they're all gathered, it saves me the trouble of searching for them one by one, Nappa declared, his fists cracking with anticipation. His mocking gaze akin to that of a hunter surveying its prey. Raditz was absent, as was Kakarot. It became evident that the Namekian was the one with a power level of 2,500, while the small child with a power level of 2,000 must be Kakarot's son. A power level of 5,000. Humph. He is Talos. How intriguing that he has boldly shown himself instead of fleeing, Vegeta remarked, briefly surveying the scene before offering his blunt assessment. Though unaware of Raditz and Kakarot's whereabouts, it was typical of lower-tier warriors to leave their offspring behind to face death. Nappa's tone dripped with arrogance and disdain. In his eyes, these individuals seemed already doomed. Do not be too careless, Nappa. Do not forget that they possess methods to control their fighting power, and that Talos has a power level of 5,000. These Earthlings are no pushovers, Lin Xuan cautioned. As the two descended slowly, landing 10 meters away on the barren ground, their exchange came to an end. Was this the Saiyan they were about to confront? The strength they exuded was truly astonishing. Yamcha felt a surge of fear upon sensing the aura emanating from Vegeta and Nappa. He instinctively wanted to retreat, but quelled the urge, fearing the embarrassment of doing so in front of so many. It was no mere bluster. The might radiating from the two was overwhelming. Krillin swallowed hard, a hint of trepidation glimmering in his eyes. A year of arduous training had been for this day. No matter how powerful the enemy, he would not falter. Tien Shinhan, refusing to be lax, readied himself for battle, while Kaiatsu remained silent. He was already drenched in cold sweat from the pressure of their auras. The four warriors expressed their thoughts, yet Piccolo and Lin Xuan paid them little heed. Aware that the disparity in strength was vast, the current quartet resembled Piccolo from a year prior. Meanwhile, Son Gohan blinked his wide, innocent eyes, observing Vegeta and Nappa with curiosity. Ultimately, Uncle Piccolo and Uncle Lin Xuan are truly rather weak. Is it necessary for us to regard them with such seriousness? As soon as Gohan uttered these words, he instantly captured everyone's attention. Krillin was astonished, Yamcha was dumbfounded, Tien was incredulous, and Kaiatsu was utterly surprised. Even Nappa and Vegeta had countless question marks hovering above their heads. What is this kid saying? Where am I? I am weak. This struck at the very core of Nappa and Vegeta's vulnerabilities, as it echoed their own feelings of inadequacy in the presence of Frieza's elite commanders. Gohan. Some matters are best left unspoken. It is unnecessary to express them aloud, lest it provoke displeasure in certain individuals, Lin Xuan advised, suppressing a smile. Even the typically aloof Piccolo found humor in such words, a faint, involuntary smile curving at the corners of his mouth. For Piccolo, he is the Demon King. Such laughter should never escape his lips, unless he can no longer contain himself. That insufferable brat. Did Kakarot not warn you to be cautious with your words? How could you possibly comprehend what true strength is? Watch as I take you down. Nappa, stung by Gohan's taunt, could hardly restrain himself from launching an attack. However, stop, Nappa, Vegeta's admonition halted the imminent outburst. Why? That little brat shows us such disdain. If we do not teach him a lesson, we shall lose face. Vegeta? Nappa retorted, his voice brimming with fury, momentarily forgetting his usual respect. Vegeta regarded him coldly. He is merely Kakarot's Navi's son. There is no need to stoop to his level. Rather than tormenting him, I am more concerned about Kakarot and Raditz's whereabouts. If you seek to vent your frustration, why not break Kakarot's bones before his very eyes? Moreover, we still have another Saiyan traitor to deal with. As Vegeta spoke, he locked eyes with Lin Xuan. The two exchanged glances, Lin Chuan regarding the arrogant Vegeta as one would a jester. This fellow had initially shown great promise, yet as time progressed, his performance faltered increasingly. Even if he appeared invincible for a brief moment, he was swiftly dispatched shortly thereafter. Beep, beep, beep. Vegeta adjusted the power level detector affixed to his right eye. Soon, the combat power readings of everyone present were displayed before him, particularly Lin Chuan's. He double-checked, wary of errors. Still a combat power of 5,000? Even if you are concealing your strength, I estimate it cannot exceed 10,000. The rest of these individuals boast combat powers above 1,500. For Earthlings to reach such levels is indeed commendable. Yet, alas, the gap between our strengths remains insurmountably vast. Vegeta ceased his meticulous analysis of combat power, his gaze settling upon Piccolo. Initially, I found it quite perplexing how such a decrepit planet as Earth could harbor Dragon Balls. However, upon seeing you, enlightenment dawned upon me. The Namekian possesses not only formidable combat prowess, but also an extraordinary power. If my conjecture holds true, the Dragon Balls must indeed be your creation, Piccolo, Vegeta asserted, his words dripping with logical speculation. Our mission hinges upon the Dragon Balls. Should you wish to retain your dignity, it would be prudent to hand them over willingly. Otherwise, even as a Namekian, your strength pales in comparison to our might, Nappa cruelly taunted. Regrettably, the Dragon Balls were not birthed from my own design. As for my combat capabilities, you are most welcome to test them. A glint of lethal intent flashed in Piccolo's eyes. Should he desire, he could eliminate both Nappa and Vegeta in an instant. Yet, he found no interest in such an endeavor. He pondered instead the return of Goku and Raditz, curious to gauge their strength. In the meantime, he thought it prudent to leave these two adversaries for Goku and Raditz to contend with. Very well. Nappa snarled with a sinister grin, his muscles bulging in anticipation of a violent outburst. Stay your hand, Nappa. If you proceed with your reckless intentions, you know what consequences await you. Vegeta interjected, insisting they first play with the Vegeta seeds. I recall there are 6 seeds remaining. Let us retrieve them. I trust the entertainment will suffice until Kakarot and Raditz arrive. Vegeta maintained his composure, preventing Nappa from acting rashly, and instead urging him to produce the seeds. How do you know Kakarot and Raditz will emerge? Queried Nappa, puzzled. Is it not obvious? Those two are undoubtedly hiding away, training rigorously. When the moment is ripe, they shall undoubtedly appear, Vegeta declared, arms crossed, brimming with self-assurance. Upon hearing this, Nappa fell silent. This revelation left the warriors in shock. They had not anticipated that the diminutive Vegeta was the mastermind, clearly discerning their strategies. Now I feel reassured. I was concerned those two might hide away indefinitely. Nappa relented, for he yearned more to confront Kakarot and Raditz than to torment the Earthlings. As he rummaged through his belongings, he indeed found 6 remaining Vegeta seeds. Let them experience the terror of the Vegeta race. The scene shifts to the underworld. Long awaited in the Hall of Judgment, the divine Piccolo finally sensed a familiar aura. From the direction of Snake Way, 2 beams of light raced forth, traversing the corridor at remarkable speed, arriving in the Hall of Judgment. Goku, Raditz, I am here. Upon this realization, the divine Piccolo rejoiced, hastily calling out, Splendid! The Supreme Kai has arrived ahead of schedule. Upon encountering the celestial deity, Sun Wukong executed a grand leap, landing directly before the divine figure. Please, take us back to Earth at once. Vegeta and the others must have arrived by now. Raditz interjected, his focus solely on Nappa and Vegeta. After enduring a prolonged period of training on King Kai's planet, every endeavor had been for this very moment, to redeem past grievances. Judging by the timeline, they should have reached their destination. First, seize me. I will guide you back. He insisted. The deity Piccolo extended his hand, signaling for Sun Wukong and Raditz to grasp him. As they did, in the blink of an eye, Piccolo's powers activated, and the trio vanished from sight. The suddenness of the event left King Enma bewildered, the ruler of the underworld uncertain of what had transpired. In the heavenly palace on Earth, as Sun Wukong and Raditz returned, they quickly noticed Dandy beside the divine servant Bobo, unaware of the circumstances surrounding planet Namek. Sun Wukong observed the diminutive Piccolo and ventured a bold inquiry. Sir, is this your child? The unexpected question caused a twitch at the corner of Piccolo's mouth. He is not my child, but rather a compatriot brought back by the Saiyan named Taros aboard a spaceship from Namek, Piccolo clarified. He hails from Namek? He bears a striking resemblance to that fellow Piccolo, Sun Wukong remarked, bending down to scrutinize Dandy with childlike curiosity. He even speculated whether these Namekians were all carved from the same mold. Hello, you must be Gohan's father, Mr. Sun Wukong. My name is Dandy. The young Namekian introduced himself. You know Gohan? Sun Wukong responded, surprised by Dandy's innocence. Yes, We are good friends, and I accompanied him to Earth. Dandy replied with a bright smile. This revelation left Sun Wukong with a myriad of questions. His son had ventured to Namek and returned with Dandy? Confused and unable to comprehend the situation, Sun Wukong felt disoriented. Fortunately, Raditz was there to refocus his thoughts. Kakarot. How long do you intend to dally with this Namekian child? If you're feeling fatigued, you may remain here. I have no time to waste, Raditz urged impatiently. My apologies. I momentarily forgot. However, we must seek Master Karen, as we need Senza beans to restore our stamina, Sun Wukong stated. The journey along the 1 million kilometer snake way had been taxing. Raditz had already learned from Sun Wukong about the existence of Senza beans on Earth. So he was not surprised. I can assist with that, Dandy offered eagerly. His healing abilities were exceptional, capable of not only mending wounds but also restoring vitality and energy. Really? Sun Wukong exclaimed with joy. Raditz gazed at Dandy with utter astonishment. He possessed no knowledge whatsoever about the Namekian. The chapter concludes here.